Welcome in, DK Sim fam. It is your Saturday, May 1st. Where has the time gone? It is May 1st. Dream Stream, we got you stacked here early. Me and Tommy Freespops for not one, but two of your early slate. Just two in this window. We'll talk all about that as we go along. I am Jason Rossi. Such a pleasure to be here with you. You can travel along with my nonsense over at Jason D. Rossi on the old Twitter machine. Hit that thumbs up button if you're over on YouTube. Smash the subscribe button as well. Same thing over there on Twitch. With me today, as I mentioned him, my tag team partner, the man, the myth, the legend. He hangs so well. He is just such a nice guy. Just chills over the archway to the West Coast. He's from the East Coast, but made his way there, stopped, said, I'm good right in this spot. He goes by @your-boy TC Fresh over on Twitter. Got the great Dane Nation, got Kurt Warner, the Hall of Very Good. Maybe there was a couple of Hall of Very Good players drafted this week. He is Tom Carroll. What's up, Tom? Woo! Tommy.
What is going on, Rossi? I wonder if there's any Hall of Very Good players in this matchup. Oh. What do we think? Matt Ryan, Hall of Very Good. I
was just going to say it. I got
Todd Gurley, Hall of Very Good.
You know me. If Terrell Davis is in,
Gurley, you're going to use that standard. Okay,
Gurley.
I know, no MVPs. The best player in the league at his peak. But Julio Jones, I'd say Hall of Fame at some point.
Receivers are weird, dude. We have a lot to talk about today. Obviously,
is Edelman a Hall of Famer? Oh,
no. Hall of Very Good. Postseason Hall of Fame. Put him in there.
Sure.
Book it,
baby. They should make one.
They absolutely should not. They should start taking people's Hall of Fame jackets away, if you want my opinion. And I'm so sorry.
Stack them away.
It's become an event. There's too many people going in every year, but that's not what this is. NFL draft. It is the time of excitement for all these teams. I think today, our early game, we got Miami, who I think crushing the draft, and you got Atlanta.
You didn't love Pitts?
I love Pitts. From there, it's tough. When you're the fourth pick, I feel like, and you're a franchise that's in such flux, but we'll talk about that as well. We got Atlanta, we got Miami. Lineups have locked. Freespops, what's yours looking like?
You know what? I've shorted Julio Jones so many times in these sims, I decided not today. Put him in the captain spot, $15,300. Matt Breida, Russell Gage, Gesicki, Grant Hurst.
Wait a minute.
Tight end stack. I really like a good tight end stack.
Run that by me one more time.
Julio Jones in the captain spot, Matt Breida, Russell Gage, Gesicki, Grant Hurst.
Oh, okay. I took Grant out. So we're this contest
4
between
for 5.
us. There's 6.
Damn it.
4 for 6.
I'll take a lap, guys. I'll see you.
We'll see him in a minute. So I have Devontae Parker and Jason Sanders, where you have Hurst and Grant. I had Grant in there, but I had too much money left over.
You went with Sanders instead of Koo?
I went with Sanders and Parker. In my last 2 spots, we went Hurst and Grant.
No, but I'm saying in terms of kickers, why did you go Sanders over Koo?
Financial. That was all I had left was $3,500. He was 34.
And you wanted a kicker.
And it was that or a defense, and I feel we should, and DK Simfan will call me out on this, we should see a lot of offense in this one, just by the team standards, and the pretty poor play by elite. The Miami's secondary is actually studly, but their front seven not so much. So I don't know. I felt like we're going to see points, especially on the Miami side. You should, because Atlanta's defense is piss poor. All right, they stink. Let's get into this. All right, so we got Brian, we got Philandy, we got Rel, Jay Duncan. What's going on, dude? Look at that. He says, I love this. Jay Duncan at Tom Carroll, living the dream, brother. But it's more like
baby.
He says, living the dream, brother. Like it's one word, dream brother. Ooh, sounds like a great band name. I'm gonna jot that down. Dream Brother. Maybe it could be my alias. He says, hey, before it gets rolling, I had a thought to share with the DK folks. I'm sure they've heard this before, but, Sims need a sponsor. We already are sponsored. We actually have...
By DraftKings and EA Sports.
Free Showdown ownership here. We got producer Drew, Daniel, our technical director. We have over in our ops side, everyone's going to yell at you, Joe, but I'm just kidding. Joe's the best, actually. I think Joe's going to fly. Everyone be nice to Joe. If there's anything wrong with, I've been just seeing this trend recently. Everyone gets very agitated if things don't happen immediately. Just chill out. We'll get there. I promise you. Gurley, highest owned. 60%. Julio right there with him at 59. Matt Ryan, 57. Breida, 55. Gesicki wrapping up the top 5 at 45. It's the handoff to Gurley right up the middle.
Very good. Make the Hall of Fame case for Todd Gurley. Go.
I'm not even going to pull up the numbers, but he never had a rushing season under 1,000. Dominated the league, had over 20 touchdowns in a season, was the most dominant running back for a 5-year stretch, brought his team to a Super Bowl. Unfortunately, did not win. Good for Patriots. Just looking at him and Terrell Davis outside of the MVPs, and I know that's huge, and that's it. And I'm not going to really make this argument to death, but it is absolutely Gurley. If they had won that Super Bowl and he had like 3 touchdowns in it, I think, and he got the Super Bowl MVP, and it wasn't Edelman on the other side, that's where this argument really stems from for the other way. It's absolutely, I think he's almost a shoo-in because 5 years of just straight dominance. Even last year at 12 touchdowns and a year you forgot he played. Mm-hmm. That Ito Smith was taking carries at the end of the year. Matt Ryan throwing that one in the dirt. But
look, I understand, you have your, hey, if Terrell Davis is in,
I just think he's
lower the standards.
I just think he's the worst case for an MVP, for a Hall of Fame. Was he great? Yes. All time? No. Even in the 90s, like, I don't even rank him, like, Emmitt Smith, Dorsey Levens. No.
Dorsey Levens.
I'm just trying to think of Barry Sanders.
Yeah.
Like, already he's not even the top 2. I have to be missing people off the top of my head. Why am I missing?
I'd say he's third. I'd say he was the third best running back of the 90s. But at his
peak, Curtis Martin,
best,
you can make the argument.
No, Terrell Davis's peak, he was the best player in the league. Curtis Martin was never.
Yeah, Curtis Martin shouldn't be a Hall of Famer either.
Ooh. I'm fighting words for Kenny Ducey.
No, Kenny Ducey. Please, Kenny Ducey right now should be dancing all over the place. He should be tweeting up a storm. I tweeted at him the other day. The Jets are really impressing me in this draft. Super impressive from the Jets.
Interesting.
Yeah, well, we knew they were taking the quarterback right after Darnold gets traded.
Yep. I like that they traded up to get Zach Wilson some help.
Yep. And they trade up to get the guard who I believe, in my heart of hearts, that Belichick really would have debated over him and Mac Jones. Because he loves himself a high-quality offensive lineman. Yep. It's actually one of the keys to sports and the football game. If that's going to the end zone, it's a double coverage. Bad selection of choice there by Matt Ryan, trying to get some points on the board here 2 minutes in. DFS Queenie says, Rossi going to be my coffee this morning. I need a pick-me-up. Yeah, baby, I hear you. I hear you, DFS Queenie. Whatever we can do. Jordan Lindenbaum says, Todd Gurley did have a season where he rushed for under 1,000. 3, actually. Oh, hey, didn't say. I said I wasn't pulling up the stats. I was trying. Thank you, Jordan.
He was doing the bar stool argument of, you're at the bar talking to your buddies. No one has Pro Football Reference pulled up, right?
Just throw out some numbers.
Yeah, you're just enjoying a few Diet Cokes on a weekend and
conviction. But I thought, trading back up to the first round, getting the guard, great move by. It's just what I see the Jets doing is just smart, controlled drafting, and they get what I think might be the steal of the draft in I can't think of his name, Elijah Moore in the second round. That's his name, right? Am I right on that name? I believe so. Again, not looking anything up, just conviction.
No, we're not looking up anything.
Thank you, Andrew. Drew, our producer, says, yeah. I loved him. Not that I'm a pretty big college football fan. I watch a good amount. Last year was a little hard to watch. I'm not going to lie, because some of the teams either didn't play for a long time or then, you're watching sub teams. But I will just say that this kid in traffic was catching everything. I watched a few Ole Miss games. Like, he was just catching everything. So I had him targeted, obviously, as a Patriots fan, but I didn't know his draft stock grew just like Matt Ryan connecting with. Is it? It is! Sticks!
Julio!
Both of our captains here. First touchdown of the day. Like it, just 3 minutes in. Captained in this contest in the free showdown at 15% on the nose. 59% owned. Julio, nice strike from Ryan. A couple Hall of Very Goods at least. Obviously, Julio Jones, a major talking point throughout the past 2 nights of draft. Tom, I got to ask you, though, again, credit to the Jets. That's it. That's a nice thing going to be to the Jets. Hope they stink.
That's all you should do.
Yeah, I know, but I also give credit where credit's due. I just thought, two things I'm really shocked by. One, how many wide receivers have been drafted? 3 rounds, I feel like there's been 19 receivers drafted. It's not true, but in the first round, I was like, whoa, wait a second. Whoa.
So the thing that surprised me is how high Jamar Chase went.
Dude, biggest mistake of the draft, in my opinion.
I totally agree with you. I really, really wanted the Bengals to go get penne there.
And look at the Lions.
Love myself some penne with a little vodka sauce.
Oh, yeah. Dude, delicious. Got to get a little manja going with the bread at the end.
Yeah. Make sure, hey, would you like cheese with that? Absolutely. Crank that wheel of cheese all the way over my pasta.
They say, tell me when to stop, and you never.
And I say, no, you stop when you run out of cheese.
I like a little pasta with my cheese, please.
So I've said this over the last few days. I think I may have said it with you the other day. Again, these sins blend. I think Chase is going to be a beast, but he can't be a beast if Burrow's hurt. And the dude got hit so much last season. Yeah, he got hit so much last season.
There's a hit there.
And you want to get your franchise guy protection. And when you have dudes that are available that are getting Hall of Fame comps, I think that you got to go get those guys. And I think it was a bad move, and it shows you why the Bengals are who the Bengals have been for the entirety of their franchise, right? They have these one-off dudes that are really good, but they have no support. Burrow might end up being that guy.
Yeah. I'm going to just let everybody, a little reminder, because we all dog Andy Dalton, and I feel like people dog him a lot. 10 years ago, he was drafted second round. Yep. First round in that draft was A.J. Green. Those two together made magic. The Bengals were a playoff contender, if not a playoff team, throughout their run. There was a couple bad years, and obviously injuries did them in the last 3 years.
The first 5 years or so, they were legit. No doubt.
I think 6, yeah. Because if you look, they were maybe the best tandem from, rookie seasons on. You don't see that often. So the point I'm making here is that's what I think the Bengals are trying to replicate here. But there's just something weird, and I know there's a lot going on in the league today, through these drafts, that old college teammates are teaming back up. LSU.
Oh, it's been a weird trend here. We got Burrow with Jamar Chase. We got Devontae Smith with Jalen Hurts. We have Tua
and
with Waddle.
It's weird, right?
It's such a weird trend.
And I'll be honest, if you go back,
and ETN, the Jaguars way too high for Travis Etienne. Love him in college, but he profiles as a third down back. And they were like, Trevor, who do you want? You know what? Things are going poorly in Jacksonville. Can I just say that? They're talking the same day of the draft. They're like, let's bring in Tim Tebow as a tight end. And then they're like, Trevor, who do you want us to draft? Draft my friend Travis. Okay.
I'll say this.
Want a lollipop, Trevor? I see it going poorly.
I like the pick for this reason. If that's really hey, we want him to have a binky, I'm cool with that. I'm okay with
you're thinking that's his underneath the defense guy.
Because here's what, if you remember when Andrew Luck came out, they took Cody Fleener. Why am I saying that name right?
Fleener.
Kobe, thank you. And they took him because he was his college tight end, one of his most targeted guys, in Stanford. So I'm okay with it. I know it's first round and you want to go, but the Jaguars aren't win now. This is a long-term thing. And as well of a running back James Robinson was last year, will that be a flash in the pan? Or if Etienne is a third down back, quote unquote, that's okay. As long as he can be a difference maker, as long as he can fulfill a James White.
My problem with that, though, Rossi, is that the Jaguars need someone that can have more of an impact on a game than a third down back right now. When you're trying to build from the bottom, you got to get dudes in there that can be every down guys. That's my issue. So unless they're turning him into an X, then I don't see it being an issue. I mean, I see it being an issue.
Yeah. Listen, I think this is the fun of the draft. There's pros and cons to all of these picks. If you're Dallas, what are you doing trading within your division? Cowards. Also, and obviously we know the draft's going on as we speak, so if you guys see anything you like, shout it out. We'll monitor. I'm just intrigued by my guy Ian Book out of Notre Dame, where he's going to end up. One thing I wanted to mention too is we're kind of just headlines kind of talk from the draft. Dude, I am so impressed by the Giants as well. This New York love I'm giving, as crazy as the Atlanta Falcons fumble. Oh, he is gone.
Wow.
Put the rocket on him.
We were so wrong about defenses.
I know, I should have went with one.
Anytime we short the defenses, there is a defensive touchdown in the first quarter.
That's crazy. So there we go. 135, 35, left to play. Atlanta, strip sack fumble. So I want to give a shout out to the Giants for this. A lot of people, first time we finally see the Giants trading back in the Gettleman era. Smart move, by the way. Still get some good quality players here. They get the receiver, Tony, a baller. They got him there. Now you got Galladay. You got John Ross, if he actually is able to allowed to go on the field again, because for some reason the Bengals put him in jail. They got some game changers. Yeah. But here's the thing they did, and in my opinion, I haven't seen anybody talk about this, and I'm sure there's enough talking heads in the world. You know what they got at first? The Bears, and I'm going to annihilate the Bears, so I apologize. Thank God Tate's not here, because the Bears are the dumbest franchise in football right now, but we'll get to that and why. But what you just saw the Giants do, Tommy Freespops, I'm going to make a prediction. Could be a spoiler. Everyone's talking about the assets that the Miami Dolphins are putting together for the eventual day that, oh my God, look at the Jets getting a running back. They get Michael Carter out of UNC.
Okay.
Woo! There we go. I'm telling you, Jets, nice.
Jets, Jets.
As I like to say, Jets 4-13. But I still like the draft. So everyone's been talking about the Dolphins gathering assets, but here is what the Giants just made the same move. They know the market they're in. Deshaun Watson, regardless off the field, whatever, will play more than likely, will probably be an NFL quarterback again. More than likely will not be for the Houston Texans after they make the move to draft a quarterback. And that was a really weird, that's their first draft pick of the entire draft in the third round, quarterback. They know. So I think that getting another first round pick next year, so they got two, the Giants, I think they're gearing up. So if Daniel Jones doesn't do the trick, or even if they could pull the trigger before, I think they're in the Deshaun Watson boat. And I think they're the team that would be more than likely to just say, what do you want? Take it all. Once everything's cleared, obviously.
I like where your head's at. I like this forward-thinking stuff. Look, someone's going to be in the market for him, right? He's too talented. Unless things go a certain way and the guy can't play again, which I could see happening, and that's a different conversation for a different day.
Mm-hmm.
He's too talented to not have an enormous market, Oh,
yeah.
So there's definitely teams quietly gearing up for that. There's no question.
Yeah, when I saw that trade, I'm like, why would the Giants, first of all, it's the first time Gettleman has ever traded in the draft in 9 years. So that's what made me go, something's up here. The Dolphins are the only other ones with this Deshaun Watson hope. Texans have basically saying, he's done. And you look around and you're like, who has obviously everybody would still take him, right? Most teams would still take Deshaun Watson, but everyone's kind of plugged in their players. Like the Bears, moving up for Fields. They trade up again. They traded twice. How are they letting Ryan Pace trade away future assets?
Well, so...
Oh, to the end zone.
True.
Gets his feet in, touchdown. Is that Parker? Oh, sticks on both sides. 1-11 to another 11. 2-2. Devontae Parker, first points here for the Miami Dolphins.
Pace is definitely GMing for his job right now.
I wouldn't allow... I'm telling you, he must have been... It's like going to a bank and asking for a loan when you're in debt. I don't know why this guy is able to trade away he's done two.
You see this all the time across sports though, right? When Stan Van Gundy was trying to save his job in Detroit, he's like, screw it, Blake Griffin, let's get him. Take on that deal. We all knew Blake Griffin was done and it was an awful deal, but Stan Van Gundy had to do something.
Yeah.
It happens across sports all the time.
But this one blows my mind. This one's really hard to watch because it's like Bears fans, I know you're excited today. And this is what I told. And Tate was on. Tate, our resident Bears guy. And I don't know if there's a Bears fan in the chat. Shout yourself out. I knew this would happen if they traded. They'd be excited now. But, like, if your team, theoretically, let's just play it out. Let's say they go 6 and, what would it now be? 9. Nice. Say they go 6
and... Well...
That's only 15.
11.
That's only 15.
6 and 11.
That's only 15 games.
Yeah.
They don't play 2 games somehow. But say 6 and 11. All right, we'll give them another one. Go 7 and 10. And they're middling, just missed the playoffs. We'll just say. And then next year you're trying to build around a young quarterback with 3 picks already gone, and your GM's likely still getting fired. Your coach, depending, probably getting fired. This was a big mistake for the future of this franchise. That's how I truly feel. I think that, like, I would be so questioning what is allowed to be done by Ryan Pace, because he's basically trading away future assets that he doesn't really care about, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm on a heater today, dude.
I love it, dude. You're coming out hot.
I haven't been on The Simpsons with you on Wednesday. There's so much.
That's right.
So much draft talk. Love it. Cheers, everybody, by the way.
Love it.
14-7 here in Simland. Simulated Atlanta Falcons with the scoop touchdown. Julio Jones got the other one from Matt Ryan, who's got 72. Tua, 91, and he had the dart to the end zone, front end zone. He's going to have a new weapon there with Waddle, but he hits his old weapon, Devontae Parker.
Stephen Boss saying, played all the 11 receivers today except Julio. So you only played one 11 receiver then.
Maybe he means in a classic for the next game. Will Seahawks have? Is DK? He's 11?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, maybe he was a part of a different type of lineup. And then for this game, that means you only got Devontae Parker.
Is it the Raiders? Is that who we get? No. Forget who we have. Who the Seahawks playing? I'm trying to think. It doesn't matter.
Browns.
So 11 on the Browns. Is that Jarvis Landry?
Is that Peoples Jones?
That was Jarvis.
No, Jarvis is 80.
Oh, that's right. Whatever.
We could look at a roster at some point.
I'll do it later. Stats good through one.
Not a priority right now.
No. Clemson Bruh says, Rossi, have you been talking with Urban Meyer in the Jags front office? ? You act like you know what you're... Wait, you act like you know why all their thoughts. I think you mean like... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make that. I'm not making fun of you. Listen, I don't write.
He's legitimately just trying to read it.
Yeah, more of the point is, no, I've not been talking. Dude, okay, this is my beef all the time, and I love you, Clemson, bro. Bring it in. And by the way, you should be loving this. You have a team to root for. The Jags, the Jacksonville Tigers.
Clemson is good.
The Clemson-Jacksonville
Fun
Tigers.
fact.
But I want to say this. No, I have not talked to them. Nobody does. Every sports show you watch and you listen to, it's all hypothesizing. That is what conversations are outside of calling the sim. So no,
you got to use context clues and look at history and look at the landscape of the league. Like that's how this works.
Like, I don't know anything about the Bears organization, but I'm pretty sure that Ryan Pace was on his hands and knees begging them to let him trade future assets, and they're dumb enough to be like, yeah, go for it. What are we doing?
Bongo saying Rossi looks like Tom's bad stunt double. People have said we look like brothers in the past. I don't see it.
No, neither do I. I think it's just because I think when Daniel, because the way he frames it, we're like, they can really see us, like, maybe facial structure could be.
Possible.
Oh, there it is. Drew drops it. Stephen Boss for the classic. Parker, Ruggs, Ross.
There you go. That's what it is. All bunch of 11s.
11s. Dorsett, 11. Oh, yeah. So Rossi, 11. Dorsett, Peoples-Jones, Ruggs. That's another one. Just Ralphie dropping a little 11s. Listen, I have to get this out of the way. I know you weren't happy. But the Patriots, here, we have yet to do it, dude.
Oh, yeah, you love Mac Jones. Give me why you love Mac Jones so much.
Again, it's not love, and there's another
You're all
nice
in.
catch.
You want to marry him.
Buenos dias from sunny California, says Twister over on Twitch. What's up, dudes? Love to hear that. Callie in the house, represent baby.
What's side?
There's Julio bringing it down into a 1st and goal at the 6, see if he can get another one. But for me, Mac Jones, by the way, no hot stuff for Rossi today, boys. I called it. I said they're not going to trade up for a quarterback, even though I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie, when it was like number 12, wherever the Giants had 12.
When the Bears traded up to 11?
Yeah, I was kind of, I wouldn't have minded that. But no assets given up. Here's why. Here's my thing. As a Patriots fan, don't have to go deep into it. The Patriots draft, not as sexy outside of the Mac Jones conversation, even though I like getting Barmore as a 2nd-round pick, projected as a top 20 pick. Just the New England Roll Tide.
Yep.
The Crimson Tide. So Mac Jones cost you nothing, freeze pops. All the two outside of the top 2 quarterbacks that were taken, is Gurley's not going to get there. You had the San Francisco 49ers draft the future. Mortgage the future to draft Trey Lance, that we were both wrong on. We both thought that was Mac Jones. Totally makes sense.
I'm happy I was wrong there, by the way. I think that was the right call by San Francisco.
Well, it absolutely was, because the whole reason Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't getting traded, you're like, why? Why would they not trade him? And now you get it. Like, Trey Lance is literally throwing about as many passes of high-spoken words in this sim, and there's a touchdown for Hayden Hurst. Big fella. There's your guy.
Love it. In my lineup. What's up?
That's going to separate us there. So I have Parker already with the score. You got Hurst now. We'll check scores at half.
We both got Julio.
And none of us have the defense. Hurst in this contest was captain in just 4.2, 35% owned. Shout out again to Daniel, our technical director, making us look smooth and everything running fine. And Drew, our producer, Joe and Ops. Thumbs up for them.
Yay.
I'm getting a couple push nodes. Let's see anything of excitement here. No Ian Book yet. Joe Douglas, 4 of his
Ian Book. You think he's getting drafted?
Oh, without a doubt. There's no doubt in my mind. I don't think he's a ready-made starter in the NFL, but I think he has, and I know this could be the team that drafts him too, but he reminds me a lot of like Mason Rudolph, but Mason Rudolph was drafted a little too early. He's got the intangibles, but it's going to probably need to learn under a good offensive coordinator for 3 years. I hope he goes to Tennessee. That's where I feel like he has a chance, because Tannehill in 2 years or whenever, that's the spot for him. Or the Browns, potentially, just because there's something. But Notre Dame and Browns don't have a good history from quarterback. Deshaun Kaiser, not so much. Brady Quinn, not so much. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, also
Deshaun Kaiser was actually someone I was slightly high on.
I think he was absolutely. I don't think he was put in a really bad spot in the NFL.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because I think
it was funny.
talented.
Brian Kelly, head coach at Notre Dame, a few weeks before the draft, I remember, was out there on national radio being like, "Yeah, I don't think he's ready." Never a great sign. Never a great sign.
Because he wanted him back. He's like, I still got a year. Get back here. That's what happened to Mark Sanchez. Barkley, I think. Barkley was a 4-year. Still might have had a year. The other thing but Deshaun Kaiser, drafted by the Browns, went to the Packers. And remember, he was the fill-in during that opening night for the Packers when Khalil Mack just was destroying the team and had that poor fumble on his first snap, and Mac just destroyed him. But I just felt like that was the moment was a little too big for him, and I don't know. He played big in Notre Dame, but anyways, we'll see what Ian Book ends up doing.
I think you should still have to eat the salsa.
Why?
Because they drafted a quarterback. Don't chicken out on this. Everyone was excited for it. You're gonna have to do it, dude.
How about this? Let the chat. If the chat wants me to take a few scoops, we'll give them until halftime. If we get a resounding yes, we want to see it's ghost pepper salsa. I'm not doing half a jar. I'll tell you right now because I won. But if you guys really want to see me put down a few, I am on the next sim, so could get interesting.
We're gonna make you do this, Rossi. And
only if the
I gotta be honest. I went out and I got some salsa on my own, same brand. I was going to enjoy it leisurely while you had your pain going. So I don't like this loophole that you're going with here.
It's not a loophole.
I know it's not a loophole, but I'm choosing to call it a loophole. And I think that you should feel pain on this Saturday.
Right away. Jordan Lindenbaum, which, by the way, shout out to Lindenbaum. Haven't seen you in a while, bud. Hope you're doing well.
Where were you?
I've been calling you out, and I'm like, where is he? But good to see you. He says, me too, Rossi. Eat the pepper. It's going to be salsa. Eat the pepper at the pepper. Lindenbaum. Zach Morris is trash says, hey, what's up with the 4 sims today? Okay, so little heads up. A lot of content here. Free pools going on. We have Kentucky Derby free pool we can get in, but there's going to be coverage of a little cornhole tournament, a little flags, or whatever you call them. A little corn. I don't know why I call them flags. That's not what anybody calls them. But yeah, there's going to be a tournament here. Bags, thanks.
Yeah, like
Drew.
It rhymed.
No, I honestly, I've known Drew before we got here. I can just feel his embarrassment on that one. Like just sitting there, be like, my lord, this guy's a moron.
I guess it would be cool if the bags had little flags attached to them, so as they, fly in the air, it's like, wee, you see it,
Don't help me. It's sad. Okay, a lot of people in on this. More than a few scoops. Wimp says Edmund. What? Turtles.
Salsa it up,
salsa.
homie. Says
homie.
It says Turtles won. Jay Duncan said, why do you think I got here early?
Oh, gee. All right.
Jay Duncan, I'm going to be hitting up Rosalita's later. Great Mexican place here in St. Louis. So I'm getting in the mood for the salsa spirit, baby.
A little early Cinco de Mayo with the freeze pops.
Yes, and I have Cinco de Mayo off too, so I might get a whole bunch of Mexican over the next.
Yeah, dude. Maybe we can FaceTime. We can FaceTime if you want. We can have salsa together.
Cinco de Mayo FaceTime.
Why not? Don't know what my schedule looks like Wednesday right now, but I'm definitely going to be making some sort of. I got these taco holders that look like dinosaurs somebody got me, so it's
have to celebrate. Last year when it was lockdown time, Morgan and I made some homemade nachos. But we found this recipe where you make the nachos with Doritos. Like those are the chips you use.
But what flavor? It's very important.
I think we did a mix of Cool Ranch and nacho cheese.
Oh, you guys live on the wild side.
And it was a delightful little nacho meal that we had here at the old apartment during the lockdown.
The casa. Drew goes, just brought me back to the Brighton control room where we work together. He said, you said on the air that I do slow turn in my chair. You look at me and I just say, bags? It's basically. Okay, I'm seeing everybody wanting me to do the salsa. All right.
You're doing it, bro.
All right, so we'll do it.
So you're just going to go straight scoops to the face, or are you going to use Tostitos scoops to the face, which is what I'm going to do?
I got no chips. Chipless. I'm going to go spoon, ghost pepper. I slacked all you
Michael
guys.
Chipless over here.
I actually went to the store Market Basket here.
Love Market Basket.
Oh, it's the other St. Brown going to the Lions, also having a nice little draft. Look at them.
You love the Lions.
They got Penne Sul, dude. They got the penne. That is
you see how fired up they were when they got him too? Their war room, they were all jacked up. They probably didn't think he was going to fall to 7.
He shouldn't have. If I was Dan Campbell, pants off, I'm showing up in a Speedo the next day because there's no reason. One of the best lineman prospects in like the last 10 years should be out there at that point. Nice pass there. Ryan under 2 minutes to play.
Kenny's therapist, formerly James Farrell, saying, hey, Rossi and Freeze Pops, today marks 3 months of sobriety. Congratulations, Kenny. That's hard, man. Good for you, buddy.
Standing O, by the way. Standing O from me. And all of us. We're all standing.
Excellent.
Love that. Huge shout out to you, James, man. That's huge. Keep it going, my friend. We're all here for you. We all got your back. If you need us, slide in them DMs. All right?
Absolutely. Always
got your back. Nice catch there by Gurley. Everyone give it up. Smash that thumbs up for sobriety.
Heck yeah,
right?
baby.
For our guy James Farrell. That's huge. Love that. Woo!
Again.
I'm fired up. Hold on. Varder says, Rossi, you the man. It's not a loophole. It's called like it was. Don't give in, Rossi. Thank you, but dude, I'll be honest. What's the worst that can happen? I'm not doing this half a jar. I'll tell you that. How
many spoonfuls should you do as many spoonfuls as there has been touchdowns?
No. Let's slow down. First of all, there's only
he's putting his foot on the gas. Put it on the brakes. I should say, taking his foot off the gas. That's what I meant to say.
During the third quarter break, I'll take down 2 spoonfuls to start and see how I feel.
Okay. Third quarter break. Got it.
So at halftime,
he's giving himself an out here because if it goes poorly for him, then I'm only solo for the fourth quarter.
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna leave. It's like some people when you get your second Fauci ouchie, I'm basically taking that next day off of work. I don't know if I'll not feel good or not, but it's kind of a theme. So I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna take it. So as soon as I take those 2 spoonfuls, I'm going to go in the Slack, guys, I don't know. And then I'm like, I don't know if I can do the 2. I'm just kidding. I'm a gamer, baby. I'm like the bullpen guy.
Built differently.
Yeah. Outwork everyone. Eric Stern says, I was sober this morning. Well, hey, everyone's got their, listen, congrats on that too. But really, huge shout out, James, like all jokes aside. But
awesome
while we
stuff,
have,
buddy.
Before we get to the half, I just want to finish that Mac Jones thought. Moral of the story was this. Felty at 15 as the Patriots. Didn't have to trade any assets. Literally no risk. And I'm getting crushed on Twitter when I tweeted this. Like, I have former colleagues. That's a touchdown there. Yeah, it's Calvin Ridley into the end zone for a touchdown.
I never roster him, and I feel like I should.
I also had him, and I changed him out for, I think I changed him with Parker, and I took Grant out. It like reformatted the whole thing because I didn't have Breida in originally either. But nice catch there. Nice touch pass by Matt Ryan. All very good, looking good.
Jay Duncan says he's going to the kitchen right now for some chips and queso in solidarity.
Oh, my dude, is it Mrs. Renfro's, the hottest ghost pepper queso, the spiciest thing you'll ever smell?
So they had that at the farmer's market yesterday, and I was tempted to buy it. But then I remembered.
Dude, don't. It's by far the most painful thing I've ever. And it was like 2 scoops, sweating. Cassie says, I'm all in for sobriety, left alcohol alone 3 years ago. Love it.
Hey, there you go. Another clap for you.
Yeah, everybody.
3 years.
David,
still tough.
Doesn't matter what we're talking about, any form of anything that makes you feel like you're doing the right thing for your life, we're all in. I don't care if you cut carbs, drinks, whatever, as long as you're here with the DK Sim fam, trying to have some fun, that's all it's about.
Hell yeah.
All I know is I look over, CEH just says on Twitch, I never go in a porta potty, period. I don't know where the conversation started, but I'll tell you right now, I'm a quite often user of a porta potty.
Yeah, if I'm at a concert and I got to go, sorry. Yeah. It is what it is.
One time, dude, I was leaving a Patriots game when I was a kid. Some dude went in the porta potty. Some POS just knocked it over.
Well,
to this day.
While you were in it?
No, I wasn't in it. I saw a guy go in it.
Oh, my God.
Got knocked
I was going to
over.
say, I'm surprised you're here today.
Oh, no. If that was me, I don't know what to do in those situations. Like, you want to say, I'll just fight him and all that stuff. But a party is also going to be like, I just have, God knows what all over me. I think I just need to go.
Oh, yeah. I would
hope a friend would be the one.
I'm getting sick thinking about it.
Yeah, I felt it was really bad. That's if you're ever going to be that guy, don't. In life, anything.
Think about it again.
Yeah, just always think, what if that was you? That's all I always think about.
Right.
Like little goofy things like calling somebody and pranking him, or how Glash is like the Mo of Mo's Tavern in The Simpsons here in streams, just says everything you put out there. That's fine. That's funny. But do you
see what he did last night?
Oh, I had babysitter Billy text me at 12:30 at night. I woke up to it. I woke up to 2 texts, one from you and one from babysitter Billy. By the way, my phone, my iPhone, I have you in there. My iPad says maybe Ari. Maybe.
Do you know someone from Rhode Island named Ari?
Dude, I have no idea what that is.
Do you have a lot of 401 numbers texting you?
Not that I can think of. But the iPhone and iPad.
Yeah, sometimes it guesses.
Yeah.
Weird.
Oh, here we go.
Andrew, who is she? Who is Ari?
Seriously.
Another woman.
I was getting all excited. I'm like, Ari's texting. What did she say? Hey, it just said, hey, dude, I was up late. I made the contests. I'm like, ooh, baby, talk dirty. 26 seconds for me.
That's bed talk right there.
It sure is. El Bongo says, I made a mistake of eating a little orange pepper on a dare out of the garden fresh. Fire, fire, fire emojis. Yeah, dude.
Jason Page saying got over 12 years clean and almost 3 years sober.
Hell yeah,
baby.
Let's go, Jason. Love you, man. Deep pass. Nice catch there. Oh, ball comes. Is it knocked loose? It was. Good D there by the usually horrid defense for the wonderful, great Atlanta defense. But I'm going to wrap up this Mac Jones thing finally. No risk. If he stinks, say stinks out loud.
No, I'm not even going to let you. I'm done. Okay. We've gone too long. No risk? What do you
Zero
mean no risk?
Okay, this is where people think they don't understand what risk means. You didn't trade anything. You didn't do it. It was just your spot to draft. 3 quarterbacks were taken the first round in their spot to draft, and you didn't have to stink out loud to get them. If the Patriots made the playoffs last year, Mac Jones still probably would have been there. So for me, none, zero, zilch, no risk. You did nothing to change your draft position. You did nothing to commit. Yeah, you got him for 4 years, 5th-year option. If he's good, if this works. If it doesn't, Josh Rosenham, see ya, dude. Can't play in the pros? We'll be seeing ya. It is a genius move. Again, all teams that are taking quarterbacks in the first round, like that's the reason why 5 went in reality. Because we've seen that you don't have to live.
The model has
without.
changed.
Absolutely. And I will just say, again, Bears fans, bear down on some bad future.
Okay. The Bears trading up at the price that they did, I believe, and again, I didn't talk to Bill Belichick about this. I believe it's because the Patriots were driving up the price.
More than likely, especially where the Giants, who they have a relationship.
When Fields started falling, and you read all the tea leaves of the draft season, all these mock drafts, guys that actually do talk to these GMs had the Patriots with Fields at some pick somewhere, right? Like there was links there all over the place. So when I see the Bears give up what they gave up to get to 11, it tells me that Belichick and the Brain Trust were trying to move up to get there because they wanted Fields. They didn't get what they wanted. Bears overpaid because they needed a quarterback too. They've needed one since Sid Luckman. And now...
Yeah, honestly, I thought about this. We talked about so many times with Mount Rushmores. If Fields, without even taking a snap, and we talked about this with Dalton, they're both obviously Mount Rushmores already. Yeah. It's what, Cutler, McMahon?
Of quarterbacks, for sure.
Yeah, quarterbacks, sorry.
So I was saying this when we had the Bears the other day. I've had the Bears multiple times this week. Mitchell Trubisky is the 4th best quarterback in Bears history.
Like, don't you believe, let's just say Dalton has a Pro Bowl season. And I know it's knee-jerk reaction. Mm-hmm. Isn't he almost already like above Trubisky potentially? Like
I think
really
so.
Good year?
Yes. If Dalton plays at Dalton's peak, yeah, he's the 4th best quarterback in Bears history next year. No question.
I like it. Oh, by the way, a little breaking news. Aaron Rodgers at the Kentucky Derby today. Good luck. Good luck,
I saw
dude.
Ian Rappaport tweeted something the other day. He was like, Aaron Rodgers will be heading to the Kentucky Derby this weekend. You can't start a tweet like that when all the drama's swirling and people,
he looks like
their breath the first half of the sentence.
He looks like an absolute goon. You should see this hat. He has like a cowboy. He looks like Charlie Chapman.
Is he with his fiance, Shailene? I like that couple, by the way.
Yeah, weirdos.
They're both weird, exactly.
Couple weirdos teaming up.
Couple of weirdos.
Yeah, he's there. Mrs. Brady Quinn's sister's there with what's his face? AJ Hawk. I don't recognize these other guys offhand, but yeah. Woo.
Mrs. Brady Quinn's sister. Yeah, how about when Ohio State and Notre Dame played in the Fiesta Bowl way back in the day? And she had the split jersey.
The best
Me
split
and my friends
jersey.
we still make fun of that to this day in our group chat.
I said I want to own 3 split jerseys. The one that Nelly had with the half Ravens, half Giants from the Super Bowl halftime show. That Brady Quinn sister jersey. And when Mrs. McCourty at the time had a splitter jersey when the Patriots played the Browns. I think it was the Browns.
Well, he was on the Titans most of his career, so it probably was
Titans.
The Titans. Yeah.
But I thought, whatever. Any of them.
He played 1 season in Cleveland, I believe.
Yeah, and they didn't win. Again.
Any games, 0.
And then he came to the Patriots and won the Super Bowl. Good on him.
That's pretty cool.
Cool story.
I remember when they signed him, I was like,
it was jacked. It was jacked.
No, I wasn't. I was like, he just came from a bad situation in Cleveland, tells me that he was on his way out. I was dead wrong. Great player.
Yeah, and he made basically the play that won the Patriots the Super Bowl defensively. Tracking down that pass to Brandon Cooks in the end zone and just walloping him.
Underrated play.
And Super Bowl was interesting. Not a lot of like highlight plays, mostly defensively, which was awesome in a lot of ways. Congo Cab, drinking a whole gallon of Kool-Aid? That's what's up, Rossi. Sure, I'll go with that. It's technically some BCAAs up in this mo.
There you go.
And there's a flavor in there too, like one of those water packets. Jabril Cox are off the board to the Cowboys. Look at them get another. Their linebacking core is going to be. Yeah, some diluted salsa, says Daniel. Yeah, that's what I'm taking it. Yeah, I will do the salsa in the next break. Going back to the linebacking core for the Cowboys right now.
I don't know why they're spending so much capital on linebackers. And I know that they have guys that are sort of aging out or like have been injured so much they're like, all right, I'm ready to move on, but
it's not moving on. It's just,
I think
Sean Lee's done.
And Jalen Smith has had a lot of injury problems.
Not as much as Van Der Esch, though. There's the guy.
And that's the other guy, Van Der Esch, who's when he's healthy is fantastic, but he's just been so injured.
So if those four are on the field, obviously it depends on what you think of Cox, but they got Parsons.
Right.
Boy, that front seven now looking mighty dangerous. Secondary.
And that's what I'm wondering, why they're not bolstering their weakness.
My guess, honestly, is they're looking at this division. If you can get pressure on these quarterbacks, might be more important than like just have them throw off. Like Daniel Jones, not the most accurate quarterback. Jalen Hurts, we'll see what that does. They're going to need to match the speed as it looks like he's going to be the start, even though they drafted a quarterback, so we'll see. And then you have, Fitzpatrick.
Fitzmagic.
Sure. Let's see if he can do that. So I think that's the way they look at it. Like, it's a win now and then, maybe gather more assets as they go. Oh, yeah, they did get a cornerback, El Bongo. I know they did, but what's his name? They actually have kind of a ball hawk guy. Was it the guy?
They were probably mad that they didn't get Surtain, so they were like, all right.
Well, that's why they traded.
Trading back.
Yeah, and they only traded back, 2 spots?
Yeah. Picked up a few assets. I actually didn't mind it. I just like being mean to the Cowboys because it's fun.
No, please, it is. America's punching bag.
Yep. Jerry Jones kind of looks like a punching bag.
Looks like a couple other things I can't say here either. Because Sean Lee's cleats are huge to fill. You're right, James. You're right. I like it. Oh, Steph Curry and Seth Curry's mom split a jersey. I guess I haven't seen that one, Orlando. You can tweet at Jason D. Rossi if you have Twitter. Or at Instagram. You can tag me in something if you want me to
Have you
it.
tried to find the Hawk Quinn split jersey on the what a catch.
Volleyball. Called it. Intercept. Nice job there by Atlanta's D. Just tipping it in the air. Goes right into the hands. I think that's Wilson on the catch.
Amazing.
Have I actually tried to purchase it?
Have you? Yeah. Can you find that anywhere online?
I think when it first came out, there was some like crazy small or like something out of different countries somewhere, like some Asian company potentially creating some stuff because there's a lot of those like knockoff things. But
of course, I've bought from those websites like 2009jerseys.eu.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
By the way, dude, I bought a Tebow jersey on one of those sites.
Oh, yes. It come in wicked small.
The arms only. It fit like a glove, XL arms. I think maybe that's how Tebow, maybe he made it because maybe that's how he looks so buff. Drew, our producer.
Yeah, those jerseys are so hit or miss on the sizes.
Oh, yeah.
I remember I got like three.
One of the worst.
I got 3 awesome basketball jerseys from China, and they came in and they were labeled as 2Xs, and they came in at easily mediums or smalls, honestly. But they said 2X on it, but it clearly wasn't.
You got to be careful with those.
So I just gave them to my friends who were, that sizes, and they were all like, "Oh, this is sick." I'm like, "Yeah, enjoy." I spent like $100 on these.
Daniel says they were Asian 2Xs, different measurements.
It's true. Honestly,
that
like
is
if
true.
if you buy a 2X T-shirt in another country, it's straight up so much smaller. People are smaller outside of the U.S. Fact.
For the most part, yes.
We are a large country of large people.
Nate doing a little rate game. It says, rate my afternoon slate. Matt Ryan, Gurley, Chubb, Ridley, Lockett, Metcalf, Hurst, Julio, defense Atlanta.
I'll give you a B.
Yeah, right now I'm giving you an A because Ridley has scored, Hurst has scored, Julio Jones has scored, Atlanta's D. Gurley's your only holdback, and that ball incomplete. Good D there by Atlanta, so there you go. You'll save yourself some more points. Matt Ryan obviously connecting on those 3 touchdowns, so Nate, you're off to a hot start, kid. See if you can get Gurley in there. Let's see. What else is going on here? Just kind of checking what everyone's saying. He said, I had a friend who, Turtle once, says, I had a friend that tried to drink a gallon of Hawaiian Punch. He got near the end, but had his fill. He had a little reversal of fortune, I guess. Well, gotta be careful with that stuff. You're not Badlands Booker who like took down soda in like 6 seconds the other day. It's disgusting.
Love Badlands. Favorite eater outside of Joey Chestnut?
No, Chestnut stinks. I said it. I'm all about Matt
Chestnut
Stoney.
is a beast.
He's a beast, all right. First time says, Rossi, you changed your shampoo. You smell nice today.
Oh, thank you.
Appreciate you, dude.
Do you have live chat or top chat on?
Oh.
Get into the live chat, baby.
Thank you. Nothing changed when I hit. Oh, no, there is a. Let's see, like, why is that one? Executive Sessions had a bunch of emojis, and I didn't see that a minute ago.
There you go.
Nate says, yeah, I wasn't too thrilled with Gurley. Didn't see any other matchups I liked. But, dude, you still have a quarter and a half here. So, Gurley, you know, they're getting the ball here.
There's still time. They have the lead. We might see them start pounding away with Todd.
Jesse says, I did the gallon of milk challenge in high school. Gross. It's like not humanly possible, I thought. I thought our body...
No, I think it's you drink as much of the milk as you can before you throw up.
Don't use those words. I'd rather hear
before you projectile.
Yeah, or just say reversal of fortune, my favorite term in the history of mankind. Got that from competitive eating. That's what they say. No reversal of fortune, or you're disqualified.
That guy, George Shea, is like the best. That dude that wears like the carnival barker outfit and is just screaming.
No, obviously, I watch a lot, but I feel like his brother's not around anymore.
I only would watch the hot dog eating contest every year, so that's sort of my extent.
I'm pretty sure they have twin brothers. Like, maybe unless my
that's hilarious.
Yeah, but like the other one I haven't seen. It's like when, you know, Ryan Seacrest and Dunkelman there in the first season of, whatever it's called. It's gone. Sitting only at 64 likes right now. What's going on? All right, here's the deal. I'm not going to lie. Next 3 minutes, let's get up to 100 likes, and I'll do the salsa. I'll take down a lot more than I was promising.
Wow.
Everybody hit the like, or I'm not doing it, and I don't care. 100 likes. If you want to see me make an absolute mess of myself, my family be absolutely embarrassed by me, and my face turned as red as an apple.
Oh, man. I love it.
And of course,
I will also eat this delicious green salsa from Mrs. Renfro's that I purchased. It's hot. It's made from jalapenos, a much more manageable pepper to take down. Still like spicy.
Smooth. No, it's not.
It's spicy.
Please. You're gonna lose our likes here by you drinking basically.
I'm gonna eat one right now just because I'm mad at you.
It's like
and I got Tostitos scoops.
Must be nice. He's like having fun. But smash that like, or I'm not. I'm telling you, I'll take the ghost pepper sauce and throw it out the window.
Ah, spicy.
Oh please, 30-something likes away. Smash it. Scotty Too Hottie, Turtles, Brian. Let's go. I already smashed the like, I believe. Let me just.
I did too.
Yes. So I see 83. Nice jump. Let's go. 17 away. Executive session. Smash it, baby. Says Tom and Rossi, best combination. Pure entertainment. Thanks, man.
Love it.
Congo.
Get your popcorn ready.
Chris. Cena. Jesse. Nate. Let's go. I don't know how to say that name. Tran. I'll go with Tran. Then I'm going to say your first name. Gio. Go with that. We're
getting close, baby. 5 away.
Smash it. I want it all. Patriots have taken running back. I don't know how to say his. Shadamore Stevenson out of Oklahoma. So they have taken 2 players from Oklahoma.
I would say that you pronounce that Ramondre.
Don't talk to me like that. I'm very sensitive. We are 1 like away. Smash it.
Boom, done. You're eating it, baby. Triple digits. Let's go. Thank you guys for getting in and doing that. It really does bum me out that you didn't just do that right away. As soon as you sign in, hit the thumbs up. But regardless, I'm glad we got there.
I got one more. I got a caveat. Ready for this one?
Yeah.
I see 5 dislikes. I don't know who's here, who did it. Take those away. If I don't see that, at least 2. I want no more than 2 because I can't guarantee everyone's still here. If you cowards that are disliking it, take him away or I'm not eating that salsa.
Did we get another Falcons score here before the half? Are they going to use, before the fourth quarter?
Hold on.
I guess it doesn't matter.
Hold it down for a second. I got to go get the salsa. But take those, if I come back and it's 5 dislikes, I'm sitting on the toilet. Not doing it. I don't know why that has to do anything.
All right. Rossi is concocting something over here. Looks like the clock's going to run out on the Falcons. And it's the end of the third quarter here. 28-10. We have the dislikes have gone up, by the way. So Rossi, good job. You have forced people to hit the down vote because you were calling for them to take away their down votes. You should have seen that coming. But we are at 106 likes. Therefore, it's time for you to eat the salsa. While he's not here, I'll show you the salsa I'm eating. Mrs. Renfro's jalapeno green salsa.
Oh,
they have moved her face to the back of the jar. Not happy about it.
Oh, wait a minute. I go over to YouTube.
Yeah, you missed it. That people started throwing you the dislike because you were crying about the dislikes. Bat, you should have seen that coming a mile away, Rossi. Mile away.
Oh, one just got taken away. Let's take away the dislikes. What are you guys, Emersons? Bunch of Emersons in here?
Here we go. All right. Green salsa.
Oh, greens, please. Look at that lightly and delicious. Wow, my hair looks great in this, huh? Here it is.
Very good stuff.
Ghost pepper salsa. One of the hottest salsas you'll ever have.
Mrs. Renfro's is great, guys. If they have it near you, go get it. Oh, you can just smell the heat there.
Okay, so this is a big spoon, by the way. Look at this spoon. I know you can see my screen. Ooh, it's
huge. The size of your head.
Oh, so yeah, it's literally like, this is not a tablespoon. This is a tablespoon. Oh, okay. My wife, as I'm walking downstairs, goes, "Don't do anything that's going to hurt yourself." I said, "Well, too late." That's a meaty little spoonful. I can't.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to bring it a little bit closer so you guys can see. I don't know how.
Okay. No, that's a legit spoonful right there.
Now,
Godspeed, buddy.
I'll see you on the other side. Oh.
Right away.
Woo!
Pain right away.
Yeah, water doesn't help. I forgot. Okay.
Yeah, it makes it worse, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's real hot.
Okay.
At least one more here. Whew. Okay.
How's it feel?
Real hot.
Okay.
Don't rub your eyes, says Drew. Thanks. Oh boy.
Go with a meteor. Go meteor on this one.
Meteor. Look at this. Look at the bottom.
Yeah, that's meaty. That's meaty.
Look how thick this is.
Yeah. Get in there. That's multiple C's of thickness here.
Ooh, second one didn't feel as bad.
Yeah, it's because you're still dealing with the pain of the first.
Don't touch my eyes, he said. Wow. Woo! All right, one more. I'll do one more. And then we can do maybe one more at the end.
Okay.
I'm sweating so bad right now. Just forehead. Just straight forehead. All right, here we go.
Oh, yeah. This is not going well for you. By the way, my salsa is delightful.
Yeah, screw up. By the way, some people do this as a diet. Like this is really going to speed up my metabolism for the day, so I can eat like 5 pounds of. Look at that! Look at that thick.
Oh yeah,
that's a couple C's in that.
That's thickness. A dripper. That's a dripper.
All right, here we go for you guys. Listen, DK Simfam, I did not have to do this, and I shouldn't be doing this, but we have a bunch of bullies on the back end, so. Whew. Let's get to the fourth. Oh. Third one hurt. Oh, it hurt.
Good for you, buddy.
I'm like a dragon. Oh, I'm like that dragon.
Describe the pain as we head here into the fourth quarter.
It's just a lot of heat. Has my face gotten a lot redder? It feels like it has. Ooh.
Bring your face closer. Yeah, a little bit.
See that like perspiration in my wrinkles?
Forehead. Yep, you're sweating
very
a little
glistening.
bit.
Woo. Oh. Twister says, don't stop till your eyes bleed, Rossi. Have mercy. Oh. Joseph Clark says, got my LOL. Oh, man. Oh, Lindenbaum says one more. If I... my lips are starting to tingle.
How about we come up with some sort of bet here for what would make you have to do one more here for the fourth quarter? Like at the end of the fourth quarter. If the Dolphins come back and win...
3 touchdowns. How about 3 touchdowns?
3 touchdowns this quarter?
2 touchdowns. I'll give you
2 tuds. 2 tuds. Okay.
Yeah, Patrick, I feel that. I'm not repeating it, but I feel it. Oh, and you know what's weird? I had yogurt earlier. I should have saved it because that's actually a coolant. Like
good
any
cooling
dairy
agent.
Oh, chew it up, Rossi. Don't swallow it. Just pizza, man.
This sauce is delicious.
Yeah, you're like enjoying yourself there. I'm rubbing my knees and I'm just sweating. Good thing I didn't shower yet.
Oh, what a great Saturday.
Not feeling it right now. Free Percy says he's in for a rough night then. It could be. Almond milk. Yeah, I have almond milk upstairs. Oh.
Julio with his 3rd tud.
Yeah, good for him.
3rd or 2nd?
Woo,
3rd.
2nd.
2nd.
It's coming off. Oh, I have to take the headphones off. Everything's sweating.
Rossi is losing layers as we speak. He took off his hat. His headphones are off. He almost took his shirt off.
I might
Rossi is in real pain here. He's turning legit red.
I'm not in pain, I'll be honest. It's just getting to the point where my body's just like reacting. So like the top of my head is sweating profusely. My cheeks are sweating, but there's some water on your face, Andrew. No, I'm going to gut it out here. I'm going to gut it out.
Yeah.
I feel like if I get up, because here's the thing, Drew. If I get up, I don't know if I want to come back.
Fair. Totally fair.
It's like if you run, like if you guys have run anything, or any challenge, forget about it. Like anything physically, like once you stop, it's hard to get back. It's like dancing. Like as a white guy, it's like dancing. Once I stop moving, then you realize it's embarrassing. You're just going to sit down and like eat cake at the wedding.
You're so much pain. I love it.
It's just a lot going on, dude. It's just a lot.
Yeah. The great thing about when you eat spicy things is everyone reacts so differently. Like, the way that you're handling it physically is so different than someone else would handle it physically. Like, it's so unique to that person.
Sure. I'll take it. I don't know, dude. I challenge a man to take down 3 scoops of that and not have any... Oh, my son. I can hear my son crying. He must be feeling my pain through.
He knows his daddy is dealing with pain.
And that's real. This is a back. You know what? I should have done this in the beginning to have time, because now what am I doing after this? Probably going to be like hanging with
You should take a shower between sims.
I already planned it. I don't know if I can put the headphones back. It's sweaty. Like, whew. My head is so warm. Look at that.
Yeah, you definitely need a whole outfit change, shower. Like, you need to do one of those situations where you hop in the shower and, like, open your mouth in the shower. Bah. You know?
Shout out to the fam. We appreciate all the likes that are coming in, but it's actually a sad sight.
Yeah, Rossi is in a lot of pain here.
You have to eat spicy salsa to get the likes. The internet is undefeated. They just want pain or people stupid things.
You have to earn everything you get on this platform.
I guess so. Might just make YouTube videos of me eating hot things.
Yeah, I mean, there's a guy that has a whole show about it, Hot Ones.
Yeah, I know, but I'm not him, and I'm not doing it. Oh, whew.
Sean Evans.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where now my body's just like move around, but I'm gonna hang in there. Whew. Lips are
good for you, buddy.
Lips are. I'm not having another scoop. Not doing it. Maybe next sim 1, but not doing it to the end of this.
You know what? I love you too much to. I don't want you to do it anymore.
Whew.
Like you're really, I can tell, like you're really feeling this.
Yeah, I gotta blow my nose. Let's see if it comes.
Okay, here's the question now then.
Yeah.
Why do they make this? Who eats this?
I'll be honest. It's really good if you in like. So I usually put this on like eggs, right? So I'm a big egg guy.
You do 1 scoop on the egg.
You put not those big scoops either. I'm doing a tablespoon, teaspoon.
A teaspoon.
So you spread it over, like, so I'll make like an omelet, flip it over, get your cheese, pour it on top. But then usually you either have like a sour cream or an avocado as a balance, right?
Balances it out.
Got it. Okay. Same thing when I talked about.
So no one's eating straight tablespoons of that to the face. You're taking a teaspoon and you're spreading it across a large surface area.
Yeah, food. Yeah, like if I made nachos with that before, it's delicious in doses, right? Like,
yeah.
Right now, that was, I don't know, that was a lot. I have executive sessions. I have a whole new respect for Rossi's dedication to us. Ducey, Emerson, Matt, etc. The bar has been raised. Nah, dude, don't make people do this stuff. I'm trying to read some of this stuff. I don't even know. I'm DEFCON 1, Jay Duncan. I wish I'd give you a second life for the performance today. Thank you. Honestly, it's me and Freeze Pops, dude. We bring out the best in each other. It's not just me eating salsa.
And look, hey, you guys got to respect what I'm doing over here, eating this jalapeno sauce.
Oh, my God. Oof. It's amazing. The likes happen when you have friendly hosts who seem like they like their job in the chat and the game. Carbon?
Huh.
Woo. Here we go, Tua. Trying to bring them back here, down by 25 points. Who we got?
Can I give you an Adam Kaufman take that's been really grinding my gears for like the last 12, 13 hours?
I was really hoping we wouldn't talk about anybody I hate. No, I'm kidding. I like Kaufman. Yeah, what do you got?
He ranked the young quarterbacks in the AFC East, and he had Tua last. Meaning Mac Jones is third.
Hard to argue, though, for this one reason. Oh, that's going to be a stop. Atlanta's defense.
That's ball game, folks.
Here's the reason I believe it's hard to argue is because he's the only one we've seen that's only really played decent at best as an overall product, right? And also, if you've watched any of the Miami games, I saw 3 of them, he didn't play as bad as you think. He's just a rookie, and they did things to put him in position. And don't forget, the rap with him right now, and the reason he's getting all this crap is because Fitzpatrick came in 1 games when he started, right?
Yep.
So, like, I think we got to give him a little bit of a break. I think we need to stop with this, like, Tua's horrible, Tua stinks, can't play. Guy came off an injury to play last year, A. And B, like, he really much could be a very talented quarterback that somehow, let's say Deshaun Watson, let's play the game, goes there in this offseason somehow. Let's just play the game out. He might go to the Texans or go to another organization and have success. So
I'm right there with you, dude. I am all in on buying Tua stock right now.
I'm not ready to like buy in, but I'm not ready to be like, oh, he's buy
stock is low, baby. Get in while it's buy low. That's what I was always told.
I'm gonna get some of those NFTs of Tua. Which, by the way, I have no idea what all this stuff is.
No one knows
NFTs, Top Shots, all that stuff. When LaMarca was hot on it, when it first, like, I feel like it first was happening, everyone talks about it in the chat, especially Twitch. I used to let LaMarca go all Christian DeAndrea for like 40 minutes. I'd be like, just talk.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just sit this one out. Which, by the way, huge shout out to Christian. I don't know when his next sim is. I'm guessing it's early Monday, just on a hunch. I know I'm with him on, I think on Wednesday at 6. I have him right before our Cinco de Mayo FaceTime date.
Yes.
And I'm honestly just going to ask him about 3 players. He's going to run down their entire collegiate career, and it's going to be, the sim will be over. And I'm so excited for it. But that kid, honestly, and I said this, there's a few people we both worked in and work in the industry. Even DraftKings, this is part of the industry, right? Of the media and like sports.
For sure.
Christian deserves, he needs, I need him to have a place to just let all, like, aside from the post route.
The post-routes.substack.com. I got there at some point.
Jeez. Interception there. Again, huge day for the Atlanta defense.
Yeah, we were so wrong.
No, we were huge.
Shocking.
But yeah, I think Christian needs, I need him, I want to like help him find a spot. I need him on like a CBS Sports or somewhere that they just like go all in on the. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did you struggling over there with your sweet?
No, just getting a little stretch in, you know.
Oh, okay. I thought you were hurting from your.
No, I'm actually having a delightful meal here.
Sorry, I'm just writing something here. Don't even care to tell in the chat. Listen, I
agree with you though. DeAndrea is
super.
Dude's an encyclopedia, man.
Like, he tells me things, and I'm like, first of all, why do you know this? Second of all, and it's not. It used to be all Vanderbilt because that's like his school, right? Just making sure here, folks in the back. I don't believe it, but I'm just seeing it enough, so I can never know when I'm in on the joke or not. Okay. Just making sure, Drew. Just appreciate you. The salsa's the ghost pepper to the brain right now. You know what I'm saying?
Glass was not suspended.
Okay, well, I really didn't know. Once the chat gets to that next level, I'm like, oh, maybe something happened. Yeah, look at that. Just fourth wall breaking. Yeah, there you go. Never mind. Sorry, he was.
Oh wait, no, yeah, he was.
Unbelievable. Chuba Hubbard. Chuba.
He's a good player. I think he'll be a good pro.
Chuba. Yeah, I can't get over this Aaron Rodgers pick. You guys got to check it out. It's all over Twitter. Ian Rappaport retweeted something. Looks like a fool. Oh, Granny Carroll retweeting you. She's on Twitter.
Oh, that's my mom.
Oh, Mom, I didn't know. But did you say your grandma watches these?
My grandma watches, but my mom is
on Twitter.
My mom's on the socials.
Let me get on. She's getting a follow.
There you go. Mom of Julius. Oh, Gurley! Almost gets
Almost.
In. Yeah, Julius was our former family cat that she has continued to have as the social handles. Mom of Julius. It's a great Twitter handle.
First of all, huge shout out to your mom, not only for dipping into this cesspool of Twitter, but like representing, loving that she's a mom. Love it. Mom
she just finds ways to spy on me.
Early into the end zone. Where are you? Was it Nate? I already forget who we talked about with their lineup because my brain has melted since. But you
ghost pepper brain melt.
Yeah, seriously. James Farrell said Rossi was 4'3", 280. Now he's 4'3", 167.
By the way, I just want to give the wooden nickel to Julio Jones now.
Oh yeah, you can give away all your awards, dude. I don't even care what happens from here on out.
Wooden nickel, Julio Jones, congratulations. And Matt Beretta going to get the Babysitter Billy Award.
Yeah.
Whole lot of stinking up the place today.
Yeah. I have so much sweat in my hair. I hate that. Makes me feel like I literally just like did a little workout. Wait till you guys see this at the end. I'm going to look like I probably did like about like a 5-minute like not like crazy workout, like my whole body isn't sweating, but like I'm probably gonna look like I did like I don't know, like a 5-minute body weight.
Like you went on a light jog.
Yeah, maybe no, a little more. Maybe like I did like a couple wind sprints.
You ran like around the track twice. You did like a half mile.
Yeah, and I just booked it. Whew. Yeah, sorry to hear about Glash, everybody. So hopefully we'll get him back. I know, DraftKings holds a high standard, so he'll probably be back at some point this week, but not sure yet. We'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, sorry for saying he wasn't suspended earlier. I was wrong.
No pay. Yeah, that's okay. You're sticking up for your boy. Yeah, it's all the Hawks' fault. I'm not saying it. I'm not saying anything. I don't know any. I don't trust myself. First I play Fortnite says, he says, the new form of cardio, eat spicy salsa. If you want to sweat.
And, the other thing. Number 2.
That's not a form of cardio, you monster.
No, but it'll help you, get stuff out.
What the hell's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you?
Helps clear the system.
Of course, we're talking about, he said cardio. That's not cardio. Unless you have
but
unless you got one of those little steppers. Instead of using a, what is that product called?
But cardio, weight loss,
No.
You're losing pounds when you're on the toilet.
Technically not true. Technically not true. I don't know how it works. If that was true, I'd be about 5 pounds. Trust me on that. Raise your heart rate, so it's cardio. Yeah, see? So
Yeah, get out of here with that.
You get out of here.
I'm going to eat more salsa.
Oh. Waffle says, what happened to Flash? No, sorry. Flash got suspended.
We can't talk about it.
You really shouldn't be saying this much. I'll just say that.
That's why I said he didn't get suspended. I was trying to cover it up.
Here's the pass. Incomplete. 9 seconds.
Rossi, is your Slack notification not muted?
No, because I took my headphones off. And I don't care. I'm not putting them back on yet. And I'm not muting it. Because I'll probably miss something.
Okay. Well, people can now see how much we're talked to behind the scenes.
That's when I get yelled at. It's mostly me just getting yelled at. Let's see, Tua should be the last play of the game. Going to the end zone. Has a receiver there. It's caught.
Nice touchdown.
Is it my guy, Devontae?
Devontae Parker is the king of the late touchdown.
Devontae Carcass. I was about to call him Carcass. All right, let me check where my scores are at, because that's going to probably be your final score outside of a Jason Sanders extra point. Let's see where am I at?
That's going to send me plummeting.
Oh man, I thought it'd be much higher than this. First place right now is Antisocial, rocking Julio and the captain, just like me and you. Matt Ryan, good call. Gurley, Wilson, Grant, Falcons D. Okay, now I get it. I'm in 53rd.
That's the difference.
Yeah, I thought I'd be like top 10 in my head.
Such a high-scoring game here. 59 total points.
Gesicki also stunk. By the way, Dwanasti just jumped Antisocial. Gonna take the win. Oh, a tie. It's a tie with big skills. Is the extra point accounted for? I believe it is in here.
Oh, here we go. Now we're getting the true after effects here. He's still feeling the pain, people.
I wasn't for a long time, but I just burped a little verp style, and it went. It did the. Oh yeah, don't want to talk about it. I actually jumped to 29.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna need a water.
It's all coming back.
That was the worst experience of the day.
Right there.
Yeah.
Did you think you're gonna? What did you call it?
Too worried. I was too worried. Usually those you can control. You know what happens. Too worried. But that's it here from Simlanta. 42-17. The Falcons dominate the Miami Dolphins here.
Blowout. The Falcons looking like Simland Falcons.
Dude, they're looking like Kyle Pitts is ready to go right there. Because we did briefly mention it, and we'll get out of here in like legit less than a minute because I got to take as much of a break as I can. We'll be back with you guys for the 2. Tommy Freezepops made the contest. We're going to actually have a Mount Rushmore, baby.
Yes.
And there's a little new format, so we'll tell you all about it before the 2. But the Atlanta Falcons taking Pitts, what an offense they should have. I get the defense stinks, and they took a corner later, I believe, or safety. But
they have 5 dudes that I think could be like at least a 1 or a 2 on every team.
Oh, without a doubt. I'm with you. Free pool, by the way, for the 100K pool for Kentucky. Big horse race, baby. Prize pool, again, $100,000. Entry, nothing. Nothing. So go over to your DK app. Make sure you get in there. Which horse will finish in first place? Winning horse time. What will be the saddlecloth number of the winning horse? You can free pool. Throw it out there. What do you think? Yes. Throw it. You could win legitimately $5,000 if you come in first place. All right. It's all going down.
That's pretty good.
$650 with that. We also got the bags, not the flags, the bags going down tonight as part of your dream stream for after the 4 o'clock sim. So we'll be back for Browns Seahawks. I saw Raiders. I'm like, wait, because so then you're in for the 3-fer. So you got Mr. Smooth, Mr. Jeff Ulrich at the 4 o'clock for Raiders Bengals.
3 in a row, baby.
We'll be back. That's me tomorrow. Love it. Seahawks. We're going to have their Mount Rushmore. Browns are traveling there. We'll talk a little more draft, see what happens over the next hour. Where will Ian Book land? The world wants to know. But I really appreciate you guys. This was a lot of fun. I don't know what I'm going to do, to be honest, but I'm definitely taking a break back here.
Yeah, have a good shower, buddy.
Drenched. So, again, hashtag not an ad unless Daniel and them want to clip this for them to sponsor us, which they should. But Mrs. Renfro's Ghost Pepper Salsa. 3 of these, again, tablespoons. tablespoon. Look at that thick. She thick, baby. She thick. Took those down. Not feeling great about it. Stomach starting to churn. We're going to be all right, though. Again, what a game this was. Appreciate each and every single one of you as individuals, collectively. Keep the smiles on your faces. Drink plenty of water. Smile.
Enjoy some salsa.
Yeah, get some salsa to the gullet. Big shout out to Drew, our producer. Big shout out to Daniel, our technical director, and to Joe and Ops. Awesome job behind the scenes. He's at your boy TC Fresh on Twitter. Check out Great Dane Nation. I am at Jason D. Rossi on Twitter. Check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. We'll be back in about 40 minutes. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Go enter that free pool in the DK lobby. Again, it is for the Kentucky Derby tonight. Bye, everybody.
Enter the Mayo Experience.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Kentucky Derby bets, picks, preview, the entire post positions. Remember, out there, smash the like button to the video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network on the YouTubes. And in the comment section, give me your favorite bet for the Kentucky Derby. Also, subscribe to the Mayo Media Network Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Rate, review, and subscribe. 5 stars, preferably. If you do anything less than that, don't even waste your time with it. But the 5-star rating goes a long way to helping us out. Joining me on the line right now to figure all of this out, to try to get the right bet in place from Awesemo.com. He was on the golf show. Now he's on the horsey show, the pony show. It's Ben Raza. What's going on?
What's up? Yeah, I'm excited. We did this, it feels pretty recently because we did it in September, but now we're back to normal May, which is where the Kentucky Derby should be. I'm very excited.
And now the man of the hour, the one that the people have been clamoring for. They've been demanding his return to the show. From Sports Grid, it is Cam Stewart. What's going on?
That's my COVID horse, Pat, after I got the shot. I mean, I'll tell you, I've just been just battling right now. Chills, fever, chattering teeth. Me and Ben have been talking about it. Things seem good for a while, but I've been riding. So if my horse has a little bit less energy, it's because, man, that shot really threw me for a loop. But nice Hartford Whalers pennant too, Ben. Nice.
Right.
I love the Whalers.
Let's get into this right away. The post positions have been released.
Yes.
We have known agenda starting in post 1, 7.5 to 1 in terms of the betting market. Like the King, 20 to 1. Brooklyn Strong, 50 to 1. So is Keep Me in Mind from post position 4. Sainthood is also 50 to 1. Oh, Bezos, 25 to 1. I'm going to all these names. This is just how it's going to go. Mandalon, 16 to 1. Rod Chargers.
Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Kentucky Derby bets, picks, preview, the entire post positions. Remember, out there, smash the like button to the video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network on the YouTubes and in the comments.
Mayo Experience.
Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Mayo Experience. Experience.
Welcome to the Pat Mayo Experience presented by DraftKings 2021 Kentucky Derby bets, picks, preview, the entire post positions. Remember, out there, smash the like button to the video. Subscribe to Mayo Media Network on the YouTubes. And in the comment section, give me your favorite bet for the Kentucky Derby. Also, subscribe to the Mayo Media Network Pat Mayo Experience audio podcast. Rate, review, and subscribe. 5 stars, preferably. If you do anything less than that, don't even waste your time with it. But the 5-star rating goes a long way to helping us out. Joining me on the line right now to figure all of this out, to try to get the right bet in place from Awesemo.com. He was on the golf show. Now he's on the horsey show, the pony show. It's Ben Raza. What's going on?
What's up? Yeah, I'm excited. We did this, it feels pretty recently because we did it in September, but now we're back to normal May, which is where the Kentucky Derby should be. I'm very excited.
And now the man of the hour, the one that the people have been clamoring for. They've been demanding his return to the show. From Sports Grid, it is Cam Stewart. What's going on?
That's my COVID horse, Pat, after I got the shot. I'll tell you, I've just been just battling right now. Chills, fever, chattering teeth. Me and Ben have been talking about it. Things seem good for a while, but I've been riding. So if my horse has a little bit less energy, it's because, man, that shot really threw me for a loop. But nice Hartford Whalers pennant too, Ben. Nice. I love the Whalers.
Let's get into this right away. The post positions have been released.
Yes.
We have known agenda starting in post 1, 7.5 to 1 in terms of the betting market. Like the King, 20 to 1. Brooklyn Strong, 50 to 1. So is Keep Me in Mind from post position 4. Sainthood is also 50 to 1. Oh, Bezos, 25 to 1. I'm all these names. This is just how it's going to go. Mandalon, 16 to 1. Medina Spirit, 9 to 1. Hot Rod Charlie, 8 to 1. Midnight Bourbon, 25 to 1. And then starting in post number 11, Dynamic One, 20 to 1. Helium, 33 to 1. Hidden Stash. Oh, Cam, that's yours right there. 66 to 1. Essential Quality, the favorite, 2.5 to 1, plus 250. Rock Your World, plus 550. King Fury, 40 to 1. Highly Motivated, 8 to 1. Superstock, 16 to 1. Soup and Sandage, 33 to 1. And Bourbonic is 20 to 1 from post position number 20. Tim Andercust is not on this show, although his two picks before the starting positions were released, and then he was very upset, were Known Agenda and Soup and Sandwich. That was, quote, the horsies that he liked. Cam, what are we looking at here?
Funny, I like where Andercust is going. We don't say that very often there, Pat. But Known Agenda, this horse actually had, and Ben will tell you, had the highest speed figure at 112 right now. This horse is great, but it got the one. And, we talk about the rail. And then I was thinking, I'm like, it's a horrible position. Then I look at the history of the rails, and from the one position, they have 8 wins, which was really shocking to me. Actually, the position that sucks the most is number 17. There's never been a winner from the 17 hole. The best position over time, the 5, they have 10 wins, and number 10 has 9. But I'll tell you, Known Agenda is a horse that I really, really like, Pat. And, I think when you talk about speed, I like the jockey. I like the connections. Irad Ortiz with Todd Pletcher won the Florida Derby. There's a lot of things that I like about this horse. Can this horse get out and not get caught up? That's the thing. When you're on the rail, a lot of bad things can happen. But at 6 to 1, I think this is a horse that I'm still going to keep in my bets. I'm not sure if Known Agenda is going to win. If this horse was any other spot other than the 1, like if it got a nice, 5 to 8 hole, I'd probably have this as my pick to win. I'm not sure how Ben feels about that.
It's going to be interesting. Yeah, you mentioned, the 1, it's not good. I'm not going to spin it and say this is a good update for Known Agenda, but it's not a death sentence. It can be done. We've seen it. Cam just talked about it. The other thing that's, I think, important, Known Agenda isn't going to go to the front. He'll be stalking. He'll be closing. So it's not a huge deal if he's in the middle of the pack or he doesn't break. He's got plenty of time. It's not like one of these speed balls where if they have to get out, they need to cut to the front and save ground on the rail. So I look at this and I say, okay, if he just gets out cleanly, maybe he lays back a little and he'll get his opportunity. And you're getting a decent price here in the connections. You've got Irad, you've got Pletcher. Everything checks out except that 1 hole. So he's not being crossed off by any stretch. And he's certainly one of the priorities for me, right off the top.
Ben, how do you approach betting the favorite at the Kentucky Derby? I assume it's like golf where we just never bet the favorites.
That's probably a pretty good summary. I mean, it's 20 horses. It's so hard. And, these are, of course, pretty young horses. Some of them only run a couple times. I tend to not go with the public. Now, we've seen the American Pharaohs of the world, the Justifies of the world, where it's just an unstoppable horse. And you make him look and you pair him in the exotics and whatnot. But I'll tell you what, I know we're going to dive into it. And I have a feeling, Cam, you're with me. Essential Quality to me is not in that tier. Maybe he proves that he is, but looking right now, he's the favorite, but he is no lock like some of these other horses.
Couldn't agree more, Pat. When we're looking at, it's kind of like golf. We look to throw out the favorite and they look real good. Essential Quality, you can't take anything away. Great speed figures, undefeated in 5 races, but Ben said it. This is not an American Pharaoh here. This is a 20-horse race, and the difference between this horse and Rock Your World and Known Agenda and Highly Motivated, I think the gap is very, very small. 2-1 is a bad number. It's kind of like when we're betting golf, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, can we get a live number that's better? This horse should be around 7-2, maybe 4-1, not in the 2-1 range, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'd be looking to knock the horse out. I think Rock Your World is just as good at 15. Ben talked about it. This horse just continually surprises. I love Joel Rosario, 3-0, and it starts, and it's 5-1. So when I'm basically looking at these horses, I say Rock Your World at 5-1, Known Agenda's at 6-1. I don't like the 1, but Ben said the horse can stalk. So, yeah, at 14, Essential Quality, Pat, let's just say I won't be betting this horse to win. I think it has to be involved in exactas and tries and superfectas that you're going to do. But then again, you got to knock some horses out too. So let's take a look at the chalk. If I like Rock Your World and Known Agenda, the one horse that I'm probably going to fade is Hot Rod Charlie, the 9. Even though I like the name, that's a horse that I got to throw out somebody. And Highly Motivated at 17 is a horse that I really, really like.
Of the horses that are 10-1 and lower, Ben, which are you on board with Cam and throwing out Hot Rod Charlie, or is it going to be like Medina Spirit that you can get rid of, who's now 9-1?
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a ton of interest in either of those, to be honest. I mean, nothing against Hot Rod Charlie, but, you really look I'm not Louisiana Derby, that's fine, but it's certainly not the preferred tune-up for me. I think there were better races there. Not sure exactly where he's at, and everything is just pretty standard. No Flavian Pratt, good jockey, nothing against him, but there's some other guys. The speed figures are decent, but again, you have to throw someone out, as Cam talked about. Ideally, of course, it's just like golf. You want to bet the top of the board, you want to bet everybody, but you can't do that. It just doesn't work like that. You have to incur some risk. So I just look at this situation there, and I don't really know exactly what is the scenario where this horse gets out. There's going to be other horses pressing the pace. He wants to do that as well. It seems pretty tough that he gets the lead alone or is in a good stalking position. So he isn't a priority for me. I feel pretty comfortable going against Hot Rod Charlie.
So what are we looking at here from the top of the board? If we're going to make a bet on someone, it doesn't sound like we want to bet on Essential Quality at plus 250. We'll throw out the 8 and 9 posts as well at 8-1 and 9-1. That leaves Highly Motivated, Rock Your World, and Known Agenda, Ben. Between those 3, do you bet 2 of them? Do you bet 1 of them? What do you think?
So, yeah, I mean, Highly Motivated is the one that I struggle with the most. He's gone up against Essential Quality. He lost by a nose in the Bluegrass. And to me, I was actually pretty encouraged. He gave that horse everything, maybe the added distance here. He looks very comfortable. Chad Brown, Castellano, everything checks out, and you're getting a good price. So that's the horse. It's the 17 hole. Again, is it good? No, but he'll have to cut over. And he, unlike Known Agenda, I'm actually more concerned about how he breaks, because from the 17, if you get caught on the outside, you're running a much, much longer race. He needs to cut over and get to the rail and save ground. I think he can do that. And that is a horse, not coming off a win, I think has got what it takes to beat Essential Quality in this spot and get some revenge.
What do you think, Cam? Do you think just because the 17 horses never won that they can't ever win?
Exactly. That's the thing. Like, it baffles me. The one hole's horrible, and it's won 8 times. So that's what I'm actually looking at history. So really, with an auxiliary gate at 17, it's just, Pat, it's just one of those things. Like, when you crunch your golf numbers, it's just one of those anomalies. It's weird. A horse should win from 17. It just hasn't happened yet. Highly Motivated, to Ben's point, have you seen this horse recently? It's improving all the time as well. The last results that I've seen, the race at Gulfstream, like, I love this horse. I think this horse is fantastic. He's 10-1. He can win the race. I told you I'm throwing out Hot Rod Charlie, even though I love the name. This horse, to me, we can't take everybody. But of all the horses that I like, he was a question mark, but Rock Your World is going to be the one at 5-1 that I think I'm going to bet. And I think I'm also going to bet Highly Motivated at 10-1. I really like Known Agenda. It has to stay in exotics, but I'm telling you, with Highly Motivated at 10-1 to me is a great price. And Rock Your World at 5-1, I think is just as good. I think it can battle Essential Quality, and we're getting a way better number at 5-1 instead of 2-1 Mayo. So let's rock your world, baby, at 15. And I'm Highly Motivated to win some cash. Let's do it.
So the 15 horse and the 17 horse currently going off at plus 550, and I have it at 8-1. Cam's saying 10-1. So maybe there's some nice numbers that are also floating out there. Mm-hmm. So Ben, can you get on board with that, or are we going to Known Agenda instead?
So I have no problem with it. Rock Your World is the horse that I really don't understand. He had run on the turf, and then they tried him on the dirt in the Santa Anita Derby, and he went wire to wire, and he was basically untouched. if you like the horse, you can obviously justify that by saying he could get to the front again here and set the pace and just go, and he won't be touched again. If you don't like him, you're probably going to say that this is a 20 horse field and Soup and Sandwich and several other horses are going to push this pace. And if the fractions are fast, can this, with added distance, can he hold on and do that? He's only run 3 times, all at Santa Anita, and he's undefeated. So I get why he's taking money, and I get why he is where he is. I like Highly Motivated. That's the horse that I think is going to win the race. I'm getting a really good price. And I have a feeling, with betting, pari-mutuel wagering, of course, the odds are going to change. I think people, a lot of casual money, they're going to look and they're going to say Essential Quality just beat this horse. Obviously, I'm not going to bet him. I think that's very misleading. And I hope this horse drops. I think he could be north of 10-1 by post time.
All right, so hold your bets on Highly Motivated, and especially when the narrative gets played up that no 17 horses ever won, I would imagine that's going to take money away, especially when you get goobers like me who just be like, I want to throw $100 on the Kentucky Derby. I know, this guy's never...
Goobers like me, too.
Yeah, no one's ever won from the 17 post. How could they ever win? So we're not going to play that game. I'm going to go in on Highly Motivated. I'll probably wait till Friday or Saturday to play that number. 8-1 in some spots, 10-1 in some spots. Hey, maybe we get like an 11 or 12, and then all of a sudden we're looking pretty good here, and then we'll get to the tries and we'll try to box some horses in as well. But I want to talk about this mid-range for a second. The 10 to 20 range. You got Like the King is 20-1, Mandalon, whatever that is.
Mandaloon. Yeah. Yep, Mandaloon.
Here I am trying to pronounce it like it is en français, but apparently it is not. 16-1. What else we have? The Dynamic one is 20-1 from the 11. Bourbonic 20-1 from the 20. There's not a ton in this range, to be perfectly honest. Does anyone do it here for you, Cam?
Well, here's the thing. If we're going to go and we all like Highly Motivated, I like Rock Your World. I got to figure out what we're going to do with the rest of the horses, but you have to have a long shot if you're going to play some exotics, right? Some tries, and you're going to have to take out a couple and put in a couple. King Fury, I'll get Ben's opinion here. King Fury, the speed figures are fantastic. This horse is a deep closer. So what happens if there's a speed duel at the front of the race and these horses start to tire? King Fury can come out of nowhere. I like Brian Hernandez and Ken McPeak. That's some decent connections there. And I think if things get a little bit wild, this horse could come up and clean up the scraps, Pat, kind of like me at the buffet. 6 starts. This horse is very, very solid. It has 3 wins. King Fury is a good horse. 20-1, I think, is a crazy, crazy price. And as Ben said, I like Soup and Sandwich. I like a lot of things, and I love Soup and Sandwiches. At 19, I don't care about that post position as well. I think that horse is a good number. So if I'm looking for 2 deep sleepers, Pat, I'm not even looking in like the 10 to 15 range. I'm looking at King Fury, the 16, and Soup and Sandwich. So I kind of like Andercuss picks before the draw. I kind of agree with them as good long shots. 16 and 19, King Fury, and give me a Soup and Sandwich.
Well, Cam, here's the thing. You said 20-1 for King Fury. I'm seeing 40-1 for King Fury.
Whoa. Okay. Here we go. That's even better.
So Ben, of the 10 to the plus 10 or the plus 1,000 and up, so the 10-1 and up range. So Soup and Sandwich and King Fury for Cam are the 2 looks for him. Is there anyone that you can see if things break the right way for them that they do have the ability to get to the front?
Yeah, so that's really where we're at now. You're going to need some things to break your way, particularly with King Fury. As Cam said, deep closer. And it's interesting, 6 starts, he's got 3 wins, and he hasn't hit the board in any other.
Exactly. So he's all or nothing.
Absolutely. And that's kind of what you want. Son of Curlin, obviously, that's great blood in there. No problem with that. Midnight Bourbon is a horse that everything on paper, you got Mike Smith, you got Steve Asmussen, you've got Tisnow, who's one of my all-time favorite horses as his father. I like where he is. I just don't know. Similar to Hot Rod Charlie, what does he do in this race? Is he kind of just chilling behind Soup and Sandwich and Rock Your World around the turn? Is he just stalking and hopefully makes a move? I don't know if he can win the race, but I do think he's going to have an opportunity similar to Highly Motivated, where they're just kind of, stalking the pace and right there, and we'll see what he can do. He's going to have to run a big race. He obviously is going to need a triple-digit speed figure here, and he hasn't done that yet. But if you're looking at the under on a super or a try, Midnight Bourbon with an amazing name as well. You can never discount the name. I'm gonna take a close look at him.
All right, so those are the three that we're looking at then. The 10, the 16, and the 19 horse, Midnight Bourbon, King Fury, and actually in the 19 horses, Soup and Sandwich. I don't know. See, this is a really difficult thing, Cam, for me to parse through when it comes to Andercurse at the Kentucky Derby. Many people say that the Andercurse itself was born at the Kentucky Derby because he loved 8 Bells so much, was celebrating. It was like, oh, 8 Bells is the best horse that there is. Then it had to be put down on the track later that day.
Yeah, that's right. Sorry.
8 Bells is really where the Andercurse started.
Yeah.
And then for a while, Tim was really good at picking the winner of the Kentucky Derby. It's almost like it exercised all the Andercurse demons until there was that like controversial finish a few years ago and then Tim just came out and said right away, there is no chance the Kentucky Derby would ever overturn a winning decision after it was made. And then literally 9 seconds later, it got
Country House?
Yeah, they got overturned. And all of a sudden the Andercurse is back in full effect. So I don't know how to take this when it comes to Cust and his picks here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. What was his picks at the start? Highly Motivated and Soup and Sandwich?
Yeah.
Like, I like them both. So I hate to say it. Like, I'm burning with Tim. Like, we got big problems here. I think Ben likes Highly Motivated too. I agree with him on Midnight Bourbon too. That was actually at the long shots. I had 3 written down: Soup and Sandwich, King Fury, and Midnight Bourbon. You know what? We got to ride Andercurse, Pat. I know it's hard to do, buddy. It's one of those things. This guy will break your heart. I need him to show up in a golf tournament and just call it over. That's the thing. In the Kentucky Derby, I've noticed recently we've been on the same picks as Andercurse, and I don't want that to happen, but I can't change my picks because of Tim. So we're all in this together, brother. Highly Motivated. Yeah, I'm in. So I don't care what Andercurse does. We're doing this thing. We're all in it together. We're a family, Mayo. We win together. We lose together. We're cursed together.
Ben, how much is the Andercurse throwing you off here?
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was at a wedding that day, and Maximum Security won that race, and I didn't know for hours that he was disqualified. I always wondered what happened, and now I know. So that story makes a lot more sense now. It's so tough. I think maybe worlds are colliding because I was saying before, the Kentucky Derby, I bet a lot of horses, all the time. And I go to Saratoga every year. The Kentucky Derby has not been good to me. I have to go back to when I was like a little kid, like Monarchos for people, like going way back till I've had a good one. So maybe the Andercurse can kind of right the ship here. And I think we're in a good spot here. We're not getting crazy to the extent we're really reaching. We're taking this next tier outside of essential quality. And it's kind of, like we talked about with the golf, where you're not taking the top of the board, but you're taking some pretty damn good players. And these horses, they've got a lot that I like. And then we're looking at some of the ones maybe who are deep closers or have specific scenarios to get in the hunt to kind of round out those trifectas and exotics.
Well, I think it's time that we begin to speak about the exotics. So can we do this on every single show? And I think I've got it now. After 3 years of doing all these horse racing shows, I finally figured out a trifecta and a superfecta. But for those who do not know, very briefly, can you please explain it to them?
Yeah, well, if we're going to take basically what you want to do, maybe if you don't want to get crazy, exacta, you take the first and second place horses. If you do a thing called a box, you will pay more money for the bet, but that means you can have any order. For example, that's what me and Ben are talking about. In a 20-horse race, Pat, we're going to have a lot of horses involved. And let's call it out for what it is. You're talking about a new studio and a new house. If you hit a superfecta in the Kentucky Derby, you will own new property. I can guarantee you that. And you can own it in Vancouver, Toronto, New York. It doesn't matter. Like, they'll blow up the tote board if some of these 40-to-1s come in and stuff like that. It's going to be absolutely stupid in a 40-horse race. But Ben will explain, exponentially, your ticket's going to start to be expensive. Do you want to spend $48? Do you want to spend $100? Are you feeling really good? You want to spend a couple $100, spread it around. That's what you got to do. So exacta, Pat, first and second, triactor, first, second, and third, superfecta, first, second, third, and fourth, and a box. Either way, you can have all those horses in any type of order, but bring your wallet because it's going to cost a lot of money. A lot of money, friend.
Ben, when he says box, can you explain what that means to people?
Yeah, so basically, the way it goes, obviously you have the results, and say it comes with the 10-horse winning and the 15-horse second. So if you just bet a straight exacta, you literally need it to be 10-15. If you bet 15-10, you would lose that bet, even though you have the 2 horses, you don't have them in the right order. If you want to capture any order, it's called the box. So you're going to pay more, as Cam talked about, and when you're talking about trifectas and superfectas,
lots more.
Yeah, to get every combination of 4 horses, that's 4 times 3 times 2 times 1 times your bet. That adds up very, very quickly, but you can get every order. So if you get the 4 horses, no matter what order, it's going to be a massive payout. And if you have the long shot on top, I mean, you're talking about, yeah, you're owning the whole city, never mind new property. It's game over if you can hit something like that.
So let's try to build a trifecta and box it in. So we're going to do like the tiers of everything. And I mean, you can play like 10-cent trifectas if you box them, right, Cam?
10-cent supers, definitely. I think that's something that you definitely want to do. Yeah, and I think, Ben, do they have, 50-cent tries, I think?
50 cent.
Yeah, they'll have a 50-cent try, Pat, and a 10-cent super. So those tickets, if you're not paying hundreds, you're still, it's a good investment. But this is a huge race, and it happens once in a while. This is what, I hate to say it, but, don't get that thing at the grocery store you wanted. Your wife wanted, a new chair on the patio. Just hold off. Just enjoy the race. You know what I mean? An extra $50 on your ticket. Who cares? We'll figure it all out. We'll worry about problems later, Pat, like your studio. Don't worry about it. Just buy the ticket and we'll have a good time this weekend. So I don't know what we're going to do, how we're going to build this thing, Ben, but I'll tell you, how many horses do we want to put in this and how expensive is it going to get? That's the question.
I'm going to live by the Cam. I'm not going to eat today so I can bet more money on the Kentucky Derby.
Yes.
I like where your head is at. Let's build one of these trifecta boxes. Ben, who are we putting on the top row?
Highly motivated. I mean, that's a horse that, particularly if you're looking to box, I feel very confident that they can get in the mix. And do I want them on top? Absolutely. It'd be a great price to start off your ticket. But if you're boxing, you're more looking at horses that have a high floor, because all they need to do is hit the board. You'll figure out the placement. The box does that for you. It doesn't matter. So that's the horse that I'm going to live and die with this week. And I certainly am going to have them in my exotics.
So when we talk about the boxes, do I need to tier these in terms of I need to have 17 on each row? So first, second, and third?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. So if Ben likes highly motivated, if he just singles that out, that horse has to win if it's on top.
Exactly.
But what we got to do, Pat, is I'm not sure if he's going to, the way I look at it is, let's spend a little bit more and get 2 horses that can win. So highly motivated, we like the 17. Ben, who would you put as your second horse? For me, I would go Rock Your World. I'd go 17, 15. That's the top layer, Pat, for the win. That's how I would start mine. 17 with 15, then we can work on row number 2 and number 3.
Well, okay, so we have 17, potentially 15. I think Known Agenda should be in consideration for this too. And I like the way that you guys talked about King Fury, that just if you can throw a 40 to 1 on top, now I'm getting greedy, aren't I?
Yes.
That's the best.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many horses you got on the top layer, Pat. But this ticket's, it's going to cost you some money.
Well, I'm going to see if we can narrow it to 3. Ben, do we go? I want to put King Fury up there just in case that could potentially happen.
Okay.
I'll spend the bit of the extra money. I'll spend the extra $20 on that for my 50-cent trifecta boxes. But we can go 17, 16, and do we want to go with Known Agenda or Rock Your World, Ben?
So I think just looking at the way the races unfold, you're trying to cover different scenarios. And there, to me, is a very real chance that Rock Your World just goes wire to wire. If he's not pressed and Soup and Sandwich can't get out, Rock Your World could just set reasonable fractions and go the whole way. So I like covering that scenario because I think if that happens, well, great, we have it. If it doesn't, I feel even better about Highly Motivated and King Fury because that means it's going to be fast fractions and they're going to be coming. So that's how I like to build these tickets with kind of 2 scenarios in mind.
Okay, so 17, 15, and 16 on the top layer of the Pat Mayo Experience official Kentucky Derby box trifecta. So each of those are going to be on lines 2 and lines 3. Ben, who do we want to add to row 2 now?
Oh, boy. Well, I mean, I think the real question is, do we want to go for glory and just throw essential quality out? I think that's the question you have to answer because this horse is undefeated. He's run at Churchill. Everything that we've talked about why he's the favorite is why he's the favorite. I'm willing to go, fall on my sword here and throw him out. If you throw him out, it becomes a lot easier. But Cam, that might be just dangerously insane. Not even think he hits the board.
You know what? It's one of those things that I'll pay the extra money to put him in. But we'll put him in row 2 or 3. But this is the thing. Like if this horse is there and we have all these long shots, like say King Fury wins this race and we don't have essential quality in the second row, we're sitting there like a bunch of idiots going, "Oh my God, I can't believe we picked like a 40 to 1 horse and we don't have the favorite." That's the problem, Pat. That's why you got to do these 10-cent supers, not dollar supers, because they're going to cost you a fortune, right? So in the second row, I think you have to have essential quality, but then you have to have some of the same horses you have in the first row, correct?
Oh yeah, I'm putting all of them. I have. So that leaves
Yeah,
us
let's
with,
do this.
with row two.
Why don't you go 3, 4, and then on the other one, go the same ones and add soup and sandwich and midnight bourbon. That's what we do. We go 3, we go 4, we go 5. 10-cent super. Or sorry, 50-cent try.
I mean, I might go even bigger than that here. So
I see. Wow, Mayo. Things are good for you. Property owner, new studio, money.
Listen, I'm moving to a place. I'm moving to a place where money is worth like 8 times as much as where I currently live. So I'm gonna have some fun here while I have all my savings to look forward to coming up. And maybe I'll just buy this, like Ben said. I'll buy the city once this hits. It's not a problem because it's most definitely gonna hit after King Fury wins at 40-1, and we're just lining our pockets with everything. So I just want to know what to do with Known Agenda here. Do we also throw him on 2 and 3, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, he's another horse that I do like, and he's stalking. It's going to be interesting. He's kind of in between King Fury, who's going to be coming from the clouds, and some of these other horses that are maybe sitting right behind the leaders. I think Nona Genya is just in the middle of the pack. You got to worry about, getting blocked, but that's just the nature of a 20-horse race. So if you're looking for glory, having, of course, additional bullets on the second and third line, it always helps. Particularly, of course, if you can just lock down that winner, which I think we have a very good shot with the 3 horses up top.
So that leaves the 1, 14, 15, 16, and 17 in row 2. Yep. I've added soup and sandwich to row 3. Who was the other one that you wanted to throw in there?
Midnight Bourbon.
So the 10 horse. Does that sound good? That gives us 3 on the top, 5 in the second, and 7 in the third, Ben.
I like it.
5, 7, that's 35, 70, 105, 5250, I think that costs you.
Yeah, it's nothing. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, or you could do the full one for 52. Why even cut it in half, Mayo? $100, who cares?
There we go. Instead
of change for you.
Yeah. Just Pat Too Rich is just going to be spending all of it losing. Listen, I lose all my money playing DraftKings every week, betting on golf, betting on European golf, betting on MMA. This is just a new fun way for me to lose my money, and it'll be
exactly.
It will be an exciting 2 minutes if nothing else, because I'll be like, I'll have the sheet out. I'll be like, do I have a horse? What's going on here? So any case to be made for anyone else that you think that we should throw onto the back end for number 3? Cam, I'll go to you.
No, I think we're good. The dogs that we like, King Fury, soup and sandwiches, and Midnight Bourbon. I like Ben's dogs. That's all I'm going to do. And I like all the horses that we have. Highly motivated at 10-1 is the horse that can win at a great price. I like Rock Your World. Ben's right. This horse can just go there and zoom. Party's over. I think it has to be added. I really love Known Agenda, just don't like that one hole. And I'm throwing out Hot Rod Charlie. You got to throw at somebody in essential quality. We're not even taking this horse to win, Pat. We're taking him in the second and third row. So we think somebody else can knock out the favorite to win this race.
And, well, I mean, it sounds like you're making most of your picks based on your lifestyle. So you got Midnight Bourbon, you got soup and sandwich. How isn't Hidden Stash a part of this?
Yeah, actually, you're right. I actually got to throw Hidden Stash in the third row. You're absolutely right. It comes in and I Hidden Stash, Mayo. You're right. Like I'm a stooge. So yeah, I got to add Hidden Stash. What's that ticket now, Ben? So 102.50. One more on the bottom. It won't cost too much.
Nah, that's an extra $7.
Yeah, it's nothing. See, Ben's our math guy. He knows every single formula for these tickets. What, $109, Mayo? That's nothing. Let's do it.
Ben, was this worth going to college and getting a math degree for?
Man,
I majored in finance for a reason, and so I could calculate my trifecta tickets on the fly here. It's paying off right now. My parents will be very proud.
Yeah, you're doing well.
I do want to say, and I don't think that this horse can get in the mix, but there is one horse that I think is the true mystery, and his name is Helium. He's unbeaten. He's run 3 times, and he's 3-0. He's an absolute bomb. Julian Leperoux, Mark Casse. I don't think everything that I look at speed-wise says that this horse is not that good, but there is always a chance that he's sitting on a big race. I'm not going to probably get to him on my tickets, but I do find myself interested in a horse that, of course, is undefeated on his career, just like Essential Quality and just like Rock Your World.
All right, so here's the Pat Mayo plays for the 2021 Kentucky Derby. You ready for this, guys? Let me
We're ready.
put this out. The bet, highly motivated, currently at 8-1, 10-1 in some spots. Wait later in the week. Well, everyone makes the narrative that there is no way the number 17 horse could win. Then we'll bet highly motivated. I think I'm also going to bet known agenda in this spot too. I like the way that you guys have been talking about him from the one post. If the race breaks a bit of a different way, the one horse, I'm on that, plus 750. Then we'll take the long shot. I like the way that you guys both talked about King Fury from the 16 hole, 40-1 I'm seeing right now. I'm going to get it on that. And for the exotics, 16, 15, and 17, row 1. 16, 15, 17, 14, and 1, row 2. Those 5 plus 19, 10, and 13 on row 3 of the box trifecta. I will throw all of this in the Mayo Media Network newsletter, which you can subscribe to for free in the description of this video and podcast, also in the comment section of the video. What do you guys think?
I love it. You got to add Midnight Bourbon though.
Yeah, that's the 10.
Ben's Pooch. Yeah, and Hidden Stash for me.
Yeah, that's 10 and 13. 19, 10, and 13 were the ads.
Okay.
Soup and Sandwich, Midnight Bourbon, and Hidden Stash. I'll take all of it for you.
You're right. It's Cam Stewart's life horses. I'm with you, man. I'm betting all those horses now. It's a sign, Mayo. It's a sign.
Yeah, if there was ever a year you're going to win, one of those 3 horses is going to do something special. Although I don't put you out as a big Soup and Sandwich guy.
Yeah, I like soup. I love soup and sandwiches. I prefer like a big rib cap steak, but soup and sandwich is fine. Everyone loves a soup and sandwich, right?
I would think so. It's a very nice lunch, Ben.
I agree. Nice and light. When you got a lot of shows to do, a soup and sandwich is fine. I prefer something a little heavier at night with my midnight bourbon, a rib cap and mashed potatoes, yes, but soup and sandwich will suffice. It's fine.
Yeah, that's fair. I do.
That's fair.
That's fair. Especially if it's like a good bisque, a lobster bisque, good sandwich.
Yeah.
I can get that.
Yeah. Love soup.
Not to derail the show, but I always say that, I feel like I say this every year, and I will be doing it. But the Kentucky Oaks, which is the Kentucky Derby,
Yes.
is the day before, and they let you do a double, which is pick the winner of the Kentucky Oaks, pick the winner of the Kentucky Derby, and you get massive odds. And there's a horse named Malathat, who is a girl who I think is going to dust the field. So I'm going to take her on Friday, and I'm going to pair her up with Highly Motivated and with Known Agenda and create a double for myself. So I did want to throw that out there. If you are betting the Kentucky Oaks, Malathat, who is the favorite right now, and I think will go off the favorite, I think is significantly better than the field.
What are the odds on Malathat right now?
So she's sitting at 5-2 right now. I think you'll get around that. I mean, it's a 14-horse race, and there's some good, travel column. There's a couple other good horses that I think can compete, but this horse is 5 for 5. Curlin monster. I feel pretty good about it.
All right, so Malathat doubled with the 3 that I'm betting. Ben, I'm gonna be so rich. This is great.
It's just game over. Yeah, you're gonna own it.
We're gonna call you Stacks Mail. Yep, just loaded.
Every single Sunday, like last week, I had a golf double that was very much in play with a 35-1 and 140-1 entering Sunday. And Cam, I let myself imagine what would happen if I won that double. It didn't happen. But every single week, I like to. One of the most fun parts about all this is just imagine if you won, how great it would be.
It would be. Remember the week that Torbjörn Olesen won at 250-1? I think I passed out drunk or whatever. Didn't he piss on a plane or something like that? And I didn't win. I was going to win like $4,000. Trust me, Pat, like all the times I've hit, like going to hit the big one, those are the times I forgot to get the bet in. But anyway, one of these days, buddy, we're going to hit one of these monster ones. And I could be like you and be a multiple property owner, not just one place. 2 or 3 domiciles. That's the dream.
That would be nice, of course. Yeah, I need to up my real estate portfolio here, and it's all going to hinge on the Kentucky Derby this year, Ben. Ben, do we need to call your parents? Do they got picks for this?
So my dad likes Rock Your World. He's been on them. That's
like
kind
your
of,
dad. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
But I mean, he was not that the horse is running. Life is Good was the horse, and I actually agree with that. That was a horse that was just a goddamn monster, and he got hurt. And he's not here, but yeah, they're very excited. They'll be in Saratoga getting ready for the meet. They're excited to have horses back. And I mean, my dog growing up was named Derby, so that just kind of shows you what my parents are all about.
Welcome back, DK Sim fam. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. That was the Pat Mayo experience. Now you got the Mount Rushmore experience. Whatever.
Rossi, how you feeling?
Better. I haven't eaten anything, so the last thing's still in my system, which actually somehow maybe there is something to this metabolism boost. Wow, I look like I'm ready for second grade pictures right now. I must say, but I'm feeling a lot better than I did during the sim. Just kind of hung out, took a shower. Definitely needed that. Didn't do the whole open mouth trick, but everything else seemed to go out accordingly.
Are you going to eat more salsa?
I don't really see a reason.
Okay.
If you really want me, it's still here. Hey.
No, I don't. I really don't want you to. I care too much about you.
Like, I could probably still get one more in, but we'll see. I don't think so. I don't think we need it.
I don't think you should.
I don't think we need it. I think everyone's been rolling. Yeah, by the way,
it out.
We still got 3
Here's
minutes.
the thing. If we get to 300 likes, Rossi will do it again.
Yeah, I'll do another one. Yeah, no problem. Real quick, at least 2.5 minutes till lineups lock. So get into the free roll that Freeze Pops entered. You can go in any contest, just letting you guys know. But Freeze Pops, that homie decided to do some homework last night. So shout out to him. But here's the deal, everybody. We have ourselves, the NFL draft is going on. So, if you see anything that, excites you about your team or even anything that's already happened, drop it in the chat. We're going to keep our eyes there. But we are doing a Mount Rushmore. We got a team again. That would be the franchise out of Seattle, the Seattle Seahawks. Here's the way it's going to go.
Explain the new format.
Yeah. First half, we're just, play calls, draft, me destroying the New Orleans Saints because I'm really upset right now. Us banter, the huge, right? The huge. Third quarter, we turn it over to the chat. Twitch fam, we see you there. Piercy, Smash, Free Piercy, CH, you guys, everybody over there, and our YouTube community, we're turning it over to you guys. You just are throwing out some names that you actually think are part of the foundation. If there were to be a statue erected in the Northwest, 4 jars of clay of heads need to be smashed up on a mountain. Who really deserves to be there for the all-time Seahawks team? You're going to let us know. We're going to debate about it. Fourth quarter, we're going to mold it. We're going to put it together. So really, you get maybe as much, if not more say than we do. We finish it, of course, but we're basically the closer. You're the starter. We need you to go 7 strong.
You give us the ingredients, we cook the meal.
There you go. And Drew's going to start the oven. Daniel's buying, he's watching. He's buying some of the ingredients. Joe's in there just making sure stats look good.
Joe's there sitting at the table waiting to be fed.
He's on the toilet right now doing numbers. So
he's got his fork in one hand, his knife in the other, and he's like, feed me.
Love it. So long story short, third quarter, we're going to listen to you. We're going to probably go up and down. We're going to comment on what you have to say, but you guys let us know who you think. You can throw out 1 name at a time, 4, 3, whatever.
And this is not because we have gotten lazy. I want to state this for the record. It's because we want you guys to be more a part of the process. We will gladly read stats and do homework all day. We've done it for almost every single team. We've done it for 22 teams or whatever it is, 24 teams.
Yeah.
So this is just, we're trying something different because we want it to be a community feel, We don't want to feel like we're talking at you. We want to be talking with you.
Yeah. I'll be talking at you at times, though. Don't get me wrong. So we got the, I don't even remember what this game is. Brownies and Seahawks. Browns, Seahawks in this one. Lineups have just locked.
Mm-hmm.
What does yours look like?
I put Russell Wilson in the captain spot. Feel like that's a no-brainer for this one. I got Seattle DST. I got myself OBJ.
Okay.
I got Austin Hooper and Greg Olsen. I love doing that tight end stack.
Again.
And I went with Philly Dorsett for $4,600.
Bad call. Here's mine looks. I'm just kidding. We'll see how it pans out. Another number 11, right? DK Metcalf in the captain spot. I went with Beckham.
That's a bad call.
My screen isn't frozen. Feels bad.
DK is awful in this.
DK in the captain. Odell Beckham. Jubba Dub. Hoop. Landry. Lockett. Just stars across the board. Faded Russell. It's bold call. Almost as bold as these jersey calls. Shout out to Daniel. Thumbs up for these unis you're going to be seeing here. Look at this. See, we're going Seahawks Mount Rushmore, and I can tell you right now, this jersey, not on it. If they were to be a jersey Mount Rushmore. So we'll see how our lineups pan out. I believe I smoked in the last one. We'll see if I get it here.
Possible.
By the way, yes, I see Jordan. No, not in pain anymore. Feeling good. Feeling fine. Feeling alive. Feeling like the metabolism's cooking.
I'm telling you, man, great way to lose weight. Just eat peppers.
Straight hot peppers.
Now, did you take a trip to the restroom for
Nope. Just
purposes of? Did you take a seat in the bathroom? I guess I should say.
Nope. No seat.
Okay.
Did the all natural, thing you do when you drink, and that was it. I was a little nervous. I'm not gonna what if something happens here? No, we're good. Feeling good. Feeling fine. Feeling fresh.
Drew saying Rossi sits in the shower.
Dude, I'll tell you a very quick story. I may have told you this. Not going to name the product because this is kind of bash. So there's a product out there that helps you increase sweating.
Okay, that seems like a thing I would never want to buy because I sweat so much.
Sure, as do I. As you see by peppers, I was sweating. By 3 scoops of ghost pepper salsa, I was sweating. So
Right.
I took this before. I used to do a kickboxing classes. So I did it. I took this thing. It's just probably you put in your water. It's actually a lot of people if you're trying to lose water weight, they say it's one of the best products for it. Anyways,
Okay.
so I'm just drenched out. Had to leave the workout.
You were that sweaty.
It was bad. It was soaking up the mat. It's scary, slippery. You know anything about kickboxing? You don't wear shoes, so dangerous. So
Kickboxing, sport of the future. Name that movie.
Right Said Fred. Or no, not Right Said. That's a band.
It's the one where the guy's holding up the speaker. John Cusack.
Oh, yeah. I know the name of the actual movie, but I'm gonna say St. Elmo's Fire just to be wrong. Say anything. Well, that movie was made about 30 years ago now, so they think they were wrong.
Sport of the future.
Well, the future's still, I guess, ahead of us. But yeah, so then I took this again another time. So that time was bad. I had to drive it around. It was bad. Took it another day. I was supposed to go meet a couple that I was marrying. I was performing their wedding. We were doing a meeting because I meet with all my couples before.
Got it.
And I had this. I did a run, just a run. Dude, I was so badly sweating and so badly overheated that I had to sit in the shower in ice, just as cold as it could be. It hurt. It hurt my skin. It was that cold, but I needed something to just legit cool my whole system.
That sounds awful.
It was. There's Hunt
when I broke my ankle in high school, first lap of the season, senior year, stepped in a divot, broke my ankle, missed every game up until the playoffs. It was awful. So I go home that day, and I had my buddies, because my parents were away, they had to help me get in the shower, and they put a lawn chair in there for me to sit in the shower while I, had this broken ankle.
Yeah.
Brutal day for your boy.
I don't like that.
Yeah, it was sad. Very sad.
Sorry to hear it, dude.
Yeah, that's okay. I survived.
Highest owned in this one is Russell Wilson, your captain, 83%. DK coming in at 53%. Odell, 48%. Baker, 48%. Greg Olsen wrapping up the top 5 at 43%. So here is a 1st and 10 for the Browns at their own 41-yard line. Baker Mayfield, don't know how tall he is. I think he's about maybe 6 foot. Same height as Drew Brees. Same height as Ian Book, drafted by the New Orleans Saints.
How upset are you?
Very upset. As we speak, I'm pretty bummed. Because there was about 5 teams I thought would be a good fit for him, just in general. This is a great position for Ian Book, the player. But I meant as the fan of Ian Book, Jason Rossi, who absolutely despises the New Orleans Saints organization.
Who were the 5 teams that you wanted him to play for?
So I had the Browns on the list, even though I told you last time I don't really think that would work out so well. I had the Tennessee Titans was my number 1. Nice catch there. It's a 1st down here for, is that Hoop? It is, getting in there. So it was the Tennessee Titans. I was just looking at teams that I thought he could eventually, he would be a good fit to play in the future. I had the Steelers on there, even though I'm not a fan of the Steelers. I just thought there could be a chance, even though that quarterback room's a little thick. Dwayne Haskins in there. Mason Rudolph getting his option picked up. Or at least re-signing, I think. Mayfield, dart, caught. Wide open field here.
Ian Book who?
what was the other? There was 2 other teams. Now Minnesota going into the draft, but then obviously they made the Kellen Mond move, and I think they kind of have their future plan. Hopefully, if things work out according to
Maybe,
plan.
yeah.
And then what was the other team? I had these all written down.
Was it Houston?
It was not Houston, oddly enough, because I think they're just going to be so bad.
Was it Vegas?
It wasn't Vegas either. It was an AFC team, though. Might have been
Jets.
Might have been definitely not the Jets. So I want to root for them. Might have been Denver, but I can't. Like at this point, like they were so far down. The real ones, like I said, Tennessee was like my go-to. Tennessee, because I don't even know who their backup is today.
Yeah, well, it's either Jameis or oh no, sorry, I'm thinking of New Orleans. Yeah, no, in Tennessee, I have no idea either.
Yeah, I literally don't know the backup quarterback, and I don't even care. I'm just like he would be a perfect like number 2. Tannehill showed the durability throughout his career, so if they decide to move on, he would be nice to slot in there. Uh-oh. Daniel drops a video. Is this me eating the salsa? Oh, that's all I need to start. I'm not muted. I'm going to go ahead and download that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
there
Dan.
you go.
See if I can compress that into a nice Twitter video for later. It's gonna hurt. His act's gonna be. Oh, nice stuff again. Again, Seahawks, Mount Rushmore. Second half, we'll get to that. Appreciate you guys joining us. Smash that thumbs up button. Jordan Lindenbaum says, I don't know about Book as a pro. Backup maybe, but I don't see him starting. Still a pro. Once you get a paycheck, you're a professional at something. Derek says, let's go DK fans and family. Feel ya. Oh, touchdown there for. Oh, is this? Do we have a vulture? Who is that?
Caca, caca.
Caca! I'm a vulture! Caca! Oh, is that Austin Bryant?
Caca,
Oh, I know he was definitely on my fantasy team last year. But wow, backup tight ends getting into the action. Let me look on this long list of tight end 3, Harrison Bryant. Thank you, Drew. I don't know who Austin Bryant is. He's a friend on Facebook. Dude, I'm just looking at where he is. I know the ownership is 0.13. He's down there around Hodge, Rashard Penny, David Moore, right slightly above Geno Smith. So somebody somewhere in the ether,
Geno Smith, baby,
is a 0.01 ownership, and this guy's got a 10th or 13th of a point more, if you will. Don't quote me on the math there. But yeah, there it is. The buzzards are flying. That's right, Mega. First time says surprised he didn't say Kobe Bryant. No, not bad. Come on, not that foolish. Let's see what else we got going. Say anything. Jordan was answering a question. I'm just kind of searching through the chat. Cena saying Steve Margent is definitely in the Seahawks Mount Rushmore. Never heard of Steve Margent. I kid. Here's the thing I want to know. Most of you guys in the chat, I'm assuming, are doing it on a cell phone. So it's even harder to, like, if you're trying to type fast. Depending on what your spell check looks like. Is Russell going down?
Oh, nice. Oh!
What?
That was a touchdown.
What was that? Wes Welker in the 11th Super Bowl, dude?
That was a touchdown.
Wide open. I'm trying to see who that was. Was that DK or Lockett? Ball.
It's probably DK. He stinks in these.
DK. It was DK. That was a
He's
sure
so bad in the Sims, man. So bad.
Oh, my goodness.
Awful.
Drew says that's why you don't draft DK.
You put him in your captain spot.
How great would I be feeling right now if that was a catch? Holy crap, that was wide open. I haven't seen a wide open drop like that, and I don't think I ever have. That was the curse of all
awful.
curses.
That was bad. And he's got, like, upgraded stats, too.
Jeez.
Yikes.
Absolutely disgusting and so typical with Rossi on the call. You talking about just great? Talking about greatness? Oh, man. Unreal. That was tough. Everyone calm down. This is a drop.
It happens. That's the game. This is why we play the game. I got to be honest. I don't really ever remember the Browns wearing these orange unis.
Oh, yeah. They use these in the, isn't this like kind of a modern, I believe it's like a modern uniform.
Are these their color rush?
No, I think now, I don't believe so. Don't quote me on that, but I think now they have the Browns over the front. But I think this is like in the 2010s, this was the uni.
Interesting.
I think Colt McCoy might have rocked these pups.
Okay, this is like a Brian Hoyer getup.
Yeah. Just trying to see the front of the jersey. It might say Browns, actually. Could be like a legit current. Smash Lennon saying glad he stacked those Falcons. Dude, the Falcons were unreal now last
Yeah, they balled out. They exploded. Jordan Warren, there was no Mount Rushmore on the last sim. We had done Mount Rushmores for both of those teams previously. Falcons and Dolphins. Falcons Mount Rushmore was Matt Ryan, Julio Jones, Deion Sanders, and Tommy Nabis. The Dolphins were Marino, Shula, Zonka, Jason Taylor.
Donk. Yeah, and then,
Larry Zonka.
And then remind us of the Browns.
The Browns were Jim Brown, Paul Brown, Joe Thomas, and I believe we put Otto Graham on there.
I believe so. I think that was it. That was the one I couldn't remember, so I'm just going to say yes. Conviction. So we'll see. No, Jordan, we caught you. We know what you meant, dude. Yeah, there was none. We'll get the Seahawks again third quarter. You guys just start rifling. We'll tell you when to go. Don't do it too early.
Yeah, because then it'll get lost in the fold.
Yeah.
With that said, our amazing producers will help us keep track of everything that's said. Isn't that right, guys?
I didn't know Adam Kaufman was on the call today. Jordan Lindenbaum said, just ghost pepper salsa on the last sim. Bro, that was the real. You know what I did want to say? When I went upstairs and I was with the fan for a little bit, I had a little bit of water and my lips were just sizzling.
Yeah.
Sizzling, baby. Well, grill action.
Are you fully recovered yet?
I think so. Teflon, baby. Teflon. I'm like a...
You're built different.
No, yeah. I'm also like, like a non-stick pan that after a while it starts to things start to stick and you're like, how does that work? What happened here? That's what I feel like. I'm pretty good, but there's a little something there. Baker Mayfield connected with Harrison Bryant for your lone touchdown in the first quarter. DK Metcalf, my captain, let me down a little bit, but there's still plenty of game to go. Keep those smiles on your faces. Have faith. Don't throw the laptop out the window or the baby with the bathwater or any of these ridiculous phrases that are out there. Stay positive. See what your lineups can do. Smash that thumbs up. We see.
I'm in 34th.
What? Okay, BK, bro. It's been one touchdown. It was to a tight end.
Just let me be excited, okay?
True. You know what? Good point. I always try to push that, and here I am. You get excited about something, and I try to yuck.
Pick a side, bro.
That was rude. It was the salsa. It was the salsa.
I mean, come on. You're making me slam this wooden nickel down.
Don't break it. Don't break it. No, there we go. Now I can't get an ice cream. All right, we're going to get here to the second quarter. Joe is our ops agent. Drew is our executive producer. And Daniel is the director of all things technicality. He is inside your internet as we speak, so be very kind. Or he'll be like in that Family Guy episode with the poltergeist when Peter came through Meg's, took us. It's going to be like Daniel popping out of your internet. I would make a Ghost Dad reference, but it's probably not in good faith.
Ghost Dad?
You ever seen Ghost Dad?
No.
Yeah, okay. Not a
Is
lot
that like American Dad?
Not even close.
I never watched American Dad.
Me either. Not for me.
It seemed dumb.
It's just not for me. That's all. It's not for me. Lindenbaum says he called Tom BK. I always say that because BK will be like one touchdown into the game by or a field goal will be kicked. I'm in 14th. I'm like,
he
BK,
does get a bit overzealous.
I'm like, I've told you my rules. I don't even look at the score unless there's 3 touchdowns. In some games, I've been on a lot of them. I see you, Jordan. But when there's no touchdowns, I don't even look at the score because I'm like, it's all fate. It's all just random.
Look, I'm just going to stay happy with being in 34th, okay?
I feel you do. Always be happy. I don't care where.
Because you know that I always finish towards the bottom, so I need to embrace the wins. I'm going to pull up my recent You know how there's that section that tells you your recent contests? Let's
Yes.
see.
Let us know.
Because I don't know the answer to this.
While you do that, producer Drew says he's seen a few episodes of American Dad, and I generally pass on it, but it does have some good satire, political commentary. Oh, I'm sure it's funny.
So last night, 1/10 in Madden After Dark. Although I finished 22nd in the prime time with golf. So there you go. And then I finished 49th the other day with you. So, okay.
Yeah, let's
32nd, but that was only a contest of 50, so that's not good. 73rd.
How about this? Forget about your placing. Are you?
I finished in 8th and 12th in back-to-back sims, but then 90th, 115th, 113th, 141st out of 142.
Okay, here's
It's all over the place, baby. I'm either top 20 or I'm at the very bottom.
In the last one, I finished in 32nd. Before that, 101, 106, 141, 27, 134, 98. I stink out loud.
None of us know what we're doing.
It's all, listen, it's that's why I kind of love it. That's why I love this thing. You just throw a lineup, you never know. Here's Baker scrambling to his left, has a receiver, misses him.
That should have been picked.
Misses him there. By the way, also, the Browns kind of shocked they took a receiver. Or they did, second round.
At this point, second round they took a receiver.
Yeah, because they had a great start. So they took Newsome, the cornerback, brilliant pick. Need that. You saw where they almost were able to defeat the Kansas City Chiefs if they maybe a defensive, obviously the non-fumble into the end zone. That's what Odell Beckham will do for you this year. And then they had just couldn't stop the defense when needed, and that's kind of been an issue. Like even that game against the Steelers, they gave like 28 points in the fourth quarter, and then they got the linebacker out of Notre Dame. I can never say his name correctly. Just 3 syllables. Oh my God, he's just gonna wall up people. And then they went with the receiver, and I think it's honestly a smart move because I think a guy like Higgins is nice, but he's not. I think they're looking for a little bit more, especially with the future of Odell Beckham probably in somewhat doubt, like how much longer.
That's probably the reason, right?
So you get him for a year. Hey, maybe they can make a run. Maybe they do. Here comes Dart. Man, there's been so many incompletions in this quarter alone.
Poppy Herb saying nobody loves BK more than BK, and I'm pretty sure he's shorter than Rossi.
Well, there's no need to be disrespectful about the short.
Well, who do you think is shorter, you or Rossi? I mean, you or BK?
I'm in real life. I don't know.
No, we're talking in Simland.
In Simland, it's me. I have no idea how tall anybody actually is.
I think I've run through this with someone before. I'm 6'2".
My guess is the 6 and over club is probably you, Emerson.
Because you've seen Emerson in real life.
Yep.
Christian, good call.
Is Christian taller than 6 feet?
Christian seems tall.
See, he seems short to me. Not short.
He seems like 6 on the nose to me.
I don't get the vibe.
Koff is confirmed 5'10"-ish.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Koff's
Flash 5'8"-ish.
Yep. Reed,
Juicy's short.
Reed might be 6 feet. Reed might be hitting the 6 feet.
Yep.
ZT is definitely tall. I would say he's 6'5". He tells me he's like 6'1", but I think he looks like a giant. I'm going to be teaming up with him again this week. I'm stoked.
I have 2 sims with Bry Guy next week.
I know. I saw that. By the way.
Back to back.
It's because you know what happened was they looked at the open slots. He saw my name and he saw your name. He's like, give me time. Don't blame
I love
me
it.
whatsoever. Exactly. It says Drew, who may know a thing or two. Trying to think of who else, like height-wise. Koff, Black. I know Moose, I'm guessing, is under 6.
Yeah, he is, because Koff said the other day he became Facebook friends with him recently, and he saw some pictures, and he said he was short.
Koff confirmed how short somebody else is?
Yeah, on Facebook.
Yeah, sounds like he's being a dink. Trying to think. Wait a minute. What?
Terrellin over 6 feet.
No. This is interesting. Ian Rappaport tweets, I don't think this has ever happened. The Jets took Michael Carter again. First the running back at UNC, now the D-back from Duke. Both named Michael Carter.
I like stuff like that.
That's interesting.
It's such a common name. I'm surprised that hasn't happened more than once. There's so many names that are exactly the same, like John Smith or, John Brown or whatever, like there's so many generic names that we see over and over and over again. I'm shocked that hasn't happened until now.
Also, big shout out to our guy BK. You can follow him at BK Denver Sports. He does tweet out the Denver picks probably almost 30 seconds before anybody else.
Nice.
Because he said this to me before in the past, so I monitored it and I saw it. He even did one about 6 minutes ago. I was way ahead of everybody. Obviously,
he's got that stuff locked in, baby. Is he in draft mode? Has he not been on the streams for a while because he's just in draft mode heavy?
He did Thursday AM, but after that he's all draft. Obviously, that's what he does for his job. So.
Yeah.
Second time playing Fortnite, says, Rossi, how much would I need to pay you to shave an image of Flash into my back hair? So I have to shave. I'm not an artist, dude. $100, by the way, but I'm not an artist.
Man, that ain't make no sense.
I don't think I have the means.
You don't have the acumen?
No, like I can maybe do a circle. Maybe.
That's fair.
1 year for basketball. Oh yeah, look at that. Little league squad that Andrew talking about his dad drafting. Yeah, just people by their name. Sounds like a ball player. So that's what MLB scouts do. I don't care what anybody says, because you get real deep in those drafts. That kid sounds good. First time, I wish you sent that real one. All right, here's the pass. There's the catch. DK. Making things happen here, down to the 5-yard line. Daniel's our technical director. Drew, our producer. Joe, at your boy TC Fresh is Tom Carroll.
Hey-oh.
Follow him. Now I forget, on both? Are you on the gram as at your boy?
Yes. Yeah, keep it consistent, Because back in the day, you used to be able to, if you had the same handle, that it would translate over cross app action.
Yeah, the old cross app.
Yeah. But then that went away at some point.
Bongo.
I think it was when Facebook bought Instagram.
El Bongo says, nobody's touching my back hair. Didn't want to, El Bongo. Didn't work. Incomplete pass, wide open receiver again. Russell, just a little bit off today. Maybe still shook from the drop earlier.
You know what, though? I feel a Russell rushing touchdown here.
3rd and goal. From the 2. I don't know here.
I don't like this formation for my prediction.
No. Can we get a vulture fullback? No, to give. Carson pushing. Not going to get there.
All right. Bring out Myers.
Oh, CH, you just turned dark on us, dude?
What happened?
Oh, I just look over on the Twitch. He says, earliest mute ever. And then before that, he says, who cares how tall you is? I don't think it's CH. I think is that Obi-Wan hiding behind CH's username on Twitch? Because they're all messing around.
I would say so, because CEH over on YouTube, very pleasant guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it could be dark. Maybe that's his bad side. Because we're going to go for it on 4th. Russell, handoff.
Oh, touchdown.
Zone. Touch. Is that high, though?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm not calling it a vulture, though, because he does get play.
He's a goal line guy.
Wow. Look at that, though, on 4th. Gutsy play calling there.
Yep, Carlos Hyde, number 30.
Gets into the end zone. So touchdowns by tight end 3 and Carlos Hyde. How you feeling?
I almost rostered him, too. I feel dumb.
It's all good. You feel dumb. You don't feel dumb.
I feel dumb.
You gotta just make calls. It's all about gut.
Gut feel. You know what I'm feeling? More ghost pepper salsa from my man Rossi. Just kidding.
This is kind of funny. Meager says, I Googled Rossi height, and it came up with an Italian motorcyclist, Valentino Rossi, being 5'11". So there you go. I once checked in. We went to Aruba. I think it was 2 years ago. I think I was there now, actually. 2 years ago. And when I was, like, booking something, I said, oh, Rossi's last name. Like, oh, you related to Valentino Rossi. I'm like, oh?
You're like, yes.
No, I was like, oh, I don't know that Valentino. What is he? And they're like, oh, yeah, he's a motorcyclist or something. I was like, yeah, dude, I know nothing. Just can I book that restaurant for tomorrow at 6? For some reason, in resorts, you have to book things 48 hours in advance. I was having none of it. I'm so upset. She wanted some sweet nachos or something. It was like the Mexican guys. Oh, so
I love a good reservation. You know, you show up, table's ready to go, water's poured. Just you look at the menu ahead of time because you know you don't have to wait. Sit down, order an app, have a good time. Maybe get some bread in the mix. Love a good resi.
You know what's weird? I'm very much more spastic, so I like just making a call to go to a restaurant like now. I don't like knowing I'm gonna do something like that. It's weird.
No, like day in advance if you can.
No, man, because then I'm gonna overthink it.
Love it. Then you're looking forward to it. Gives you something. Gives you a carrot. You know.
Yeah, I might say, oh man, this looks so good the day before. Then day of, I'm like, I'm kind of in the mood for Chinese now. And it's like, oh.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you fluctuate.
Yeah, unless it's like a legit plan. Like we're doing this. This is like a big
going somewhere, have to go there, etc. I understand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see some of these updates. Tim Tebow, oh no, still nothing. Jeff Fieldman says ZT is shorter than every one of us thought, but he's over 6 feet, right? I think he's taller than you think. He literally looks like a monster.
No one cares about height. Right? CEH? No, I care. I love the height game.
Diablo says throw to OBJ.
Wow, I thought he was over the line of scrimmage.
No flag. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go.
Javis.
Yeah. Again, third quarter, we're open up to you. We're going to talk Mount Rushmore of the Seahawks. Do whatever, Googling, whatever you feel. Legit. Like, you have to really feel this person deserves to be on there. Like, the story of the Seahawks needs this person involved with it. And not just because of, like, one nice season or anything. But throw it out there. It shouldn't even be that judgmental.
Yeah, we're all in this together.
That has been the 100% right there. That has been the theory of life. We're all in this together.
We're all humans of planet Earth.
What's going on here? They're all trying to bug us over there on the Twitch fan. Trying to mess with us.
Check it out.
Smashland was playing games. Trying to make me believe he was going to make some money. By the way, don't forget, jump in that free pool for the Kentucky Derby tonight. Answer 3 questions. You could win $5,000, baby. Tonight. Also, don't forget, 4 o'clock sim still on. 6 o'clock sim. We got the cornhole, a little cornhole action here to the Dream Stream. As that's caught. Here's your guy, Odell. Over the middle.
I'll take it.
Yeah, baby.
Getting some early love for Steve Largent. The best receiver in Seahawks history.
Question mark. Jerry Rice played for the Seahawks, I'm just saying.
True.
Just saying.
That was kind of sad at the end there.
They always said, like, that's the one thing. The one thing I think in the history of time, once Brady like retires, like that he won, there's a sack, huge sack there, could knock him out of field goal range potentially. Baker, got to be better than that. 1 timeout remaining. Who scored for the Hawks is Free Piercy won? Well, that would be Mr. Carlos Hyde, and for the Browns, it was Baker Mayfield to Harrison Bryant.
Ugh. Ugh.
David says OBJ over Djax, Rossi. I'm not making that argument, of course.
Honestly, it was disrespectful of the Raiders to trade Jerry Rice midseason.
Oh,
wow, what a fumble.
Oh, he could take it all the way. Wagner with the speed down the sideline, the 40 to the 30.
Wow, great hit.
Still 35 seconds remaining. Yeah, the Smash Brothers back in play.
Wow.
Woo! Don't forget, Seahawks not taking a lot of picks so far. Well, now they're getting up there, but they traded their first-round pick for Jamal Adams, who was in on that sack there, but not the one who knocked the ball out.
What a play. Oof.
Love to see.
That's textbook. Baker going to be feeling that one tomorrow.
Yep. I already see some arguments for players. Save it, baby. Save it for the third quarter. I love it.
Well, if you want to get it in early, we'll keep track.
I'm not going to remember. I'm not going to remember that exact quote. But yeah, keep it. You can throw it out there.
Yeah, get excited.
Joey Galloway, LOL. Galloway to
Hey,
me,
he was good.
Yeah, but he's more of like a buck. I don't know why in my head.
No, yeah, I mean, he was one of those dudes that was on a couple teams. I think Cowboys as well.
Yep.
So, I mean, he sort of bounced around, but good pro.
Yep. Here we go. Deep field goal attempt. That is through the uprights. Jason Myers, 2 seconds remaining here in the first half. Breaking the tie. 10-7 now.
The real question here is, Rossi, how high do you have Steven Hauschka on your list?
Not as high as you would think. Not so high that he's not even in the conversation. Hauschka's not a lifelong Seahawk.
Yeah, but he had his best years in Seattle.
Yeah, I know, but he wasn't like I wouldn't even consider like
when Steven Hauschka was with the Seahawks, he was like the guy to get in fantasy.
Yeah, but he was also in the division, I think, at the same time as my main man, Neil Rackers. Loved Neil Rackers.
Oh, I love your love for kickers, man. It's my favorite.
I will just say, if we get a flag, of course, why not just stretch this out a little more, people? What are we doing? It's halftime.
Come on.
No, I loved Neil Rackers back in the fantasy, and I still love how my league tries to ban kickers. And as the commissioner, I legit just will override it. Like, even if it's 11-1 and I'm the one, I'm saying no, foot down on that.
Hey, Meager66 is asking what's going on in the spots where there are not Sims today. Why don't you fill them in, Rossi?
It's just going to be me downing straight heat right here. It's going to be 1 hour of Rossi eats ghost pepper salsa. No, we have a cornhole tournament going on, coming to the Dream Stream. So it's a cornhole event, 6 o'clock. So there will be 2 more Sims. Don't you worry about a thing. It's the ACL FP. I don't know what that means. Actually, I don't even know if that's right. I think I just said that potentially. I don't even know what. I just literally read that. I don't know if Drew was telling. I could have glashed it up right there. But anyways, yes, we have cornhole at 6 o'clock. There'll be a lot of fun stuff. So you can check it out right there. It says, bag some green, baby. Enter the 1K free pool. Again, ACL Bag Brawl live, 7 p.m., so that's going to be taking over the Dream Stream. But we'll get back to the Sims at 8. You're just joining us, by the way. In this Sim, 7 for the Browns, 10 for the Seahawks. Austin Bryant from the main man, #1 overall pick just 3 seasons ago, Baker Mayfield. And for the Seahawks, it was Carlos Hyde and Jason Myers. 3! Jason Rossi, Tom Carroll, Tommy Freeze Pops, Tom Ace. Where did that come from?
First Sim I ever did with Koff, he decided to start calling me that from Ace Ventura.
I'm good. We're going to move right on. So
I haven't even seen Ace Ventura probably in like 25 years. So I honestly don't even know the reference, but it's become a thing.
I do love Koff, don't get me wrong, but he has a knack of trying to like make his name stick more than you've been known as Tommy Freeze Pops for a bigger reason and all that stuff. And it's a much
long time.
Much better. And he's like, does that. Like I always call when we have our technical director TP. I just call him TP.
TP's a great nickname. And
he calls him Undercover Boss Tom. And I said, this is absolutely ridiculous and a horrible nickname because nobody understands that but you. And we got like a little tiff about it one time, but that's just because me and Koff.
He likes his nicknames.
Yeah, and he wants his, but he always wants his to stay. Like the whole Krusty Koff thing, if you go back in time, he hated it. And then he realized that like everyone talked about it, so then he got fine with it. And then he somehow became the player of the game, which I don't call it. The key
with nicknames is like they need to just be organic, right? Like
yes.
Tommy Freeze Pops became Tommy Freeze Pops because I sent out that email and it was just a very natural fit. It kind of goes together. Sounds like an old mafia guy. Hey, Tommy Freeze Pops, go down there and fix this problem.
Hey, see, you go down to the corner, you're going to see a Tommy Freeze Pops. You're going to ask him for 5 cents on the dollar here, and then when he doesn't give it to you, you're going to pop him one. You're going to say, this here's from Scotty Too Much, and you're going to tell that Tommy Freeze Pops, I'm going to bug it, I'm going to hit him, I'm going to
smack him around, eh?
Don't make me send down Tommy Freeze Pops, all right? Listen. Once Freeze Pops comes up, you're done.
Yeah, so some people go with the Ace, Tom Ace.
No thanks.
It falls on deaf ears my way. Yeah, and then Tara Lynn does the Tommy Smokes thing. I don't understand that. But anyways, you know what, Rossi?
It's time.
I know that we're changing the format, but I want you to still hit the production here.
There's been time, year after year, where everyone goes to, I believe it's in South Dakota, to go see the real Mount Rushmore. If you believe in South Dakota, because there are conspiracy theories that believe the Dakotas do not exist, and I believe in that, because I've never been. I've never seen Mount Rushmore outside of pictures on the internet or potentially on a friend's Facebook, which I don't know if I'm really a friend with them. But today, we go to the mega capital of the United States. We head to the Northwest to see Seattle, and who will be the 4 piles of clay that we mash up and to put the official, unofficial DraftKings Mount Rushmore for the Seattle Seahawks. Here is Jason Rossi and Tom Freeze Pops Ace Smokes, that dude at your boy TC Fresh, Tom Carroll. That's right, folks. We have ourselves the Mount Rushmore for the Seattle Seahawks here, as that's a nice catch across the middle by Mr. Lockett. So we are going to turn it over to you. Throw out some names. Give us a reason if you can. You don't have to. But for the entire third quarter, for the next 6 minutes and change of gameplay, we are going to collect your answers, even into some of the fourth, and then me and Freeze Pops and our electric crew of producer Drew, Daniel, and Joe can all pitch in, and we'll finalize it. And
as you guys throw in your Mount Rushmore submissions, I just want to run through some Seattle Seahawk fun facts for you. So the franchise started in 1976 as an AFC team from 1977 until 2001. A lot more recently than you guys probably realized. Mm-hmm. Actually, I'm going to correct myself. They were 1 year in the NFC, and then they moved over to the AFC from 77 to 01.
Yeah,
and then in 01, they were added to the NFC West when the
Houston Texans
divisions all realigned.
Yeah, when the Houston Texans came in, they had to move a team, and they said, yeah, Seattle, you stink. We're going to send you over to the West. And by the way, I think that was also when, like, for a long time, the Cowboys were, the Cowboys still in the East. Arizona was in the East, the NFC.
Correct, because they used to be in St. Louis.
Yeah, but it was ridiculous.
They did a little conference realignment. There's still some weird stuff, like Indianapolis is in the AFC South. That makes no sense. But, like, for the longest time, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were in the NFC North. That made no sense.
I get an idea. Stop doing things by location if you don't really follow location.
Yeah, just name them after, like, iconic players. That'd be sick.
Yeah,
like, call the AFC East the Brady division. Yeah. Call the NFC North the Brett Favre division, you know?
Let's not get stupid, but yeah, you're right.
So, Seahawks, 1 Super Bowl championship to their name, 3 conference championships in 05, 13, and 14. That Super Bowl coming in 13, a blowout victory over the Broncos. They had a chance to go back-to-back, lost to the Patriots in 2014. 2 AFC West division titles and 9 NFC West division titles, all coming 04 to 2020, those 9, which makes sense because they weren't in the division until 01.
Nice.
Been to the playoffs 19 times.
There you go. 5-yard run there from Chubb. All right, so I'm seeing some things get thrown out. Steve Erickson, coach. Bad call for me to start there, Jason. Sorry, no disrespect.
Yeah, what are you doing here?
I'm just reading what I see. Brian Bosworth.
The Boz, definitely not on the Mount Rushmore of the Seahawks.
No. NFC North division, Jason Myers. Yeah, that is still like a nickname. Let's see here. All right, so we got Cortez Kennedy. No. Obviously, okay. Pizza Man throws out Steve Largent. I I don't want to say he's a lock yet because we'll get to it in the fourth. But
I mean, yeah,
that's as close as there's a big run here from Hunt, looking for the block. Doesn't quite wait for it. Hunt gets tackled 34 on the ground. Nice run there. Matt Hasselbeck, we want the ball and we're gonna score, says Tyre Woods.
Hey, Matt Hasselbeck had a great run in Seattle.
In the conversation, right?
Totally in the conversation.
Havoc says Steve Largent, Russell Wilson, Richard Sherman, Jacob Green.
That's a very strong list right
It
there,
is, but
I'd say.
Yeah, we'll say that. Jay Duncan, any love for Jim Zorn, the first lefty quarterback I remember? Well, that's more of a personal thing to you, Jay Duncan. Sean Alexander, there's the guy I think was going to be a very interesting conversation with, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree.
If anybody wants to make the like argument for Alexander, I'd love to see it. Whether it be numbers based.
I think you're looking at a guy in the Zoom chat that's going to be making that argument.
In the Zoom chat, you?
His name is Thomas Carroll.
Oh, in the
Andrew sending along a message from brother Phil. The Rushmore must have Walter Jones on it. He is easily their most decorated player.
Ooh.
I think like 11 or 12 Pro Bowls, multiple first-team All-Pro nods, Hall of Fame. No other player in Seattle history has his resume. Brother Phil, that is correct. Walter Jones will also be a lock on my end as we get there. But, I mean, I would like to see some more Walter Jones love from the chat because that dude was unbelievable. Like, you know how there's Chuck Norris facts on the internet and you read them and they're just, like, funny? There's some Walter Jones stats out there that are just insane. Like he was called for holding like less than 10 times in his entire career. It was like
five.
never.
Hold on real quick. 4th and 5 here. Mayfield going deep. Has a man. It's caught at the 4-yard line.
Big play.
Look at that. That Hollywood Higgins, baby. Big play. Didn't fumble into the end zone that time. Steve Hutchinson. See, I'm going to say D-Rob. I would absolutely have Steve. But he left to go to the Vikings, right? Or vice versa.
Yes.
Vikings, I thought. So I think Walter Jones is the better. By the way, love brother.
Oh, Walter Jones is in a different category than Steve Hutchinson.
But I want to say brother Phil. Shout out to brother Phil. Thumbs up to brother Phil. If I could like you as like your comments. I still wish they had that, but that's such a great point to what you said. It's like he always is very in depth, like with whether he likes what we say or he doesn't. That ball could have been a touchdown. Nice defense there. Walter Jones loves, says Trigger.
Walter Jones was incredible.
About to say Walter Jones, says Leet. Alexander was on the Madden cover. He has to make it, says Zeke. Hey, it's a good argument. It was kind of the death knell to his career, but it's
you know, there's another guy that hasn't been mentioned yet, and I'm curious what the chat thinks. Marshawn Lynch.
Touchdown. Hold on one second. Touchdown here. Is that Austin Bryant? Harrison Bryant again?
No. It was David Njoku.
So instead of the tight end 3, we go tight end 2. We're working our way up to get Austin Hooper for a touchdown, I guess. But yeah, David Njoku. Those trade rumors last year didn't fall through. Still on the team. Could be an asset. He's injured.
Yeah, so I'm curious what you guys think about Marshawn Lynch being in this conversation because he had a run there where he was among the best players at his position in the league and was like the true catalyst for everything that team was doing on offense along with Russell Wilson. So I think that Marshawn Lynch is someone who I haven't seen get the love yet from the chat, and I'm curious why. If you don't have Marshawn in that conversation, I'm curious why you don't.
Yep. I personally, if you want my 2 cents, but I want to hear from the Sim fam. I'll save mine for the 4 when we get there. Looking over here to see if there's anybody on Twitch. I'm following you guys. People are saying Kaká on David Njoku. I didn't give him the.
No, that's a Kaká for sure because Austin Hooper is their guy, man.
I know, but I've seen him score in the past enough. Listen, you know what? Screw it.
You're getting too lenient. Lenient.
Kaká! Stop interrupting the call. Damn it. No, I'm just kidding. How dare you? How dare you ever say that? Alexander greater than beast mode, says Straight here.
I agree.
Me too. What about Wilson, says Lewis.
Yeah, Wilson is the other lock. I think.
Lock?
I mean, yeah. Oh my God, yeah. He's the best player outside of Walter Jones. Russell Wilson is the best player in the history of the franchise.
You're so easily giving up locks here, dude.
Because it's an easy lock.
Hold on. Jeff asked, do they have to be drafted by the team? No. Just look at it this way, Jeff, or anybody, if you're asking any questions. Really no parameters. They just need to have a huge impact on the organization and be one of the 4 best players, in your opinion, to ever don a Seattle Seahawks jersey. So
Diablo 69 saying Sherman, Lynch, Wilson are in his top 3 for the Mount Rushmore.
Nah, bro.
I think that's super fair. And if you want, and then you throw Walter Jones in, that's a solid foursome.
Yeah.
Who in that 4 right there? I'm gonna finish his and give him Walter.
That's gonna be picked up. Get roll, fella. Roll, big fella. No, it's
who do you not like in that group?
I don't like that Russell Wilson's fumbling the ball everywhere. But for me, I'm not on Marshawn Lynch. I think Shaun Alexander is the best running back that ever played for the Seahawks. Okay. I have more of an argument, I think, for Shaun Alexander than Marshawn Lynch.
I do too. In fact, it's stupid for us to not just say our 4, so I'm going to say it. The 4 I have are Wilson, Jones, Largent, and Alexander.
I don't appreciate that.
But Marshawn's right there, man. You know, Alexander though definitely. I mean, he was the best player at his position in the league for a couple years there. Won an MVP, I believe. Set the single-season rushing record for touchdowns in a season, and I know he had an amazing offensive line. Shaun Alexander was legit.
Yeah.
And Marshawn Lynch was right there, though.
Joe throws out Wilson, Beast Mode, Wagner, Walter Jones. Wagner's not there.
Wagner, great player in the discussion, but not, I wouldn't say has risen to that level. But as far as like all-time great Seahawks go, he's definitely in that conversation.
Yeah, like Largent's in the Hall of Fame. Like Largent is the number 1. Him and Walter Jones to me were like undeniable locks. I'm open to the conversation. Even Russell Wilson. I'm even open. Like, does he need to be on there? I think.
Dude, he does. Oh, definitely. He's the only. Okay, when did the Seahawks win the Super Bowl?
5 years ago, I think.
And who was their quarterback?
Okay, Baltimore. Who won the Super Bowl with them?
I'm not done making the argument. Just finish. Just answer my question.
I'm sorry. We're getting touchy. As we get a 3rd and goal here, big play. I'll answer your question after this. Here's the hand give. I still can't punch it in. Chubb getting stuff. So should see a field goal here by Siebert. So yes, Russell Wilson was the quarterback.
And he was their best player, correct?
Arguably, yes.
Yes, and he has been the best player for that team for how many years now? That was the Super Bowl in 2013. He was their best player the year before in 2012.
Wait, No, it wasn't that long ago, was it?
Yeah, 2013 they won the Super Bowl. 2012 was his rookie year, and he was the best player on the team right away.
No, I disagree. I think the defense carried the team for the first several years for him. It's like when Brady was young, I feel. Same thing.
You know what, though, Rossi? I'm going to push back on that because that defense was really good before Russell got there. If you remember, Brady went up there and lost.
Going for it here, Chubb. Got it. Touchdown. Free spot. What are you pulling, a doozy?
No, there was like some trash. I just had to push down the trash. I didn't want it to fall out. We got to take the trash out.
Touchdown. Down. I literally thought you were just getting frustrated because I went to the game call. I'm like, I'm going to get to your point, I promise.
All I'm saying is Russell Wilson has been the best player on that team for like almost 10 years now. They've never had a quarterback like him. He's one of the best players in the league. Undeniably the best offensive player they've had, in my opinion. I just think that you got to have Russell Wilson in the mix there. I think he's a lock. He's going in the Hall of Fame.
Well, of course he is, because everyone goes in the freaking Hall of Fame. It's the worst argument now. It's people that like Largents of the world deserve it because Largent's a receiver who like
Shaun Alexander ain't going to the Hall of Fame.
Sure ain't. But I still think he's just Shaun Alexander's the guy. My last little point, as I'm trying to read through some of the chat here. I don't think. Here's D-Rod says, if you don't think they have a receiver from the Seahawks from way back, then you guys are tripping. That's the foundation. No, absolutely. Brother Phil, Steve Largent was Mr. Seahawk. At one time, he was the number 1 all-time receptions. Might have retired at number 1. He's absolutely it. Like, there's no
my 4 is Wilson, Jones, Largent, Alexander. Those are my guys.
Yeah,
I'm with you guys in the chat that are throwing the Largent love out there.
I'm just going to say, and there's no hill to die on here. I'm reading. I think Wright and Wagner get almost as much as Wilson. Largent 100%, Jones 100%. That's the new Seahawks who woke up the rest of the Mount Rushmore. I don't see enough love for Richard Sherman. I'm not seeing it, and he is right on the doorstep.
Totally in the discussion. The guy in his prime was unbelievable.
I technically have him over Russell Wilson just for the argument, because I feel like he's the heartbeat of that organization for the stretch of them being great. Earl Thomas, great player, a really good player. Cam Chancellor, really good player. But it really, and even why am I forgetting the cornerback on the other side's name all of a sudden?
Brandon Browner.
Nice player at best. Like, it was good to be a number 2 when he had a great number 1 on the other side, which we all wish we had, every team. Because Wilson's going to take off here. Oh, nice spin move. Fumbles again!
Lit up!
Go all the way! The Browns are going to shock Seattle here with the second fumble recovery. This one going for 6. Hope you loaded up and captained the Cleveland D. Shocking 28-10 right now.
Wow. So earlier we saw the Seahawks do that to the Browns, and now the Browns are saying, go ahead and do that to Russell.
Daniel saying Sherman will be on the Seahawks press conference.
Oh, 100%.
I still for me, Sherman was literally just such an incredible force for that team. He was when you know the Legion of Boom by name. It's like the Beatles. You know all 4. But one had to be the lead guy, and I still think that was Sherman by his off the field speaking, his on the field play. I just feel like he literally was the heartbeat of that organization. And still to this day, when I think of the Seahawks, I see him. I just do. It's just the way.
So Russell Wilson, I think, was the best player on those teams. But as far as that defense goes, Richard Sherman is right there.
I still think Russell Wilson.
I do think that you're sort of undercutting how good Earl Thomas was in his prime. Earl Thomas was, for a stretch, the best person at his position in the league. So I don't know that hurts Richard Sherman per se, and I know what you mean. He's sort of the heartbeat. He was the leader, the vocal leader. But Earl Thomas, it wasn't like that guy was a church mouse in the back. He's out there barking. He's out there running, defensive huddles before the game, and he's got all the All-Pros and Pro Bowls to back it up too.
Yeah.
Earl Thomas was great. Cam Chancellor also great. Fantastic secondary. Such a good secondary.
Yeah, Damian says Sherman is Sherman without Earl Thomas. Agreed. Sherman isn't there anymore, says Jason Myers. Technically true, but doesn't really matter in the argument. I'd put Sherman on there, but I don't know much about Seattle history, says Jeff. Don't need to know, dude. It's a vibe. Just throw out opinions. That's all we're looking for. For at least a decade, there was only Steve Largent. He's the only one. Yeah, Dan, you're right. He was huge. Joey Galloway, Ashley throwing out. I don't even think he's really in the conversation, Joey Galloway.
No, Joey Galloway is not in the conversation.
Here we are.
Nice player.
Yeah, we're heading to the 4th. It's already 54 in the hour, man. Time flies when you're having fun.
Okay, who's your 4 then?
So my 4 was Walter Jones, Steve Largent, Richard Sherman, and Sean Alexander. Not in that order.
So the only difference is you have Sherman, I have Wilson.
So I guess before we do anything else, though, I want the chat. Are any beast mode people out there? I know we kind of asked, but now it's a straight call to action. Twitch fam, any of you, throw it out there. Throw out why, if you really feel. Is there any years, any stretch of time? Because Sean Alexander was right there with LT. Those are the 2 best running backs in the league. I know you had Priest Holmes, and during the time you had a little bit of Larry Johnson, but these 2 were dominating headline guys. And
to win an MVP as a running back in 2005 is really hard to do, and tells you how good he was.
Peyton Manning prime. You have Tom Brady hitting that next level stride, or right about to hit that. You have Drew
LaDainian
Brees.
Tomlinson. Drew Brees, right.
Who's somebody? Why am I missing a name that I feel like is very obvious? Brett Favre, no.
Still playing high-level football at that point, though. Worth mentioning.
Yeah, there's somebody else I was just thinking, how is this guy not? Either way, we just named a few people that he, all-time greats, all-timers. Even Priest Holmes at the time, let's be real. An unbelievable talent in the league. So all those guys are playing. He wins the MVP. To me, it's a lock, but I'd love to hear people.
I agree. Trigga D saying that Lofa Tatupu is in his top 4.
Oh,
Tatupu was great, but not for long enough. Dealt with injuries, sort of washed out of the league. But early on in his career, really good.
yeah. David is, we're going to get here to the 4th. David says Lynch over Alexander. He's got Alexander. There was my Boston accent. Ring, and Lynch should have 2 rings. All right. David.
True.
Jordan Lindenbaum says Beast Mode was in a Super Bowl. He literally registered on the Richter scale, for God's sake. Alexander may have been better stats-wise, but Beast Mode was iconic.
Jordan, and this is why it was such a tough call for me. I'm sort of debating between those two. And I just have to look at the hardware and the impact on the league and lean Sean Alexander. But it's tough because of everything you just said. Beast Mode is an icon, man.
He is. Jamal Lewis, Deuce McAllister, D-Rod adding to that time. Those guys weren't that level. Maybe Jamal Lewis, but Damian saying...
Jamal Lewis did have a 2,000-yard season, but Deuce, no.
Damian saying, you tripping, Tom. Go back and look at Lofa's stats. He was a dog.
I'm gonna look at it right now.
Okay, I'm going to say something, and I forgot, and I'm really mad at myself. Oh, Jerome Bettis, Fred Taylor, D-Rod's listing them off. I made a big mistake, and I blame myself. I don't blame Drew, our producer. Great. Daniel, our technical director. One of the greatest. Joe in ops. Smoking them. Doing a great job.
Lofa only played 6 seasons.
I'm in the middle of a
was only an All-Pro one time, so.
I'm in the middle of bleeding my heart out here. I'm so sorry. I forgot. We talked about this a long time ago because we've been saying coaches, owners. This whole time, and I'm re-entering it. The 12th man. Remember I said this a long time ago. The 12th man is in the conversation, is debatable. The only fans that I think the Chiefs fans might have also hit that octave or whatever, but they're as famous as any player that's ever played in this organization. People talk about Seattle and they literally talk about the 12th man. I kind of hate him, but at the same time I respect it. And there's no other team I can even make the argument. I made it for the Browns. We did talk a little bit the dog pound. I think we haven't done the Washington football team yet, have we?
No.
Okay, that's the only 3 I can really think of that really deserve to potentially. We also have the Raiders.
The dog pound.
The dog pound. I think I tried to make the argument, but it was there's too many better the Otto Grahams in the world. Let's be real. Yeah. But the Raiders, I remember in my thought process, Washington football team, the Seahawks, and the what was the other team? Whatever. There's one other, but I think it might be too.
Bills
hard.
Mafia. Daniel saying maybe.
I should have. Did we do the Bills yet?
Yeah, we did. Because remember, there was a large O.J. Simpson debate.
Never heard of him. Yeah. Oh, I should. Do I make this fight?
No, because you're gonna lose. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate the 12-man thing. Oh, walking around the stadium, got my 12 jersey on. Oh, we're having an impact on the game here.
Dude, it is as
we're the best fans in sports.
I don't know about that, but it's. I would say
that's what they think.
But there is impact. There's something.
Sure. I just think it's disrespectful to all of the great players we're talking about if we're going to throw a group of fans on there over these guys. We only got 4 spots. If it was 10, sure. If it was 12, give them the 12th. But no, we get 4 spots here. There's Hall of Famers, all-time greats, all pros. Get out of here with the 12th man.
Jason Myers, potentially the kicker for the Seahawks, in the chat says, when you talk about playing at Seattle, you always mention the 12th man.
Yeah, so what? That doesn't mean that they're go on the Mount Rushmore.
By the way, shout out to D-Rod just throwing out every 2005 running back right now like they're the greatest running backs ever.
I know, it's amazing. Warwick Dunn, Brian Westbrook.
Who was better, Matt Hasselbeck or Trent Dilfer? Seahawks?
Matt Hasselbeck.
Hasselbeck, dude. He was raking stats there. He was like baby Kurt Warner there for a 4-year stretch.
He had a great run in Seattle. Mark Underwood saying Walter Jones, Steve Largent, Russell Wilson, Cortez Kennedy, and Easley in the 5th spot. Cortez Kennedy is being overlooked, Brother Phil says.
Right.
Nose tackles always are, but he was a top 5 player in his position for over a decade. Can't say perennially in the MVP conversation. Sean Alexander, who won an MVP, and at his peak was one of the best players in the league. Not just all those dudes ahead of Cortez Kennedy.
Brian says Matt Flynn. Hey, he's got a lot of money for Russell Wilson to just sneak right in. Pete
I
Carroll,
stand corrected. Cortez Kennedy in the Hall of Fame.
yeah. I just don't think from the bigger standpoint with all the names and not just recency bias, we talked about a Steve Largent. I don't think he's mentioned in that same breath. So good call by Brother Phil. And I love the chat where you're going, but I think we got 3
As no more. See, this is why I need to do my normal research and just be like ready to roll here. I mean, he won Defensive Player of the Year in '92 as a. But with that said, I personally think that the spot is between Russell Wilson and Cortez Kennedy.
Oh, we are just poo-pooing a future goal.
4 is very hard. I just think that.
Oh, touchdown here, Seattle. There's your guy,
Greg the leg. He finishes out his career.
I'm not just ready to do that. I think Largent is still that guy. I understand records are going to be getting shattered and everyone's going to pretend like the game's at its greatest right now. It's clearly not. It's a great game, don't get me wrong, but they made all these rules to make sure the offense is scoring all the time. I don't know. We'll see.
Cares for this franchise. But I think there's really like a group that stands out. It's Jones, it's Largent, it's Alexander, it's Wilson, it's Sherman, it's Lynch, it's Cortez Kennedy, Jansen.
Yeah, Trigger says, I take Russ over Kennedy, but in his prime, Kennedy demanded double teams all the time. Yeah, he had 8-time Pro Bowl, as you mentioned, 3-time All-Pro.
Yes, Rossi.
I'm here.
Do we knock Sean Alexander off and put Cortez Kennedy in because he was more consistent for longer? Sean Alexander's peak was great and it was strong, but it wasn't very long. And I know you dislike Terrell Davis for this exact same reason.
Different, though. Different. MVP.
Explain.
I still think it's because he worked for the NFL Network, and if Sean Alexander started working there, like somehow I believe that MJD is going to get in because he works there. But quickly, Alexander was his best, like we've talked about, his highest point. Here's where it all comes down to. Ready? Highest point for Steve Largent, the best receiver when he retired. Right?
Sure.
Walter Jones, his peak, up to ceiling, best running back in the league, won an MVP. Cortez Kennedy, at his peak, best nose tackle
in the league, definitely.
Russell Wilson at his peak. Never.
Yeah, but I think that we need to look at the quarterback position differently. There is a different, it's okay. Seattle has had its longest run of success with this man leading the charge. It's been an inconsistent. All of their conference titles, division titles, it's all with Wilson, man. I mean, before Russell Wilson arrived, so they've been around since 1976.
But all I'm going to say is Matt Hasselbeck.
They only won 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 divisions. Okay. I think it's gotten more difficult.
Matt Hasselbeck has reached one less Super Bowl than Russell Wilson for that same organization, on the back of Sean Alexander.
They've been to the playoffs 19 times.
The best player at his position. If we're going Mount Rushmores and you want to get Kennedy in there, I don't think Alexander comes off. I think Russell Wilson comes off.
Then I think we have to Rivers or Dan Fouts on the Chargers not on the Chargers Mount Rushmore. I'm not allowing us to have Russell Wilson miss this Mount Rushmore because
with an agenda.
Of course I did.
I'm fine with it. If you want to make it, lock it in then. Just lock it in because I'm just going to keep fighting against you. And
dangerous. I'm not going to lock it in until the end.
I'm going to be sick at the end because I need.
Okay, why don't we do it? Okay, we got a minute left. Ooh. Vote in the chat between Russell Wilson and Cortez Kennedy. We'll let them decide.
Yes, that's a bad move on your part.
It doesn't happen.
Yep.
But I've put it out there. I still feel weird about not having a quarterback on the Chargers Mount Rushmore, and I don't want that to happen again. Football is a game driven by quarterbacks. Russell Wilson is the best quarterback. Oh, great question. You know what? I want to see the stats. I'm making you watch the stats.
I'm telling you right now, I'm warning everybody, there will not be a player of the game. There will not be one. I'm 5 minutes late to do what something I was supposed to be doing. I'm not pulling a beat
here. I'll give you one right now. Wooden nickel.
Not my kid award.
Let's go with Odell Beckham Jr. 4 points in the flex.
I'm going to reserve product of his offensive line. So was everybody. So was Russell Wilson then. No, yeah. I'm not mad at you. I'm just fired up because I think when people start like the current position, I have so much beef with that argument. I think it's the most prolific and like people talk about it the most. But is it technically the most prolific? Clearly he won.
He is. You're just anti-Russ.
I'm not
You have a week.
Ito, lock it down. None of that. Don't play that game. First of all, you're not listening. You're trying to, like, you won my attention. You got it. But aside from that, don't play that game.
We did not put Eddie Murray on the Lions Mount Rushmore, by the way.
Listen, this is fun. I like the debate. Love the chat here today. So Russell Wilson, clearly, if we went to the chat, just dominated. So we'll put him in. Russ gets the nod. But, yeah, that'll be it. So it's going to be
crazy, bro. You're crazy for not thinking that he should be a lock.
At the peak of all of the players we mentioned, Russell Wilson never an MVP. Russell Wilson never made it to.
But I want to use our eyeballs, and we know how much he's impacted this team over the last decade.
Yeah, but so did Sean Alexander when he played. Brought them,
and that's why he's on the list.
And so you're talking about Cortez Kennedy, who was literally in the Hall of Fame, is one of the greatest defensive linemen of all time.
That's why this is difficult.
Pivoted. This is fun, dude. This is a lot because I'm literally getting jazzed up, and I like that. It's bringing emotion, and definitely from the DK Sim fam as well. So
this was a sneaky tough franchise to do for sure.
And it brought out the worst of us. But appreciate each and every single one of you. As producer Drew says, Wilson gets it. So line them up, Mr. Freeze Pops. Who are we erecting into the Mount Rushmore for the Seattle Supersonics, Seahawks?
First name I will say, Russell Wilson, quarterback of the Seattle Seahawks, locking him in. Walter Jones, Steve Largent, and Sean Alexander. That's your 5, folks.
5.
Oh, yeah, 4.
You throw me off. For Daniel, our technical director, for Drew, our producer, Joe in ops, he is Tommy Freeze Pops. He is at your boy TC Fresh. Check out Great Day Nation. He'll be teaming up with Moose coming up at 4 p.m. I am Jason Rossi at Jason D. Rossi on Twitter. Check out the Pop Culture Pile Driver. 1, 2, 3 words. Search it on iTunes. Appreciate you all. Collectively, this is a lot of fun. Love the chat. Love the arguments. Love the stuff. Don't like the shady stuff some people say, but it happens. But honestly, as always, drink your water. Keep smiling. Stay positive. And we will be back. Freeze Pops, Moose, 4 p.m. Catch you soon. Don't forget, check out free pools for the bags. That's what the people do. And for the Kentucky Derby. All happening right if you check out right on the homepage of your DraftKings app. And more Kentucky Derby interviews coming right up.
All right, the Kentucky Derby is back where it belongs, the first Saturday in May. And back with us to drop some knowledge is horse racing analyst for NBC Sports, Lafitte Pinkai. What's good, man? How are you?
All good, Emerson. What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's great to have you here. Let's start with essential quality here. Trained by Brad Cox, the favorite entering Saturday, drew the number 14 post. So why is he deserving to be a favorite in your mind?
He's an undefeated reigning champion, the 2-year-old champion from last season. He's never going to wow you with his brilliance. You're not going to watch him race and left searching for superlatives like you would an American Pharaoh justify. What he does do is just figure out a way each and every time. His versatility. He's won close to the lead. He's won from off the pace. He's won at Churchill Downs. He's been in traffic and trouble and overcome that. The only question we had about essential quality going into his last start was, what would happen when a horse race turns into a dogfight? When a horse's heart is tested? That happened in the Bluegrass with Highly Motivated, and he showed that he wasn't afraid to counterpunch. He dug in, he called on that class, he called on that heart. What defined him as a champion, that's what separates him thus far to this point, and why essential quality is a deserving favorite.
All right, well, how about trainer Todd Pletcher here? He's going to have 4 horses in the Derby, but perhaps his best.
Todd Pletcher has started 55 horses in the Derby, the most ever. I think he's had at least four times. He had 5 horses in another Derby. No question, known agenda is the best of his quartet. He's a grade 1 Florida Derby winner. He's improving at just the right time. They put blinkers on his last couple of starts to get him just more focused, and it's really worked. The rail is a concern. No horse has won from the rail since 1986, and it took the greatest jockey who ever lived to pull it off in Bill Shoemaker. No horse has won from the 1, 2, or 3 since 1998 in Real Quiet. The difference is the space that the starting gate occupies is less. They used to have 14 horses in one gate and 15 towards the outside in an auxiliary gate, and that took up more space. So the jockey on the one was literally, if he were to look straight, if the horse ran straight, they would have gone right into the fence. Really claustrophobic and uncomfortable. Now you just have one gate, takes up less space. So the one post really isn't that bad for Known Agenda, and he has arguably the best jockey in North America in the saddle in Irad Ortiz.
Well, which horses concern you after the results of the draw from Tuesday?
Emerson, it's a fair race. Aside from Known Agenda being hampered by the rail, I think it's a fair race. The only horse I was concerned about is Rock Your World because he's only run once on dirt. So we don't know how he would respond to other horses being in front of him and kicking dirt back in his face. He's run way to the outside. The combination of his post and his tactical speed, where he'll be close early, he's not going to have to worry about any of that kickback. He was the only one I had concerns about in terms of a contender going in. He drew just fine.
All right. Well, out of all the horses getting like tons of buzz here, one of them is Hot Rod Charlie because of some of his recent performances. Trained by Doug O'Neill. We talked to him the other day. Great dude. Do you think he has what it takes? This horse has what it takes to pull out a victory here?
I do. And for some of the same reasons as Essential Quality, it's Hot Rod Charlie's versatility. We saw him go wire to wire in the Louisiana Derby. He was second to Essential Quality in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But this is a horse you can root for and just get behind if you know nothing about horse racing.
Yeah.
He's a horse that, like, he is co-owned by 5 college buddies.
It's amazing, dude.
Football teammates and frat buddies.
Yes.
It's so cool. We're going to have a chance to see them on the walkover with, like, these Kentucky blue bloods that have been trying to win the Derby and winning the Derby for, like, decades. And here's these 5, like, frat boys, co-owners of the Derby horse. They call him Chuck. It's just an amazing story. We can't wait to tell it.
Just see them shotgunning beers like on the track, but
like an egg stand right before post out. Yeah.
yeah, that's weird flex, but okay, you know. But also, I love like the mission behind that horse too. I know they're raising money for like a fantastic cause, and we talked to Mr. O'Neill about that the other day. From one great trainer to another one. How about legendary trainer Bob Baffert here, man? Only one horse racing this year. That's Medina Spirit. Baffert chasing history, currently tied for the most Kentucky Derby wins with 6. Can Medina Spirit, Lafitte, help him make history?
I don't know. He's not Silver Charm. I don't think he's American Pharaoh. I know he's not American Pharaoh. He's not Justify. Baffert's superstar is sidelined. His name is Life is Good. On paper, he was easily the fastest, most talented 3-year-old of this generation. Sideline will miss the Triple Crown. Going to be just fine. He'll be back at some point. I guess sometimes when you're just reading the tea leaves and trying to read trainers, and Baffert's a pretty easy read, you can kind of tell when he feels like he has King Kong locked up in a cage ready to unleash. I'm not getting that sense from Bob with Medina Spirit. I think Hall of Fame jockey John Velasquez rides him aggressively. He might be in front passing the stands for the first time. Maybe, because he's one of these horses that are better at keeping other horses from passing him than he is actually passing horses. So maybe he makes his presence felt more early than late. Just not getting that overwhelming, beaming confidence from Bob Baffert like you do sometimes leading up to a Kentucky Derby.
Maybe he's just playing mind games with us.
That's possible too. I mean, listen, nobody liked Authentic last year. No, I didn't think he could run a mile. I didn't think he'd get the distance and, sleep on Baffert, and look what happens.
You got any favorite long shot picks? You have any for us?
I think, to use in the exotics underneath, Midnight Bourbon has just trained too well, looked too good for trainer Steve Asmussen. Asmussen, I think he believes Superstock is going to run the race of his career. I don't know if that's good enough to win, but that's the sense I get from Asmussen regarding the Arkansas Derby winner. Obesos from well off the pace. Closers always have to worry about navigating traffic and that kind of thing. He's going to be about 25-30 to 1. And if you watch his race in the Louisiana Derby, the way he closed up the fence with a rookie Kentucky Derby jockey, Marcelino Pedrosa, I wouldn't leave him off your tickets either. Those are the 3 I'm gravitating towards in terms of potential upsets.
Hook us up with your pick to win. I need to hear it.
I'm vacillating between Rock Your World, the Santa Anita Derby winner, and Highly Motivated. It probably would be Essential Quality, but this guy, Mattress Mac, Jim McInvale, owner of Gallery Furniture out of Houston, is going to bet like $4 million on this horse,
Yeah.
like over 2 days. That's why he's a 2-1 morning line favorite. Otherwise, he'd be like 3-1, 7-2. The morning line odds maker, his job is to make the morning line based on where the money's going to go, not who he thinks is going to win. So I like Essential Quality, but because of Mattress Mac, the price can be too damn short. So I have to make a decision at some point. I'll tell you, it will be either Rock Your World or Highly Motivated.
Mattress Mac, good friend of DraftKings. He's put down some ridiculous Super Bowl bets in the past too. And I'm just sitting here.
He puts his money where his mouth is and then some.
Yeah, for sure. Before you get out of here, let's finish up by diving into our free-to-play pool for the race. You can find this one on the DraftKings Sportsbook in the pool section. It's a $100,000 prize pool with $5K going to first place. And like I said, it's free to play. Even if sports betting is not allowed in your state. So rapid fire style here, Lafitte, quick and dirty. You ready?
Yep, fire.
All right. Will the winning time be over or under 2 minutes and 2.5 seconds?
Faster.
All right. Will the saddle cloth number of the winning horse be odd or even?
Oh, I can't. Whatever Rock Your World or Highly Motivated is. Let's go even.
Okay. Which horse will have the better finishing position? Known Agenda or Hot Rod Charlie?
Known Agenda.
How about better finish between Highly Motivated or Medina Spirit?
Highly Motivated.
And finally, give us your best guess on who finishes 1, 2, and 3.
Rock Your World, Highly Motivated, Super Stock.
Lafitte Pinkai, awesome catching up with you, dude. Thanks for making time for DraftKings.
Anytime. Best of luck with your wagers, man.
All right, joining us now to preview the Kentucky Derby is a two-time winner at Churchill Downs and the trainer for Hot Rod Charlie, Doug O'Neill. Thanks for making time for DraftKings. First off, man, how are we feeling with the Derby back in its usual spot on the calendar?
Oh, man, thanks for having me, man. I love linking horse racing to DraftKings. I can't wait till one day we can actually go on DraftKings and bet on the pony. So hopefully it's one day soon. But the Derby's looking nice, and we're back to the traditional first Saturday in May, and got a field of 20. And like you said, we're blessed enough to have one of the 20, number 9, Hot Rod Charlie, and he's settled in great here from California, and we're very optimistic he's got a big chance.
Yeah, you mentioned, racing from post position 9. You tweeted a picture of your group celebrating with the caption, "A few of us were pleased with the post 9 announcement." So tell us, like horse racing layman's here, why that's so exciting.
Well, in a field of 20, so they're in numerical order, of course. And so the 1 and 2 hole being right down on the inside, sometimes if they don't break real sharp, they can get in traffic trouble right away, because generally most of the field starts going towards the rail after leaving the gate. So those inside posts aren't ideal, but being number 9 is really nice. Being right in the middle of the pack there just gives you a little bit more versatility after the break. And the way with 22, they load the gates, number 1 and number 11, number 2, number 12. So being number 9 too, you're loading towards the end. So ideally you're not sitting in the gate too long.
That's awesome. And Hot Rod Charlie, I know, has experience going up against like some of the favorites in this year's Derby. So he ran second to Essential Quality, right, in last year's Breeders' Cup Juvenile race, and then third to Bob Baffert's Medina Spirit in the Bob Lewis Stakes in Santa Ana. So what will it take for your horse, Hot Rod Charlie, here to turn the tables on Saturday?
I think that's a good question. I think in a race like this, you do have a lot of evenly matched horses. So it's going to take a lot of luck, just a good, clean trip. I think we're heading the right way as far as we've shipped in from California, and that's gone really smoothly. So sometimes when you ship out of state, all kinds of goofy things can happen, and sometimes they don't adjust really well. But he's adjusted great. He's already shipped of his 7 career races. 4 of them have been on different racetracks too. So he's shown that it doesn't matter what kind of surface he's running over. He brings his A game. And but yeah, to turn the tables on Essential Quality and Medina Spirit, I think we just need just a good, safe trip. And I think we got a more mature version, a bigger version. I think we have the ability to turn the tables.
Yeah, it sounds like you're pretty confident that he can handle the Churchill Downs main track A-okay then.
I am. Yeah, he's been galloping on it the last few days, and he's kind of a tall, lanky horse, very light-footed, and he gets over most any surface really well. And the Churchill is no exception. He's getting over really well.
How would you compare Hot Rod Charlie to, say, like 2012 winner, like I'll Have Another, and Nyquist in 2016? Those are two past Derby winners that you've trained.
I think the one main comparison is all three of those horses have just tremendous amounts of class. All three of them are great around the barn, conserve their energy, and very energetic and competitive on the track. So he's you can compare him to those two like that, and he's versatile like those two as well. So to win a race like the Kentucky Derby, you just got to be a special horse. He acts like he is one, and we'll see on Saturday.
All right, so he's got some swagger in that step, huh?
Oh yeah, he's a confident dude, man. But he's humble too. He's not a cocky dude by any means. But that was one of his things early on in his career. He was kind of having a little trouble separating himself from the pack, and just recently he's gotten much more comfortable with separating himself, and that's a huge key.
Hey, how does name Hot Rod Charlie come about? Because I know, especially like the casual fans, people are always interested in like the story behind how some of these great horses get their names.
Yeah, a great racehorse named Indian Charlie is Hot Rod Charlie's grandfather. So that's where the Charlie came from. And then Hot Rod Charlie is a half brother to a sprinter champion. So the owners thought he was going to be a sprinter. That's where they came up with the Hot Rod. They were thinking he was going to be a one-turn, short distance, amazing horse. And here we are trying to go mile and a quarter in the Derby. So that's kind of how we got that.
Yeah, and let's dive into a little bit of who is behind this horse right now. I know one of the co-owners is actually your nephew, Patrick O'Neill. He and some fellow ex-football players here and fraternity brothers at Brown, they make up a group that has some stake in the horse. So how excited is he and this group to have a chance to win the Derby?
It's incredible, man. I'm so proud of my nephew Patrick for so many reasons, but getting four of his football buddies, like you say, from Brown University to jump in horse racing. This is only their third horse they've been part of, and if Charlie didn't work out, they were going to probably take a little break because financially they can't really afford it. But Charlie's been an absolute godsend for all of us, and Patrick and his boys they're great guys. They bring so much energy to the sport, it's funny. They're partners, Greg Helm and Bill Strauss. They're more established businessmen, and they're 60 plus, and just to see, Patrick and his buddies, they want to be like Greg and Bill when they grow up, and Greg and Bill, they live for, they would love to go back and be 28 again. So it's a great group, a lot of fun, and Hot Rod Charlie's feeling the positive energy.
Yeah, and speaking of that positive energy, Doug, I know you're also using Hot Rod Charlie to draw attention to a great cause. Like Patrick and his dudes are behind this as well. Can you tell us a little bit about the scholarship logo on the horse's blanket and how this all came about?
A good friend of ours, Stephen Panis, tragically lost his son Jake last August, and so we're just trying to celebrate the life of Jake and want to keep Jake around with us forever. And by doing that, Stephen and his wife and the football program there at South Carolina came up with a walk-on scholarship for walk-on players that could use the assistance. So it's been really well received. And again, Jake, I knew Jake through Stephen, and just a positive kid. He was friendly to people he knew and strangers as well. He just we need more Jakes in this world, and hopefully this is Hot Rod Charlie can be something that can kind of help spread the word for this, and we can keep Jake with us forever.
Yeah, because I know he was a junior at the time of the accident, had dreamed of attending South Carolina, which was his father's alma mater. This race, winning this race, would have to mean so much for you and so many people, given the involvement of your family and this great cause.
Oh, you're 100% right. And after we drew number 9, yesterday was the big draw to see which post fishing your horse has got. And we drew number 9, and Steven called me right away, his dad, and said, you know what? I know Jake he's part of this, man, because we lost him on August 9th. It's been 9 months since he's been gone. So, we're just, we can feel Jake's presence, and it's all positive. It's lots of love and strength, and go Gamecocks, baby. Go Charlie, go Gamecocks.
There's a lot of people who will be rooting for you and rooting for Hot Rod Charlie this weekend. Doug O'Neill, thanks so much for hanging out with us, and good luck this weekend.
You too, brother. Thanks for having me, man.
All right, joining us now to preview this weekend's Kentucky Derby is horse racing host and reporter for NYRA, Acacia Courtney. It's good to have you here. How are you doing today? I'm sure you're stoked for this weekend.
I am. I'm doing great. Thanks. It's nice to have the Kentucky Derby back on the calendar where it belongs and kind of have a little bit of a sense of normalcy this year.
That's right. Like, does this build up? Like, how different does it feel this year compared to like last year's running of the Kentucky Derby when it obviously had to be shifted around a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. We kicked off the Triple Crown last year with the Belmont Stakes at a different distance, at a different time of year. We were in the summer in Saratoga, covering racing at Saratoga while the Kentucky Derby was happening in the first Saturday in September, and then it wrapped up with the Preakness. So it was just kind of taking it day by day more last year, just grateful we were having a Triple Crown at all, though I do think that there is kind of a big asterisk next to that Triple Crown year, whereas this year, we've got a solid group of 3-year-olds. We've got 20 horses lined up in the starting gate. You feel that buzz with Derby Week, with some of the media being able to be back on track that we didn't have in the prior year. So you feel that excitement, which is kind of cool to have that back.
Yeah, 100%. And I know Essential Quality is the likely favorite in the Kentucky Derby. He's undefeated in 5 lifetime starts. What makes this horse good enough to win?
Well, the fact that he was the 2-year-old champion and then came back at 3 and then won his 2 races so far as a 3-year-old in the Southwest and the Bluegrass. Now, the thing is that I think he was a very, very good 2-year-old. You want to see them continue that on as a 3-year-old, but at this point leading into the Kentucky Derby, you want to see them progress. And I don't know if we've really seen Essential Quality take that big step forward. I think he's always been very good and he has done absolutely nothing wrong as of yet. He's pretty push button. I think he's a very worthy favorite, but I actually think this is a relatively wide open 3-year-old crop. Would I be surprised if Essential Quality wins? Not at all. He's done nothing wrong as of yet, and he does have the ability to kind of have a tactical running style, but as I like to be difficult, I'm going to try to beat him.
Awesome. And in the last 10 years too, the winner of the Kentucky Derby has always shown speed and been placed forward in the race. Which horses this year do you think fit that race winning pattern?
Well, I think more than anything, you want a horse maybe that's not necessarily going to be setting the pace, but has the ability to kind of be up on top of it. I think to me, the main speeds are going to be Rock Your World and Soup and Sandwich, both of whom are drawn a little bit more towards the outside. I actually spoke to Soup and Sandwich's trainer, Mark Cassie, yesterday, and he told me, this was, of course, before the draw, he said, it really doesn't need to be on the lead. He can kind of stalk right off of Rock Your World. However, now Soup and Sandwich is out in post 19 of 20. So he can kind of let the race unfold to his inside, but I'd imagine his jockey Tyler Gaffleone is going to have his hand force a little bit as far as setting the pace. The question with those 2 horses is, are they going to be able to sustain that speed and hopefully be able to continue on for 1.25 miles, because a lot are going further. In kind of that right behind, I think it's going to be Essential Quality, highly motivated, Hot Rod Charlie. Those are horses that can be kind of up in that first flight.
Yeah, you mentioned trainer. I know a lot of people immediately go to Bob Baffert here, currently tied for the most Kentucky Derby wins with 6. I mean, this year he has only 1 horse, Medina Spirit. So how do you rate his chances?
I still think he's a big player. He's another one. He's not slow. He was beaten pretty soundly by Rock Your World last time out in the Santa Anita Derby. He was also beaten pretty soundly by Life is Good, who was Bob Baffert's, I think, best horse as far as a Derby option. Will not be participating in the Kentucky Derby this year due to an injury. So we're kind of seeing, I guess, the next level, the kind of B team, which for Bob Baffert is still a pretty deep bench. It's still a pretty strong hand here. So he's another one that I do think think has a shot. He's got John Velasquez aboard. Of course, Johnny and Bob Baffert teamed up to win the Derby last year with Authentic. And for him, he's going to try to turn the tables on Rock Your World. He knows his game now, as Rock Your World in the Santa Anita Derby. It was his first time on the dirt after starting his first 2 races on turf.
Well, how about trainer Doug O'Neill? He's won the Derby twice with I'll Have Another. That was 2012 and the Nyquist 2016. This year he has Hot Rod Charlie. So how does he stack up to this year's field?
I like Hot Rod Charlie. I've always liked him. I remember seeing him in the paddock before the Breeders' Cup, where he was second at a second to Essential Quality at over 90-1 that day, and I was like, wow, this is a gorgeous horse. He's so stunning beforehand. So I mean, look at him. He was beaten 3/4 of a length that day behind the horse that became the 2-year-old champion. He kind of had his coming out party, winning the Louisiana Derby last time out. He has kind of that forward running style. The problem is that I was thinking he'd kind of be a long shot coming into the Derby, as I've liked him since he was a 2-year-old, but I think he's become a little bit of the buzz horse. So I may not get as big a price as I ultimately would like, but I think Doug O'Neill has a major shot with this horse to win his 3rd Derby.
Yeah, I mean, while we're just ripping through trainers here, how about Todd Pletcher? Likely to have 4 starters in this year's race. So Known Agenda, Bourbonic, Sainthood, and then Dynamic One. So Pletcher holds the all-time record of starting the most horses in the Kentucky Derby. That's 55. Won the race twice. Super Saver in 2010. Always Dreaming in 2017. Which of his horses do you like this year?
Of the 4, I've always preferred Known Agenda the most. He's taking the same route that Always Dreaming did, winning the Florida Derby, trying to continue on and win the Kentucky Derby. Same connections as well, or some of the same connections at least. Vinny Viola owned and bred, in fact, Known Agenda. He was a partner on Always Dreaming as well. Vinny Viola also a partner on Dynamic One, so he has a pretty good chance too as far as owners go. Dynamic One drew the rail of 20 horses, but with last year into this year, we've had that new starting gate where there'll actually be some space off of the rail for the starting gate. So drawing post 1 is not as much of a disadvantage as it has been in years past. And we did see Known Agenda racing inside horses in the Florida Derby last time. He's shown a lot more improved maturity with the blinkers added. He's going to have some hurdles to overcome. I'm not saying that he's got an easy time of it drawing the rail. I just don't think that as much should be made of it as it will be with that inside post draw.
Okay, sure. I think a lot of people too think of the Kentucky Derby and like weather definitely comes to mind. I think there's no like middle ground. Sometimes you're used to seeing like the horses and the jockeys just covered in like mud. But as of now, like the forecast looks to be clear with no rain. But if it does rain, how does that affect like the running of the race?
Well, you always want to see horses in big fields when it's raining, I think, that have a little bit more speed. So kind of going to what we were talking about already with the tactics that may be in place in this race. There's kind of the old racing adage, clean faces win races. The horses that are up more on the front end and are part of setting the pace, you'll see there's no mud on the front of their bodies. They don't have to deal with that kickback. With a big field, 20 horses, that's likely the largest race that any of these horses will ever run in, unless they decide to go run in a race in Australia or something like that. You know, we in the US don't run 20 horse races unless it's a race like the Derby or in the Triple Crown. So there's going to be a lot of kickback coming back. As far as the mud is concerned, if it is rained, I think that horses with a forward placed running style have a big advantage when it comes to that.
Okay, so fans love to make money here when they bet the Derby, obviously. Give us a long shot you like this year.
I'm gonna say Super Stock. I think that he's a horse that is one that's really kind of impressed on the track. I think he'll be a pretty big price. He was a big price at winning the Arkansas Derby. I think that he will have to improve to beat some of the other horses that we've discussed heading into it as far as a potential win candidate. But I think that he's got the physical makeup and the running style to kind of be a true closer. He was a little bit more forwardly placed last time, and he had a dream setup with 2 horses setting the pace in the Arkansas Derby. But Steve Asmussen had said that he had kind of rushed to get to the Rebel and was really kind of fine-tuned for the Arkansas Derby. I think now making the 3rd start of his 3-year-old season, we're going to see an improved horse, and he'll need to improve. But he's one at a big price I think could grab a share.
Okay, so before you take off, we want Acacia Courtney's pick to win the Kentucky Derby. Let's go, girlfriend. Hook it up.
I'm going to go Hot Rod Charlie. He's a horse I've liked since he was a 2-year-old. I think he has the right running style. Flavian Pratt got elevated to win the Derby with Country House a couple of years ago, and certainly his barn, Doug O'Neill, knows how to win the Kentucky Derby.
DK Sim Fam, welcome back. Yes, it is me, Tommy Freeze Pops, in the one chair. Moose, my brother to the north in Canada, Jeff Ulrich, joining us on this Kentucky Derby Saturday. What's going on, buddy? You like the ponies? You into the ponies?
I am. Like, I love the Derby, man. I mean, I like horse race. I mean, obviously, I like betting, but I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I haven't bet on the Kentucky Derby this year, so I'm gonna be pretty useless. I'm useless as a source of information for horse betting, anyways. But I can't even give you like a fancy name or something that we could all get behind. So, there's lots of good resources, guys covering it.
Yeah.
Hey, I was up to my neck in golf this week, and I've been doing a bunch of hockey. Hockey's really taken up a lot of my degenerate time these days. So, yeah, I've just been. I want to say too busy,
one of our producers here, Michael, gave us some names that I can rattle off for us later. But one thing you are not useless for is DFS advice when it comes to the Madden simulations. That's why they pay you the big bucks. Who is in your lineup? Give it to us.
Exactly. It's a Bengals broadcast. So obviously I captain John Ross just because that's what I do. It's simple. He's a good value. Why not? I mean, when else are you going to play John Ross? I'm going to play him next year because he's like the wide receiver 6 on the Giants now. So
right.
Especially after they drafted like the better version of him in Kadarius Toney. Although I don't know if that's not really a compliment to Kadarius Toney either. So, so I put John Ross, Burrow. I got Waller in there. Waller can go nuts in these sims. He's pretty heavily owned too. Bernard, Azuma, and then I rostered a kicker, Fat Randy. So.
Fat Randy. So did I.
I really went
Fat
heavy
Randy
Bengals. Wow, I went all Bengals except Waller. I just realized.
I went heavy Bengals as well. I got CJ Uzama in my captain spot, Joe Burrow, Derek Carr, John Ross, Darren Waller, and Fat Randy. So we have some crossover here for sure. I went with the QB stack. I've been doing the tight end stack a lot lately. I feel like I get really good value there. I say that, and then I finish towards the bottom of all of these contests. So lineups have locked, as I think we mentioned. So we're underway here in virtual Cincinnati. We've got the Bengals in those throwback uniforms. They're going to be debuting some new uniforms here this season, I believe.
Yeah.
That look a little bit more like their older unis. I'm into it. I
mean, I'm not going to lie. They look like the Browns right now. But at the same time,
yes,
I kind of like those helmets. I mean, that's okay. I think they're the ones they're aren't they debuting like the white ones? Or is that, do they already have those? Or those?
No, well, they've had white uniforms, but these are different. They look a little different here. They had Ocho Cinco come in and do some modeling. Always good when you can get OJ Simpson? Ocho Cinco in the mix. Yeah, OJ Simpson coming in to model some Bengals jerseys is a weird fit. Probably.
Oh, hey, if they're going to be white, he can bring the white glove with him. Really spice things up.
He definitely did not.
The OJ white glove to go with the Bengals white uniform.
To my knowledge, never played for the franchise, so definitely would be interesting to have OJ in the mix here.
What they need to do, though, is they need to get white helmets, because then they can label it their white Bengal Tiger kit.
I like that. I like that.
It's just so obvious.
There's so much branding opportunity there.
Oh, I don't know why they don't just put in the fashion. It's really
why don't
annoying.
they just hire Jeff for these things?
I don't know, man. Like, I basically just came up with like $1 billion idea right here on the stream. So, oh boy. Anyways,
Derek Carr leading the virtual Vegas Raiders out on the field here. How do you think the Raiders have done in the draft so far?
Okay, I admittedly have not looked up the Raiders' other picks. Their first-round pick obviously needs no introduction. He's a fine Leatherwood book, and now going to be part of John Gruden's collection. It's a pretty bad pick, to be honest. He was probably a guy they could have got at the start of the second round if they really, really liked him.
Is that not just the most Raiders thing ever to do, though? Just
they do it every year, man.
Way overshooting on dudes.
They took Ruggs.
Yep.
When he wasn't the consensus number one wide receiver. They've done this numerous times. So I don't know. I mean, look, the guy's an offensive tackle. So, and I'm not criticizing. I think offensive tackle is an extremely important position. And obviously, a lot of teams think that this year too. But
of course,
he could. It's also one of those positions where, the consensus is like, it's not as defined as it is for the skill positions. You feel like so. I guess if you're going to reach with a player, it's probably better to do it with OT. I just think it's a bad pick from the perspective of, again, you've got to have some strategy, man. Like, if you like this guy, trade back. Like, get another pick and then take him anyways. It's not that hard a concept. I don't know why these teams and the Raiders are terrible at it, but they don't want to trade back. They don't want to do any dealing. They're just like, this is our guy. I don't care what the consensus says. Like, they almost want to do this. So
yeah. No, it's very John Gruden of them to be stubborn like this as Derek Carr goes down for the bad sack.
Well, Mike Mayock
31 here.
Mike
in the
Mayock
first quarter.
Like, everybody makes fun of
Shouldn't
John
be
Gruden.
a GM.
Yeah. Everybody makes fun of John Gruden, and I did for this pick too. But this is Mike Mayock. Like, he's the guy who thinks he's smarter than everybody.
Yeah. He's the guy that watches all the tape. Hey, I watched every snap of Tariq Cohen's college career. I remember hearing him say that on radio when Tariq Cohen got drafted, and I was like, no, you didn't.
Yeah.
There's no way you did.
You did. Who cares if you did? Wow, there's a bomb down the middle. I'm going to assume that's Ruggs, but actually I don't think that is. Oh, it's Hunter
Big play.
Renfrow.
Hunter Renfrow with the grab. We're going to be monitoring some contests here today, people. We got the Madden Stream $250 free contest between Vegas and Cincinnati. And we also have the $250 free contest for the early slate. So I'm going to keep you abreast of those as we go along here. Falcons won big in the early slate today. So that definitely is going to help a lot of people that stacked Atlanta early on.
Yeah, and I don't even know who the Raiders took with their other picks yet. Like I said, I'm gonna have to look them up, but I just know their first pick was again kind of ridiculous. So
this is what the Raiders do, man. I mean, Darius Hayward-Bay back in the day.
Wow.
I mean, who was the guard they took back in the day at number 2 overall? I mean, they just don't care. They operate on their own schedule.
Yeah.
The Davis family.
So here we go.
They march to the beat of their own drum.
Leatherwood, 17. Trevon Morig, safety. Okay. They do need help back there. So they have an edge rusher, Malcolm Kuntz. 2 safeties in the first 4 picks. 2 safeties? Really? Safety, that's not good either. I'm not going to... What? Okay. They drafted 3 safeties in their first 5 picks. What is going on here?
Yeah, hey, look, they love defensive backs. I don't know what you want me to say. The winner of our previous free roll was Ziwa, for those asking. Congrats to Ziwa winning the free roll. We've got a free roll going for this one as well. 4 p.m. Freeze Pops and Moose, Las Vegas at Cincinnati. Got 136 entries in that free roll. Keeping an eye on that as well. Raiders, man. The Raiders. See, this is why the franchise has continued to be mediocre. And will continue. It's just a clown show.
Yeah, and now look, some of these safeties are going to be a little different because obviously it's 2 safety positions. I'm just looking now that I got this news. The last one they drafted looks like he's more of a linebacker for sure. But wow, there's a touch.
Looks like we're going to have some holding going to come back here for those that have Jalen Richard.
Yeah, wow.
Probably not excited to see that. I think it was. Richie Incognito, the bully. Holding. 1st and 8 here.
Yeah, remember that story?
Yeah, crazy story.
It was actually a pretty crazy story. I forget what happened.
Have you ever gone back and read those texts? Wild.
Yeah, no. I did read them when they came out.
And it's interesting because it really did feel like they were just like being boys with each other. But hey, this is why you need to be sensitive with people. You don't know what they're going through privately.
Yeah, and I mean, look, Incognito is
he's an idiot. He's a big old doofus.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a nice way of putting it.
He's just a big old doofus.
So
and
the
Raiders come up on someone here.
Preying on
3rd and 8.
Bit of a weaker personality,
Yes.
And I agree. I mean, there's still obviously it's an NFL locker room. I'm not making excuses for guys to act like that, but it was a weird story all around. And then the dude's parents got involved. What was the guy's name? Was it
Jonathan Martin?
Jonathan Martin. Yeah, I was gonna say Leonard Martin, but yeah, it was Jonathan Martin. That's right.
Oh, think that's gonna be just short of the first down marker there.
Yeah, 4th and
Raiders,
inches.
4th and inches.
They
Looks like
go for this.
the other kicker is going to come out. Yep. Carlson comes out on the field. You think they're going for it? You think we're getting the old okie doke here?
4th and 8. They drafted Josh Jacobs first.
Here it is.
Here we go.
4th and inches. Carr.
Too easy. There you go.
Does he get in? Yes.
Wow, giving it to him.
Touchdown.
The stretch animation, Tommy, getting it done there. Nice job.
Raiders with the early score here. We'll see ownership numbers on him in a second, but Josh Jacobs, the big man, punching it in. 24% owned, 2.3% in the captain spot. Someone who's good in real life, but tends to not be that great in these sims. So I never, ever roster him. But I like him in real life. I am a fan of him as a player.
Congo Cab is the resident Raider fan. Opposite Reed Fowler. He's defending his team a little bit.
Okay, let's hear the defense.
Well, no, I think it's a legitimate thing he brings up. He's like, who else are we supposed to draft at that spot? Because it's a fair point that like after pick 14 in the draft, pick 15 kind of, it did go down a bit. But I would say you've got one of the top edge rushers in Kwity Paye still available, just pass rushers. Caleb Farrelly, who had a lot of top end talent as a cornerback. You also had multiple other tackles ranked in front of Leatherwood. So another cornerback in Greg Newsome. These are positions that like still the Raiders needed to fill. So I think there was probably more talent. And again, like you could have maybe gotten Leatherwood on day 2. So that's my answer to your question. I definitely think you could have gotten more pass rush because Lord knows the Raiders needed some pass rush too. So there's my
early analysis here from Moose. After that Jacobs score, taking a quick look at the paid contest for this one. A 7-way tie for first place. Weiss Nation, The Wad, Hausinger, Raiders 55-26, Rams fan 31, Majusmisk 20-34, and Janilio all tied for first.
Yeah, Congo Cab.
You guys like that? You like that pronunciation there?
I do. Congo Cab, I love you, buddy. I know your team always here, but like you don't have the best offensive line in the league. No, Alex Leatherwood is not putting you guys over the top. Even if he is good, and B, I just let you know, man. Like you could have got him and another dude if you got like Pay or something. So I do know what the Raiders need. I do know a little about the Raiders because I targeted them in DFS every time last year because they have no pass rush. So I don't think it was a good pick. I'm not saying he's going to be terrible. It's just that where he went.
Our man Daniel in first place in the free roll. Shout out to producer Daniel. It is early, as they say. He has already now dropped to third, so things fluctuating as they do. Bengals offense taking the field for the first time today. Joe Burrow's got them in a 3rd and inches situation. Burrow owned in 71% of lineups, 16% in the captain spot. 1st and 10 for Cincinnati here. Daniel moves back into first place. It's like the Kentucky Derby here, jockeying for position. You got to love the play-by-play of the guys that do horse racing.
Oh, yeah.
Coming down the stretch, here we go.
Some of those guys are great.
Incredible.
There's nothing that compares to it either. Like in terms of calling it. It's a very like specific announcing skill set.
Yep. Like those guys don't call other things. Like, you know how these big networks, they'll have a guy like Jim Nantz call like 4 different sports at the highest level.
Exactly.
Jim Nantz could not do horse racing.
No. Hello, friends.
Honestly, Doc Emmerich could do horse racing. Like that was an underutilized. Like I would have loved Doc Emmerich on the Kentucky Derby these last few years before he retired.
Now, remind me who Doc Emmerich is in.
NHL legendary.
No, okay, that's
voice.
right. Yeah. For the
hockey guy. Hello.
We don't get the American broadcast up here, Tom. We have our specific Canadian.
Oh, you guys got your Canadian broadcast.
I haven't watched an American broadcast of hockey in like 20 years now. So.
You guys just get the Canadian accents.
To that point, I was going to say the hockey broadcasters would probably be the closest thing because the action is quick, right? So.
Yeah, it makes total sense. So what did you think of the Bengals picking Jamar Chase instead of Penei Sewell as everyone thought they were going to? I hated it.
Really? I don't mind it. I mean, again, it was a deep draft for tackles, and I think I probably would have preferred them to get Sewell, but I definitely see why. Like Chase is really has the potential to be a dominant wide receiver. You shore up that connection. You give Joe Burrow extra weapons, and then, you know, they spent their second on an OT. They can grab more if they need to. Again, I only saw their second round pick, so they may have even grabbed more. But I just felt like with the way the draft went this year, there was probably a better chance that you're going to get a high-end tackle in the second round than a higher-end wide receiver. I think the year to grab a second-round wide receiver was last year, which they did in T. Higgins. And I think this year was deeper in tackles. So I think that's probably what lent them towards Jamar Chase as well, that thinking.
Bengals picking up the first down here as we head into the quarter break. CJ Uzomah with the grab there. 7-0 Raiders at the end of the first. Going to take a look at the contests here as stats update.
Yeah,
Virtual Cincinnati looking great in the spring. No weather to be found. Derek Carr, perfect. 7 for 7, 81 yards here. No touchdown. Joe Burrow, 3 for 6. Still on his first drive of the game. Josh Jacobs had that score, only 16 yards rushing on 4 carries. Joe Mixon with 3 carries already on this first drive for 12 yards. Darren Waller, 3 grabs already for 18 yards. CJ Uzomah with 2 grabs. Then a whole bunch of ones the rest of the way. So kind of a quiet first quarter. We had 1 drive from Vegas kind of take up the whole quarter there. Bengals getting their first crack at it. Hopefully we get a little more action as we move forward here. And remember, that touchdown came on a 4th and inches down by the goal line. So that was an interesting, gutsy play call early from John Gruden in Simland.
Yeah, we had the Hunter Renfrow bomb. He's halfway to the bonus, so you never know.
Love that. Love when Hunter Renfrow is close to the bonus.
This is why I kind of like the Jamar Chase move for the Bengals, because I'm just going over their draft now. So they got Jackson Carman. They got Jackson Carman OT, second round from Clemson, obviously high-end team. He's probably going to start for them right away, or at the very least, like compete for it and be mixed in. So looks pretty athletic, good pickup. Then they went D-line with their next couple picks, and they picked up another defensive tackle, potentially an underrated one from LSU, who was injured a little bit, but that's probably why he dropped. And then they went OT again in round 4. So, oh no, excuse me. Yes, that in round 6, excuse me, they went OT again. Picked up a center in Trey Hill. More depth. So they've spent 3 of their later picks on offensive linemen, and they've shored up their D-line too. I think that's what they needed to do. I think getting
Joe Burrow with the amazing throw there to put this team at 1st and goal, hitting AJ Green. Oh, what a move! Oh, it looks like it's going to come back here. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. You know, there was depth at offensive line. Oh, face mask. Okay.
1st and goal in the inches.
There we go. I wonder where the Bengals go here. Maybe we see a Joe Mixon score here. Maybe we get Burrow rushing it in. Maybe we get a little fullback vulture action. Uh-oh. Let's see. 1st and goal. Oh,
Ooh,
nice. The pitch out.
Fullback.
Joe Mixon with the score. Having a nice little early game here for the Bengals as he gets 6. Fat Randy coming out for the extra point. No, you're right. I mean, there was depth at offensive line, so they said, you know what? We lost AJ Green, who's one of the greatest receivers in the history of our franchise. Let's go get Joe Burrow, his guy. He never really clicked with AJ Green, if you remember.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely never clicked with AJ Green. That was a pretty horrible year last year in terms of AJ Green, if you took a gamble on him for fantasy. But, you know, they've shored up wide receiver for like the next 5 years there. I mean, Chase, Higgins is a really good possession receiver. So, you know, AJ Green had like over 100 targets last year too. People forget, even though he was terrible. Those targets can go to Chase. I mean, I think you've got a guy like Tyler Boyd and T. Higgins who are both bigger, so they could operate a little bit more like tight ends. Yeah, at first I was sort of against them taking another wide receiver, but the more I think about it, and just especially the way they executed their draft, I think it was smart. I think they gave themselves some good depth. They got some good prospects on the OT and on the defensive side too. Their defensive line could potentially be a lot better. So I think it was smart drafting by the Bengals. I think the Bengals are a team. I don't know if it's going to happen next year. It's probably going to depend on the health of Burrow if he gets off to a fast start again or whatever. But I think at some point you're going to see them overtake. Potentially, it's going to be the Steelers too, maybe the Ravens. One of those teams, and make their way into like the division kind of competing for the win, basically.
Yeah, I think you've talked me into it. I actually like it now. Okay, I'm in. You got me, Jeff. Looking at Joe Mixon's ownership, 15% ownership value on him, 2.1 in the captain spot. Taking a look at our contests here, definitely have some movement after that score. Lakers Bears 1-2-3 in first place. Solo leader, 40 points early on here. He's got the man Joe Mixon in the captain spot, so that makes sense. Joe Burrow, Derek Carr, Darren Waller, Josh Jacobs, and the Raiders defense in his lineup. Taking a look at the early slate, Madden $250 free contest. Still in first, 196.22 points is one knownly Joka. That's how we're going to pronounce that. He's got Matt Ryan, Carlos Hyde, Todd Gurley, Lockett, Julio, Devontae, Olsen, Ridley, and the Falcons defense. That's a hell of a lineup.
There you go. So we got 2 running back touchdowns so far if you're just tuning in. Jacobs, Mixon.
Running backs having an early impact on this 4 o'clock sim. 2nd and 5 here for the Raiders. Let's see if the running backs get involved again. Derek Carr looking to pass. Taking a little too much time. Throws it out of bounds. So which of these 2 teams do you think has a better chance at the postseason next year?
The Bengals, unless the Raiders get Aaron Rodgers.
Interesting. So you think that's a team that could be in the mix?
Well, no. I mean, that's one of the teams Aaron Rodgers listed. Like, I know everyone's talking about the Bengals, but the Broncos, but the Raiders were on his team as his list as well. Like there's 3 teams, right?
I'm actually unaware of this list, to be honest.
San Francisco, the Raiders, and Denver. I'm pretty sure. There might have been one more in there, but I'm pretty sure those are the 3 teams. So, actually,
I did not know there was a
Aaron
list.
Rodgers odds here, because I know the Broncos were at like minus 150 the last time we checked. But yeah, Raiders were second in the odds at. Well, they were 6-1. I don't know what they are at now, but they were second. Dolphins were in the mix.
So here we go. This list you were throwing out there from Pro Football Talk the other day, tweeting from an unimpeachable source. As of last night, Aaron Rodgers' wish list is the 49ers, Broncos, Raiders. He wanted the Packers to take 49ers offer. Next move by Rodgers is TBD. Unimpeachable source. Who do you think that is? Aaron Rodgers texting Mike Florio directly? Probably
just Mike Florio in his dream world, but that's a whole other subject. I think Rodgers in Vegas would be so sick. It'd be like a 2.5-hour plane ride for me to go see him. I might become like a season ticket holder of the Raiders if he gets traded to Vegas. So. Denver's like closer. I just don't. There's not as much to do in Denver.
It's just colder there.
Exactly. I don't really want to watch.
You just want to go to Vegas.
It's pretty much, yeah. I could stop at Denver, watch Aaron Rodgers, then go to Vegas. I guess that would be my new plan if that happens.
Okay.
But I will almost
how far is Denver from Vegas? It's got to be pretty close. They're both in the desert there.
Well, they're right underneath each other. Like they're So it's not very. It's really not that far, no. But I'm not sure on their actual distance.
So I said I was going to share you guys some horses. Our man Michael, producer,
Michael,
super into the horsing game. He's at the Kentucky Derby right now. He covers it every year for I believe the Horse Racing Network.
He knows what he's talking about.
He knows what he's talking about. He gave me a few: Rock Your World, Known Agenda, and Dynamic One.
Big difference between not knowing your agenda and knowing your agenda.
Rock Your World, Known Agenda, Dynamic One, and Michael works for NBC on the horse racing side. Thank you. Ever heard of it?
Ever heard of it?
So, go keep an eye out for those horses.
Well, there you go.
Go get your tickets.
There was my horse racing research for the day.
And he was bringing me all through all the nuances of why he liked each of those horses, and I'm just like going, oh yeah, oh okay,
sure.
Yeah, oh awesome, and it's just like it's all way over my head. He knows his stuff though.
Okay, so name them off again, Known Agenda.
I got to go back to my sheets.
It
is Rock Your World, Known Agenda, and Dynamic One.
Oh, yes, okay. Dynamic One looking a little spicy here. I have to get him.
Yeah.
Joey B, deep. Oh, missed him. Joe.
On Joe. 3rd and 10 here for the Bengals. I enjoy watching the Derby, but it's one of those things that I think I enjoy sort of the pageantry of it and, the atmosphere more than the actual horse racing part of it. I'm also deathly allergic to horses.
You're deathly allergic to horses? Like actually deathly allergic?
That's a fun fact for you.
Like would you seriously almost die?
I wouldn't die, but
it would just suck.
It would be a miserable experience for me. Maybe if I stayed in the situation long enough, I could die.
All right. Not a horse person. Tom.
No, got to stay away from the horses.
Known Agenda in the 1 spot, though. I don't think that's a good spot to go out
of. No, you want to stay in the middle. And I believe the favorite is starting at the 14 position. So.
Essential quality. You're true. Dynamic 1 in the 11. That's interesting.
So just want to clear some stuff up for Triga D on YouTube asking, is the horse racing contest in the casino or sportsbook having trouble finding it? You're going to want to go to the free-to-play pool on the sportsbook in the pools tab. That's where you're going to find all that fun Kentucky Derby stuff as the Raiders huddle up here for 2nd and 6, getting out of safety range. Although, look, if Derek Carr gets some happy feet here, I'm not ruling it out.
Yeah, a little bit out of safety.
Under 2 minutes to go.
Not where he's standing. Oh, he's going deep. Got him!
Gone.
Got him!
Wow.
Gone.
Wow.
Big Gazelle.
That was huge. 94-yard touchdown.
Almost hit the bonus on
for the Raiders. Unbelievable. Gonna need to see the ownership on that one. Tyrell Williams, the wide receiver 1. Have to imagine all those lineups gonna be moving around. Huge score here in the first half.
Massive, dude.
With about a minute left. Tyrell Williams with the big score.
Couple big
40% owned, 5.4 in the captain spot. So definitely going to be looking out for the B word for Tyrell as we forge ahead here in the second half. We'll let stats update before we give you an update on how things shook out. But I'll tell you this. In the early going here, the guy that was in first place is now in 192nd in the $250 free contest for Vegas, Cincinnati. So major movement going on as we speak.
Crazy stuff, folks. Crazy, crazy.
Going to go ahead and check out our free roll here. I am in 57th. Moose, were you able to get in the free roll?
I was.
Where are you?
88th. No Gazelle or Derek Carr for me. I went all Bengals, and they're doing Bengal things right now, which is not smart.
Banders 8 in first place by about 0.3 points at this point, 48.45. Their lineup is as follows. Darren Waller in the captain spot, Mixon, Carr, Williams, Green, and Boyd. So a bunch of their dudes doing stuff early on. Timeout here. 49 seconds to go. It's me, Tommy Freeze Pops. It's Moose, Jeff Ulrich. Here with you on the Dream Stream. Kyle, hello. Jim, hello.
Dallas, I do think that Trey Lance got a lot of potential upside, man. I think he's got the highest end in the whole draft, including Trevor Lawrence. But I'm not going to pretend like he's some kind of sure thing either. But you look at him, just what he can do outside of the passing game as well, and even in the passing game. It's pretty crazy, but a lot of his game film was just against weaker competition. So how's it going to translate? How good is he actually? He sounds extremely bright. I don't think it's going to be a problem. I think there's just a lot of upside with Trey Lance. But, you know, some people thought that about Mitch Trubisky as well. So I don't think you've got a similar situation. I think Lance is
clearly going into a much better team situation than Mitchell Trubisky.
Yeah.
You would have to imagine. He also has a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo there to be mentored by. But you said something interesting just a few moments ago, that you think Trey Lance has the highest upside of maybe even Trevor Lawrence being involved in that conversation. Why do you feel that way?
I mean, Trey Lance is like, you know, he's almost Lamar Jackson as a rushing QB. I mean, I don't know if people realize just how quick this dude is. I mean, he is fast. He is like having a legit breakout wide receiver at QB, along with obviously what he can do with his arm. I just feel like from a raw talent perspective, he's probably got a little bit of an edge on Trevor Lawrence. Doesn't mean Trevor Lawrence isn't going to be the better quarterback. It's not all just about raw talent, right? So Lamar Jackson has a lot of raw talent. He's not better than Patrick Mahomes, right? So, but I like all four of these guys, if I'm being honest. I mean, like the top four guys who were drafted, it's hard to really just you can rank them and we can talk about their deficiencies, but they've all got some really, really interesting abilities. I mean, again, it's not a diss at Trevor Lawrence or anything, or even Justin Fields, who I think was a steal by the Bears where they got him. But Lance just looks like he could just break the league at some point, kind of like Mahomes did, maybe in a little different way. I don't think he's going to be quite as supreme a passer, but he's definitely, I think he's going to catch some people off guard with just potentially how much like raw talent he's bringing if that comes together quickly, kind of like it did for Mahomes. So
Bengals taking a sack heading into half, unable to put more points on the board. Joe Mixon, 8 carries, 25 yards and a touchdown. Josh Jacobs has a score on 7 carries for 24 yards. Darren Waller, 4 grabs for 33 yards. But the story of the half, 94 yards on 1 catch. Tyrell Williams has that score. Going to keep an eye out for the B word, the bonus, as we head here into the second half. Raiders lead 14-7. Josh Jacobs, 1 catch for 4 yards. Definitely a dude that's a runner when it comes to running backs. Not really in that mold of a Alvin Kamara or anything like that. Hunter Renfrow at 52 yards receiving on that 1 catch. So trending towards a bonus, right? I mean, look, he's more than halfway there. Who knows? Your commentary here on Trey Lance is interesting. You mentioned that you like him and you like all of the 4 dudes. So that leaves out Mac Jones, I assume. Where do you stand on where Mac Jones will fit when we look back on this draft 3-5 years from now?
Oh, who knows, man? I mean, we might be speaking about Mac Jones as just like outlasting all these guys. I mean, there's not a great history with first round quarterbacks lately. I mean, they all get traded from their teams, or they have a hot little run and then they kind of flame out. So Mac Jones could be the guy who just, clicks with Bill Belichick. They get a good defense, and it's like, 15 years later, he's like the last man standing, similar like Tom Brady. So I'm not necessarily.
So you like his potential?
I think he's got starter potential. I clearly would have him ranked 5th, though, if we're talking about like guys who upside and stuff like that. But there's so many other things that go into being like a successful quarterback in the league. A lot of it is where you go, where you end up. Mm-hmm. You're behind a good O-line and D-line. If you're in a team with a good O-line and D-line for 10 years, you're probably going to be a successful quarterback. That's why guys like Kirk Cousins have stuck around for a while. Mm-hmm. In Minnesota, they keep pumping out pretty good teams and stuff like that. So, yeah, I think Mac Jones could be fine. But I definitely think the other 4 are kind of above. I mean, interesting points. I think all of them have flaws that we could point to. I mean, someone pointed out in the chat, and I agree with it. Like Trevor Lawrence, a guy who tends to just try to do too much, could end up injured from getting hit. Justin Fields, I think he might be the smartest of the 4. He just looks so smart out there on the field, traversing around. But does his throwing motion, is it going to translate as well? Does he suddenly become a little bit less accurate? Can he do the same things? Lance, a raw passer, how's that going to work out? Is he going to be like Josh Allen his first couple of years? Is he going to be able to adjust like Josh Allen did? And then Zach Wilson, who I think is smaller than people realize. Is he going to be able to just off cuff like he did in college? I personally think Wilson has some red flags about him for that reason. So again, I could point to things with all these guys, but they're all kind of cool talents in their own way, right? So it'll just be really fun to watch them develop. I try not to be with the scouting and drafting, guys who just oh yeah, I had this guy ranked here, I'm gonna take a victory lap.
Yeah, no, those guys annoy me. It's really who cares? Who cares about your
I got my
grade?
opinion, and probably most of them are going to be wrong.
Yeah,
like I said,
everyone's
Mac
wrong
Jones,
all the time.
Mac Jones could be the last man standing here in 15 years. It wouldn't really surprise me. But yeah, for my money, I really like the value that the Bears got on Fields.
Oh,
Just
totally.
Such a good player to get there. Like, I just do not understand it. I guess it came down to teams' needs as well. Other teams obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the Panthers made a huge mistake this offseason. They should have been in on Fields. They could have saved money. I don't think they're going anywhere with Sam Darnold. I think that was the biggest mistake of the offseason, the Panthers. I think they had a real shot with Matt Rule and some good young receivers and quite frankly, the rest of their team I think is fine. But, now you're throwing Sam Darnold and actually throwing money at him versus Justin Fields on a rookie contract.
Tyrell Williams hitting the bonus. 2 catches, 102 yards. Talk about efficiency. Taking a look at the contests here. A whammo in first place by 0.1, 61.96 points ahead of Frank UMC. His lineup looks like Tyrell Williams in the captain spot. He's going to love him hitting the bonus there. Burrow, Mixon, Green, Jacobs, Uzama. And the early slate, $250 free contest, unchanged as of now. I'll give my page a refresh here, see if things change. But no, still the same leader at the top. One non-Lee Joka. We're going to change the pronunciation from earlier. One non-Lee Joka in first place with 196 and some change as the Raiders line up for 2nd and 9 here. Derek Carr handing the ball off to Josh Jacobs with a short gain. 3rd and about 7 here coming up. Yeah, look, I totally understand what you're saying with Justin Fields. I think a lot of it had to do with, like you said, need early in the draft. Like, I think we can all agree that guy was an intriguing talent, but the teams that passed on him had reasons to do so, right? And whether or not that those were correct is that'll be determined over the next few years. But you got a team picking 4th that's invested a lot of money in Matt Ryan and thinks that he can still play, right? So they go and they get Pitts and they try and have this over-the-top dominant offense. And I guess they're looking to move Julio Jones, so maybe that helps bolster their future down the line. I personally think you hold on to Julio Jones and see what you can do with this mega offense, but who knows? You got the Bengals, who had Burrow already in the building, so they don't need a quarterback. You got the Lions, who aren't ready to have a quarterback, maybe, right? I mean, they're clearly in super rebuild mode, so they go and they get Sewell, and they're like, okay, this is going to be the anchor of what we build off of moving forward. So a lot of teams in the top 10 didn't really have that need at quarterback. So when people were saying, oh, it's going to be 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks, it's like, well, let's actually take a look at the rosters here. Denver trades for Teddy Bridgewater, so they say we're good. Obviously, if they can get Aaron Rodgers, they'll take that upgrade. I do agree with you, though. The Panthers, I know that they go and they get the guy from Carolina, the defensive back, but man, they're really going all in on Sam Darnold here, right? And they had the opportunity to bring in a guy like Justin Fields, who we saw light it up at Ohio State. And he has the confidence of a guy that can be, the CEO of an organization.
Yeah. And my argument was, there's cornerbacks on the market this summer. Like there were some they could have just picked up for free in free agency. They could have. Why did my Google just shut down? That was weird. They could have made a trade. Like they could have used the draft capital they traded for Darnold to get a cornerback. Then you pick Justin Fields, who, quite frankly, in my opinion, is like clearly the better pick there than the cornerback who they picked. Regardless of position need. So you get the quarterback on a cheap contract. There's just too many good things about taking like a rookie quarterback there when you're a team like Carolina who doesn't really have the quarterback depth or like a high-end quarterback. So, yeah, they're probably – I think Carolina's probably going to find themselves back in that spot next year, and they're just going to be a year behind. So, and who knows? There might not be a Justin Fields there to take next year. So,
yeah. So I was looking at the draft next year for quarterbacks. Not that strong.
No.
As the Raiders make it first and goal here on that grab by Jalen Richard. His second grab of the game. First and goal here for Vegas with 2:15 remaining in the third quarter. I think the top quarterback on the draft board as we sit here today would be Sam Howell from North Carolina, who, you know, he's got some flash to him as Derek Carr almost gets sacked there. A dangerous throw to the end zone, second and goal here, minute 57 to go in the third. But outside of him, and even him, I'm not all that jazzed up about, personally. It wasn't a dynamic group of names.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I do think that the Panthers are really gambling here as Josh Jacobs gets his second score of the game. Raiders taking a commanding 20-7 lead. Carlson coming out for the PAT. I do believe that the Panthers could be behind, as you said. They bring in Darnold, who I think is kind of a stiff, personally. But he's so young. That's one of the things. I think you and I have talked about it. Isn't he still like 23 years old or something stupid?
Yeah.
Like, how
really
is it
young.
even possible?
I don't know. I know. I basically came out of the league at 20, but you're right. He's young. It doesn't even matter.
Years old.
Yeah.
Turns 24 in June.
Crazy.
Carlson, extra point good, 21-7 Raiders.
Feels like
54 remaining.
5 years already. The Panthers are committed to Sam Darnold now for the next couple of years. There's no doubt. Even if he sucks next year, like, you know, you got a weak quarterback draft. Yeah, maybe you could bring in someone in free agency. I don't know, but I honestly think the Panthers just set their franchise back like potentially 3 years. So,
you think it's a situation where Christian McCaffrey is going to be requesting a trade in 2 years?
No, because I don't think RBs have that kind of power, to be frank.
Yeah.
Like, he got paid. He's just going to go out there and grind.
Yeah, true. Just collect paychecks.
He'll probably get traded just because if the team sucks, they're not going to want to pay someone that much. But, yeah. Oh.
Kelvin Batts saying, truthfully, believe the Panthers are going all in on Sam Howell for next year. Sam Darnold, good trade option for Sam Howell.
Potentially.
Keep the in-state guy, get interest, you know, among the fan base. Tar Heel to Panther. I like it. I like the narrative. Going to take a look at the contests here momentarily. Going to give our ops team some time to get stats updated. Bengals with the snap. Burrow finding his man. I believe that's Higgins with the grab.
That's Ross. We're both wrong.
John Ross, 28-yard catch. 3 receptions for him in this one. John Ross. Sticks. Moving the sticks.
In our defense, you know, the Bengals have 4 wide receivers, and they all get involved, so. In our not defense.
We have a new leader in the early slate $250 free contest. It is FN Sackdell. He has 10 player minutes remaining, so he might lock this thing up. He's got a commanding 4-point lead here over one non-lead Joka. His lineup is as follows: Matt Ryan, Kareem Hunt, Todd Gurley, Julio Jones, Devontae Parker, Calvin Ridley, Hayden Hurst, Tyrell Williams, and Falcons BST. And having Williams in that flex position hitting the bonus definitely has to be a big-time help. Taking a look at the $250 free contest for this game, Bill Dozer in a tie with Dodger Lou for first place, 84.65 points. They got Williams in the captain spot with Carr, Ross, Waller, Jacobs, and Uzama. Fourth and 2 here. I think the Bengals might get aggressive. What do you think? Yes. Let's go.
Too far for field goal, down 14.
Seeing some awesome aggressive play here in this game.
Ooh, we're going to run it. They got it, though. Got the O-line
I like that. This is a ball game still, folks. This is not over. If the Bengals score here and get a stop, I predict overtime. How about that? How about that one for you?
Definitely need to score and score quick. Their defense could hold, though. Raiders have just been kind of getting by in big plays. Had a couple big bombs.
It's very true. The Renfro throw that set them up, and then obviously the touchdown. 21-7 here as we get the fourth quarter started. Carr, 14 for 17, 82 yards. Yeah, I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. Oh, wait, was it 250 yards? Sorry, I looked at the wrong category. Yep, 250 yards, never mind. 82% completion rate, so he's 50 yards away from the bonus. Regardless, though, only 14 completions, and they've got a 2-score lead. So definitely capitalizing on the big plays. Josh Jacobs with 2 touchdowns on 11 carries, 44 yards for him. Joe Mixon with a score, 31 yards on 10 carries. CJ Uzama with 4 grabs. Darren Waller with 4 grabs. So if you get the tight end stack, you're happy. Williams, you got that bonus, 115 yards receiving on 3 grabs. Got that big score, 90-plus yard touchdown. John Ross not doing much. 3 catches for 49 yards. Josh Jacobs getting that grab, 1 for 4 yards. Hunter Renfro had that grab for 52. Hasn't done anything since. So we're looking at an interesting stat line here of a lot of dudes not doing much, but there was enough big plays for there to be a disparity on the scoreboard here. But the Bengals are marching as they do.
Bengals are marching. We should get a good fourth quarter here. They're in field goal range. We need touchdowns, folks. We need Joe Burrow. Get off that knee. Get back on the field and get sacked, just like that.
Takes a sack right there to start the fourth quarter. Sorry. Yeah, not great. Not great to start the fourth quarter here. 2nd and 18 for the Bengals.
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen to Aaron Rodgers, Tom? You feel like they're going to move on?
Man, it's really hard to move a guy like that.
Take?
No, my hot take is that nothing happens, and I know that's not fun. But I truly believe that Aaron Rodgers, he's not going to sit out. They're going to kiss and make up at some point. I truly believe that. I just think it's way too difficult to move a dude at that caliber because the Packers are going to want too much in return.
Yeah.
And look, I think Aaron Rodgers is worth it, but these teams are going to be like, no, we don't want to give up 5 first-round picks for Aaron. You know what I mean? Like, when has a player of Aaron Rodgers' caliber ever been traded in the history of the NFL? What is the comp there?
I don't know.
Because Peyton wasn't traded.
Nope.
Right? When he went to the Broncos, Brady wasn't traded. I mean, these are the type of guys where, we have a pick. That might do it, folks. I know there's a lot of time left, but Burrow, bad decision there. Raiders DST owners rejoicing. We will definitely see some movement in the lineups. We'll give you that information as soon as things get updated. But yeah, I just don't know what the comp is for a guy like Aaron Rodgers being traded. So I don't think teams are going to be willing to set that precedent.
Here's an interesting tidbit. Aaron Rodgers' agent is the same agent as Carson Palmer's. And if you remember, Carson Palmer basically sat out a year.
He retired out of his Bengals contract.
Retired out of his Bengals contract and then came back.
Sleazy move, by the way.
I will not be shocked if Aaron Rodgers does the exact same thing.
Wow.
I do not think he has any intention of going back to Green Bay this year.
So you think okay, what's more likely for you? Aaron Rodgers is playing in a playoff game for the Packers next season, or Aaron Rodgers is being named full-time host of Jeopardy?
I guess it's the Jeopardy thing. I don't think he's going back to the Packers. He basically came out and said he wants the GM fired today. Like that is beyond shots fired. That's like mutiny, man.
Yeah.
You know, he said
he is an angry boy, man. He is an angry boy up there.
You know
in
what
Green
though?
Bay.
I know people are like, oh, you know, he just played, been to the playoffs. Screw that. Aaron Rodgers brings in the money for that team. It's the only reason the Packers are relevant. He drives it. He
to
is
a degree,
superstar.
yes.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, but you get my point. Like the Packers don't have winning records without Aaron Rodgers the last few years.
No, he is the franchise. 100 at this point, 100%. Going to take a look at the paid contests here. Bill Dozer in first place here, 87.75 points for the $250 free contest for this game. Taking a look at the early slate, Derek Carr taking an awful sack on 3rd and 11. They're going to be punting the ball away. I still don't think there's enough time for Cincinnati to come back. FN Sackdell still in first place with 201 points. I think it's going to be hard for anyone to truly catch him here. We'll see. But, man, bad sack there. Doing everything they can to let the Bengals back in this one. But, yeah, I know. Look, that's a great tidbit by you. To say, hey, look, this is how Carson Palmer handled the situation when he was done and fed up with Cincinnati, as we see a great punt there.
Punt down to
make
the
it
5.
even more difficult for Joe Burrow to make a comeback. And look, think about what Carson Palmer was dealing with in Cincinnati. I mean, it was mediocre season after mediocre season, and they missed their window, right? Like they had that year where he got hurt in that playoff game. I think it was 2005. When the Steelers won the Super Bowl. They were technically a wild card team that year. The Bengals were the team in the AFC North that year.
Yep.
They missed the boat, and it was just a lot of bad teams year after year for Carson Palmer after that. He said no thanks. He retired. And it was funny, when he retired back then, I feel like no one thought he was coming back. Like, it was like, oh, man, that's too bad. His peak was great. He was never the same guy after the knee injury.
Yep.
And then he signs with Oakland, is awful, looks terrible. And then was there another retirement that occurred, or did he just go right to Arizona?
No, didn't he get traded or something? I can't remember. I think
we're going to go ahead and check out.
Didn't the Raiders trade for him?
Well, the Raiders had to technically trade for his contract, I assume, if he retired, right? Because the Bengals would have still owned his rights. But he was in Oakland for 2 years. And then he was in Arizona after. There was no gap. There was no gap between Oakland and Arizona.
I didn't think so, yeah. Anyways, I just look at the Aaron Rodgers situation. Obviously, they've been competitive the last 2 years. But obviously that's, Aaron Rodgers doesn't care about that. I mean, he does not want to be with the team. And he's basically come right out and said it. Like, he's not beating around the bush. Like, the team didn't consult him on the Jordan Love move. He took it as a slap in the face that they were planning.
As he should have.
Which they absolutely were planning to move on from. He's dead right. Like, if he doesn't have an MVP season last year, there's none of this, oh, Aaron Rodgers is our guy. They're probably already moved on from him. So get lost. Like, I have no qualms with what Aaron Rodgers is doing. The team tried to basically cut ties with them. They were getting ready to do it, and now they know. Aaron Rodgers is such a cerebral dude. He knows exactly what's happening here. He knows he's an MVP. If the team moves on from him, they're the ones coming out of it looking terrible. He can do whatever he wants, and he is. He can ask for the GM to be fired because the team either fires the GM or they look like complete idiots because they alienated Aaron Rodgers, the reigning MVP. So good for him, man. Like, fire all your guys.
I love that this is happening. I love the drama. I love Aaron Rodgers drama. Like, I like when he just stirs the pot. I know I was on with Glash last night, and he hates it. Like, he's very anti-Rodgers.
Oh, I know. Glash is like Mr. That's Glash.
No, that's like his hot take. Like, that's like his like he's planting his flag in the anti-Rodgers camp.
Here's Glash's thing. He's big goof and loves to goof around on the Sims. He is like Mr. Straight and Narrow when it comes to like athletes and contracts and how they should act. Like if a guy goes against like the team, he's like, oh well, you know, he's under contract to the team. Like,
play better.
Yeah, play better.
Win games.
Like Glash, don't ever put Glasheen in like charge of like a team. This guy would be. I mean, he'd be fantastic CEO material for half of these NFL teams. Don't get me wrong. But like, my God.
Would he though? It seems like these players hate guys like this.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't be actually. But you get my point.
Yeah.
He would probably be popular with the already
the ownership.
Yeah, with the ownership, right? So it's yeah, gosh, he always takes the side of the management. I don't know what his
100%.
He's a union buster.
Glash would definitely have been a scab back in the day, crossing the picket line. Hilarious. 2:13 to go here. Bengals trying to get back on the board here. All three timeouts on both sides. I don't think there's enough time for them to make this an overtime game, but maybe we see another touchdown here at the very least as Uzama, I believe, with the grab there. Excuse me, Tyler Boyd with the touchdown. 2-minute warning. Clock stops here. So Bengals still 3 timeouts. Didn't have to use one there as they get the 2-minute warning help.
Yeah, Bengals need a touchdown right here, right on this play.
It was funny, though. Glash was very anti-Rodgers. He was like, you've been to 5 NFC championship games. Why don't you go ahead and win one?
Yeah, oh, well, that's his other thing, because he knows that people like me, you know, in most of the world, how do I put this? Most people who are involved in football, if you ask who the better quarterback is, Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady, I don't want to say the smart people are going to say Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady, but a lot of people will have the opinion that Aaron Rodgers is the more talented.
Well, here's the delineation, right? It's like saying who is the GOAT and who is a better football player are two different conversations, right? Like, Tom Brady clearly has the resume and the longevity to be the GOAT. But Rodgers, eye test-wise, is, for me, the best quarterback I've ever seen in his prime.
Yeah. That's a good way to put it. No, absolutely. So I think,
and I know you're a Rodgers hardliner. You don't even give him the GOAT. You give him the GOAT moniker. You don't even care about the lack of playoff success.
No, I don't care.
You're all in.
But go put Tom Brady with Mike McCarthy for 15 years and see how that turns out.
Here we go, getting him fired up.
But
let's stoke the flames.
Anyways, that's why Glash knows that he always takes a hard line. He doesn't like people talking bad about his guy, about Tommy. Oh, Tommy, your 7 rings.
It is pretty impressive, though. I mean, 7.
It's extremely impressive. It's
a lot of
nothing
rings.
But Glash.
No, I agree with you. I think Rodgers is, and I've said this, you know, and I love Brady. I think he's the GOAT, but Rodgers is in his prime, and he's still in his prime. That's the crazy thing. Like, I don't even really need to give the qualifier. Is the best quarterback I've ever seen. And honestly, Mahomes, if he keeps it up, will pass Rodgers for me. Like, watching Mahomes the last 3 years has been an absolute treat. 3-4 years, however long he's been the starter.
Here we go. We get a garbage touchdown.
Oh, fumble. It looked like a fumble at least.
It looks like they had him down before.
Oh, and they're going to leave the clock running here. All right. That's ball game, folks, unless we get a weird timeout call here.
We might get one more playoff. They go to the no huddle or something. No, not even going to burn their timeout. So we are going to get one more play. They went to the no huddle.
You know what? I like this. Just one last meaningless play to screw up everyone's lineup. Nope. 1 second to go. Here we go. So we're gonna get a field goal try, right? You think they're just gonna randomly, or you think they go for the end zone here?
No, they gotta go for the end zone.
You think they're going for the end zone?
Who knows? This is all.
I never know what the computer's gonna do here. This is a funky situation. Okay, they're going for the end zone again. Meaningless touchdown here. Would have been a meaningless field goal as well.
Oh no, dropped.
I was going to say I couldn't tell for a second there.
Couldn't lost track of the ball there between the bodies, but it was dropped. So whole lot of suspense for nothing, and we don't even get the garbage touchdown. So 0 touchdowns for Burrow.
D-Rod saying Peyton Manning hands down is way better than Aaron Rodgers at throwing the ball accuracy-wise. Peyton Manning threw some passes and wow, I don't know how they got in there. All I'll say is this: Rodgers this past season, 40-plus touchdowns, 4 interceptions. 4. I think the dude's pretty good at being accurate with the football. And, oh, by the way, he's, 36, 37 years old, and he's having a season like that? Rodgers is pretty good too, guys. But, yes, Peyton Manning was incredible. I just think what Rodgers can do on the move sets him apart from these other guys.
Yeah, I would probably agree. But all three of them are great quarterbacks, obviously, in their own right. Brady obviously, deserves his status as the GOAT. He got 7 Super Bowls, man.
7 rings, baby.
More than any other team, right? So
count them. Going to take a look at the paid contests here in a second as stats continue to update. Derek Carr, same stat line as he had at the end of the third, 14 for 18, 250 yards and a touchdown. Joe Burrow, 23 for 34, 240 yards. Did not throw a touchdown there, as I believe Joe Mixon with the only score for the Bengals. Josh Jacobs got in the end zone twice. Joe Mixon with that lone score for the Bengals on 11 carries, 34 yards. So no one with the rushing bonus. Gio Bernard with 6 grabs out of the backfield. That's worth mentioning. CJ Uzama with 6 grabs. But Tyrell Williams, the story of the day, catching the ball. 3 catches, 115, and a touchdown. That touchdown was a 90-plus yard touchdown. Hunter Renfrow with the lone grab for 52 yards was a story early, but didn't really pan out for anything else. Jeff, as these stats continue to update and we figure out who is in the leading spot for these lineups, who is your Krusty Kaufman player of the game?
Player of the game, Tyrell Williams, 3 catches, 115 yards, touchdown, 23.5 points in the flex. And then for the babysitter, Billy, will go Joe Burrow, no touchdowns, 71% owned, like 240 yards, and he threw a pick. So pretty terrible game for Burrow.
There you go. So as it stands now, the $250 free contest, Shannon Ammo, I think that's what we're going to say. Yep, Shannon Ammo, MCAG for life, and Saucy Jack, 1001, all tied for first place for 96.45 points. And FN Sackdell still in first place in the early slate $250 free contest. Going to take a look at the free roll here in a second, but I wanted to remind you guys, we got the free 100K pool for the Kentucky Derbies, for the Kentucky Big Horse Race today. $100,000 prize pool, $0 to enter. First place, $5,000. Categories include which horse will finish in first place, winning horse time, what will the saddlecloth number of the winning horse be. So go check that out on the DK Sportsbook. Very fun stuff. And we got American Cornhole League. That preview show coming to you at 6 o'clock. Then the American Cornhole League event starts at 7. 10 p.m. We'll be back here with the Madden Sims. Washington at LA Chargers, that is. Kaufman, LaMarca on the call. Stats not final yet. They will be soon. But Jeff, pleasure as always, man. First time I've ever been in the 1 chair with you in the 2 chair. Why don't you give me a letter grade as we toss it on to the Dream Stream?
Is there anything higher than an A++? I mean, if there is, you get it, pal. Thank you for carrying me and just letting me sit here and look good. DK Sim fam, have a great rest of the day, dude. Have fun at the cornhole viewing. It's coming up. Like Tommy said, check out the draft, the Kentucky Derby pool and stuff like that. Lots of great stuff. I'll be back Monday doing a sim. And also the sweat. Actually, I'll be here tomorrow, too. What am I talking about? I'm on the sim.
What are you doing, dude? What are you doing?
Just get out.
Enjoy the horse racing. Enjoy the cornhole. We'll see you guys at 10. Ross Tucker coming up next.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or even Money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout-out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m.
Neither tired, Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere till maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when all said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. It's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's, these picks, everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well, or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which, obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, by the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally like Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I like Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. This is not, I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. But that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense. And I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick, moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts, based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I mean, I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. So, I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. I mean, to me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Well, everybody says that on draft day. You know that. Yeah.
All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Vander Esch's health, and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently, they really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Vander Esch has had a neck injury. I mean, I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense. When you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Vander Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, I mean, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. I mean, obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of two tight ends. They paid a lot of money for two tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with one back and two tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with two tight ends. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion on.
If you're going to mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the two I was going to ask you about because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The two I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood
Yes.
in Alabama. A lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a high-level athlete nor an elite-level mover, but, I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really, in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
What about the other one that surprised me a little bit? I guess there had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as 2nd, 3rd, 4th round, I heard, and the Saints took him in the 1st round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I want to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes. But the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line. maybe even a receiver or a corner, running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete, and he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tux Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, nobody loves red flag players, Bri, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tux Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time. And it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year, being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off. And I got to wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use a 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about you went to the Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch, and there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the one. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com. Or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever. myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the DraftKings preview show. I'm Sean Latham, here with my man Trey Ryder. We're in Las Vegas. Third Nationals this year, ACL Bag Brawl. Trey.
Yes, Vegas. Third National of the year. I mean, anytime we go to Vegas, it's always high intensity. We've had some of our best events ever in the ACL, going all the way back to 2018. We had that incredible 8-point airmail by Brett Guy at the Cornhole Mania. In 2017, actually, fun fact for you, Sean, my broadcasting debut here in Vegas on Top of the Link.
Right here, and you know what? You're killing it. You're back. We're here in Vegas, and I thought it was going to be, I was coming into this thinking to myself, are the younger players going to struggle a little bit because they might get lost a little bit in the fun that this town has to offer? Wichita is a little bit more of a place you could concentrate on your game. Vegas has a little bit more temptation, and some of the older players, they've been there, they've done that.
They have outlasted Vegas,
Yeah.
if you will. The younger, there were some players checking in for some of these events are like 10 minutes late for check-in, and you just, did you have a long night? I mean, why didn't you show up on time?
I did FaceTime a couple of guys saying, hey, they're yelling your name out and you got 2 minutes. But I'm going to be honest, the competition has been out of control. And what we're seeing here is that the cream of the crop in this doubles is what it is. The top 4 seeds, the number 1 seed from all brackets are on the broadcast this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. So quick dive into tournament format. So we have 4 different double elimination tournaments, all 128 ACL Pro teams evenly distributed among those 4 double elimination brackets. The winners of each of the 4 brackets, which we saw the conclusion of last night, meet in a single elimination playoff, and that is what we're going to be showing tonight live on ESPN3 at 11 p.m. Eastern, and that will re-air on ESPN2 Sunday tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, great things to show. This single elimination playoff, like you said, we have the number 1 seed in the whole pro division, the number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, the number 4 seed, all chalk across the board. First time we've ever had that in the pro division, and it's just going to be an incredible broadcast. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
You know what? And there's no Cinderella story in this one. These are the guys that have been grinding it out. These are our guys, top of their game. Let's get into it. Let's go right into this. We got obviously our first game. We have Hisner and Henderson going heads up against Kamba and Baldwin.
Yeah, Adam Hisner and Cody Henderson taking on Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin. We're going to dive into each of these teams a little bit, but just briefly, one thing I'm looking at, Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin, they already have a national win under their belt this season. They win the 2021 ACL kickoff battle back in early February in Winter Haven, Florida, so they have a little bit of momentum. But Hisner and Henderson, like I said, coming in at that 3 seed, they made the playoff at that first event at the kickoff battle. They were a part of that 14 playoff along with Kamba and Baldwin, and they came up just 1 game short in Wichita, Kansas to making that. They came up short to Bill Hadley and Doug Zapp. So that first matchup, 2 veteran teams, players that have been in the ACL Pro Division for multiple seasons now, have a long history together. So there's going to be no surprises when these two go head-to-head against one another.
There's not. And the vibe I'm getting from the Hisner Henderson team is that they're just extremely focused. Even when they did take a loss, they went, would they go 8-1 or something like that throughout this tournament so far yesterday?
Yeah.
They fought back through the losers bracket, and over there on that secondary course, on the digital network, these guys, they were focused. The broadcast last night, focused. They had a mess up. They were there. They had each other's backs, and they just wouldn't quit. And obviously, winning back-to-back games against, the Wichita doubles champions, Davis and Guy. Coming into that is you're coming against the champs. And you have to win 2 games on broadcast in order to make it to today's finals. That tells me this is a focused squad.
Yeah, and plenty of this. Plenty of chirping.
So
if you're a fan of trash talk, a fan of chirping, you're going to be a Hisner and Henderson fan.
The stat that really jumps out to me here with this Henderson-Hisner team is Hisner's DPR. That's differential per round. He's for the season, he's at a .13. This weekend in Vegas, he's at a .07. That's a large differential.
Yeah, pretty much almost a full jump, full point up in increase, which tell me he's having his best doubles performance of the year this year.
Yeah, and Henderson's still averaging, for the season, that .48 differential per round, and even keel at 0.49 right now in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we dive into these teams and Henderson and Hisner, like we said, they're chirpers. They're going to get intense. They like to play that slow bag game. If I look at who they beat here, they have 4 top 50 wins and 2 top 10 wins. Obviously, those 2 top 10 wins come against Eric Davis and Brett Guy, the winners of the Cornhole Mania, like you said, and they had it in a double dip action. They were able to get that revenge because they went through the bracket. They played Brett Guy and Eric Davis earlier in the event, and they lost. They came up a little bit short, 21-19. They bounced back, they recovered, they had a strong performance, a strong finish, and they were able to get back to the finals. So those 2 top 10 wins, obviously important. They went 6-1 on the day, and not only are Henderson and Hisner great as a doubles team, they're also great as individual players. Cody Henderson, the number 2 ranked player in the country, just behind number 1 ranked Damon Dennis. Adam Hisner sitting at number 13. So both players, even as individuals, are sitting top 15 in the country. So when we look at Henderson and Hisner, if you're the type of person that you are one to make your selections for people that you know what you're going to get, you know what you're going to get with Henderson and Hisner. The question mark around this matchup when they go head-to-head against Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin is not whether or not Henderson and Hisner are going to deliver at the highest level. It's what their opponent is going to deliver at the same time, and I think that's the big difference here. So what I'll get at is here is if you're looking at that DraftKings companion pool, make sure you go to DraftKings.com. You check out the companion pool that is live today. Make your selections for who you think is going to take this down. If you're looking in that semifinal matchup between Henderson and Hisner and Kamba and Baldwin, if you like the safe bet, a lot of times it works to go with Henderson and Hisner.
Even though Kamba and Baldwin have that win in winter in Florida in January, you still got to look at the Hisner and Henderson team like, these guys are just always on top. You know?
Yeah, and when I look at Adam Hisner specifically, Adam Hisner was unconscious yesterday. I mean, he was just absolutely unbelievable. When you play someone like an Eric Davis, who they played in that finals, Eric Davis is such a shooter. He's just boom, 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 and he rides momentum. He's going for aggressive shots, and to take him out of that element is so hard to do, and somehow Adam Hisner was doing it. He was the one hitting the airmails. We look at the statistics, like you said, a 9.39 for the season in doubles, going up to a 9.9 points per round. So he's averaging just under 10 points per round, which means he's averaging 3 bags in the hole, one bag on the board every single time that he does it. On the flip side, DPR, like you said, that was your favorite stat. That's how many points am I scoring against an opponent every single round. Only averaging 0.13 for the season in doubles. Like you said, going above a 1. A 1! I mean, he's scoring every single time. Every single time he's playing, he's scoring a single point. And if that's not a surefire bet, I don't really know what is.
And I think that's the kind of stats you need in order to take yourself to drive it right through the losers bracket. And I mean, after losing a guy in Davis and then beating him twice on the broadcast, that's what it is right there. He just came to play this weekend. This is his town. We know he's famous, not just for his hat, but for his cocktail or whatever's in there. Could be apple juice, I don't know. But, he's just focused right now, and I think it's going to be really hard. Even though you got to, listen, Baldwin, this man is one of the only players that I recognize that kind of just really came from the old school, regular players on the broadcast and made it through this new wave of younger, really awesome players. And it's just, he's a veteran and obviously the champ, two tournaments ago. This is going to be one heck of a game, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, let's jump over to Baldwin and Kamba now. I mean, this team, like you said, they already have a national win under their belt. They have been there. They have done that. They won the Wilmington Pro Invitational qualifier last year, qualifying for the Pro Invitational. Then they turn around and win the Pro Invitational on the back of James Baldwin on a broadcast court, hitting 38 out of 40 bags. That is ridiculous.
30? I mean, have you even tried to hit 3 in a row? If you're a regular human, have you tried to hit 3, let alone 38 out of 40? He's a machine.
Yeah, and no one has been more consistent on the biggest stage ever than James Baldwin. I mean, if we look at the World Championships, it's 4 straight years of top 5 finishes. That's unbelievable when you talk about consistency, to be able to do that year in and year out. So when I look at someone that I have to focus on this team, I certainly have to look at James Baldwin. So we look at his statistics here. James Baldwin On the season, 9.95 PPR jumps up to a 10.24 at this event. That means, Sean, he puts 3 bags in the hole and 1 bag on the board in a round. His average is going down. He's hurting himself doing that. Just that's stupid. I don't even have a word for how ridiculous that is. So when we look at also his 4-bagger percentage, he's throwing a 4-bagger 42% of the time.
They call him 4-bagging Baldwin back at his house, Trey.
I mean, just outrageous, to be honest with you. I mean, they're 8-1 as a team. And then, we keep talking about James Baldwin. Oh, by the way, you have Jordan Campbell on the other side, who's pretty darn good too.
Yeah. Obviously PPR there for the season, 9.58. Goes down a little bit, 9.4. But again, he's doubled his DPR. Okay, he's doubled it. The season, he's at a .33. He's in Vegas right now at a .61.
Yeah.
Again, that's just that stepping up to the stage on the national level.
And the funny thing is, when we look at his season includes already winning a national. So we're talking about doubling a performance that includes already a big win. I mean, so they're throwing unbelievably well here in Vegas. The only thing that worries me, and worry is a bad word, when we talked about their performance in Florida, we really love to see them because they went through like a gauntlet in their bracket, right? We talked about all the people they were beating. They beat this team and this team and this team, and that kind of made them battle tested and battle ready. When I look at their road here, 7 top 50 wins, which is incredible. It actually leads all of the other teams in this playoff, but the problem is no top 10 wins. So they hadn't had a chance to really play a top 10 team, a top 5 team, someone at the highest level. So they played a lot of good talent, but they haven't necessarily played a great talent. Obviously, they lost to Jordan Power and Chad Webb early in the tournament. They come all the way back through the losers bracket and complete that double dip. But Power and Webb were in some ways viewed as this kind of Cinderella story team, as someone that not a lot of people pegged. So if there's any question mark, which there shouldn't be, it's just, were they battle tested enough here in Vegas with enough momentum to bring them into this playoff?
Yeah, especially going up, especially their first game when they have to play Henderson and Hisner, who, like we said, they played Davis and Guy 3 times yesterday.
Right.
Again, will that matter today? Only time will tell, Trey.
Yeah, so when I look at this team, for me, the question is James Baldwin going to get in that zone? Because if James Baldwin does get in that zone, and you see the head start doing this, and he's giving the little finger guns when he gets done with a round and he throws a 4-bagger, that's the key to the win. And if they're not, then Hisner and Henderson are methodically just going to pick them apart.
Not only in the game, but also verbally. You're looking at 2 completely different styles of play here.
Right.
And not many things really could get under the skin of Baldwin. First of all, he can't hear because he's got the headset in.
Right.
Which is, the more I'm here, the more I'm involved. I used to think, is it just because you want to hear the music, but it also, you're drowning out everything.
Yeah, drowning, because Hisner and Henderson now they're going to try to talk over your headphones. Yeah. They're going to get louder and try to get and elevate that volume because they want you to hear it. Especially if you miss and they make it, they want to make sure that you're paying attention. You know that they notice that.
And with the headset, and then also the max, so you can't even see that he's talking the little game down there. And they were really talking it up yesterday on last night's broadcast. So, again, I'm just so excited for this matchup. Henderson, Hisner, Campbell, Baldwin.
It's gonna be great.
Now we got game number 2 here, Trey.
Yeah, I'm loving this one.
Let's dive right into this Guy Graham team. Now, again, another team you always see on the broadcast. They're always up there. They're always in your face. What do you feel and what do you see with this team right now?
Flat out, they're the number 1 team in the country without having played very well in a playoff. That is scary because that tells me that they are one great performance away from being borderline unbelievable. Matt Guy truly was unbelievable yesterday. He starts off his game, hits 23 in a row. I think he finished 34 out of 36 on the second game to complete that double dip to go on to make it into this playoff where they beat AJ Sims and Josh Gross, a top 10 team ranked number 7 in the country, beat them twice, 22-14 and 22-7. So, I mean, just commanding performances. Matt Guy was especially special and really coming in as the number 1 ranked team. 8-1 on the day yesterday, 2 top 10 wins, which is fantastic. They had 5 top 50 wins, which also adds to the resume. So unlike in Florida and in Wichita, where I felt like their kind of resume coming into the event was just okay, I feel differently about Guy and Graham coming into this playoff than I necessarily did in the previous 2 that they made.
And you look at Matt Guy's statistics here. On the season, PPR, 9.94. Vegas stepping it up, coming in with a 10.38.
Yeah.
10.38. That's like when you ain't 4-bagging, you're letting yourself down with that kind of statistic.
Yeah, and he leads all 8 players that have made the playoff in points per round. So if you're the type of player, you're just getting into cornhole, you're looking at this companion pool, you're like, who am I gonna pick? What am I going for? Matt Guy is putting the most bags in the hole, okay? That always isn't what wins cornhole, and that's not what I'm saying whatsoever. What I am saying is if you're looking for someone, all I care about is picking the person and picking the team that's gonna put the most bags in the hole, then you're a Matt Guy fan, because that's all he's done all tournament long. Now, the only difference is throughout the rest of the season, his DPR has actually gone down into this event because he's just been so dominant in doubles throughout the season. 1.55 down to 0.93, so he's under that 1 point. But still being a 0.93 as far as differential per round, scoring that many points per round, it means he's still at the top of his game. He's still dominating opponents and still being a force to be reckoned with.
Then we're going to step over to his partner here. Matt Guy, Jamie Graham. Jamie Graham, again, on the season, 9.6 PPR, coming in here, 9.52, keeping it consistent. Again, always consistent. This is what's winning these games for these guys. The consistent players are the ones you see on these broadcast playoffs every single time.
For me, what is going to be the difference maker for this team is I know Matt Guy is almost angry by his performances at the beginning of this year. Based on what I saw last night, Matt Guy is going to bring it. I can't believe I'm saying it, but the question mark for me is Jamie Graham going to bring it at the highest level, now back playing with Matt Guy in doubles here on this main stage, and that is going to be the difference between whether or not this team wins or comes in 3rd or 2nd place.
But then you look at the DPR right here on this team. Jamie Graham stepping it up. On the season, he's 0.57. Vegas, this tournament, 0.77.
That's key for Graham and Guy, because I think Graham has been great in singles. He's been better than Matt Guy in singles. He's 5th in the country right now versus Matt Guy's 13th. So for him, I was just looking for his doubles play to elevate, and I'm liking what I'm seeing at this point. Now, what's going to be interesting and what I love is this matchup against Steven Bernasette and Tom Gustafson. So as we transition over to Bernasette and Gustafson, here's my favorite stat of this entire playoff. Steven Bernasette and Tom Gustafson have not lost yet this season to anybody except Jamie Graham and Matt Guy. In the first 2 events, they had 2 losses in each event. Both of them to Jamie Graham and Matt Guy. They ended up in the same double elimination bracket. This time, they go undefeated in their bracket because Jamie Graham and Matt Guy weren't in their original bracket. They're 5-0, but of course, who do they match up with in their first semifinal matchup? Jamie Graham and Matt Guy. So, Sean, I mean, from your perspective, if you're Bernasette and Gustafson, do you want to play Graham and Guy again, or do you hate the fact that you have to play him again?
I'll tell you what, coming off Wichita with a singles win, I feel like Bernasette is just riding high, and he's not going to, you can't get all these wins. He also just took another win in the tournament coming into this game, coming into this weekend. I think he does. I think, who else do you want to play except the guys that have your number? And that's what they got. They've got their number. The taste of victory is in this man right now, and I think he won't feel complete until him and Gustafson take down Graham and Guy.
Steven Bernasette has really been the one to just be lights out, as you alluded to. I mean, and what's weird is when I look at his statistics, his DPR is really what stands out to me. The 0.97 is scoring almost a full point a round, but it doesn't wow me. I look at his double statistics throughout the season, an 8.94 points per round. Don't get me wrong, that's impressive, but it's not flashy to me. It doesn't jump off the page like Matt Guy's 10.38 does.
And it's also the lowest of all of the players in this playoff.
Exactly, 9.14 for here in Vegas, as you saw in the graphic. I mean, it's good, but that tells you it doesn't matter how you win or how you score. It's just that you do. And Bernasette has been content to win in any way, shape, or form. And sometimes that's just a true testament to a winning team. So when we look at their lineup, Again, the only thing that scares me, no top 10 wins, okay? They did not play a top 10 team in this bracket, so that makes me a little bit worried just because I was hoping to see that top 10 win. But 5-0, 4 top 50 wins, so they played some good talent, just not maybe some exceptional talent at this level. So Bernasette coming into this event, number 3 ranked singles player in the country, coming off of that singles win, as you said, in Wichita. A team that I'm just looking to see, are they ready for revenge? Are they ready for that big win?
Yeah, and are they ready? One question. And also number 2, they haven't found the adversity. They haven't seen the adversity in this tournament like these other 3 teams, having to come back through the loser bracket, having to beat, a top 10 team twice in order to get to this playoff. So, I mean, is it going to be one of those beautiful stories where you go 5-0 to get in here and then you lose real quick to the team that's got your number? Or do you step it up and prove why you're 5-0 and it doesn't matter who you play?
So, Sean, you ready for matchup predictions?
I'm ready for matchup predictions, and I think I'm pretty much 0-10 on these broadcasts. You've proven me wrong every single time that you just know what you're talking about. So I'll go ahead and get mine out of the way so we can get to the right ones.
Yep.
And again, I mean, it's so hard. I sat around here, we're going over these notes, going over these statistics this morning, and I just from calling these secondary court games, watching these games come up to get to this playoff, Hisner and Henderson just look like no one's going to touch them.
Yeah,
to
they
me,
look so
like
good.
just the level of intensity, the focus, the concentration, being able to pick up when they mess up, holding on, taking each other's backs. It's such a tough call when you got the 4 best possible teams playing. You got to make a decision here. Yeah. I think that first semifinal game, I'm going to stick, no matter how hard the Baldwin-Kamba teams are playing. My gut tells me I'm going Hisner, Henderson, first semifinal matchup.
I'm going to follow right in your footsteps, actually. We're going to agree on one where I'm going to go Hisner and Henderson. I think what I saw yesterday from Adam Hisner in particular was just unbelievable, and if I continue to see that, that's what I'm just hoping is I make this pick and they continue to play like they played yesterday, right? So if they do that, then I think Adam Hisner and Cody Henderson are just going to be too tough. They're going to ride too much momentum. I think it's going to be unbelievably close. I'm thinking like a 21-18 type game, but I think in the end, Hisner and Henderson get the win.
Yeah, I have to say, last night Cody was one of the last people to leave the gym here.
Yeah.
He was throwing bags. This morning I walk in, he's one of the first people out here putting in the work already. Yeah. We're on the same page on that game. Let's move on to our next game. Graham Guy, Bernasette, Gustafson. First of all, I'm amazed by Gustafson's throw. He's the only dude in the building that throws the bag counterclockwise. Yeah. Which is wild. I mean, you got that pinky out there in right left field. It's a wild toss. Teamed up with his man here, Bernasette. This one I feel like is going to be the harder pick, but I just want to see. I feel like they finally overcome it. Now, if Matt Guy keeps throwing the way he's throwing, Graham keeps on throwing the way he's throwing, it's just going to make for a classic game right out the gate. But I feel like Bernasette and Gustafson are just riding this wave, this 2021 wave, and this is where they pick up their doubles. This could be the day where they pick it up, but I see them edging it out, picking up that dub, finally getting over that hill, that Graham and Guy hill, and taking the win to play Hisner Henderson in the finals.
All right, we agreed on game 1. We're going to disagree on game 2. I'm going to go with Graham and Guy. I just think Matt Guy is just going to put the entire team on his back right here. I think he's going to be unconscious. I think he's going to be absolutely unbelievable. If he gives us any type of performance like we saw yesterday, it's going to be a strong victory. So I'm actually thinking a big win in the semifinal. I'm thinking 21-10 ballpark range. Okay. So I'm thinking a strong win by Guy and Graham. And I think because I think Jamie Graham, based on how I saw Matt Guy play yesterday, Jamie Graham just has to be good. He doesn't even have to be great, and I think he's going to be good if not great. So watch out. I'm looking for Guy and Graham to take strong game 2. So who you got in the finals?
All right, in the finals, man, this is a tough one here. But again, as well as I see how Bernassette's playing, it's just the way they just put it together. They're just a gritty team, finding a way to win games. If they do get by the Graham and Guy team, this Bernasette squad, they're going to lose to Hisner and Henderson. These guys this is their tournament. This is the one they win. They're going to throw the staple down. and I just see them winning this comfortably 21-15.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to agree with you on the ultimate winner. I'm going to go Hisner and Henderson over Graham and Guy in the finals. I just think Hisner and Henderson, like I said, the role that I saw them on this year, they're manipulating those tacky bags very well. They're hitting timely airmails and pushes. When they're missing, they're not being overwhelmed. They're keeping games close that need to be close, and they're blowing out opponents that they know that they can. So I'll go a 21-14 or so final score there against Graham and Guy in the finals. You got them over Bernasette and Gustafson. So we finally agree, at least on an ultimate winner. A little different how we got there, but we agree on the ultimate winner.
And, my gut's telling me it's such a toss-up, with the Graham, Guy, Bernasette, Gustafson game. And I feel like I might be wrong there, but I just want to pull, and I just want to see, momentum is huge.
Yeah.
Riding the wave is a big deal, and it's a real thing. So I'm going with that. But again, no matter who wins that, I still feel like the Hisner-Henderson team is just locked in, and that's what's going to happen tonight with ESPN broadcast.
The great news is if you're a fan of DraftKings, you're a fan of watching cornhole, you want to make your own selections, you can go to DraftKings.com. You can check out the companion pool, $1,000 free to play. You can pick the winners. We got some great questions in there on that free to play pool based on statistics, based on top performers, and of course, you can pick who you think is going to win this 2021 ACL Bag Brawl. And then if you want to watch it live, you can watch it live on ESPN3 at 11 p.m. Eastern. That is tonight, Saturday, May 1st. Or you can wait until tomorrow and re-watch it on ESPN2 Sunday, May 2nd at 1 p.m. Eastern. Great way to watch the Final Four of Pro Doubles as well as the Pro Singles Final. Man, Sean, it's going to be a great evening. I can't wait for it.
It sure is, man. These guys are all stepped it up. Already amazing statistics. They've taken it through the roof here in Vegas, and I think we're going to see ourselves some electric cornhole tonight.
Electric. Can't wait.
And that'll be it for our DraftKings preview show. Make sure you guys tune in. Sean Latham, Trey Ryder. Go make some picks. Get on the DraftKings app. Win some money.
Thanks, guys.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the DraftKings preview show. I'm Sean Latham, here with my man Trey Ryder. We're in Las Vegas. Third Nationals this year, ACL Bag Brawl. Trey.
Yes, Vegas. Third National of the year. Anytime we go to Vegas, it's always high intensity. We've had some of our best events ever in the ACL, going all the way back to 2018. We had that incredible 8-point airmail by Brett Guy at the Cornhole Mania. In 2017, actually, fun fact for you, Sean, my broadcasting debut here in Vegas on Top of the Link.
Right here, and you know what? You're killing it. You're back. We're here in Vegas, and I thought it was going to be, I was coming into this thinking to myself, are the younger players going to struggle a little bit because they might get lost a little bit in the fun that this town has to offer? Wichita is a little bit more of a place you could concentrate on your game. Vegas has a little bit more temptation, and some of the older players, they've been there, they've done that.
They have outlasted Vegas,
Yeah.
if you will. The younger kids, there were some players checking in for some of these events are like 10 minutes late for check-in, and you just, did you have a long night? Why didn't you show up on time?
I did FaceTime a couple of guys saying, hey, they're yelling your name out and you got 2 minutes. But I'm going to be honest, the competition has been out of control. And what we're seeing here is that the cream of the crop in this doubles is what it is. The top 4 seeds, the number 1 seed from all brackets are on the broadcast this evening.
Yeah, it's going to be incredible. So quick dive into tournament format. So we have 4 different double elimination tournaments, all 128 ACL Pro teams evenly distributed among those 4 double elimination brackets. The winners of each of the 4 brackets, which we saw the conclusion of last night, meet in a single elimination playoff, and that is what we're going to be showing tonight live on ESPN3 at 11 p.m. Eastern, and that will re-air on ESPN2 Sunday tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. So, great things to show. This single elimination playoff, like you said, we have the number 1 seed in the whole pro division, the number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, the number 4 seed, all chalk across the board. First time we've ever had that in the pro division, and it's just going to be an incredible broadcast. I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
You know what? And there's no Cinderella story in this one. These are the guys that have been grinding it out. These are our guys, top of their game. Let's get into it. let's go right into this. We got obviously our first game. We have Hisner and Henderson going heads up against Kamba and Baldwin.
Yeah, Adam Hisner and Cody Henderson taking on Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin. We're going to dive into each of these teams a little bit, but just briefly, one thing I'm looking at, Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin, they already have a national win under their belt this season. They win the 2021 ACL kickoff battle back in early February in Winter Haven, Florida, so they have a little bit of momentum. But Hisner and Henderson, like I said, coming in at that 3 seed, they made the playoff at that first event at the kickoff battle. They were a part of that 14 playoff along with Kamba and Baldwin, and they came up just 1 game short in Wichita, Kansas to making that. They came up short to Bill Hadley and Doug Zapp. So that first matchup, 2 veteran teams, players that have been in the ACL Pro Division for multiple seasons now, have a long history together. So there's going to be no surprises when these two go head-to-head against one another.
There's not, and the vibe I'm getting from the Hisner Henderson team is that they're just extremely focused. Even when they did take a loss, they went would they go 8-1 or something like that throughout this tournament so far yesterday?
Yeah.
They fought back through the losers bracket, and over there on that secondary course, on the digital network, these guys they were focused. The broadcast last night, focused. They had a mess up. They were there. They had each other's backs, and they just wouldn't quit. And obviously, winning back-to-back games against the Wichita doubles champions, Davis and Guy. Coming into that is you're coming against the champs. And you have to win 2 games on broadcast in order to make it to today's finals. That tells me this is a focused squad.
Yeah, and plenty of this. Plenty of chirping.
So
if you're a fan of trash talk, fan of chirping, you're going to be a Hisner and Henderson fan.
The stat that really jumps out to me here with this Henderson-Hisner team is Hisner's DPR. That's differential per round. He's for the season, he's at a .13. This weekend in Vegas, he's at a .07. That's a large differential.
Yeah, pretty much almost a full point up in increase, which tell me he's having his best doubles performance of the year this year.
Yeah, and Henderson's still averaging, for the season that .48 differential per round, and he's even keel at .49 right now in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. So as we dive into these teams and Henderson and Hisner, like we said, they're chirpers. They're going to get intense. They like to play that slow bag game. If I look at who they beat here, they have 4 top 50 wins and 2 top 10 wins. Obviously, those 2 top 10 wins come against Eric Davis and Brett Guy, the winners of the Cornhole Mania, like you said, and they had it in a double dip action. They were able to get that revenge because they went through the bracket. They played Brett Guy and Eric Davis earlier in the event, and they lost. They came up a little bit short, 21-19. They bounced back, they recovered, they had a strong performance, a strong finish, and they were able to get back to the finals. So those 2 top 10 wins, obviously important. They went 6-1 on the day, and not only are Henderson and Hisner great as a doubles team, they're also great as individual players. Cody Henderson, the number 2 ranked player in the country, just behind number 1 ranked Damon Dennis. Adam Hisner sitting at number 13. So both players, even as individuals, are sitting top 15 in the country. So when we look at Henderson and Hisner, if you're the type of person that you are one to make your selections for people that you know what you're going to get, you know what you're going to get with Henderson and Hisner. The question mark around this matchup when they go head-to-head against Jordan Kamba and James Baldwin is not whether or not Henderson and Hisner are going to deliver at the highest level. It's what their opponent is going to deliver at the same time, and I think that's the big difference here. So what I'll get at is here is if you're looking at that DraftKings companion pool, make sure you go to DraftKings.com. You check out the companion pool that is live today. Make your selections for who you think is going to take this down. If you're looking in that semifinal matchup between Henderson and Hisner and Kamba and Baldwin, if you like the safe bet, a lot of times it works to go with Henderson and Hisner.
Even though Kamba and Baldwin have that win in Winter in Florida in January, you still got to look at the Hisner and Henderson team like these guys are just always on top.
Yeah, and when I look at Adam Hisner specifically, Adam Hisner was unconscious yesterday. I mean, he was just absolutely unbelievable. When you play someone like an Eric Davis, who they played in that finals, Eric Davis is such a shooter. He's just boom, 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 and he rides momentum. He's going for aggressive shots, and to take him out of that element is so hard to do, and somehow Adam Hisner was doing it. He was the one hitting the airmails. We look at the statistics, like you said, a 9.39 for the season in doubles, going up to a 9.9 points per round. So he's averaging just under 10 points per round, which means he's averaging 3 bags in the hole, one bag on the board every single time that he does it. On the flip side, DPR, like you said, that was your favorite stat. That's how many points am I scoring against an opponent every single round. Only averaging 0.13 for the season in doubles. Like you said, going above a 1. A 1! I mean, he's scoring every single time. Every single time he's playing, he's scoring a single point. And if that's not a surefire bet, I don't really know what is.
And I think that's the kind of stats you need in order to take yourself to drive it right through the losers bracket. And I mean, after losing a guy in Davis and then beating him twice on the broadcast, that's what it is right there. He just came to play this weekend. This is his town. We know he's famous, not just for his hat, but for his cocktail or whatever's in there. Could be apple juice, I don't know. But, he's just focused right now, and I think it's going to be really hard. Even though you got to, listen, Baldwin, this man is one of the only players that I recognize that's kind of just really came from the old school, regular players on the broadcast and made it through this new wave of younger, really awesome players. And it's just, he's a veteran and obviously the champ, two tournaments ago. This is going to be one heck of a game, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, let's jump over to Baldwin and Kamba now. I mean, this team, like you said, they already have a national win under their belt. They have been there. They have done that. They won the Wilmington Pro Invitational qualifier last year, qualifying for the Pro Invitational. Then they turn around and win the Pro Invitational on the back of James Baldwin on a broadcast court, hitting 38 out of 40 bags. That is ridiculous.
30? I mean, have you even tried to hit 3 in a row? If you're a regular human, have you tried to hit 3, let alone 38 out of 40? He's a machine.
Yeah, and no one has been more consistent on the biggest stage ever than James Baldwin. I mean, if we look at the World Championships, it's 4 straight years of top 5 finishes. That's unbelievable when you talk about consistency, to be able to do that year in and year out. So when I look at someone that I have to focus on this team, I certainly have to look at James Baldwin. So we look at his statistics here. James Baldwin, on the season, 9.95 PPR, jumps up to a 10.24 at this event. That means, Sean, he puts 3 bags in the hole and 1 bag on the board in a round. His average is going down. He's hurting himself doing that. That's stupid. I don't even have a word for how ridiculous that is. So when we look at also his 4-bagger percentage, he's throwing a 4-bagger 42% of the time.
They call him 4-bagging Baldwin back at his house, right?
I mean, just outrageous, to be honest with you. I mean, they're 8-1 as a team. And then, we keep talking about James Baldwin. Oh, by the way, you have Jordan Campbell on the other side, who's pretty darn good too.
Yeah. Obviously PPR there for the season, 9.58. Goes down a little bit, 9.4. But again, he's doubled his DPR. Okay, he's doubled it. The season, he's at a 0.33. He's in Vegas right now at a 0.61.
Yeah.
Again, that's just stepping up to the stage on the national level.
And the funny thing is, when we look at his season includes already winning a national. So we're talking about doubling a performance that includes already a big win. I mean, so they're throwing unbelievably well here in Vegas. The only thing that worries me, and worry is a bad word, when we talked about their performance in Florida, we really love to see them because they went through like a gauntlet in their bracket, right? We talked about all the people they were beating. They beat this team and this team and this team, and that kind of made them battle tested and battle ready. When I look at their road here, 7 top 50 wins, which is incredible. It actually leads all of the other teams in this playoff, but the problem is no top 10 wins. So they hadn't had a chance to really play a top 10 team, a top 5 team, someone at the highest level. So they played a lot of good talent, but they haven't necessarily played a great talent. Obviously, they lost to Jordan Power and Chad Webb early in the tournament. They come all the way back through the losers bracket and complete that double dip. But Power and Webb were in some ways viewed as this kind of Cinderella story team, as someone that not a lot of people pegged. So if there's any question mark, which there shouldn't be, it's just, were they battle tested enough here in Vegas with enough momentum to bring them into this playoff?
Yeah, especially going up, especially their first game when they have to play Henderson and Hisner, who, like we said, they played Davis and Guy 3 times yesterday.
Right.
Again, will that matter today? Only time will tell, Trey.
Yeah, so when I look at this team, for me, the question is James Baldwin going to get in that zone? Because if James Baldwin does get in that zone, and you see the head start doing this, and he's giving the little finger guns when he gets done with a round, and he throws a 4-bagger, that's the key to the win. And if they're not, then Hisner and Henderson are methodically just going to pick them apart.
Not only in the game, but also verbally. You're looking at two completely different styles of play here.
Right.
And not many things really could get under the skin of Baldwin. First of all, he can't hear because he's got the headset in.
Right.
Which is, the more I'm here, the more I'm involved. I used to think, is it just because you want to hear the music, but you're drowning out everything.
Yeah, drowning, because Hisner and Henderson now they're going to try to talk over your headphones. Yeah. They're going to get louder and try to get and elevate that volume because they want you to hear it. Especially if you miss and they make it, they want to make sure that you're paying attention. You know that they notice that.
And with the headset, and then also the mask, so you can't even see that he's talking the little game down there. And they were really talking it up yesterday on last night's broadcast. So, again, I'm just so excited for this matchup. Henderson, Hisner, Campbell, Baldwin.
It's going to be great.
Now we got game number 2 here, Trey.
Yeah, I'm loving this one.
Let's dive right into this Guy Graham team. Now, again, another team you always see on the broadcast. They're always up in it. They're always up there. They're always in your face. What do you feel and what do you see with this team right now?
Flat out, they're the number 1 team in the country without having played very well in a playoff. That is scary because that tells me that they are one great performance away from being borderline unbelievable. Matt Guy truly was unbelievable yesterday. He starts off his game, hits 23 in a row. I think he finished 34 out of 36 on the second game to complete that double dip to go on to make it into this playoff where they beat AJ Sims and Josh Gross, a top 10 team ranked number 7 in the country, beat them twice, 22-14 and 22-7. So, just commanding performances. Matt Guy was especially special and really coming in as the number 1 ranked team. 8-1 on the day yesterday, 2 top 10 wins, which is fantastic. They have 5 top 50 wins, which also adds to the resume. So unlike in Florida and in Wichita, where I felt like their kind of resume coming into the event was just okay, I feel differently about Guy and Graham coming into this playoff than I necessarily did in the previous 2 that they made.
And you look at Matt Guy's statistics here. On the season, PPR, 9.94. Vegas stepping it up, coming in with a 10.38.
Yeah.
10.38. That's like when you ain't 4-bagging, you're letting yourself down with that kind of statistic.
Yeah, Isidro Herrera, a through-and-through Reynolds player.
Trey, I've had a chance and you've had a chance to call games on our secondary broadcast court. I did not get a chance to see either one of these players. Did you?
I did not know. They were mostly on the other live stream court. I was not able to call any of the matches, but certainly I kept an eye on Damon Dennis and kind of in the bracket, and I know his closest game, and I heard through the grapevine that his closest game was to Matt Morton, and Matt Morton had a 20-11 lead on Damon Dennis, and Damon Dennis fought back to win that game.
Yeah, he actually told me that he told me straight up, he's like, I should have lost that game, but somehow I did not. Just like that's got to be a good feeling as a professional in any sport when you know that you probably didn't have your A game, you weren't on top of your game, but you still found a way to win. That's got to give you a lot of confidence going forward.
And right there is an example of why Damon Dennis is the #1 player in the world right now. That ability to get around bags, sneak around bags while one lays in front. replay of it right here. Just got to slip in the left side and perfectly executed. He's got such a finesse throw that he doesn't move a lot of bags if he doesn't want to. He can hit a small push if it's not too far away from the hole, but really what the bread and butter is for Damon Dennis is that finesse style of play.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's such a high arc on his throw. Some of the younger players tend to have a much lower arc, if you will. And Damon seems to still stay with that high arc, even though his bag floats a bit, almost like a knuckleball. But when it lands, like you said, it's so soft when it lands. Another chance for Isidro here with a four-bagger to get 2 points. Kind of stay, kind of keep in touch with Damon.
And he just wears players down with this repetitive motion. Taking his time on every throw, but two bags sitting up top there.
There it
showing
is.
+4, and that's what it's going to be. Herrera brings it to within 2. 8-6 now the score.
Trey, you and I have talked ad nauseum when we've been on these courts talking about Damon Dennis and does his style of play affect other players? Do you think it would, like Isidro seems like a rapid fire kind of player. Does Damon's deliberate manner in which he plays, would that affect someone like Isidro?
Well, I think we answered that question earlier when we had our conversation with Trey Birchfield. I mean, point blank, we asked him, who's your least favorite player to play against? He said, I don't know if I have a least favorite player. I just don't like playing against people that take so long between each throw.
Right.
And our first guess was, so you don't like,
so you don't
like playing Damon Dennis? So, and of course, Trey Birchfield did get the better of Damon Dennis in Wichita, which propelled Trey Birchfield to get into the finals. We came up just a little bit short to Stephen Bernasette, who was a human flamethrower in Wichita.
This round is a little bit more like we expected, just hole for hole for hole from each player.
And so many players on this fourth bag that Damon's throwing, they rush it a little bit. And I was just about to set him up to compliment him for taking his time, but it didn't matter anyway. And just like that, we're locked in at 8 in this game 1.
Take that Jinx King back.
Yep. Just pass it on back, Bernie. Dennis, Herrera again. Dennis undefeated. Herrera with 1 loss. So Herrera would have to win 2 games. If this first game goes to Dennis, it's over. Damon Dennis books a ticket to the playoff. If Herrera wins this, we will immediately roll into a winner-take-all game 2.
We've talked about it quite a bit. We noticed it yesterday in the doubles with this type of format where you can get double dipped. When you have that with that game in hand, is there a letdown? I wouldn't say letdown. Letdown's the wrong phrase, but is there? Does your concentration level drop just a bit when you know that you can lose?
I mean, sometimes now there's actually a benefit because to the long gap that we had in between the tournament and now.
Yeah.
Because normally the way a tournament works, if you're playing all the way through, you have to get back into a rhythm, and sometimes that's more the issue. That's more the issue is trying to fight through that long lag, because if you won, you're taking a break, whereas the person that lost has played game after game after game in the loser's bracket. So that's usually a hurdle to climb. Now, that's not true in this case because both players have had a long layoff. They got done about an hour and 20 minutes ago. So when they got done, both had the same amount of time to wait before this next game.
Yeah, when I watch Damon throw, obviously his spin rate with his bag is not as extreme as other players, but yet still finds a way to throw that get around bag.
Right.
And I'm like, how does that work? There's no spin on the bag. How does it have the inertia to get around? I don't understand how that works.
It's how slick those bags are. It just trickles by, and because he's throwing those game changers bunch really well, and they just collapse real easily. So they don't grab anything very well at all, even their own bags. That's why they're actually a difficult bag to push, because most of the time they just kind of like morph out of the way. They don't like to be grabbed, whereas someone that throws a much tackier bag or a slower bag is going to be easier to grab, but less likely to fall into the hole.
Anthony Ione over there watching behind the players right now. I had to throw in words like inertia, just for the professor over there.
You guys did a great job calling the women's doubles action yesterday. It was fun to watch. Sarah Cassidy and Cheyenne Renner get the W there.
Just doing what they do. I mean, they're pretty much dominating the women's game right now as a partnership.
Yeah, you almost feel like, you know, they've played, what, if you're talking about the highest level, they've played the last 4 events together, and they've won 3 of them.
Yeah.
Because if you date all the way back to the 2020 World Championships, Sarah Cassidy and Cheyenne Renner won the Women's Doubles World Championship, and then obviously they win again at the 2021 Kickoff Battle, and then they win again here at the Bag Brawl. The only kind of downside was Wichita and at the 2021 Cornhole Mania, and it was just this weird off game. I mean, they almost came in last. They only won 1 game. I mean, they just... It was weird to see that performance out of them. Didn't make the broadcast when almost 75% of the tournament was broadcasted. So it was a down tournament, but you almost just throw that out as an outlier at this
that's
point.
An anomaly for sure. Oh, Isidro giving up the 2 there. I would think as a player, especially a player like Isidro, seems to be a rhythm player. That, you know, when you get in a rhythm, you kind of want to stay in a rhythm, but when you're playing a Damon Dennis, like we just spoke about a couple of minutes ago, it's hard to stay in that rhythm because he's not going to let you get there with the amount of time he takes.
Right, right.
You know.
Damon Dennis, I think, just getting into that rhythm now, and with that bag short, it's going to leave the door open for a 3-point round.
Minimum. And like you can almost see Isidro's face right now. He's like, you know, he just threw that bag. He wants to make up for it so bad and get on with it, but Damon's not going to let him. He's going to let him think about that.
Let him think about it. Let him stew on it.
Yeah.
There's a difference, you know, but it can be accomplished in one of 2 ways. You can do it in the quiet way like Damon Dennis does. He just takes his time to throw the next bag. Or you can do it the Adam Hister and Cody Henderson way where they just start yelling at you because they want you to know that you just missed that shot.
Yeah. It turns out the players prefer Damon Dennis's way.
In just a limited to 5, and 5 is what it's going to be. Damon Dennis now 4 points away, sitting at 17 from advancing.
I was talking with Mike Morton when we were doing our games over there. I talked to some of the players, and 17 seems to be this golden number. You know, once you get to 17, 4 points can be easily, you know, it happens in a round fairly, you know, it's not an unusual score. And the players feel like once they get to 17 in a game, they feel like they have an advantage if they're there first.
So you asked me prior to the game starting, do you expect this to turn into this, to start the game with this huge streak? And it didn't.
It did not.
But a turnaround, looking at the stats now, Damon Dennis has now hit, with that first bag in, 17 in a row. 18.
So, I mean,
he may have not done it at the first part of the game, but certainly getting into the latter stages of the game. And now, especially with that bag off to the left-hand side, Herrera is going to have to go after it and get that bag, assuming that Damon Dennis can 4-bag it, because you cannot afford to give up 4 points if you're Herrera.
Damon's not going to let him with that bag.
And that arguably could be better than Herrera going up with the airmail, and now things get really interesting. It's showing +5 right now for Damon Dennis. If he were to lay up right now, it would be +6, forcing an airmail attempt by Herrera. So actually, if you're Dennis, your best move may be to try to take everything here to guarantee the victory. Possibly for the win. He gets a little bit closer, and that may be functionally good enough. Now Herrera has to go airmail to stay in, and he does. He drags them all. Big airmail by Isidro Herrera to stay in the game.
But you know, now you're down 20-8.
Look at this again.
Look at that. That is ridiculous.
There's something to be said about when you're down big and you hit a shot to stay alive like that. Can it be enough to switch momentum?
I was just going to say the exact same thing. Can that be a shot that kind of jumpstarts you in this matchup, even though you're down 20-8 and you can't make any more mistakes? But is that the shot that wakes you up? But if Damon's going to keep just throwing bags in the hole, makes it pretty hard. Cedro leaving one out. Can he bring that one back, you think?
I don't know, Bernie. It's pretty far out there. I don't know what's a better strategy, trying to make an incredible shot there or just hoping and praying that Damon Dennis misses. I'm not sure what's a better sound strategy.
That's probably too far out. And Damon
yeah,
keeps
he just gave it a little nudge.
Yeah.
Herrera going with the block. Dennis trying to find his way, and this bag, if he can go in right here, Damon Dennis will win and advance to the pro singles playoff. He's in. Damon Dennis books himself a ticket, will make his second pro singles playoff of the season, and he still sits atop the number one. He sits as the number one player in the country. Damon Dennis, good old Double D, gets the win, Bernie.
That was impressive. I mean, that really was. I mean, I feel like Isidro didn't give him his best match, but Damon's just Damon, Double D.
Damon is just Damon, certainly, and he advances to that playoff. We'll wait and see who he will take on. Next up, Cody Henderson versus Eddie Grindersleeve go head-to-head for the Bracket B Finals. We'll be right back here on the ACL Digital Network.
Those beautiful Bush's baked beans. The delicious center of picnic table gravity that keeps the whole great barbecue universe spinning. Bush's makes the cookout beautiful.
Savory wood-fired flavor in your own backyard. This is Pit Boss. Featuring the latest technology with Smoke IT. Be the boss with Pit Boss. Available at leading retailers near you.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
It's $1 Million Hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Try Bush's Sweet Heat baked beans with that pop of jalapeno heat. And boom! Your regular old Thursday night is a jalapeno night. Bush's makes any night beautiful.
And spicy.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by Johnsonville. Game day is more delicious with Johnsonville sausage. And by All Cornhole. Get the Game Changer bags, now available at allcornhole.com.
Welcome back to the Westgate Las Vegas Resort here in Las Vegas, Nevada for more coverage of the ACL Bag Brawl, third national on the tour of the 2021 Johnsonville Cornhole Championships. Trey Ryder joined alongside Bernie Neighbors. Bernie, dominating win there by Damon Dennis. But you have some interesting words to me before we came back on air here about this next matchup between Cody Henderson and Steady Eddie Grindersleeve.
Well, I think anyone that knows the cornhole world knows that Cody likes to be vocal, right? And a lot of times he's talking to himself, but more times than not, he's trying to get in his opponent's head. I don't think this is a player where that's really going to matter. I mean, Eddie Grindersleeve is just such a steady, just a good guy, steady guy. Whether his game's on or not, it's going to have nothing to do with the talk that's coming from his partner.
Yeah, the ability to block out the noise, if you will, is just something that you think is inherent with Eddie Grindersleeve's play.
Yeah, he's just such a good guy. I mean, I've talked about it on the secondary court. We had our college cornhole tour a couple years ago in 2019, and we were in Austin, and Eddie did everything he could possibly do to help us out. He was such a good guy, so I've always had a soft spot for Eddie Grindersleeve.
Now, if you were looking for someone that's very methodical and slow in nature in Damon Dennis, and you're a fan of that play style, you will not be a fan of the play style of Eddie Grindersleeve.
Not at all.
He is a shooter.
Yeah, it's coming out. Coming over the top a couple times there. That's not the way you want to start.
Kicking a little bit left, opens the door. Cody Henderson now sitting +4 on the round. That bag flips over.
On the sticky side, that is unlucky.
Now, do you want to? Now the question is, do you go hard with the slide here to pin it back, or do you try to sneak in the front? He looks like he wanted to sneak in the front. He'll settle for the 4, but there's two options there. Like I said, you can either try to just dip in the front and not touch that bag at all, or if you think it's going to move, sometimes throwing it harder and pinning it to the back and then coming back can actually be better. But either way, Cody Henderson sits with a 4-0 lead.
You and I have talked a lot about different players, a couple of times, talking about players that have a high spin rate creating a heavy bag. I think Cody has a pretty heavy bag.
Yeah, I do. I actually used that in a broadcast last night in Pro Doubles. I said, I was talking about Caleb Batson. I said, Bernie would love this if he was here right now, but Caleb Batson has a heavy bag.
Heavy. It's funny you say that, though, because I had Caleb on the secondary court, and it is heavy.
It's loud, too.
It's so loud. It lands different. But when he wants to play finesse, he can play finesse.
He's got that way he can just skirt by bags. With a little skip.
Yeah.
I can't even call it a roll.
No, it's like a half roll.
Yeah, it kind of like skips across the board. And Eddie Grindersleeve will get on the board there with a 4-bagger and 2 points.
Yeah, I don't know if the folks at home can tell, but it seems like the crowd has found their favorite in this matchup.
Oh, certainly. Anywhere, that's one thing that I love about the culture that has been built in the Southwest Conference, specifically in Texas, is that, when a player from Texas is playing and playing well, because you just listen for this large group of people rooting on, their favorite player, because they're all this family, they're all this camaraderie. It's really cool to watch and to see, and certainly Cody Henderson, this is a rematch from earlier. Cody Henderson got the best of Eddie Grindersleeve. I believe it was a 21-15 or 21-16 game. And when it started creeping up, he had a 10-point lead at one point. And when that lead started getting chip away, it got loud in that area of the building because everybody was just trying to, give as much momentum to Eddie as possible.
Whatever they can do. That's Aren't Texans that way about everything with other Texans? But I wouldn't say Cody's a villain necessarily, but because he is who he is and because he is willing to be so vocal about his game, it does, I wouldn't say rub people, it rubs people the wrong way.
I'll put it this way. With very few people do you get comments on the live streams that say stuff like, as long as I get to see Adam Hisner and Cody Henderson lose?
Yeah.
Like, there are people that's definitely not the way that everybody should feel, but that's how there's many people that don't like to watch how Henderson and Hisner play. They just don't like it because they think if you're a traditionalist in sports, you're the type of person, you get up, you complete your sport, you sit down.
Yeah.
Like that's how a lot of people think things should be, and Henderson and Hisner, specifically Henderson, are not like that at all.
And the opposite side of that coin is if you've played any competitive sports, there's talk. I mean,
Right.
if you've played any sport with any type of competitive nature, there is talk on the field, on the court, what have you. It's there. So to me, like, I find it funny, and I also think it's good for the game because, look, you can't have a bunch of Trey Birchfields out there, right? Just complete robots with no emotion whatsoever. It's nice to see someone care, visually. You can see it, you can hear it, you know. I mean, that's nice to see from time to time. May not be nice to play against, but it's nice to see.
One thing that you always talk about, and I'm just starting to notice, is you usually pick up on this pattern, which I'm very surprised you haven't picked up on
the first bag across.
But going this direction, the previous round, every time it feels like Cody has scored on Eddie.
Yep.
Going the opposite direction in which they're throwing right now. So that's just something I want to pay attention to as this game goes on. Does Grindersleeve continue to keep pushing bags to the left as he's coming back towards the other end?
It's almost as if the bag's staying on his hand a fraction too long, and he's coming over the top of it, and it's dragging it left across the hole.
Exactly.
And on the inside here, he's not having that issue because he's opening his hand up more to get on the inside, so it's working out better because it's an easier shot for him right this second.
It's a double four-bagger right there.
The Pit Boss Grills four-bagger. So to your point, Trey, this should be an interesting shot, his first shot here, to see if that trend continues. Cody leading it up, I always ask you because there it is, a little correction. It's 10-2. That's not an insurmountable lead, but at what point does that start to get in your head if you're Eddie Grindersleeve?
I don't think at all just yet. And the reason I say that is because I just saw him do it against Cody, the last time these two played. That's another double four-bagger. That's two double four-baggers in a row. So what I'm getting at is
he knows
Henderson had a 10-point lead,
yeah.
and Grindersleeve continued to fight back through it. So he's already shown some resiliency in a previous game, even though he came up short.
And Cody knows that as well.
It is 12 in a row for Henderson now. 12 in a row, and actually 19 out of 20.
Yeah, he's in the groove, so to speak. At some point, does Eddie have to? I think Eddie's almost trying to find his game to match Cody. Like, at what point does he, if a guy's going to continue to throw it in the hole every time, you have to do something to change that, right?
And another double four-bagger. That is 3 straight double four-baggers.
So who's the first player to break here?
Right. Yeah, who's going to break serve? I mean, honestly, it's incredible. That is 16 in a row for Cody Henderson. That is 12 in a row for Eddie Grindersleeve. That is also 30 out of 32 for the game for Cody Henderson.
This is, I wonder, are they just going to play this to see who misses first at this point?
This is getting ridiculous. It's one thing to have one player, and there's the break right there. It's one thing to have one player kind of go on a streak like this, but it's even more impressive to see a pair of players going back to back and volleying back and forth.
With Cody's style of play, with the types of shots he can hit, does Eddie start throwing blockers at some point?
I probably wouldn't early. This is still a little early, but obviously if Cody keeps doing what he's doing, you got to think about it. Because right now it's 23 in a row for Cody Henderson.
This is. You know what this is, Trey? This is
professional cornhole. 24 bags in a row.
I just, I've heard a lot of you guys that are super familiar with the game and know the strategy of it say that it's not, it's not time yet to start changing up your game. But I mean, can't you wait too long for that to the point where you're so far out of it you can't get back in? Or is that just not something these guys think about?
It's a valid point. Certainly a valid point.
Oh, there's that throw across the front of the hole again. Cody just uses it as a bumper, a little bully bag there.
Come on.
Wow, just I'm gonna use one of your terms, Trey. This is clinical work right now from Cody Henderson.
And with that round, Cody Henderson has now set the ACL broadcast record for most bags in a row. 28 bags in a row. Passes Steven Bernadette's 27 in a row that he hit in Wichita as a singles player.
Still going. So when you're watching this and you're playing against it, Eddie Grindersleeve could feel he's playing pretty well in a way. I mean, I threw 2 bad rounds and all of a sudden I'm down, 14-2.
Does he
That's
go
first
after
bag. Let's see if it comes back. Oh, it's inching.
Oh, and it sits off the back.
So unlucky.
And that will end the streak. That ends the streak at 31 bags in a row for Cody Henderson.
Not bad.
Not bad at all, Bernie.
Not bad. It's funny hearing you say, when you talk to people around the country, when we travel, there's always that guy at some restaurant or bar, you guys do what? You work for the cornhole thing, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, I can do that.
I promise you can't do that.
Exactly. Like, I hear what you're saying, sir, but I know you can't do that. Otherwise, we would see you out here as well.
Make it hurt. Make it hurt.
This is getting close to being a problem round for Grindersleeve.
It is.
Gets another 4 points to put him on 18.
Well, last night it was a lot of double dipping. Tonight, so far, it seems that the undefeated players are just proving to be too much. But we're not quite halfway through. When you're playing a player that's just so hot like Cody is right now, these little mistakes that sometimes you can get away with, you're not going to get away with it. And this match is almost over.
It is all but over. Cody Henderson trying to finish with another 4-bagger, leaves it a little bit short. Grindersleeve tries to catch the left side and cannot do it. Cody Henderson takes the win 22-4. What a performance by Cody Henderson. Bernie, 11.43 average round score.
Can you say that one more time?
He had a 4-bagger percentage of 71% in that game.
I can't believe I already used my phrase, but folks, that is professional cornhole.
That is unbelievable professional cornhole. If you want more of that, we'll be right back here on the ACL Digital Network. More live coverage of pro singles.
Try Bush's Sweet Heat baked beans with that pop of jalapeno heat. And boom, your regular old Thursday night is a jalapeno night. Bush's makes any night beautiful.
And spicy.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to allcornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
It's $1 Million Hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
Those beautiful Bush's baked beans. The delicious center of picnic table gravity that keeps the whole great barbecue universe spinning. Bush's makes the cookout beautiful.
Welcome back to the Westgate Las Vegas Resort here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Look at that Pit Boss Grill right there. You want a chance to win that? Check out the Best of the Backyard sweepstakes. Some great prizes up for grabs, a great retail campaign. You got to go to bestofthebackyard.com to check it all out. And casually, Bernie, I'm going to go see if I can steal that grill before anybody else can, because it's pretty sweet.
Man, are you kidding me? With some Johnsonville brats and some Bush's beans, throwing them on the grill, over. Now I'm hungry. I was fine until that.
Thanks, Best of the Backyard sweepstakes. Appreciate it. Dinner time right after this this broadcast here.
I'm having a little Pavlov moment over here.
All right, well, next matchup that we got for you in pro singles, two players that I would say are familiar with one another. Matt Guy versus Brett Guy. Father versus son. They've already gone head-to-head one time this year on the broadcast court, but that was in doubles. And, of course, it was when Brett Guy and Eric Davis defeated Jamie Graham and Matt Guy to win the 2021 ACL Cornhole Mania, the second ACL national event of the season. Now the two go head-to-head, embrace with a hug before the game as they try to see who will fight and emerge victorious and advance to the pro singles playoff, joining Damon Dennis and Cody Henderson.
Before these matches started here at 4 Pacific, 7 Eastern, I saw them standing together, so I decided to walk over, like, hey guys, tell me, honestly, what's it like to play each other? Brett immediately chimes up, well, typical kind of son thing to do. Well, it's just another person, you just play him like any other, competitor. I've just got to got to find a way to make him miss. And Matt, without missing a beat, by the way, he's on his knee at this point, kind of looks up at his son and goes, "Have you seen me throw?" It was awesome.
First round in this game, that guy not wasting any time.
Yeah. There you go. There's two. And then, also during that conversation, I was like, well, I mean, Brett has thrown some of the most iconic airmails in the game. You don't want to leave him that chance to drag three bags and put something on you. He goes, oh, no, I'm making him shoot it.
Matt Guy coming out of the winner's bracket. Again, all of these different bracket finals are the finals of a double elimination bracket. So Matt Guy, undefeated. Brett Guy having one loss, which means Brett would have to win twice. Matt Guy wins this first game. That is enough to get to the playoff to join Damon Dennis and Cody Henderson.
It's interesting with Matt. You've already got Damon Dennis there. Talking to some of the older players this week, all of them have mentioned in one way or another talking about the youth movement, if you will, coming into the game and how they know it's coming. That they feel it 5 years down the road, that this youth movement is coming. But right now, who's the #1 player in the world?
Damon Dennis.
Who's possibly, still the best player in the world? Matt Guy. So you're looking at older guys that are still dominating the sport. Even though they know it's coming, they're just saying it's not here yet.
And there's one more veteran that we still have yet to come up. And we'll play in the next matchup that we'll show, which will be between Trey Birchfield, obviously a young gun, brilliant young player, against Jimmy McGuffin.
Yep.
Who burst onto the cornhole scene, at least from a broadcast perspective, at this exact event 2 years ago. It was the 2019 ACL bag brawl that Jimmy McGuffin put on that airmail show.
Wow, that
actually absolutely captivated the cornhole audience and made everybody fall in love with the style of play that Jimmy McGuffin delivers.
And for those of you watching on TV that, you may have seen that on TV, but to be there in person, outside, an absolutely picture-perfect evening, no wind, it may have been 72 degrees. It was awesome to watch. Wow, quick 9-0 lead from Matt.
Yeah, and Matt has not missed a bag yet. So I think he heard me talk about Cody Henderson making a lot of bags in the row, and he got a little bit upset. And he said, I guess I'm just going to have to come into this game and not miss.
Yeah. Well, it goes along with what he told his son when I was standing over there. Brett's like, well, I just got to find a way to get him to miss bags. And, Matt looked right up at him and said, have you seen me throw? That.
Just such a line. Such a great line.
It was great. Well, V block there. Probably going over the top. He is.
Ooh, see, that's what you needed. That's the first miss of the game. You let him slide, and that ended up being the difference. And Brett Guy cleans it all up the center.
In for 3.
And this would be a well-earned 3 points.
There it is. Cuts into that lead, make it 9-3. Matt Guy. Trey, they may kind of downplay it, but it's got to be so difficult, father and son. It's got to be. It's got to be so difficult if you're Matt to play your son, and for Brett, to play your hero, right? It's got to be so difficult.
The thing is, though, to an extent, they've grown up in this game.
True.
It's almost like they're used to it.
Sure.
If that makes any sense.
Sure.
I think the only thing that it would take for them to almost make it like truly like an emotional experience or that big of a deal was if they were like playing against each other for a world championship.
Sure.
That would be the ultimate test.
Right. That's a good point. Uh-oh, another door is open here for Brett. And he goes right through that one.
Now will Guy go up to drag a bunch? No, he's going to go up just to collect the 1, and he'll concede 2 points.
Talking about older players having experience, I think right there showed that. He had a chance to maybe go up top, see if he could get all 3 bags. But, the risk of that is you go, throw too hard over the back, you leave those 2 there, and you've got 1 off.
Right.
Why not collect the 2, leave the 1 on, just give up the 2 points. That's not going to kill you. I think that's something that it takes a while, and it takes a number of bags for players to learn that it's okay to give up 2 points every now and then.
Another bag off to the left side again.
Maybe Brett has found a way to make him miss some bags.
Again, I call that almost a question mark bag. Does Matt Guy get intentional about trying to drag it?
Can't drag that one.
No, you cannot.
Straight in to give up 2 more.
Yep, 2 more. 9-7 is our score.
9-7.
Trey, when I was on the secondary court and we were watching Matt play earlier, and I was speaking with Mike Morton, and we were talking about players that show emotion, right? You have a Trey Birchfield that shows you nothing when you're out there. You know, Matt will show you when he's upset, but it's almost as if he gives himself a chance to be upset for 5 seconds, and then he's
it's
back
gone.
in. Yeah, it's right back in. Where some players, that anger or what have you kind of lasts for 10 or 15 minutes, and before you know it, they're out of the match.
He's absolutely considered one of the best in the world because of his ability to mentally reset.
Yep.
Short-term memory could not be more important than it is in a sport like cornhole or golf.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it's all mental.
Don't you do it over there. Don't you don't you do it.
I would, don't start burning neighbors on the golf analogies. We may never get off of
Yeah. Mike Morton allowed me over there to get off on some tangents, and I was gone for about 25 minutes. I think 2 matches had been played before I came back over there in the second.
Before he actually started talking about cornhole again.
9-7.
Yeah, it just felt like when this game started, it felt like Matt was going to run away with it.
Right.
And then Brett found a way to reset.
Yep. Well, I think Brett did a really good job of taking advantage. Matt opened the door for him a little bit. He walked through it, got some points. Now he's back in the match. I think sometimes when players play against a Matt Guy or some of the greats in the game, when they do, all right, as a matter of, I watched Jay Rubin play Matt Guy on the secondary court earlier. Jay had chances.
Yeah.
Matt didn't throw well for a while, especially the first, I would say, 5 or 6 rounds in that match, and Jay just didn't take advantage.
Speaking of taking advantage, Brett Guy pushes 2 off to the right, and Matt Guy delivers on the 4-bagger, extends the lead to 6 points, 13-7. Matt Guy over Brett Guy. Again, Matt Guy undefeated, coming out of the winner's bracket, sitting in that king seat, that driver's seat, depending on the lingo of where you come from in the cornhole across the country, and will need to be what they call double dipped. He needs to be beaten twice. Brett Guy has to beat Matt twice. If Matt wins this first game, it's over, and Matt Guy joins Damon Dennis and Cody Henderson. Now, Matt Guy, if he had this opportunity, he would shoot the airmail, and Brett doesn't. I expect Matt to try to replace and or just somehow get around. I don't know how he got around it, but that works. In to guarantee 3 points for Matt Guy, and he delivers again.
This is a huge bag right here for Brett.
Oh, and he gets a little bit of love. He'll write a thank you letter to Fire Cornhole's Jason McCannon for getting a little bit of love on that one as it rolls back in. But Matt Guy, again, extends the lead 16-7.
You know, and the problem playing against Matt, you know, you can't really try to make him throw airmails, right? I mean, he's one of the best airmail throwers ever.
Right.
You know, what do you do here if you're Brett?
This is Matt Guy's second 12-bag streak within this game. So had a little bit of lull in the beginning, but is back on track. Or a little lull in the middle of the game, I should say, and is now back on track.
You know what? That makes me wonder, Trey. Do you think we're ever going to see the truly perfect game?
one where it's not just a 4-round game or something like that.
Right.
You just your opponent happens to throw terribly. The closest thing we saw Cheyenne Renner, but it was in doubles at the World Championships. And so to an extent, you almost say, obviously it's an amazing feat. Don't take anything away from that. But I think pertaining to your question, do we ever see a real singles match? I think it's in the realm of possibility with the way some of these players are getting better.
Doesn't it have to happen at some point?
Right. Yeah. You feel like it has to.
People get struck by lightning too, right? It's not really easy to do, but it's possible. These are the weird things I think of, Trey, when I watch cornhole. Lightning and perfect games.
Yes. Professional cornhole.
Matt, just steady as you like right now.
This is for 20 in a row.
You know what's funny is Brett probably throws a prettier bag.
Oh, absolutely. No hesitation. That's absolutely correct.
Not that any of that really matters, but it is a prettier bag to watch in the air.
Double 4-bagger by Guy and Guy. That guy, like I said, now sitting at 20 in a row. Started the game 12 in a row. Had 3 rounds with a couple missed bags, and then picked it right back up.
All right, I got a golf analogy for you. You ready?
Oh, I love it.
Players of my generation and older, when they started to learn the game, they all developed their own swing. It didn't look the same. You'd watch one player, it would be a very distinct looking swing, i.e., Matt Guy's bag, the way it looks in the air, Damon Dennis, the way it floats, almost looks like a knuckleball. All the younger guys seem to have this just perfectly flat, high rotation bag. It's just interesting.
Brett Guy, an opportunity now to get some points back. Now, will Guy go after that back right bag? No, he's going to settle with the slide. And now Brett Guy goes in for 2 points. Cash it in.
Yep, smart. But once again, I think that's a professional's give up of 2 points, if you will. Instead of getting over aggressive, maybe making a mistake, you know what? I'm just going to give up the 2. It's okay. Looking at these two players, neither one showing the normal emotion that they show when they play other people. They can say it doesn't affect them, but Matt would be showing more anger at some bad shots. Brett would be showing more, giving you some more fist bumps with some good shots.
Matt set up for another 2 points here. There's a lot of pressure on this bag right here for Brett Guy.
I agree.
It's coming back. Came back in for 2 to sit on 20. Another 4-bagger by Matt Guy. 20-9.
Probably the one of, if not the worst player in our game to be down 20-9 too.
Yeah, you don't. That's not a fun place to be.
Doesn't mean it can't happen. It's not out of the realm of possibility, but it's not a likely thing to happen. We talked about it a second ago with Matt's ability to airmail. What do you do now if you're Brett?
Yeah, because Matt's airmail is actually better than Brett's.
Yeah.
So it's, if anything, what you want to maybe try some deep blocks. Well, it's not going to matter here because essentially Matt Guy can go in for the win, and that may do it. Brett Guy is now going to have to get super aggressive and drag that bag sitting on the back side of the hole and in. Both bags must be in the hole.
Is there not too much space right here for that bag to come back?
This is a mile in the air, hits the airmail, does as well as you can do, but Matt Guy takes down Brett Guy, father, best son here in this pro singles bracket final matchup. Matt Guy joins Cody Henderson and Damon Dennis in the pro singles playoff here at the 2021 ACL Bag Brawl.
That almost seemed, this is going to sound awful to say, that almost seemed easy.
Yeah.
Almost too easy.
Too easy, maybe, but he advances to the finals. We'll be back. Jimmy McGuffin, Trey Birchfield, coming up next.
The most versatile outdoor cooking machine ever. Savory wood-fired flavor. Experience Pit Boss. Hurry, get the best deals now at pitboss-grills.com.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
It's gonna smell like grilling out there, America. Hamburgers and hot dogs mostly. At Johnsonville, that breaks our hearts. Because our family-owned company has been making sausage in Johnsonville, Wisconsin since 1945. How can hamburgers and hot dogs be our national tradition when you can't even spell sausage without USA? So exercise your right to mix it up, grillers, and throw on some Johnsonville sausage, because freedom is delicious.
My name is James Baldwin.
Samantha Finley.
My name is Cody Henderson, and I'm an ACL pro.
On the way.
What a shot! That's as good as it gets.
The American Cornhole League.
Anyone can play.
Anyone can win.
Dustin Poirier wanted a better life, built it. Wanted respect, earned it. Wanted a title, won it. Decided to change the world, doing it. You know how my man keeps accomplishing everything he sets out to do? He believes that he can. Guaranteed Rate is a mortgage lender who understands the power of belief. First home, dream home, whatever your goal, you can make it real. Because if you believe, you will.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by DraftKings, the official sports betting partner of the American Cornhole League, and by Guaranteed Rate. Mortgage rates are historically low. Save money at rate.com today.
Las Vegas, Nevada. Here we are at the Westgate Las Vegas Resort, making our way through Pro Singles Bracket Finals here at the 2021 ACL Bag Brawl. We have 3 bracket finals done, 1 remaining, and Bernie, this one is going to be a fun one. Talk about new school versus old school matchup, and I know you've been particularly excited for this matchup.
I have been. You know, I wouldn't say fear is the right word, but Trey, I think a lot of players have kind of grown to fear Trey a little bit because he's so good. You know, they all talk about, well, kid never makes a mistake, kid never makes a mistake. I think if there's one player right now, I mean, outside of the 3 that have already advanced, I think this is the perfect player to play Trey Birchfield. I really do. I mean, I know that sounds crazy, but, you know, Trey kind of looks over and it looks like his dad. You know what I mean? Like, not physically like his dad,
Right.
but it's like, it's somebody that he kind of probably looks up to a little bit.
Yeah.
And just, I think this is the perfect matchup. Now, that being said, this might be like the other 3 matches we've had so far, and the player in the king seat, which is Trey Birchfield at this moment, just rolls on through. But I'm all about some Jimmy McGuffin.
All about some Jimmy McGuffin, as you said, Bernie. Trey Birchfield going through this tournament undefeated. Jimmy McGuffin suffering a single loss to Trey Birchfield earlier in the tournament. So Trey Birchfield only have to win 1 game. Jimmy McGuffin would have to win twice. Just a reminder for those at home, the DraftKings free-to-play $500 pool is available on DraftKings.com surrounding the conclusion of this 2021 ACL Bag Brawl. So you can go to DraftKings.com, make your selections for who you think is going to take home the Pro Doubles Finals. That will be showing tonight at 8 p.m. Pacific. That's 11 p.m. Eastern on ESPN3. So check that out.
Interesting bag right here. I know this is super early. That bag's important, and it goes in. I just don't think, at least tonight, or this afternoon, I should say, what we've seen so far from these players is that the player in the king seat, the player that's been undefeated, has gotten a break from their opponent early. They've been able to get up early and then just kind of keep the pressure on and keep moving forward. I like, Jimmy being able to get early points. I don't think it affects someone like Trey necessarily, but it's a good change. It's interesting to see, what kind of effect that'll have on Trey, if any at all.
Speaking of something to affect Trey, Trey Birchfield comes down to help set up there at the set up the arena and everything like that. Was bored being under 21 in Las Vegas, not probably a ton to do, and he was unfortunately the recipient of a snapping bungee cord right into his middle finger on his throwing hand. He was worried. He didn't think he was going to be able to throw, and I looked at him. I said, Trey, trust me, these are the type of things where it's probably going to hurt, but you're going to come out here and just like sling it and end up winning this whole thing or something like that. And sure enough, goes undefeated. Now he's in the bracket finals sitting in the king seat.
Yeah, I looked at him, I was like, so I guess that's the last time you come and do something nice for us.
10-point wash there for Trey Birchfield.
No, I'm super, I'm glad that he is able to play. That could have been a lot worse. I was actually there. That whole incident could have been a lot worse. So nice to see that he's still out here doing Trey Birchfield things.
Board adjustment there.
This is funny because I watched on the secondary court. Jimmy was playing Cheyenne Renner, and Cheyenne kept making him move the boards. Like it's funny that the young kids are making the old guy do all the work.
So the #1 seed. After everyone wins, or after we finish all 4 brackets, all the players in the playoff are reseeded into the single elimination playoff by their pro singles standings. So Damon Dennis, being the #1 ranked player in the country, will obviously maintain that #1 seed in the playoff. Cody Henderson, being the #2 seed in pro standings, he'll take the #2 seed in the playoff. Matt Guy is ranked currently number 13. Wow. Meanwhile, a great airmail push combination here. See if Trey Birchfield can finish it off with a 4-bagger here. This would be certainly a strong performance by Birchfield, counted after the big push.
That looks a lot like what you talked about earlier, pushing, like jamming the bag into the back of the hole so it doesn't have a chance to come back. It looked a lot like what Trey was trying to do right there.
As I was saying, Matt Guy, being the #13 seed, is awaiting to see what his matchup assignment will be. Well, really everybody is. Trey Birchfield is #4, but Jimmy McGuffin is #37. So the outcome of this game is influential on who will be playing and what the matchups will be in the pro singles playoff.
That number 13 seems awful strange next to Matt Guy, does it not?
It does, absolutely.
Well, really, that number 37 next to Jimmy McGuffin seems crazy after the last 2 or 3 years.
And that airmail by Birchfield, impressive. McGuffin goes for it, and it kicks just a little. Wonder if a little bit of a cut shot is coming from Trey Birchfield. He angles the wrist and capitalizes.
Wow.
Gets that right to left action on the board. McGuffin cleans it up with the last bag to go in, but still sitting +5 if Birchfield can go in again. And just maybe.
I don't know. Jimmy's got one more. Let's see what happens. Does it come
and
back
it
in?
does fall. Trey Birchfield with a 5-point round there. Big momentum swing early in this game. 7-2.
7-2.
You know, Trey, we've done a lot of Trey Birchfield's games together, and I ask you the same question pretty much every time. What, if anything, can you do to get the kid off his game? Like, is there a magic pill that somehow can be like thrown into his water that throws him off somehow?
I was going to say pray, but that works too. Hope. I'm not sure. If trust me, if I knew it, I would. I'd probably sell it to the rest of the players.
Jimmy's so steady. I mean, it's not that he's throwing poorly right now. I don't think. I mean, he did have the one. He went for the one airmail. It's off the back, risk-reward type situation. You give up the 5 spot, but it seems he's further down than he's playing, if that makes any sense.
Right. He started the game so well. It was really just that one big 5 spot.
Yeah.
Another 4-bagger by Birchfield.
And as
McGuffin trying to answer.
Sorry about that, Trey. And as a play, oh, well, that's a big mistake. That's an unusual mistake.
Oh, that's a gut shot. That makes you stumble a little bit walking to the other board. That one hurts.
Because I was going to say before that, you know, Jimmy probably felt that airmail that was, what, a centimeter off where it needed to be. That ended up bouncing off, giving up the 5. But that last shot right there, that is an unforced error. That will sit in his craw, so to speak, for a little while. And, you know, neither one of these guys wanted to keep score. Well, they've got a PhD over there keeping score for them.
That's true. Yeti Irwan has been a fantastic scorekeeper right there. She is speedy with that. Absolutely speedy.
Chance here for Jimmy. Interesting. Does Trey shoot it here?
I think you absolutely shoot it. Cash it in.
Cash money.
McGuffin going to try to land short to push, but comes up a little bit short. You wonder if Birchfield will follow through or if he'll get super aggressive with the airmail. He's going to follow through, and he gets them both. Strong bag, but an opportunity for McGuffin, and McGuffin takes advantage.
I was going to say, I think that's a big bag, just to kind of stop the bleeding for a second for Jimmy.
Good shot of Yeti Irwan there. Thumbs up to Yeti. Speed demon on the on the scoring.
Thumbs of steel.
Yes.
Trey, you were actually producing when I was on the side earlier, and I asked this question to Mike Morton. Is the first bag that important?
Absolutely. Absolutely. It just makes it just puts so much pressure on your opponent to answer whatever you do. I mean, if you block, they have to deal with a block. If you go in the hole, they have to follow you in the hole. It may be different at the amateur level, like maybe at the novice or intermediate level, when if a person misses to the left, because the percentage of missing is higher, that you may create this idea of a bumper to the left or right that you can then use to go into the hole as well. But especially at the level where you're scoring at such a high rate, putting additional pressure on your opponent to follow you in or react to whatever you're doing is unbelievable.
I would have thought so. I mean, I got a different answer from my broadcast partner over there. I didn't want to get into a disagreement with him about it, but I agree completely 100% with what you're saying. I mean, you want to be the aggressor. You want to dictate instead of being dictated to.
I mean, if you think about it, let's take a round in which I have the first bag, and my first bag is a block, okay? And then, subsequently, every bag that you throw, you push mine in.
Right.
Okay, and go in with yours. And I just keep repeating this process, okay? I had to throw 4 basic slide shots that just came up a little bit short.
Right.
You had to throw 4 pushes.
Yeah.
So maybe my percentage was 85%.
Right.
Yours was 70%. And yes, you made all 4 of them, but statistically, if you're forced into lower percentage shots every single time, it's like when you play defense in basketball.
Absolutely.
You play defense in basketball to force people into lower percentage shots.
Absolutely.
And if you play the numbers enough, that's when you get your opponent to give up the points.
By the way, kids, that's why you stay in your math classes while you're young. Another 4-bagger wash there. Stays 10-4. Trey Birchfield with command. Jimmy does have control of the board here, I do believe. Jimmy's gotten in a little bit of a groove, had that 1-5 spot, then threw the 1 off the back. So he basically gave up 8 points in 2 shots, in essence. But other than that, has kind of found his way here, kind of in the groove.
I'll pass the baton, the Jinx baton,
Yep,
right back over to you, Bernie.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Tried to bring it back just a touch. Trey's probably going to bully that one out of the way, you think?
Absolutely a bully. Prevents any more push out.
Yep.
That's pretty good execution of it. McGuffin's got to go high into the left in order to get this. It's just it's possible, but it's difficult.
And that's the risk.
In for 4 for Trey Birchfield. And he gets it. 4 points. Extends the lead to double digits.
All right, I'm going to say this again. That was 2 shots before. Basically, Jimmy McGuffin has thrown 3 questionable shots. That's it. That's all he's done wrong, and he's down 14-4.
And I think it's the quietest streak I've ever seen because I really didn't think Trey Birchfield was throwing this well. He's hit 27 out of 28 bags.
It is pretty quiet.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounds. He's missed 1 bag.
I mean, that's why he's the robot, right? I mean,
like it hasn't felt like, I don't know, maybe you get a different feeling, but it hasn't felt like that to me at all.
Well, I mean, it was differently, but kind of what I was saying about Jimmy. He's only thrown 3 bags that weren't exactly what he wanted, and he's down 14-4 for that very reason, right? But yeah, Trey. I mean, I think that's what Trey does to people sometimes. I think he kind of, is lull to sleep the best way to put it. You don't realize you're being beat down while you're being beat down. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, and this is a perfect round for Trey because he doesn't have to do any work, and he's going to walk out here with points. He's just going to lay it up. He got his bag in first. Now everything's clogged, and now it's just a terrible situation for Jimmy McGuffin to deal with.
Yep.
He tries to kind of push something up, but it's all clogged. Now that's going to destroy Trey Birchfield's streak there, but I don't think Trey Birchfield really cares as long as he's putting points on the scoreboard is really all that matters.
There has been some chatter I've heard about the way some of these bags are so fast and do such a good job of getting around other bags. You don't have the quote-unquote clog game anymore.
Right, not as much, certainly not as much. Although I will say the feedback that I've gotten from this weekend is the boards, I don't know if it's the atmosphere or if it's just the boards kind of getting worn in over these 3 different national events, but the boards have slowed down a little. They're still
yeah.
When you compare them to like if you put a spectrum of cornhole boards, they're still on the faster side,
right?
But they have slowed down compared to the first 2 national events.
And a lot of that, I think, is, which is strange considering where we are. We're in one of the driest places in the United States.
That's what threw me for a loop.
Yeah.
I was like, it wouldn't make any sense to me if it was, unless it's just the air conditioning within the building.
Right.
Because that's always something you're having to battle with and experience.
But like you said, being played on a few nationals in a row now, we've had, a lot of these boards have been played on in some of the opens around the country. And then just, you get human beings in a room, that creates humidity that people don't really realize. They don't think of it that way, but it actually does adjust the speed of the boards.
If Trey Birchfield were to close this game out and win, he would be number 4 ranked. He would take on Cody Henderson, and Damon Dennis would take on Matt Guy.
Wow.
And right now, Jimmy McGuffin's going to have to find a way to go get that bag on the right side, assuming Birchfield as well. Now he let him off the hook a little bit.
Let him off the hook.
McGuffin still may go after, and he is. I was going to say, Jimmy McGuffin, he's not going to shy away from the opportunity to drag a bag, and that bag is all but in at this point.
It is. So got to be in for the wash here for Jimmy.
Can't be off the board, and it is in the hole for a wash.
That kind of round, I think, is fun for the average viewer at home to watch. I mean, I think the hole for hole is fun for them to watch, but then the type of strategy it takes when you've got 4 or 5 bags positioned in and around the hole, I think is fun to watch at home and see how they adjust to it.
Birchfield taking a few extra seconds here.
He did tell us, by the way, that cut on his hand is causing him to take a few extra seconds. That's been the only adjustment he's had to make, is just to get the feel right.
Maybe making him better.
That's not a good thing for everyone else. Chance for Jimmy to get some points here with a 4-bagger. Jimmy, a man after my own heart, he does love to eat.
Just a random fact. I expected some form of story.
No.
Oh my gosh. I was expecting some story after that. I think it's better that there was no follow-up to that statement.
I will throw that on you from time to time. By the way, Jimmy, I apologize.
Oh, that's amazing. I love that. 18-8 is the score.
Ooh, another chance here. Just keep chipping away.
I did talk to Jimmy to understand. Oh, he went for an airmail. Super aggressive. I talked to him. In order to get to this point, he had to play Cheyenne Renner in the loser's bracket final. And Cheyenne Renner went on a tear, started off the game on this huge streak, went up 12-1 over Jimmy McGuffin. And then he kind of changed his tune. He said, I threw up a block a couple rounds in a row and scored a couple points. And Cheyenne Renner, he said, actually looked at me and said, would you stop blocking?
Oh, over.
And he was like, from there, he's like, I knew she wasn't liking that. So I just kept doing it. She was up 12-1. Jimmy McGuffin won 21-12.
That, I hope Cheyenne's listening. Like, you can't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't let people know what's wrong. That's a great story. I didn't know that. I was standing right there. Apparently, I was not paying attention at all.
Birchfield answers.
Going back to that previous round and that airmail that Jimmy threw, would he not have been better served to just push, kind of collect there and just push through?
I think he was just trying to force Birchfield into a situation where he had to hit a hard shot.
Right.
Now this bag, Birchfield got to try to stay skinny up the center. Doesn't have to do anything too crazy. He can stay up the center and go in. He's going to guarantee 2 points.
Just like that.
Got to be careful here if you're McGuffin. And now 2 points. A bag in the hole would be 2 points and put Trey Birchfield on 20. Count it.
The kid's just good.
The kid's just good.
You want to say, you want to find all these, the right word, the right phrase. The kid is just good. It's as simple as that. And he seems, to have maybe one of the best dispositions I've ever seen of a player in any sport. He's just unflappable.
Yeah, you can't upset him.
I mean, I'm sure it's in there.
There's nothing you can do. He can upset himself.
Sure.
There's nothing you're going to do.
Right.
And now normally I'd say he could be disappointed with that. And normally I think he'd be disappointed, but you saw him nod his head because he's only needs 1 point.
Right.
That bag off to the side is good enough because Jimmy McGuffin has a bag off the back.
Absolutely. So we're looking at a very different experience from last night where you had all the double dips. It doesn't seem as any are going to happen today. Oh, wow.
Bag off the back. Birchfield going to try to come in and solidify his win, and he does it. Trey Birchfield advances to the Pro Singles Playoff, his second straight appearance in a playoff. He will try to avenge his loss to Stephen Bernasette in the finals of the Cornhole Mania, but he will have to compete against Cody Henderson in the semifinal matchup. Well, we are into semifinal time. We will be back. Next up will be Damon Dennis and Matt Guy. Back after this.
Those beautiful Bush's baked beans. The delicious center of picnic table gravity that keeps the whole great barbecue universe spinning. Bush's makes the cookout
beautiful.
Savory wood-fired flavor in your own backyard. This is Pit Boss. Featuring the latest technology with Smoke IT. Be the boss with Pit Boss. Available at leading retailers near you.
We, the people of Johnsonville, being an American family-owned company since 1945, wish to challenge a national tradition. Burgers and hot dogs? We think it should be burgers and sausage. Where hot dogs kind of always taste the same, we make our sausage with 100% premium pork in dozens of full, juicy flavors. And isn't delicious variety the best part of freedom? So grill up some Johnsonville, America, because you can't even spell sausage without USA.
It's $1 Million Hoop season, and DraftKings is giving you a shot to turn big buckets into big bucks. That's right, new customers play free for millions with their first deposit. Just craft your winning lineup of players and turn baskets into bread with your team all season long. So download the DraftKings Daily Fantasy app, sign up with the promo code, and take your free shot at millions in prizes. DraftKings, make it rain.
In this house, we believe anyone can play and anyone can win. Where others have dropped the ball, the American Cornhole League has stepped up to the plate. Carefully crafted and trusted by players everywhere, we've set the standard for cornhole equipment worldwide. Branded with ACL Pro, ACL Competitive, and ACL Recreation stamps, look for our seal of approval to know you're making the right choice. Play like a pro with officially licensed American Cornhole League boards and bags from approved manufacturers. Visit our website to find your new game day gear.
AllCornhole.com has the largest online selection of cornhole bags for players of all levels. Through years of research and development, AllCornhole.com is the perfect bags for even pro-level players. With over 4 unique series to choose from, including Game Changers, All Slides, Slide Rights, and Steadies, you'll be sure to find the right bags to dominate the competition. Whether you're looking for bags for family gatherings, competitive league night, or the pro circuit, go to AllCornhole.com to get the perfect boards and bags for you.
Try Bush's sweet heat baked beans with that pop of jalapeno heat. And boom! Your regular old Thursday night is a jalapeno night. Bush's makes any night beautiful.
And spicy.
Welcome back to the Westgate Las Vegas Resort. We are working through pro singles here at the 2021 ACL Bag Brawl, and we have our pro singles playoff. 2 semifinal matches to deliver to you over the next few minutes. Damon Dennis and Matt Guy, and then Cody Henderson and Trey Birchfield. Bernie, which one are you keying on right here, these semifinals?
Well, obviously both are super intriguing, but, a couple of Kentucky boys right here, if you will. A couple of Kentucky guys, and like you said, they don't play that often, but you got to know.
Yeah.
You got to know. I mean, they've played each other enough.
And this one is going to be fun. It's interesting because you have Damon Dennis and Matt Guy, two veterans of the game, and then you have two younger. You could still probably call Cody Henderson a veteran of the game,
sure,
even though he's under 30. But
right.
Under 30 years old, Trey Birchfield, 18 years old. I mean, it's kind of a cool old school, new school type of matchup.
It is. Just with Damon Dennis, I mean, look, two guys that could not be more unflappable playing against each other. Who's going to be the one to crack?
We may see 200 bags go in the hole.
Easy. It is a distinct possibility.
All right, looks like these next bags will be live in the first round here. Damon Dennis, Matt Guy. This playoff is single elimination. We'll play the semifinals here, and then we will hold the finals for the main broadcast of the 2021 Bag Brawl, which will be tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern. That's 8 p.m. Pacific on ESPN3, and that will re-air on ESPN2 Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern. So we'll play these two semifinals and hold the finals match for later this evening.
I seem to have a very different view from a lot of people. I find the first 5 rounds to be the most important rounds. I know everyone points to the back end, but the back end, you can't get there without the first 5.
Right.
And I think the first 5 are so important for setting the tone of how the match is going to go, who's feeling it, who has the right feeling with their bag first. I mean, I just think the first 5 rounds are super important. And could not be more important with these two gentlemen. Granted, we could be through those first 5 rounds and it's still 0-0 because every bag's gone in the hole.
Something tells me there's going to be a lot of bags in the hole. Just a gut feeling that I have.
Just out there on a ledge, are you? Yeah, this is.
Something tells me that's not the first double 4-bag or the only double 4-bagger that we're going to see. It may be the first, but it's
not the last.
Not going to be the last one.
And to your point, talking about old school matchups, this could be one of those old school matchups. That might take a little while. Everyone might want to make sure you're in a comfortable seat on your couch.
Strap in. This one isn't going to be a quick 5-minute game.
Damon with that very deliberate style that he has, but he's playing a player that it will not affect.
No doubt. It will not affect that guy whatsoever. And because of that, you may or may not see Damon Dennis move a little bit quicker.
Interesting.
Just because he knows that it's not going to have any effect.
Right. It's a very good point, actually. I never thought of that. That's a great point.
And it just feels like points in this game are just going to be so expensive.
Yes.
And look at that. Yeah, and it almost feels like every opportunity you're going to have, Matt Guy goes for the airmail, doesn't drag it, but Damon Dennis can have an opportunity. See if he can sneak around here and steal 2 points early in the game. And can't get it without falling, but I said it wouldn't be the last one, Bernie, and we just had to wait 1 round to get another double 4-bagger.
Didn't have to wait very long for that next double 4-bagger. I don't know. Like, Damon's going to go hole for hole, but at some point Matt's going to try to apply some sort of pressure to him. I don't know when that's going to be, but at some point it's going to happen.
What's amazing to me, Bernie, at this rate, if someone's going to lose this game, they may have an 11.0 average round score and lose.
It may happen.
First blemish.
First crack in the armor, so to speak. But like you said in the previous matchup, Damon Dennis does not just immediately grab his bag and go try to get the, he's going to take his time, make sure he's set. I got to tell you, I love Damon Dennis. I love him to death as a human being. But if I were a competitor playing against Damon Dennis, I would be the kind of person this style worked great against.
Yeah, I'm the same way. When I played, I was such a rhythmic player. I wasn't very good, but I was rhythmic.
Yeah.
And for me, it was that your bag would barely stop moving on the other end before the bag was coming out of my hand.
And I was such a baby. I'm pretty sure at some point I would have said something. Would you throw the bag?
Good shot here. That last shot that just sneaks in. That slicks out of the bag.
At some point, a little over the top there across the front of the hole. At some point, we're going to have to get a physics professor in here to explain to me how with so little rotation he can manipulate that bag.
Yeah, it's wild. Again, point's going to be at a premium.
You know, it's funny, you can actually feel, for those at home, in here, you can actually feel everyone knows, like everyone, it's almost as if everyone's kind of settled into their seat. They're like, all right, this is going to take a while.
Yeah, we're ready for this. This is going to be a marathon.
And to get those 2 points right back. Bang.
You hit 15 out of 16 bags, and you're tied. You're tied at 2. 15 out of 16 bags, tied at 2.
I mean, but the great thing about it is every single small, minuscule mistake is going to matter.
Yes. That's what I mean when points are so expensive.
Oh, for sure. In a matchup like this, the margins are so small. Oh, wow.
There's another opportunity.
All right, so this is what I mean. Very little rotation on his bag, and you watch. He'll find a way around this bag. Oh, yeah, well, jinx.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's going to find a way around it. It's just he's grabbing more of Matt's bag than he wanted to.
Yep. And Matt throws a great bag right there. I love when Damon does that. I love it. I love every bit of his exaggerated, like, oh, you're the best player ever reaction.
Stepping out, trying to split these bags, hit his orange. Replacement would be great, but I think they're whoa, yes, that is perfect. I was going to say, that's the perfect shot there. You want these to bunch.
Yeah, I mean, look at that angle right there. I mean, I'm not the telestrator magician that you are, but that angle, look at that.
Yeah, Damon's going to take his time, one of his 2 timeouts, and I'm not honestly sure why.
Wouldn't you just lay in behind here and just take your...
I think he just wanted to check that.
Yeah, to see if they're going to fall if it hits the board.
But in a game that's going to be super long, I think I would have liked to keep my timeouts. But
that's right. I'm marking it down. Trey Ryder first questioning Damon Dennis's strategy. But that was the
that's what I can do because I can't hit 28 million bags in a row. I can just talk about people.
That's why we get paid the big bucks. You know what I do like about watching this matchup? You can tell the respect between the 2 players.
Both think the world of each other.
Yeah.
And like you've said multiple times, if you ask Damon Dennis, Damon, how good are you? You'd be like, well, I'm probably like a top 200 player. No, shut it, Damon. Whereas Matt has a little bit more.
Oh, Matt's going to tell you.
Yeah, Matt's gonna tell you. No,
I'm the best. I'm the best there's ever been.
Yeah. I mean, and that's good. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just. I mean, there's
all.
confidence in that. I mean, it's just a difference in the players.
Yeah.
Because Matt uses it for fuel.
Absolutely.
Like, he's entering the game honestly thinking, like, I'm going to destroy you because I'm better.
I made a comparison earlier today, and it's a golf analogy.
No.
Yes, it is. It is indeed, sir. Tiger Woods, when he was at his prime, before all the injuries, before all the emotional setbacks, before everything else, he would find, if it didn't exist, he was looking for the edge. He was finding a reason to dislike his opponent. If it was a match play event or whoever he was paired up with for that round, he was finding a way to make sure that was his worst enemy ever.
Yes.
And in a way, it's like Matt tries to do the same thing sometimes to find, like, no, I'm the best. You're going to have to go through me.
Right.
You know?
And that happens in other sports, too. It's like even like a coach, like Nick Saban.
Sure.
Nick Saban does the same thing.
Absolutely.
You know, try to find any little way to motivate players to think they're being targeted or think they're being doubted in a way.
And I just forgot the greatest player that ever had that issue within his own personality. I don't know if you watched The Last Dance about Michael Jordan and the Bulls.
Yeah.
God, he was the worst about that.
Right.
I mean, everyone thought he was the greatest player, but he would find some sort of thing that they said back in 1972 that may have said otherwise, and use that as fuel.
And that's going to be 2 points again. Feel like this is going to be
this match is screaming along.
Yeah. Man, if there was a prop on like a 6-point round or more, I don't think anybody would take it at all.
Oh, for sure. Really? I mean, at most maybe a 4. At most.
At most. So it's such a slick bag on that. I mean, it just feels like it's going to come back.
It almost tried to follow Matt's end right there, it seemed like.
Because the further it falls back towards the front of the board, the more likely it is going to fall.
Interesting bag there. Do you think that got away from Damon a little bit, leaving it up front? It seemed like it got stuck on his hand.
Yeah. Now, normally, Damon would be in a lot better position if that bag was on his side.
Oh, for sure.
But it doesn't matter.
How good of a shot is that? Oh.
A little bit of a kick. And now Damon Dennis.
It's crazy how fast this round went from disadvantage to advantage in the snap of a finger for Damon Dennis, and he didn't take advantage of it.
Yeah, see, if I was Matt Guy, I'd be speed walking to the front.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe that held up. Yeah, if I was Matt Guy, I would have booked it. Did he? Nothing to see here.
Yeah. This bag never moved an inch. Yeah, this is going to be a grinder's game for sure. And, you know, these guys have been playing all day for the last 2 days. I mean, how long can you keep this level of intensity up just to stay that focused for that long?
And that's really the first, you know, it's worth noting because I think this game is going to come down to who takes advantage of misses. Because they realistically, can they throw 28 bags in a row every game? No. I mean, they're going to go on long streaks, but I think what it's going to be is when someone misses a third bag.
Right.
Do you throw the 4-bagger and get the 2 points, or do you have a 10-point wash, right? And so that, I think, was the first blemish that we saw someone not take advantage so far, and that was Damon.
That was there was an opportunity for points there, and he did not take advantage of it. And like we talked about, with the margins being so small, 30 minutes from now while they're still playing, could that come back to haunt it?
Right.
Looking at Josh Keck, our national director who's keeping score over there, we should have told him to grab a chair because that's going to be a long stand.
Yes.
Oh, there he is. A hairline that only I can enjoy.
Good old Josh.
You know what we need here, Trey? We need to be good baseball announcers. Baseball announcers are the best at a match. They will fill some time.
Like a 1-0 game, and it's not even like a perfect, or not even like a no-hitter or a perfect game. It's just like a two hits. It's a pitching duel.
Some guys talking about something that happened in 1964. No one else was alive, but they're still talking about it.
We'll go through some history here for you, Bernie. Both players at the board, doubles world champions at some point within the ACL.
Okay.
Damon Dennis winning the first one way back in 2016 alongside. Is this going to happen again?
Yeah. Matt.
Oh, it's moving.
It's
moving. It's moving.
It's moving. Oh.
It stopped. Wow. That was. Man.
That was crazy. But that time Matt did, by the way, run down there and made sure he was there the moment it stopped moving.
So both doubles champions. Damon Dennis won at the first one in 2016 alongside Philip Hayden. That guy won in 2017 alongside Brett Guy.
Look at you. Look at you and your stats.
Hey, you said we got to start talking history
we're going to have to at some point.
Matt Guy, the winningest ACL pro of all time in singles, 4 ACL national wins.
What is it besides the play? I mean, the play is what it is. But there's obviously more than just physical play that allows someone to be that dominant over that long of a period of time.
Mental focus.
Yeah.
That's all it is. He's found a way to focus, like a way that nobody else can, block everything else out.
Yeah.
Because all these players know how to throw a cornhole bag at the highest level.
Sure.
And it's not even that he's got all these different. I mean,
he doesn't have the shots that some other guys have.
If you told Matt Guy to throw a flop shot, I don't think he'd know what to do with himself.
Right.
I mean, he doesn't need it. He's got a slide. He's got an okay push, but he's got an airmail.
Yeah.
I mean, really, all he needs is a slide and an airmail.
I mean, think about that. If you're a young player and you're out there and you get enamored with the flop shots and you get enamored with the cut shots, arguably, I don't even think it's arguably, the most dominant singles player of all time has none of those shots.
Right, yeah.
You don't really need them. It's just you have to find a way to stay focused. And you have to commend the man because I'm having a hard time focusing and we're sitting here not playing. So is this the type of matchup where if you are at home, you want to cook some dinner, grab a drink, come back, it might still be 4-4. Oh, that's moving.
That time.
Oh, they both,
yeah. We might break the record that I saw earlier today. There was one game in pro singles that lasted 41 rounds. 41 rounds between Rosie Streaker and Hunter Thorne.
Something tells me that we're going to get at least close to that in this matchup.
Ooh, and 2 points for Matt Guy.
It's almost as if everyone in the audience just kind of looked up like, what points? Something happened?
That guy getting first bag. And it's in.
Remember when I was talking about those first 5 rounds? Yeah, just ignore that.
Yeah. That was what, 30 rounds ago?
Yeah, 30 minutes ago. That seemed like a great comment at the time.
Ooh, an opportunity for 3 points.
And the way this has been played, 3 points, putting him on 9-4 would seem like a chasm.
Yeah, it feels like a 15-point lead.
Yeah. You know what? Honestly, right here with Matt, being very deliberate with that shot, and just making sure he had it on the right line. Did he really? I mean, he's so good. Was that something he was doing? I don't know. It almost seemed like he was taking longer than he needed to with that shot.
I think he also recognizes that there's a moment to it. How expensive points are right now.
Sure.
So,
That's a good point.
Maybe, but again, the way these guys know each other.
Yeah.
I think they both know that neither one of them are playing any mental games with each other.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I really think.
Yeah, and I said it before, the respect's too deep. I was just wondering if there was maybe a touch of trying to get something under his skin there, but probably not. You're right, probably absolutely not.
This is the 14th round of the game.
That looks short. Yep. You think that was intentional? Or was that just
no? I
short?
think he just because he hit a little bit of the dead spot.
No.
And no hesitation, Matt Guy trying everything he can to try to put a little bit of pressure on Damon Dennis. And another 4-bagger by Guy.
Ho hum. Well,
answered by Dennis.
A little bit of excitement there for just a millisecond. Back to another 4-bagger wash. God bless Damon for getting down on his knees to get those bags, because I would not be able to get back up once I was there. Damon just so deliberate. And that shows you the kind of mental focus he has, because when you do take that much time, every shot has to, you can't get into a quote-unquote rhythm.
No, there is nothing rhythmic about either one of these players.
Uh-oh, little creak in the door there. Just a little crack.
Damon doesn't have a ton of different shots in his arsenal, but he does have a little bit of a cut shot here. It's going to put some weird spin on it. He's going to spin it less.
But which is crazy to me, because his bag just doesn't spin that much. Just the fact that he has any English on it at all is amazing to me.
Yeah, perfect. That's exactly what he wanted. Now he makes that bag on the left by Matt Guy pretty much out of play, and Matt recognizes he doesn't even want to get fancy. And I think, I think that just goes to show you how he knows how critical points are. Now here's the thing with Damon Dennis: you got to hit this slide here. He had not done that in a couple rounds previous, it's good for him to get a couple points here.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. He had 2 previous chances to get 2 points, and he was not able to capitalize, but he was able to come up in that situation there. And let's just reset for a second.
Yeah. 9-6.
Oh, little almost V block, but it's so.
Yeah, it's so pointing to Damon's side a little bit. So that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter.
Out of the way, you.
And being such a floppy bag,
Yeah.
game changers don't do a ton of good to push bags out of the way on something like that. That one looked a little bit low coming out of his hand, so it just traveled the board a little bit long. That's what got it kicked off to the right side.
See him shaking his head. He's not happy with that bag at all because he knows that's, he's looking at just giving up another 2 points.
In, or Damon Dennis takes the lead. It is in. It is 9-8. Man, I think we've had points scored the past like 3 rounds. It feels weird. It feels like this game's flying now.
This almost seems normal. But let's settle it back down. I feel like there should be like some easy listening music taking place right now, just to kind of, it's like elevator music should be playing while these two play.
Man, if this was a 10-round limited game, this thing would have ended at 4-4.
So does he have that cut shot to get around?
This is tough. It's a real
from
hard
that
cut
angle.
Here. Real hard cut. He's trying it.
Oh, money.
So good.
Not gonna leave that bag right there and see
The
if he can
problem
do it
is,
again.
if you really want to do this, you got to hit it 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And Matt can't get it on, and you have to hope Matt can't grab it from that side. So it just becomes very risky. But he hits it again. That thing just like flopped in. And Matt collects.
Yeah. Let's stop screwing around is what Matt just said. Enough of this.
Enough with your little flimsy whatever you just threw, Damon.
Oh, wow. Wow. But that's what I mean.
Yes.
Took no time into that shot because he knew. And he's like, all right, I'm getting my 3 points.
Get my 3 points.
Yeah.
And we have hit double digits.
Say it ain't so, my friend. 12-8. Matt Guy, excuse me, with the lead. It's just so funny to me, like even watching the fans in here, how they're reacting to it. It's almost like they're at a pianist concert. Everyone's just being quiet and like just watching the virtuosos at work.
Because they know it's just like they're, it's unbelievable. This is round number 18.
Matt having his earbuds in, you wonder what he's listening to, so it couldn't be too aggressive to play at this rate. That would drive you insane, so it has to be something a little slower.
I don't know. He's a big rock and roll guy.
I know, but I mean, play at this pace, that rock would start to drive you a little crazy. Like, I got to shoot something now. Just going about their business. Another double 4-bagger.
That's a wash.
Interesting. We've had, I would say the last 6 rounds, there's been some cracks. We kind of went along there for a while, and it was 4-bagger wash, 4-bagger wash, a couple of other 10-point washes. There's been a couple of cracks here recently.
And 8 straight rounds, someone has thrown a 4-bagger. 8 straight rounds. At one point, that guy hit 16 in a row. Damon followed that with 12 in a row. Matt's back up to 8 in a row now.
Let me ask you a question, a touch off topic. If you're Cody Henderson and you're Trey Birchfield and you're having to wait on this game, I mean, granted, they're off on the side courts throwing, but what does that do to you mentally? knowing that you have to win. Analogy, March Madness, you're in one of your pods, you're waiting to play your game. The game in front of you goes 2 overtimes.
Yeah.
You've kind of gotten out of your routine of how you approach your game, your match.
Your warm-up's a little bit different.
Yeah. Does that affect the way they play when we watch them come up? Like, this is going to take so long, all of a sudden they come up and it's over in 5 minutes.
I'm trying to see. I know Trey Birchfield's throwing right now, but I don't.
Cody's over on the secondary court with Sean Short right now.
See, that's smart because it's actually ironic because we may be short for time and have to get off this court to get broadcast ready.
Might have to
we'll
go.
Probably have to end up going over to the secondary court.
Genius.
To stream the second the second semifinal.
That is genius.
So Cody Henderson is playing on the boards they will be playing on, and Trey Birchfield is out and about on the rest of the other courts somewhere. So.
Now, is that on purpose, or you think that's just a coincidence, or you think Cody's just like, hey, man, this is going to take forever. I'm going to go ahead and get.
I find it hard to believe it's a coincidence.
Yeah.
There's 70 sets of cornhole boards out here, Bernie.
Oh, that almost went off the back.
That may go off.
A little version of an and one here. Without actually hitting the bag,
no, I
but
don't
hitting
think you
the
have
board.
to do anything. Yeah.
There it goes. Now here's another door that's open for Damon. He has to be able to walk through this and get his 3 points.
Bully attempt by Guy, gets it a little bit rotation, but yeah, Dennis, you have to get the step out.
That's a 20% of the bag in the hole. Oh.
And he brought it closer. Didn't do the full job, but it does bring it closer. And now, if you execute a perfect shot.
5 points, correct?
5 points.
Wow.
But at minimum, you'd like to be able to get 3. This is arguably the biggest shot of the game so far.
Without question.
And they just bunch up. It's just going to be a single point for Damon Dennis.
That one, look, that one's coming back to hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a huge chance.
I could have brought you within 1.
Yeah. You know, if you're Damon Dennis, you know, how do you recompose yourself knowing you just basically gave away 4 points? I wouldn't say gave away. I mean, it would have been a very difficult shot, but there was a huge opportunity to get 5 instead of 1. You know, it's interesting to me, Trey, with both players, the way they play with a step and talking to some of the other players and, you know, saying they prefer to, you know, to stand still when they throw because there's less moving parts, less chance for something to go wrong. Watching Damon throw, sometimes he gets a little off balance. It still goes in, but it gets a little off balance. Oh, wow.
Good grief.
In for 3, and the fist pump there by Matt Guy.
Because he knows Damon not taking advantage of getting the 5 in the last round. You get 3 here. That is a huge swing.
4 points away now for Matt Guy to advance to the finals.
But Damon Dennis was down 20-11 earlier today against Matt Morton. Now, Matt Morton may not be Matt Guy, but he's still a really, really good player. So he's going to put his heels in the sand here. He's going to be hard to get those final 4 points against us, I guess what I'm trying to say.
That bag off to the left-hand side, though, almost feels like a counted 2 points right there. Now, will Matt Guy go immediately airmail? No, he's going to lay behind. I thought he'd at least think about it. Right Now it's showing a +5 on the round. Damon Dennis got 2 bags left. This is an important bag. Don't get kicks left or right.
Nope.
If you go the push. What will that guy do here? I think it makes sense. Honestly, Bernie, this is weird to say. I think it makes the most sense to lay up.
Wow.
If you lay up, you're showing 8-5. I mean, 8-3. That's a 5-point
He's
round.
going up.
He knocked one in, which is not bad. But now Damon Dennis, this bag has to be in. If he can find a way to take his bag for a wash, it's obviously better from his end. But one of these bags has to be in the hole.
Yep.
And they're both in.
How good is that?
That's why I didn't love that decision by that guy. I kind of wish he had just laid up.
17 to none.
This is a replay right here. Damon Dennis gets both bags there. Strong shot.
Unreal.
Song change in the earbuds by that guy.
Now maybe it is time to ratchet it up a little bit. So I just got a text from a significant other, and she says that she picked the first 3 horses in the Kentucky Derby that just ran. But she doesn't gamble, so thanks for nothing.
That's another bag in. Now again, is this an opportunity where Damon Dennis thinks about this cut shot? It just tough in this situation because it is a lower percentage shot. You're risking giving up points.
Points you cannot give up at this point.
Just catches the lip though.
That is something of steel right there. Wow. Tell you what, you can soak up a moment.
Oh, that seemed like a different shot. It didn't seem like the same cut shot the way it came out of his hand.
Yeah, I don't know if pulling the string is the right way to put it, but it didn't look the same way coming out of his hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to lay up or if he was just trying something a little bit different. It didn't look like an airmail either. It just, I don't know. Just didn't seem like the same shot attempt.
I'm trying to look if Matt Guy has his eyes closed, looking at the ground when Damon shoots.
No hesitation,
Wow.
and that could not have been a cleaner airmail.
Yeah,
like it didn't even touch rim.
Yeah, that sound you heard was the legs in the back when it hit.
Yeah. Dennis goes for the airmail.
Here we go. Right back at you.
Guy goes again, but goes deep. Will Dennis go one more time on the airmail and save his last bag for the push, or will he try it now? He's going for the push-up right now. Brings it a little bit closer. Guy follows through, but Dennis going to step out, try to collect this bag on the right. If he gets both bags, it'll be 3 points to put him in double digits, sitting on 12.
Needless to say, huge bag.
To get within 5, and it just goes around the bag. We talked about that earlier in the game. Because those are such loose bags, those game changers, they're hard to grab, they're hard to grip. 17-10.
So, but staying in it. I mean, Damon Dennis is going to, he's going to be extremely hard to put away for Matt. He will have to earn these last 4 points. Of course, as I say that, watch this be off. No. No.
You're trying to cover yourself on the jinx.
I tried.
You're buying insurance on your jinx.
I did. I got insurance for my jeans. pretty much it. I like that.
Damon taking a
that,
peek.
That is.
Because this requires a little bit more effort on a push by Dennis.
With his arc and being a finesse player, he doesn't really have a lot, to push with.
And that's why he's going airmail instead. And that's a significant opportunity now for Matt Guy. If he goes up and in, he goes around and stays in front. That's even better than pushing them both through.
How good of a bag was that?
Matt Guy set up right here. Dennis finishes, so Guy can go in for 3 to sit on 20 and count it. Matt Guy now 1 point away.
40-10.
1 point away from making a pro singles final for the first time.
Interesting.
He's won national events before, but never as an ACL pro.
And if anyone is aware of that situation, it's Matt Guy.
Yes.
I could be wrong, but I think this is it's gonna take Matt to do something special to get this point.
And this is gonna force him.
Yeah. Door is open again for Damon.
Damon in for 2.
Like we were saying, it's going to be tough to get that last point off of Damon.
And he's in for 2, 20-12.
Just going to stay in it. He's already been in this position today, like we said earlier. He's been down before. He's been down, on game point before today. So it's not in a strange place, not a familiar place, but not a place, he hasn't been already. So he knows how to stay in it. He knows how to force his opponent to get that last point.
216 bags have been thrown in this game thus far. We are in round number 27.
So that just shows you that 41-round match earlier today, how insane that was.
Yeah, 14 rounds longer than this one has been. Will have to get off of this court before showing the semifinal match. So for those of you, wow, first. Matt Guy saying, I want to win this right now. We'll wait and see what happens here. And he cleans it up.
Just cleans it up.
In for a double 4-bagger wash, and it is. As I was saying, this will be the last game that we can play on this court here to get ready for television broadcast later this evening. So for those of you wanting to see the second semifinal, it will be streamed on the ACL Digital Network and ACL Facebook page.
Strangely, we were talking about where the other two competitors were and where they were practicing. Cody has left that court. I don't know how long he's been gone, but he's no longer there practicing.
So we'll take a 5-minute break in between when this mismatch ends, and then we'll fire up the other court and stream that matchup.
Telling you, Damon is going to be very hard to put away. I mean, it's other doors open for him. Can he kind of sneak in there and get 2 more points back? with the type of bag he throws,
Gotta go after this is the question. He is going up.
Yep.
And he goes off to give up a 5 and hold the phone, Bernie.
Wow.
Hold the phone. 20-17.
He might be the toughest player to get the last point against in our game.
This is the airmail attempt, and it just front lip, and back out. Everybody in the building, Bernie, just went from, all right, this game is kind of going on and on.
Hold on a second.
Wait a second. That is a deep block, as they like to say. Replacement bag by Dennis.
Now, for a normal player, giving up that kind of lead and putting it where you make 2 mistakes, you're out, would that affect a normal player against Damon Dennis? Or do you still feel, all I need is 1?
I don't know. To be honest, I don't really know how to feel in this type of situation because I've never been this good.
I have no frame of reference from what you speak.
Bernie, the game's going to be decided right here.
Wow.
I can feel it.
This is it. This is it. This is the round.
This is set up for airmails. Both are going to attempt. I think it's going to come down to whoever can hit them. Dennis is going to be first. Biggest shot of the game so far. Up for an airmail and off the back. Now, does Matt Guy lay up here?
It looks like he's going to try to go around.
He only needs a single point. He's going with the hard push to get around it and does a great job. I expect Damon Dennis.
Timeout.
That is his second timeout. He does not have any timeouts remaining after this one.
looking for something from Josh Keck over there. You're like, help me, Josh. What can I do in this position?
He's going to try to step out and slide in and take his orange bag on the board and the orange bag in his hand. This is a must-have for Damon Dennis.
Feel the tension.
And Damon gets one of them, which means Matt Guy, if he finds a way to get a single bag in the hole, he will win. And he does not.
What?
It ricochets off the front bag and then off.
Oh my word.
That is going to be 2 points for Damon Dennis to get on to 19. Are you kidding me?
You know what? If you would have walked around here and taken a bet from every person in this building, they would have said that match is over. I'm not putting any money. Yeah,
done.
Crazy.
Oh my word! I cannot believe what I'm watching right now.
But I did say it. The hardest person, for whatever reason, to get the last point against is Damon Dennis.
First bag is in, and now neither player can afford a single miss.
I really don't even know what to say at this point after witnessing that.
That bag is in. Every bag is just as important as ever.
See Matt still trying to shake that shot off. That looked short out of his hand, still found a way in.
And that bag is off, and now Damon Dennis can complete a comeback for the ages with a single bag in the hole on this fourth bag.
You've got to be kidding me.
Once down 17-9, once down 20-12. Damon Dennis has a slide shot to make his second final in pro singles on the season. For the win, And he goes off. Matt Guy has to be in on this bag. And he's off! Oh my word! What did I just see?
I would have bet my life that would not be the way this ended.
After the incredible start to this game, after the relentless streaks of bags in the hole after bags in the hole, that game with over 240 bags thrown comes down to these players missing their bags off the board. Damon Dennis right there. Matt Guy follows it up with one off the board.
Tell me these guys don't feel pressure.
Bernie, I never in my cornhole career have seen an ending like that. Never.
Ever.
And I may never see one again.
That is
unbelievable. We have to get off this court like we said. We are going and moving on to the secondary court. You can check out the ACL Digital Network, watch.iplayacl.com, where we will have Cody Henderson and Trey Birchfield up next. For Bernie Neighbors and the rest of the ESPN production crew, we appreciate you all tuning in. We'll be back later for more pro singles and doubles action here at the 2021 Bag Brawl.
The Johnsonville Cornhole Championships are brought to you by Pit Boss. Bigger, hotter, heavier. Visit pitboss-grills.com. And by Bush's Beans, that beautiful bean company.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by DraftKings, America's #1 rated sportsbook app. Thank you. I can't remember, by the way, which one of the listeners it was that gave me the shout out for some of the draft bets I had on the Even Money podcast, like J.C. Horn to be the first cornerback drafted, or first defensive player drafted, like Eric Stokes going in the first round. So hopefully a lot of you guys participated in that and enjoyed that. You can check me out on social media at Ross Tucker NFL or us at Ross Tucker Pod. We've got Greg Cosell today. It's going to be phenomenal to get Greg's thoughts on the most interesting first round picks. First reaction from Greg here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. But first, we've got a couple winners to give out.
I want winners. I want people that want to win.
People like Hannah Doyle. Speaking of social media, Hannah Doyle retweeted the business of sports with Andrew Brandt this week with Chiefs tight end Sean Culkin talking about Bitcoin. You never know which one I'm looking at. Hannah Doyle retweeted a clip from the business of sports. Excellent, Hannah. Send me an email, ross@rosstucker.com. Let me know if you want a signed picture, card, or press pass, whatever. The sponsor confirmation email winner, Neil Morley. He took advantage of the Keeps offer. You guys know, look at my hair. For those of you who are watching on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL, you know I'm a big Keeps guy. The key, though, is A, to go to the website, and B, to use one of our codes. That's what matters, like Feast or even Money. Use the code when you go to Keeps. It's awesome, like Neil did. Thank you, Neil. That's amazing. And then the YouTube shout out goes to Lem Houston. Just looking for people to subscribe there and make a comment. And when I see it, you will be the winner. But we're all really winners when we get a chance to listen to Greg Cosell. It's Big Show time.
The Big Show.
All right, Greg. It's 7:14 a.m.
Neither tired. Ross.
Yeah, neither one of us got even 6 hours of sleep, but it doesn't matter.
Maybe not to you.
The show must go on, man. The show must go on. So there's a lot I want to get into with you, obviously, Greg. I think I'm just going to ask you the ones I think are most interesting. Let's start with the 49ers decision to go with Trey Lance. For so long, it seemed like it was Mac Jones, and it seemed like Justin Fields, then back to Mac Jones, and then seemingly out of nowhere until maybe the last day or so, they go with Trey Lance from North Dakota State.
Well, in response to your point, for so long, it wasn't anybody. It was people making up whatever they thought they might do. So for so long, it wasn't really anybody except what the 49ers knew. The mock guesses, they're just guesses. So if you're asking me about Trey Lance and how he fits, the one thing that I've talked about numerous times is Trey Lance played under center at North Dakota State. I believe over 40% of his snaps in 2019, which is the last year he really played, came with him under center. Secondly, they play with a fullback quite a bit at North Dakota State. And thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, is he's refined and advanced in the execution of what we call conventional play action, meaning play action from under center where you turn your back to the defense, which is a critical part of the Kyle Shanahan offense. And I guess lastly, if you've heard Kyle Shanahan speak since the end of the season when he's given press conferences, he's been asked and talked a lot about the pressure that the RPO concept puts on defenses. And I think that factored in as well to Trey Lance, because Trey Lance gives you that in addition to giving you the off-script outside of structure game. So, and the designed quarterback run game, not just the RPOs, but the designed run game. So my sense was that Kyle is probably expanding his thought process. But when all's said and done, I believe that just the experience under center is a big factor. The age of Lance is a big factor, extremely young with a lot of growth. And from everything you hear, again, this is now what you hear, he's an incredibly intelligent kid with tremendous maturity.
Yeah, I'm glad you said those last few things, Greg, because at first it sounded like you were primarily just talking about his offense at North Dakota State, which is great and that helps, but that's not the player as much as what he was under at North Dakota State. I think it's the last things as well. It's the combination of both, right? He's got all that stuff that you mentioned in the first, but he's also got all the stuff you mentioned at the end as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, and again, apparently only John Lynch and Kyle knew who they were picking, so they kept it secret from the organization. But no, to me, it's these picks. Everybody comments on picks, and ultimately it's based on your evaluation of the players. That's what it comes down to. So if a team picks a player that you don't have evaluated well or as highly as the team does, you say it's not a good pick. It's only not a good pick or a good pick based on your evaluation of the player, not on anything more.
So the Miami Dolphins take Jalen Waddle, which obviously you've talked about Jalen quite a bit. I think one I want to get your opinion on is the Panthers taking J.C. Horn over Patrick Surtain. Does that surprise you? Can you compare and contrast those two players who ended up, by the way, going back to back?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Panthers needed a corner. Obviously, by taking Horn, they're going to play more man coverage this year. They played heavy zone a year ago. I think they recognize that in the NFL, you need to increase your man coverage percentage. It's just their evaluation of the player. I personally liked Surtain a little better, but they're different players. Surtain is just smooth and fluid. He's like silk. Horn is more dog. They both can play press man. Horn plays it with a sort of a clearly defined competitiveness that jumps off the film. Surtain is competitive. He just looks different. So they're different in terms of their press man style. As I said, I liked Surtain a little more. It wasn't as if Surtain was a 10 and Horn was a 6. So it really comes down to the eye of the beholder, which style of player you like more. They obviously liked Horn a little more, and they chose him. But they both checked the boxes if you want to play press man coverage.
Let's get to the Eagles trading up for Devontae Smith. Ended up being, the first trade up in the first round. I think there was obviously, notwithstanding what had happened before the draft, but actually on the clock, pretty clearly it looks like the Eagles thought the Giants would take Devontae Smith at 11, which is why they just left it in front of them from 12 to 10. What do you think about Devontae Smith in Nick Sirianni's offense and how he fits with a guy like Jalen Reagor, who they took in the first round last year?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the Eagles are clearly looking for speed, for intermediate and vertical ability. That's what Reagor is. That's what Smith is. Obviously, with Smith, every team, I'm sure, had the discussion in their draft meetings about his weight. It's easy to dismiss it. It's not dismissed in meetings because he's an exception. So you understand what he is and how best to use him, but he's got tremendous traits as a receiver, really high-level receiving traits. So if you get him in motion, if you can get him free access off the ball or he can stride, and everybody will understand this. I'm not giving you anything, Ross, that people don't understand about Devonta Smith. But that's the way that he must be deployed within the context of an offense, and I think he's got really high-level traits.
The next guy that I want to ask you about is obviously the Bears then, with the very next pick, moving up to get Justin Fields.
Yep.
What do you think of Justin Fields in Matt Nagy's offense?
I think it's a really, really good fit because theoretically, and again, obviously because of what the Bears have done and the lack of quality quarterback play, Matt Nagy's been sort of downgraded after that first year when everybody thought that he was a genius. I guess he left his genius at home the last couple of years. But theoretically, that's the same offense as that Andy Reid runs. It's the same playbook. So we saw how well defined that offense has worked for Patrick Mahomes. And Justin Fields is a high-level traits quarterback. So if you can really define the reads, the throws through the use of personnel, formation, route concepts based on your understanding of anticipated coverages, then I think it's really a good spot for Justin Fields. Justin Fields has a lot of talent. I think we kind of lost that. I didn't, but I think the way he was spoken about over the last couple of weeks, Ross, as you well know, it's as if people forgot that this guy's a pretty talented player. I think it's a really good spot, and we'll see how. To me, I'm not telling them what they should do. To me, I think you should line them up day one and let the kid play.
It'll be interesting. They're obviously saying that Andy Dalton's still the starter, but that's what the people.
Well, everybody says that on draft day. Yeah.
All right. So Micah Parsons at 12 to the Cowboys. The only thought I have there, Greg, is theoretically, they have their two linebackers that are going to play the primary snaps, right, in Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch. And the Cowboys are talking about Micah Parsons as a pressure player, which I thought was interesting. Makes perfect sense if you ever saw him blitz or rush off.
Oh, for sure.
In high school, maybe the best edge rusher I ever saw, certainly in person. So it'll be interesting to see how they use him. Plus, Greg, between Vander Esch's health, and I don't think Jalen Smith has played particularly well recently, They really could use a difference maker at the second level. What do you think about them taking Parsons?
Well, couple points. Number one, Van Der Esch has had a neck injury. I mean, I think there's questions about his future and his ability to play. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but just from what I sense. When you get to 12 and Parsons is there, Parsons is a stud. You know this, Ross. And Parsons is a 3-down player eventually. Maybe he's not day one for them, depending on Van Der Esch, but he can rush the quarterback. He, as you know, because he's a Pennsylvania kid, he was recruited by a lot of big-time schools as an edge rusher coming out of high school, not as a linebacker. You know that. So he moved to linebacker. He's almost one of those easy evaluations because he's just an athletic stud. I don't know how they plan to use him, but there's no question in sub, he can rush the quarterback. And he can rush the quarterback from multiple locations within your defensive front, which is what you're trying to do. He can rush off the edge. He can rush from the second level. So he puts you in a good position where the offense doesn't exactly know where he'll be and where he's going to come from. So, we can sit here and say what the Cowboys, what their needs were, blah, blah, blah. Everybody says that stuff. But when you get to 12 and he's sitting there, I mean, that kid's a stud.
Greg, too simplistic to say what the Patriots do with Mac Jones will look a lot like what they did with Tom Brady over the years?
Again, that's hard to answer. I mean, obviously they drafted him. They re-signed Cam for 1 year. With Belichick, you have no idea. So I couldn't begin to speak to that. But you don't draft a quarterback at 15 unless you believe he will be your quarterback in the future. The future could start this year, or they could say, you know what, we have Cam and we're going to play Cam. Given what they did in free agency, it would seem to me they have to play a lot of 2 tight ends. They paid a lot of money for 2 tight ends. So they're going to be a base 12 personnel offense with 1 back and 2 tight ends. That's certainly not the offense Mac Jones played in at Alabama, although there were times they did line up with 2 tight ends. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to be their quarterback of the future. When that future starts, we'll see.
A couple of somewhat surprise first-round picks, Greg, that I want to get your opinion on.
If you're going to mention the Washington football team, that was not a surprise to me at all because Jamin Davis was one of my favorite players to watch on tape. And that's all I speak to is the tape, Ross. So if you're going to mention the football team, I love that pick. I think he's a 3-down linebacker. It wouldn't surprise me if Ron Rivera saw Thomas Davis and Jamin Davis.
Got it. That's not the one I was going to ask you about, actually. Not one of the 2 I was going to ask you about because he did rise up, or not rise up, but we talked about it. It became clear that people around the league really liked him, in recent weeks. The 2 I wanted to ask you about, at 17, the Las Vegas Raiders took Alex Leatherwood.
Yes.
In Alabama. A lot of people thought maybe he'd go in round 2. Certainly, most people thought he would go after guys like Darrisaw and perhaps even Tevin Jenkins. This is the 3rd year in a row where Mike Mayock and John Gruden have kind of taken a guy higher than anybody thought they would. Cleveland Farrell, Damon Arnett. Not sure either one of those guys has gotten off to a great start in their careers. Your thought on Leatherwood at 17?
Yeah, and again, that gets into because all you heard when they took him was that, well, they could have gotten him, 20 picks later. We never know that. I think that my evaluation of him was that he has a desirable combination of size, mass. He's got functional athleticism to play on the outside. I think he can play tackle in this league. You wouldn't call him a high-level athlete nor an elite-level mover, but I think that he can play tackle. He's really well built. He was very comfortable in his pass set. There were times that in his vertical set that he showed some stiffness. That's a concern. That's what people look at. They feel that, okay, he can't really pass protect against the true speed rushers that he's going to face, and that he showed some stiffness both in his core and his lower half. That's kind of the concern that people have with him, and that's a legitimate concern. I think, and again, I'm not an offensive line guru, Ross, so take it for what it's worth, but my sense watching his tape was that he needs work, better coordinating his feet and his hands in pass protection. You tell me. I think that's coachable.
The hands is definitely coachable. The feet is not really, in terms of improving your.
Well, no, I don't mean make him a better athlete, but just the better coordination with your hands and feet.
Oh yeah. I think so. What about the other one that surprised me a little bit? I guess there had been some rumors about it, but Peyton Turner to the Saints. There were some teams that have Peyton Turner as second, third, fourth round. I heard, and the Saints took him in the first round.
Yeah, I really liked Peyton Turner's tape. He was a guy I knew zero about. So when I put on his tape, maybe a month or so ago, it was all brand new to me. I knew nothing about this kid. And I came away feeling he was one of the most interesting D-line prospects in the draft. I mean, his physical dimensions are just outstanding. Size, length. He's got that feel of an old school DN, Ross. I mean, he's not sinewy. He's not slim. I mean, he is big, and he looks big on tape. I don't know what he played at. I know he came in at 270 at his pro day. It wouldn't surprise me if he played at 280 plus. But he's got strong, heavy hands. He played off contact really well. He generates power and explosion into contact, and he's got some bend and flexibility to him. He's not a big, stiff guy. They lost Troy Hendrickson. I'm sure they viewed Turner as the replacement for Hendrickson, and he could probably, and you never know when you say this because no one enters the league as a finished product, but they probably see him being able to play meaningful snaps in his rookie year at defensive end as Hendrickson's replacement.
Couple that I want to get your opinion on. The Giants taking Kadarius Toney.
Yeah.
Is he a gadget guy?
No.
That Jason Garrett will have to use, or is he more than that?
I think that the gadget thing is a thing of the past. I think the way offense is now, with all the formation variation, all the motion, all the movement, though it's not gadgets anymore. This is part of NFL offense. And Tony's a slot too. You can line him up in the slot, and he's got just dynamic stop and start, burst, acceleration. He improved as the year went on because this kid played receiver full time for the first time in 2020. So he's an ascending player at the receiver position. He started to show his vertical acceleration and deep speed much more as the Florida season progressed. So, I think he'll be a good player. You can line him up all over. Is he kind of a conventional slot? Yes. But the NFL has moved away from just, hey, he's in the slot.
And then the last one, Greg, that I wanted to get your thoughts on. I was surprised the Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. Given what James Robinson did last year as an undrafted free agent rookie on that team, to carry the load he did, they signed Carlos Hyde, who's whatever, but that surprised me. I really would have thought that Urban Meyer would have gone O-line or D-line, maybe even a receiver or a corner, running back after what Robinson just did. Does it make sense to you, Greg?
Well, again, you get caught up in that whole running back issue too, which, obviously, people say running backs have no value. I think my sense is that he was the best player on their board. That would be my sense. And he's an explosive athlete, and he took him. I don't really know what to say beyond that. He's a really good prospect. He's a good runner who improved dramatically in 2020 from 2019. You can split him out wide. You can do a lot with Travis Etienne. The bottom line is, in today's NFL, what are you trying to do offensively, Ross? You're trying to create explosive plays. Etienne is not simply a back in that sense. He's not simply someone who lines up behind the quarterback. You can do a lot with him. He can create explosive, dynamic plays for you. That's the goal in today's NFL. He was sitting there. I think it makes perfect sense to say that he was the highest rated player on their board as they got to 25. And I'm sure they said, you know what? We're not going to pick a guy who's not when Travis Etienne is sitting there. So, we can debate that forever. And that gets into that whole value stuff, which has become, really big on Twitter for all these people that have never been in a draft room and have all the answers about what value means.
Check him out on social media, always at Greg Cosell, so you can see what Greg is up to, where you can find his stuff. You know you can find him every week here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Thank you so much, Greg.
Ross, really appreciate it. Thanks.
You know who the number one player on my board is? Moms. Moms everywhere, because moms rock. And right now, 1-800-Flowers is offering 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99. It is absolutely a steal. We've talked about it pretty much every Valentine's Day and Mother's Day for years here on the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. And you know how I feel about it. I feel very strongly that the mothers in your life deserve flowers for every Mother's Day. Like, you can take them out to dinner, you can do something else, get them a card. I don't care what else you do. They deserve flowers that you send to their house or that you send to their place of work. That's a reminder for at least a couple weeks. Wow, somebody really loves me. Somebody really cares about me. And these flowers are beautiful. It's early May. They brighten the room. Absolutely love it. To order 24 multicolored roses plus a free vase for $34.99, go to 1-800-Flowers.com, click the radio icon, and enter code football. That's 1-800-Flowers.com, code football.
Tuck's Takes.
Morning, Ross. Well, you talked about the most interesting things of this draft with Greg. Anything else jump out to you that you didn't discuss?
Not really, I guess, Bri, other than, maybe some of the guys, the run on DNs at the end, Turner, Rousseau, Owe, Tryon. There was a real run on DNs at the end. The Giants getting next year's first from the Bears is very interesting. I like what the Ravens do seemingly every year. I mean, Rashad Bateman at receiver, and then Jason Owe as an edge rusher, the guy they can move around. Really seemingly always love what they do. The Titans, nobody loves red flag players, Bri, like the Titans. I mean, 2 years ago, the medical red flags with Jeffrey Simmons, which, by the way, has appeared to pay off for them. And then last year, the red flags with Isaiah Wilson off the field. This year, they go with Caleb Farley. Again, they feel like, hey, we're going to get guys that would go higher if it weren't for these red flags that they have. So that kind of jumps out at me. And then there's some really good players still available. Yeah, I mean, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, I did not think he would still be available in the second round. So there are some guys. It'll be fun tonight. You can check me out again on Eagles.com tonight and the Eagles social media talking about what happens tonight.
Tuck's Takes.
Biggest news last night really didn't have anything to do with the draft. Aaron Rodgers apparently wants out of Green Bay.
Evidently, this has been boiling for some time, and it sounds like the team president, Mark Murphy, the GM, Brian Gutekunst, the head coach, Matt LaFleur, have all flown out to California to meet with him one-on-one, and he's still not happy about it. They're working on some type of new contract, but Aaron Rodgers, very unhappy. Look, he really wants to win another Super Bowl. He knows he doesn't have many years left. I think he's very disappointed with what they did in the draft a year ago with Jordan Love and with even probably A.J. Dillon. And I think he saw what the Bucs did last year and this year, being all in with Tom Brady. And I think Aaron Rodgers wants to go to a franchise where he feels like they're all in to win the Super Bowl. And that's never been the Packers' way. I do think it's interesting that he intentionally leaked the news during the draft, right before the draft, which obviously became the huge news. That there's a method to the madness there. So, and it's funny because he's definitely got some passive aggressive traits to him. He's a lot more. I tweeted this yesterday at Ross Tucker NFL. He's a lot more like Brett Favre in that way than I realized. But ultimately, you can understand why he's frustrated.
Tuck's Takes.
One of the teams rumored to be trying to trade for Aaron Rodgers is the Denver Broncos, who traded for Teddy Bridgewater earlier in the week. In fact, that went down as we were recording the Fantasy Feast yesterday.
Right. Well, actually Wednesday afternoon. Yeah. But, the thing that's interesting to me about that is obviously the Panthers are paying $7 million of Teddy's $11.5 million. Teddy comes in and competes with Drew Lock, but the Broncos could have drafted Justin Fields, Mac Jones last night. They held off. And I got to wonder how much of that's because they think they have a real shot at Aaron Rodgers. There were rumors that the Broncos and Packers are close to a trade. Some of those have been kind of stomped out. But the Broncos clearly are on Aaron Rodgers' wish list, it sounds like, and really want to try to get Aaron Rodgers. That's my guess. My guess is they think there's enough of a chance that they could get an Aaron Rodgers or Deshaun Watson that they weren't going to use a 9th overall pick on a quarterback, which is interesting.
Tuck's Takes.
One more Broncos take, and this one is about former quarterback Tim Tebow working out as a tight end for the Jags.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I tweeted this yesterday. The last time Tim Tebow played an NFL game, it was 2012. I fluctuate between thinking that this is really admirable or a little sad. So the admirable part is his persistence and commitment to chasing his dream of continuing on as a professional athlete is extremely impressive. You think about you went to Patriots for a training camp, went to the Eagles for a training camp. I mean, he gave it every shot he could as a quarterback. Then he gave baseball every shot he could. And now that quarterback didn't work out and baseball didn't work out, now he's looking to be the tight end Taysom Hill type, perhaps. And I think that's admirable. There's no quitting him. Look, he's gotten cut a bunch. And there's no quitting him. He is going to continue to try to chase his dreams. The flip side is, I guess at some point, you almost think, man, like there's other things in life, like you can move on, like it's not going to happen for you. And so I think different people can have different mindsets. I'm never going to be the guy that is critical of someone for chasing their dream. Never, ever, ever, because that would be hypocritical of me. But I also hope that he is happy in life and find some contentment in a post-athletic world is probably the best way I would describe that. I would also tell you guys, please take advantage of any of the offers we have at Keeps. Go to rosstucker.com. Or if you're looking for a Mother's Day gift, myfrontpagestory.com. You guys know how I feel about that. It's a business I've got some ownership in. I mean, coolest, most unique Mother's Day gift ever, myfrontpagestory.com. Other than that, shout outs are in order. Pizza Boy Brewing, Sporticulture, Vision Comics with an X, HumanHeadNYC.com. Obviously, there will be a lot of draft-related stuff for us to break down on Monday's Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Can't wait to see who else gets traded, how everything else unfolds. I think we're done here.
Thanks for listening to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Fantasy Feast, Even Money, Business of Sports, and College Draft. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
It's the Ross Tucker Football Podcast.
Oh, yeah, it is. But it's not just any Ross Tucker Football Podcast. It is a Finish Strong Friday presented by...
Well. We are back, folks, after a little bit of hiatus here on this Dream Stream Day, and I hope everybody enjoyed all things cornhole, but we are back to Madden Sims for just one time only, at least for the rest of this night.
One night only.
Then we get back to the normal stuff tomorrow. Matt Lamarca, Adam Kaufman, here for a little Madden After Dark on a Saturday evening. This is, of course, as it always is when we're together for a little mad action, the Madden After Dark, the Wear Your Best Lamarcas free roll. I'm not, if I'm being candid. I am wearing, some, they're just not Lamarcas. I'm wearing like mesh Under Armour pants. Shout out Under Armour if you'd like to sponsor the Dream Stream.
I'm not wearing them either, unfortunately. I got shorts on.
Oh, okay.
I spent a lovely day outside. My mother, it was her 60th birthday earlier this month, so we celebrated a little bit. Good times.
How old are you again?
31.
Man, all right. I mean, I guess I'm not that much older than you, but then I hear your mom turning 60, which is, I mean, the math checks out. Like my mom is when was my mom born? Let me think, 55. So what's the math on that? So like the math checks out almost exactly in terms of our age gap. And yet for some reason I heard 60 and it was like, wow, that's young. How old is Lamarca? But no, it kind of works.
I'm a youthful spirit, Kaufman.
No, you're
with an old soul.
All right. So here's what I decided to do with my lineup. Mike Williams in the captain spot for this Washington Chargers contest, folks. Let's see how it goes. Austin Eckler, Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen, Hunter Henry, and also, not DeAndre, but Dustin Hopkins, the kicker, is part of my build for this smaller, more intimate free roll that we have going on here. We have, let's see, a total of, we'll find out in a moment. As soon as everything gets locked and loaded, or I just hit the wrong button, which is more likely. Let me see. Madden After Dark, click on the live, blah, 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 blah. 118 entries. Lamarca here did not get a lineup in because he's a waste of space. But here is what we do get to bring the people, Lamarca, as we have Tara Lynn producing solo for the first time. So TL, who you're used to seeing and hearing from, and she certainly makes that known. She is producing. She is behind the scenes. She is without a voice other than typing angrily at us throughout this sim, which she will do in our Slack channel. We have June in Game Ops. We have Drew, our technical director. We have Tate, Cobra K in Game Ops as well. So a little double action in the Ops on Saturday night, making up for a couple of missed contests over the last couple hours. You love to see it. Love to see it.
Well, yeah, we're breaking in some new blood, so I think it's fair that they gave these guys the A team tonight.
I mean, you hate to spoil them, but shoot, you got to call them the big guns every once in a while, right? I mean, what the heck else were we doing? You were sitting around just fumbling through your trading cards and looking at your Top Shot moments. I'm just between episodes of the league while everyone in my house sleeps. So yeah, let's pop on for a sim. Why not?
Works for me.
About a minute gone by here, opening quarter. We are scoreless, obviously. We got executive sessions here. The boss and Matt, this should be a good one. Also, I love executive sessions for a number of reasons. One, first and foremost, he loves
calls
me.
You the boss?
Yeah, I mean, he loves me, so I love him. But second to that, always including the emojis in the chat, which I am all about. Tara Lynn says she misses the spotlight already. That's all right. We'll see and hear from you again real soon. I'm sure of it. Smash the like button. Let's get to 200. But what I was starting to say, as great as we are, as great as Tate and June are, as great as Tara Lynn and Drew are, what we really bring the people here, Lamarca, that no one else has, by the way. We are the very first that get to react to the completed 2021 NFL draft. This thing is in the books, baby. You had an exciting and exhilarating round one on Friday, or rather Thursday, that I know you and Glash, you did a little content opposite that.
Yeah, it was fun.
Live stunt. And of course, you had rounds 2 and 3 yesterday, some interesting stuff. And then today, nobody paid any attention at all for the final handful of rounds. But nevertheless, draft done. How do we feel?
I watched, by the way, Mr. Kaufman. So
you didn't.
I did. Now, I'm not going to say I was glued to my television intently, but I was watching while I was doing some writing. I had 2 pieces up on DraftKings today. A little NBA Showdown contest for the game that's about to start.
Oh,
tonight.
well, you know what? Real quick, let's get back to the draft in a second then. I'm glad. I made a lineup for tonight. I faded classic today, so don't think I avoided you. I wouldn't do that. I'm on a hot streak. But
No, you've beat me, I think, twice in a row now, which for you is a heater.
It's bullets in the chamber, baby. So I faded classic today, but I had to get my my NBA fix in, and I did decide to do all I did was a showdown for this game tonight. Now that lineups have obviously locked, tell me what your ideal build is.
Yeah, we were waiting on the Kawhi status.
Right.
So while I was writing the piece, I was kind of operating under the assumption that Kawhi would not be playing.
Okay.
And I honestly don't even know. Did he end up playing?
He did. Yeah, he's in. I did not roster him, but he is in.
So, I mean, but that kind of takes away some of the value with, the Clipper side. Like, Paul George becomes overpriced. Marcus Morris becomes overpriced. So I was definitely more interested in the Denver side. Like, I thought Jokic was due for a big game. The only thing that has stopped Jokic recently has been a lack of minutes in blowouts.
I was going to say a lack of oxygen because nothing else can slow that man down.
Yeah, just a lack of playing time. That's it. So I really liked him. I liked Facundo Campazzo a lot at his salary. So I thought those were the two kind of building blocks. I think Kawhi ends up being pretty interesting now that he's in. I don't know how many minutes he's going to play, but like all the guys that you would want to target for the Clippers were kind of overpriced because they've been playing without Kawhi.
Here's my lineup. You could just, it doesn't matter. Can't change it. You can tell me what you think of it.
Yeah.
I did think about Campazzo. I didn't do it. So I captained Joker.
Strong start.
Yeah, it's what you got to do, especially, but most people will, obviously. It's a fairly obvious play. I also have George. I also have Porter. I also have Zubac.
Okay.
And I included Aaron Gordon and then my, kind of punt play.
Yeah, you had to go super punt.
Yeah. I went Rondo.
Oh, that's not even that punty. So I had him written up as a utility play. I like Rondo actually a lot.
3-0 Washington. So that's my build.
So you were able to fit all those guys. That's pretty crazy.
Joker captain, George, Porter, Zubac, Gordon, and Rondo.
Yeah, I would have built my lineup with Jokic at captain, Rondo, and Campazzo. So that leaves 8,500 for the rest of your lineup. That's a lot for showdown. So, yeah they made Jokic too cheap in my opinion. So. Normally, when you're captaining him, you're paying closer to 20K. So anyway,
16.5.
Yeah. And then I also had some baseball content that went up for DraftKings today.
Love it.
So, while I was working on all of this, I was watching the draft in the background. I watched the Jets pick two guys with the same name, which was kind of cool. I watched them pick 5 straight defensive backs, 3 safeties and 2 cornerbacks. It was an interesting day.
Just catching up in the chat, the DraftKings conference room here. Tate, of course, Cobra K from Ops, who's a big Bears fan. We know it. We love it. He says Bears had an A+ draft. Honestly, other than Justin Fields, I couldn't tell you anything about their draft, but I'm happy to look it up and delve a little deeper into it. Tara Lynn is in the chat because, needs attention. Smash the like, friends, and happy Saturday. Thank you, TL. Appreciate that. Sean Preston says, I don't really know why. Sean says, when is Kaufman going to be in the secondary chair? Never, I predict. I guess my question, Sean, is who wants that? Why do we need that?
I don't think we do.
I've never been a believer in 1 chair, 2 chair. To me, it's, obviously it's the way it looks on our talent sheet, in terms of just putting someone in one column and the other person in the other column. You can look at that as 1 chair, 2 chair. It's for me, it's really more of a, the only distinction other than calling the occasional play is just who opens and maybe closes the broadcast. We're on equal footing here.
I view myself as second to none, but I think it's technically it's like chair 1 is the play-by-play and chair 2 is the color commentator, but we don't follow any of those rules anyway. We just talk about whatever we
want. Out the window. Spend this entire sim talking about Glash getting suspended for reading egregious comments in the chat last night. That's what we could do. Off the next 4 days thinking about what he did.
I did see that on Twitter. Somebody got him good.
Did somebody put that on Twitter? I wouldn't have even known about it if not for a member of our group. I won't single this individual out, but a member of our group sending me the video. But what made me laugh was that's like the 9th time that he's fallen for that same joke. It wasn't even the first one.
I mean, there's a reason I make the Burgundy joke. You put it on the teleprompter and Burgundy will read it.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Now Drew's asking what happened. I'm going to type it. Well, I typed to Drew what happened. You tell me more about the draft. If you want to talk more about the Jets, that's so. Let's talk about the Jets a little because that's your squad. I know it has nothing to do with these two teams. We can talk more about these two teams, but just quickly, you being a Jets fan, and I won't even get into the Patriots. I'm doing a Patriots sim at noon tomorrow. I'll reserve all Patriots thoughts for then. I don't need to even mention anything Pats related tonight, so you guys are off the hook on that one. Are you a Zach Wilson guy? I know it was inevitable they were going to pick him, but are you a believer in Zach Wilson?
What I am a believer in is that I don't know how to evaluate quarterbacks. Like if I was just me as a casual fan of the college game, I would have taken Justin Fields, right? Like I thought Justin Fields was the second best quarterback that I saw last year behind Trevor Lawrence. But I'm going to give the Jets the benefit of the doubt. And I like that they went out of their way to make his life easier. You know, I've become pretty vocal about saying that I don't think Sam Darnold is a good quarterback, but certainly they did not give him any sort of a chance to succeed with how they built the team around him. So I didn't think that necessarily trading up for Elijah Vera Tucker in the first round was like the smartest move in a vacuum, but the Jets had draft picks to burn and they did it so that they could protect their young quarterback. So ultimately, I think that ended up being fine. Then at the top of round 2, their only pick on day 2, they get a wide receiver who was, you know, basically a consensus first rounder for most people. You know, Mel Kiper had him in his top 20 on his big board. Pro Football Focus has him as 22nd overall. So to get him with the 34th pick was good value. Then they got a running back in Michael Carter to start day 3. Guy that a lot of people really like, think can be a 3-down type back, home run hitter at a minimum. And then they really just hammered the secondary to end the draft, which was a huge position of need. So as with all of these things, no one really knows. Anyone who says they know for sure that the Jets smashed the draft or the Jets stunk, like,
well, nobody can say that about any team any year. You don't know how a draft plays out for at least 2-3 years.
Of course. So I think I like that they're at least trying to give their quarterback a chance to succeed. But we'll see what happens.
Might be the final play of the opening quarter. It's just 3-0 Washington to this point. I have to assume the remaining seconds are going to tick down. 52 passing for Haskins. And once we get started with quarter number 2, they'll punt it away from midfield here. So Smash Lana taking the blame for last night's Glash infraction. Should we call it a Glash fraction? I don't know. It's probably something clever that we could call that. Just in full disclosure, Glash was not actually suspended. It's just way more funny to look at it that way. This was planned time off. He had a wedding today. Wasn't his. I mean, Lord knows that's never coming. And then, I don't know, some other stuff the next couple of days. But he'll be back with you in a matter of time, not to worry. We'll quickly look at some numbers and then much more to get to here. Again, 6 of 8, Haskins, 52 yards. Herbert, 0 for 2, not a single yard to his credit so far, but it's very early. Again, 3-0 Washington through just the 8 minutes here in virtual Los Angeles, SoFi Stadium. I understand it is beautiful there and look forward to heading out at some point in the future, probably 10 years from now, when it's not nearly as beautiful and there are 15 other new arenas by then. Looking at the rushing receiving numbers as well. And yes, there was some good stuff coming from the Kentucky Derby today. And congrats to who won well, I know it was another Bob Baffert horse, Medina something or other.
Word to Medina. I got to be honest.
The Funky Cold Medina, I think, won the
of all the big time sporting events, I think the Kentucky Derby is the stupidest.
Well, you are.
And I know that
part of the draft.
Producer Mike was here. He would never look at me the same way.
Spirit. That's what it is. Thank you, Terrellin.
I just don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it. The kids like it. We like to just sit. I mean, obviously, we're not invested, so to speak. We're just sitting and watching and having ourselves some time. Mike, you mentioned producer Mike. He is involved in working the Derby, and he's there. And he messaged me the other day. And this wasn't the Derby. This was some other race that they were running there, in the last couple of days. But there was a horse named Coffee Maker, like Kaufy Maker. I mean, that's pretty good. That is pretty good. Medina Spirit, Terrellin tells me. This is all off the top of her noggin, by the way. This is not a cut and paste job at all. Says, had the 6 best odds at 12-1. The winner of the 147th running of the Kentucky Derby after holding off Mandaloon, if I'm saying that right, in the final stretch of the fastest 2 minutes in sports. The victory was not only an incredible upset on the track, but also an historic moment for trainer Bob Baffert, who stands alone with 7 Kentucky Derby wins in his career, a record in the sport. It's true. It was very cool to see a Baffert horse when you get into that sort of thing. It's like Brady winning the 7 Super Bowls, man. Same thing.
Every time I see Bob Baffert, I'm like, this guy looks like the most successful used car salesman on the planet.
You know what he looks like? He looks like Ashley Schaefer.
I don't know who that is.
Will Ferrell in Eastbound and Down. Did you ever watch Eastbound and Down?
I haven't.
Oh, buddy, we need.
I know.
I'm sure Drew or Terrellin can send us a screenshot of the image, so you can bask in it, because it's dead on. Like, it's.
You know what? I think I've seen the character on the internet, as you say.
He shows up in memes and GIFs or GIFs if you're a lunatic. 2nd and 4 as we are about a minute gone by second quarter here. Again, Matt Lamarck, Adam Hoffman. We've got TL producing. Drew, who is relocated, by the way. Terrellin, that does not help us. Sends us a picture of Danny McBride. Come on, TL. Come on.
I'm looking at it.
You just can't.
Oh yeah, this guy. Yes.
Thank you.
That is Bob Baffert.
Yeah, it's outrageous what it is. Sean says, Kaufman, that's the best hat you own, in my humble opinion. Well, thank you. I like this hat a lot as well.
How many hats would you venture to say that you own?
Oh man, I mean, most of them I can't wear here because we're not really supposed to wear professionally licensed, logos and whatnot. So like, I have however many Sox and Celtics and Pats and Bruins hats and that sort of thing. But total hats, oh man.
Eckler with a wiggle.
Look at that. I don't know, like 75, 100.
Jesus.
I believe it's Jesus, but I might be
too
wrong.
many damn hats.
Well, I wear the same like 4.
So you just have the other ones just collecting dust?
Well, so I mean, they are definitely collecting dust, but part of it is, whenever a team that I root for, and obviously most commonly Boston professional teams, but even like Syracuse winning, a basketball championship my junior year, the one thing, it's less as the years have gone on. Like at the very beginning, like Red Sox winning in 04, Patriots before that, in the winter of 02, it was like, man, I need a hat, I need a DVD, I need all the merchandise, I need a sweatshirt, I need a pennant, I need a frame thing, I need everything. Like I got it, because this is never going to happen again. I got to have it. Well, not to say you get used to winning, but certainly my wallet would not get used to winning, as we have a Austin Eckler rushing touchdown. But the one thing with every championship that I made sure to get was a hat that I never wore. I just kept it as like leave the tags on. I just kept it as a keepsake, as just kind of a cool souvenir. So I have, probably a dozen of the hats right there are championship hats over the last couple of decades here.
Rub it in, why don't you?
I did. I thought very politely, though. I thought. I mean, I think I was rude about it at all. Let's look at the leaderboard here. Let's see. Out of 118, I'm 92, which is bad, if anyone was wondering. JMCF1234, which is probably also this individual's password, is in front by about a tenth of a point. Not a lot. But that's okay. First is first.
Oh my goodness, we have 2 cats in the house right now. We have Rossi's fat cat, of course.
Yeah.
But we have a new cat, Waffles the cat.
Ooh, no cats in the cradle, though, so that's good. Can't have that. I've been saving all these up for you, folks. Only the one sim today? Gotta just unload everything. Just gotta put them all out there into the world. Tara Lynn brought this up. She's attempting to do some producing, and I think it's a good idea. We should talk about Aaron Rodgers, because this fiasco,
good word for it,
situation going on in Green Bay. Now, Rodgers obviously was interviewed today at the Kentucky Derby, where he looked sharp. He and his fiance
and Miles Teller.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to hang out with Miles Teller? I mean,
very fair point.
I would.
The problem is, I would just be throwing symbols at him all day.
You would be his Jonah Hill. You'd be his War Dogs.
I wanted to be J.K. Simmons from Whiplash, but I'll take Jonah. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean,
Jonah in that movie's a little slimier than I am in real life, or at least I like to hope. But I can play any role. I think
you look more Jonah Hill in that movie than you do J.K. Simmons. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, just from a hair perspective, you're 100% spot on.
So, as Sean says, I own probably 10 to 12 hats. I wear 4 of them in general. Tara Lynn's Lamarca is Jonah Hill. Just right on. Drew, Koff's going all Dion Waiters.
Academy Award nominated.
5-footer. As long as very talented. It makes you want, is he like the only guy who is so successful as an actor, but continues to insist upon doing commercials? Like, I am doing everything.
What commercials does he do?
Oh, he's one of the maybe Allstate or one of those, and
you're talking about J.K. Simmons.
Yeah, yes, not Jonah Hill. Yeah, J.K. Simmons.
I said it. I was saying Academy Award nominated Jonah Hill.
Oh, I think
J.K. Simmons is an Academy Award winner.
Yeah, I was gonna say like even better.
Yeah,
it could be progressive. I don't know. Farmers Insurance.
Right, we are farmers.
Thank you.
Bum, 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 bum.
Are we allowed to do that?
What are we gonna? I just did it, so
I don't know. I'm just don't delete the sim, hide it, hide the sim. Carolyn, bloody hell!
Listen, you got a damn
worse than Mike. Never mind.
Your hat. We're giving out free advertisements.
That's true. But really, this Aaron Rodgers situation, I am fascinated by in so many areas. I think this man is just a loon right now. I really do. The fact that he is under contract for a few more years, taking him to age 40. Haskins airing it out deep, caught inside the 15 to the 13. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I am all about it when we're doing a sim and a man named Sims comes up with a grab. That to me that's a happy place right here. As we're 7-3, but Washington threatening to take a lead here, obviously late in this second quarter. So he wants a contract extension, which is, I get it. You got leverage, kinda. You're coming off an MVP season, back-to-back trips to the NFC title game. You got a lot left in the tank. As we know, he's a very, very good quarterback, and he's also still ticked off beyond belief about Jordan Love and the fact that man even exists.
Predictably, I mean,
predictably,
not even predictably, like rightfully so is what I was.
Yeah, I mean, if the Packers plan, and I will always contend that to some degree this was part of the Patriots' plan with the Brady Jimmy Garoppolo situation when he was drafted. If their plan was to light that much more of a fire under Aaron Rodgers, it worked. He was MVP last year.
I hate that argument.
Well,
And
look, if let's say you
the Jimmy Garoppolo thing, what was he, a 3rd-round pick?
Second.
The Packers traded into the 1st round to take Jordan Love.
True.
And they were coming off a season where they won.
They were coming off a trip to
13 games.
Yeah, they were coming off a trip to the NFC title game and traded into the 1st round to draft a player who would not help them that year.
He wasn't even their backup this year. He was inactive in every game. My thing is, Aaron Rodgers is allowed to be pissed off. He's allowed to want out of Green Bay. That's the way that sports works at this point. Whether or not you like it or not, that's the reality of being a professional athlete in 2021. The problem that I have with it is then when he's interviewed to say, I don't know where all this is coming from. You know, I'm happy in Green Bay, blah, blah, blah. Like, just own it, dude. You know, like, we're not going to be upset. I'm not going to be upset, at least. The guy has given everything to that team. They've never spent a 1st-round pick on a pass catcher, which to me is just absolutely mind-boggling.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking 15 years of drafts. You've never drafted one receiver or tight end.
Neither
in
of the
first round?
Patriots. Neither of the Patriots until N'Keal Harry.
Well, the Patriots have been they attacked it differently. They gave him Randy Moss. Like, they struck gold with Devontae Adams, but they have had major needs at the wide receiver 2 spot.
Sure.
So we were coming off a draft that was like historic in terms of wide receivers.
Deep
that
class.
were productive as rookies.
Yep.
We had another great class that just came with wide receivers. We'll see if they live up to the billing, but there were a lot of wide receivers in this draft with round 1, round 2 type of grades. And the Packers, trying to, appease their disgruntled quarterback, their franchise, basically said, nah, I don't get it. I don't get it on either side, to be honest.
So I'm going to do something I never do, which is just skip all my mumbo jumbo crap and ask you the question. I'll just cut to the chase. How's it end? Is he going back to Green Bay, or are they going to deal him to Denver or somewhere else?
I honestly don't know, Paul.
I don't expect you to know, but I do want to know what you think.
All right, so I think the Packers are going to play hardball with him. I think that they are going to say, if you don't want to play here, you can sit out for the year or retire.
Would he do it?
He certainly has more leverage than most in that situation because we know he has another job that he could take. And even if Jeopardy says, you know what, we're going to go with somebody else as a full-time host, there would be something that Aaron Rodgers could do while he's sitting out. He could host some sort of game show. He could be on TV somewhere, somehow. So
why are we all
just
presuming he can have the Jeopardy job if he wants it?
I heard he's on the short list, but I don't think it's necessarily a foregone conclusion. So anyway,
I don't really understand that thing, but anyway, go on.
Are you kidding me? That's got to be an all-time great gig.
No. I'm not saying I don't get why he'd want it. I'm saying I don't get why everyone just assumes it's like his to turn down. I don't believe that.
Yeah, I mean the rumor that I've heard is that the Jeopardy brass was very impressed with him.
Sure.
So I know that my mother is a fan. I'll leave it at that.
Sure.
I thought he did a great job. There was only a 1 or 2 candidates that I thought were equal with Rodgers, and I love Jeopardy. I watch most nights. So I do think he has some leverage, and it wouldn't shock me if Aaron Rodgers did not play football next year.
So when I was on with Kenny yesterday, which was memorable because it always is, I was with Kenny, but he passionately felt, and I disagreed. He passionately felt that if push came to shove, Rodgers is a man of such conviction, and we've seen it in other facets of his life, obviously. He is a man of such conviction that if the Packers did play hardball with him, he would sit out. He'd say, all right, I won't play. And I don't subscribe to it. I don't buy it. I think that if they called his bluff, he'd play, because there's still something left in the tank. There's still, a burning success there, or desire to succeed. He's also 37 years old. And I'm not saying football is the most important thing in the world to him.
That's the difference to me.
I don't think it is.
I don't feel that maniacal.
But he's also
Brady, Peyton,
yeah, it doesn't exist. It's not in him. I agree with you on that. It's not in him. And I think if it were in him, he'd have won more than one championship by now. And it would alarm me, Jaguars fans, that Trevor Lawrence not only doesn't have that, he said he doesn't want it. But that's a whole other conversation for another time. With Aaron Rodgers, you're 37, man. Like, you're really going to take a year off at 37? I don't know. I mean, that's something you threaten to do when you're in your 20s, and maybe you even do when you're in your 20s. At 37, when you're this close to the end of the line, you're really going to do that? I don't see it.
I don't think he cares about legacy and stuff like that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think he's the type of guy that says, I need another MVP. I need another ring. I think he's happy with what he's accomplished. And I really do think that if he doesn't get the offer that he wants from the Packers, or doesn't get to go to the situation that he wants, because that's the other thing too. It's not just that he doesn't want to be a part of the Packers. He's going to have certain teams in mind that he does want to play for.
Can't be the Broncos, right?
People love Elway. I don't get it. I mean, they do seem to have a win now team minus the quarterback. But anyway, I think Rodgers would literally just move to California, host Jeopardy, do something on television, make his money, and just live a life. He's, the guy's got a good life.
Got about 30 seconds left here in the second. Tate says, apparently he said he won't come back unless the GM is fired. The GM who has been coming out openly saying, we're not trading him, he's our guy. So I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. There's no way to know. Jordan says, I think Koff's right. Trade him or call his bluff. I don't know if his fiance has anything to do with it, because this started before she was around. Randy says, I'm glad you wrote this, Randy. Listen to the McAfee podcast that he goes on. He's in such a good headspace. Maybe, Randy, he is. Maybe he is. I don't know him on a personal level. It is entirely possible Aaron Rodgers could be in the best headspace of anyone on this planet.
And we're not going to get any points here for Washington.
But what I do know is this as well, Randy. I am also capable of doing a media interview weekly or however often, biting my tongue and saying all the right things. So, I just don't think you can garner a whole lot from those conversations. He's a professional athlete who's been, in the league, 20 years? I mean, almost anyway. Like, the guy knows how to say the right things if he wants to, as we reach the half.
It's going to be an interesting situation. I mean, we've seen arguably 3 of the 5 best quarterbacks in the league, either publicly or privately, demand trades or question their franchise's direction. And, I think that's kind of that NBA mindset now where the players are the ones running the league. I think that is now drifting over to the NFL. So if you hate that about basketball, sorry.
Get ready to hate it about the NFL as well. So you got McKissick and Eckler both pacing for a bonus, a touchdown for Eckler. It's the only one in this game. Hopkins, a couple of field goals to his credit. 7-6. The Chargers are in front in this one. I am 105 out of 118 in our contest. But our man Daniel, producer Daniel's in front. He's leading. He's not working tonight, but he made a lineup, and he's leading this thing right now.
Damn the man.
Sims is 2 for 46. A lot of people were saying Sims is already in the bonus. I don't know where that was coming from in the chat. He's 2 for 46, 3 for 44 for McLaurin, 2 for 44 or 24 for Reed, about 23 yards apiece for Henry and Sprinkle. McKissick 4 for 32. Those are the notable numbers as again we have reached the half. I'm really interested in obviously seeing how this whole thing plays out. Do you think, or do you wonder, do you care if the Broncos not taking a quarterback? I know they recently added Bridgewater to compete with Locke. but obviously you still had Fields and Jones available at that point in time. Do you think them not taking a quarterback had anything to do with this, meaning they believe they are true candidates to land Aaron Rodgers? Or do you think they just opted to go for a corner?
I think that has part to do with it. I do. I think that they didn't want to lock themselves in. I think that they're happy to go into the year with Teddy Bridgewater if they have to. That, in my opinion, was an absolute heist for Denver. A 6th rounder for Teddy Bridgewater, sure, and the Panthers retained 70% of his salary. Heist. You know, when you consider, like, Teddy Bridgewater was significantly better than Sam Darnold and Carson Wentz last year, and fetched a 10th of what those guys cost. So I think the Broncos are happy with that combination, you know, pairing him with Drew Lock, but certainly I think they're the favorites to land Rodgers if he is moved. The Packers are not going to trade him in the NFC, I don't think. So I think it would have to be to an AFC team. And I think if you look at teams that are, you know, happy with their quarterback situation, it's going to be a pretty large majority of them. Now, I'm not saying you don't reconsider if Aaron Rodgers becomes available. Like, if you're the Dolphins, you know, you might have felt happy with Tua Tagovailoa, but when Aaron Rodgers becomes available, you make the phone call and you see what it's going to cost.
Want to mention real quick, and then we can get back to the quarterback conversation.
Yeah.
The for anyone that out there is interested, the NHL Fantasy Hockey World Championship final is going on right now with tonight's slate. In fact, still going on. These games aren't completely done yet. $600,000 prize pool for that, again, Fantasy Hockey World Championship final. And currently, it's solo leader, CRCLNGTHDRN is...
Dingleheimer Schmidt.
Yeah, exactly. That's the leader to 7-point lead currently, with still a couple of players still going in their lineups as well. A very nice looking lineup, about almost 160 points. It's a solid night, obviously, in the NHL on the ice. So this person positioned to win about $171,000 if that thing holds. So we'll keep an eye on that as we go with the rest of this as well. But it's not going to end before we are done, because the Oilers and Flames are only in the first period. So that thing's not going to be resolved by the end of this. Unless, you know what? Unless we play, like, I don't know, 18 overtimes, maybe.
Let's run another game after this.
Let's run another game. How many of you would stick around if we ran another game? By the way, doesn't matter what you say, we have no ability to do that. I'm
None.
just curious. Who wants a midnight sim, Eastern time?
Don't even joke like that.
Who wants it? Sean says, I bet none of those movies are behind Cough. I don't know. What does that mean, Sean? Sean,
we green screening, bro.
We know that all those movies are real. I mean, I've pulled them off the wall and shown them to you people. They exist. You need me to start opening cases? I'll do it. I'll show you what's in there. I'll go one by one. We'll be here all night. We'll be here until that NHL contest is over. Speaking of quarterbacks with uncertain futures, by the way, Deshaun Watson, and, you know, there's a lot of off-field stuff that we don't even need to get into. Everybody knows it by now. But what was interesting about the draft, obviously, was that they selected Davis Mills. And, you know, they already had, 2-3 quarterbacks on the roster. They had gone out and added Tyrod Taylor as a potential replacement, at least in the short term, for Watson if he does end up getting dealt. Do you think that that Mills decision, I mean, the Mills decision had to have been motivated by the looming departure of Deshaun Watson. But I mean, clearly in the longer term, but I mean, are they projecting ahead as soon as this year? Are they just, despite everything they've said publicly, are they assuming that they are not going to have him come the start of the 2021 season?
I would say yes. I don't think that Mills is going to be in the discussion to start day one. I think that would be Tyrod, but you know, they want to have somebody just in case he does, end up getting suspended or doesn't acquiesce on his trade demand. So I think that for sure they're planning for the future.
Kareem says, the man showed me a Meteor Man DVD. Trust me, the wall is real. Alana says 6-minute Sims. Also says 24-hour Sims. AD Poker Sims Slumber Party. I'd be down for a midnight Sims on a Friday and Saturday, says Sim Foil Hat. A lot of good stuff. Loving the Sims. It's a great energy in the Sim, you guys might say. It certainly wasn't last night during Madden After Dark. If anyone was
Add
here
3
for that.
pounds to the scale
Woof.
before you go home.
Lana says, I mean, if you already have your Lamarcus on, you might as well have a midnight Sim. That's true. Who needs sleep?
I do.
Well, in the earlier rounds, I mean, I'm sure there's like a steal at 130 or something that you found interesting. But in the earlier rounds, what was the most interesting pick or picks to you?
The earlier rounds. All right, that's a good question.
Day 1, day 2.
I think the most interesting round 1 pick was Travis Etienne. I did not like that pick at all, especially when you hear Urban Meyer say he's their 3rd down back, which is just absolutely ridiculous. But I think drafting the college connection with Trevor Lawrence is nice, but they just found a guy off the scrap heap that gave them like 1,600 yards last year, and they felt they needed to spend a 1st rounder on a running back. So I thought that was the most interesting pick, probably my least favorite pick of the round. As for day 2, I mean, I think the Patriots got a potential steal in that guy Barmore, but we'll see if he can keep his head on straight.
Sure.
He's a 1st-round talent, but
look, I mean, if this guy really dropped to round, I mean, like injuries and that sort of thing, sure. But if he only dropped to round 2 because, of a suspension for recreational marijuana, that to me is like, I would hope he can get his act together when he gets to the league. That to me is not why a guy drops from round 1 to round 2. But I'm not a talent evaluator.
I think from what I've heard, the failing of a drug test in college is more about your mindset because you're given plenty of advance notice.
Sure.
It's not like these are surprise inspections. Like if you fail a drug test in college, it's because you legitimately don't care.
Sure.
So that I have heard is why teams will penalize stuff like that. I don't think they necessarily care about what they tested positive for to an extent, but it's the fact that they couldn't even, they just didn't show the mental toughness or whatever to pass the test. So
fair.
The 49ers took Trey Sermon in the 3rd round. Interesting pick. They have like completely overhauled their backfield now. So they're going to be an interesting team to watch in the preseason, I think, to just see how all this stuff shakes out. They drafted another running back on day 3, and they brought somebody in free agent, I want to say. They brought in Wayne Gallman. Not that you necessarily think he's going to be a huge factor, but they already have Mostert. They already have Jeff Wilson, like extremely crowded running back depth chart. But for a team that we expect to be able to run the ball pretty well. So if one guy can emerge out of that group, that could be like a pretty interesting fantasy team.
What'd you think of the quarterback? I was going to say top 5, but top 8. The 8 that went in the first 2 rounds. Do you have any, other than Zach Wilson, obviously, we've talked about him, and I don't think Trevor Lawrence is important in this conversation because everyone was going number 1 to Jacksonville. But all the others, any thoughts on their landing spots in terms of, what you thought about them as prospects going into the draft, where you thought would be good fits for them and where they ultimately landed?
Yeah, I think ultimately the Niners are the best landing spot, right? I mean, they just have a team that is ready to compete. So I don't know if Trey Lance is going to be ready to play week 1. Like, I think that they're going to stick with Garoppolo. But as soon as Lance takes over that job, I think he's going to be pretty good just because he's going into the best infrastructure. I still feel the best about Justin Fields as a player out of that group.
Touchdown, by the way, another one for Eckler. Go on.
But, like, talk about a team that does
Crowded
not
there
have a
in
good
Chicago,
history
man.
of developing quarterbacks, right?
Yeah.
Like, you can put them neck and neck with the Jets in that department.
It is crowded there. A three-headed monster there in Chicago to open the year. At least for unless they cut Nick Foles anyway, because no one's trading for that salary.
And Mac Jones is interesting, right? Like, Mac Jones at 15 feels like a decent value, but that's only because we've been talking about Mac Jones going 3 for the past month.
Yeah,
you know, if that rumor
somebody,
never pops up, Mac Jones at 15.
then you probably put him as right around 15.
You think that's fair for him?
Yeah, I think it's an appropriate place. But certainly, yeah, it was what's made things nuts was all the speculation that the Niners made their trade to take him at 3. Absolutely, that totally shifted the mindset of everybody on Mac Jones.
So it's going to be interesting. I mean, I heard somebody say that, you know, Mac Jones kind of gets killed for the fact that he has played with a bunch of really good wide receivers in college, and he was constantly just hitting guys who were wide open. But
that was always my thing about him. You know,
for some reason, we did not apply that same level of scrutiny to Joe Burrow, who was the first overall pick a couple of years ago.
True. Yeah, I mean, whenever I talked about Mac Jones in that sense, I guess I sort of kept it in more of an Alabama box and, you know, likened him to, and I'm not saying he's going to be the same guy, and I think there are a lot of different reasons why you could say he will be better than this other guy I'm going to mention, but, you know, there's always that A.J. McCarron fear. Like, okay, I mean, he was dominant within a pro-style system with a bunch of, you know, first-round talent around him. What's he going to look like when he gets to the show? And, you know, who knows? We don't know how any of these guys are going to look. And obviously the math will tell you that, you know, they're not all going to be good, let alone great. You know, some of them are going to bust and, you know, be career backups or be out of the league, you know, after their rookie deals. But I don't know. I'm with you. I don't know what to expect, obviously. But as you said, you know, Burrow looked legit, you know, and some of the others that have come out of the SEC, which is always a conference that I have been concerned about with regard to quarterbacks, more than any other in some ways. You know, guys have, you know, there are exceptions to the rule. Absolutely. Minute to go here still in the third. What about the day 2 guys? Like whether it was Mills or Mond or Trask. Trask, I think, is, you know, just funny that there's another QB behind Tom Brady. Not that, like maybe, unlike Garoppolo, like maybe this one actually does get to play out the way Tampa would like it to, and he is the succession plan, as opposed to, well, we're gonna have to figure something out after this guy's rookie deal because Brady's gonna be 50 and he's still playing. So.
Yeah, I mean, pure luxury pick, right? That's a team that had no needs, essentially. They brought back all 22 starters from the Super Bowl. Their top 16 guys in terms of snaps on offense, and their top 18 guys in terms of snaps on defense last year. They have no holes, so
yeah,
they
and the
could.
Coaching staff is Drew notes.
They could burn a second rounder. It was not an issue. I do not like to pretend that I am a expert scout. I don't know very much about these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
My general philosophy is that I'm taking a quarterback early in day 1, or I'm not taking a quarterback. Like, you can count the guys drafted outside of the first round that hit with one hit.
Mm-hmm.
So I get it. You're grooming a potential backup, but it just doesn't seem like a good use of draft capital to me.
We have made our way through 3 quarters. 14-6. Chargers lead this one. Haskins, 165 passing, 128, and a pick for Herbert. Neither is thrown for a touchdown to this point. The only touchdowns, both from Austin Eckler, who was a popular captain in this one, obviously, for the people. He is, found the end zone twice. He's the only man. You got Hopkins on the other side, who's got a couple of field goals for Washington. But in terms of the offense, been kind of disappointing to this point, especially for my lineup, which is sitting 40th, at least climbing a little bit.
Hey, you're making some
Our guy
progress.
Daniel, he's plummeted. He's no longer in front. Cobra K, Tate and Ops, though, is top 10. Ross, 635, leads this thing. Eckler and the captain, who is 36% owned in the captain slot, is 8 for 63 with his 2 touchdowns. Well on his way to the Krusty Koff Player of the Game honors at this moment. 88% owned. McKissick, 82% owned, 14% in the captain spot, is having a decent enough day. 52 or 57 on the ground, 5 for 32 in the air. 5 for 51 for my captain, Mike Williams. 3 for 44 for Run TMC, Terry McLaurin. And those are some of the more notable numbers here for you. Ross has Eckler and the captain, McKissick, Williams, Henry, Reed, and Chargers DST, which is held up to this point still with 8 points. So there is that. Meager says, wait, stay on camera for a second. Meager says, Koff, is that a Reservoir Dogs sweatshirt? Yes and no. It's Reservoir Dogs with a twist. What do you think of this one, LaMarca? You see who that is?
Hold on, let me pin that.
See?
Yeah, that's your homeboy.
Yeah, it's Reservoir Dogs and Robert Kraft. Because he's a boss. Yeah, it's Bob Baffert. This is true. I was really excited about that win today for I don't know, Mindless Saint or whatever the horse is called. So I was really pumped. Had to go with it. So, keep an eye on the stats. We'll keep you posted, obviously, on everything. Wow, I'm just checking out the Zoom. That thing really did go in perfectly on this glorious sweatshirt that I'm rocking. Drew notes, by the way, some steals for him in the first round. Sewell, and also mentions Kwity Paye. Do you know Kwity Paye's story, by the way? Kwity Paye's got a heck of a story, man.
Very interesting story. I saw that ESPN wrote like a huge piece on him. Haven't had the time to read it all yet, but I've heard bits and pieces of it, and yeah, very interesting.
I'll give you the crux for anyone that doesn't know Kwity Paye's story. So obviously, Michigan defensive end goes 21st overall to the Colts. He is the first, and this is not what makes his story interesting, but it's a little footnote. He is the first Rhode Islander taken in the first round since 1939. Which is just kind of cool. Obviously, Rhode Island, not known for sending guys off to the NFL. But the interesting story, Kwity's mother, Agnes, escaped 2 civil wars in West Africa, traveled to Rhode Island as a single mother, worked 2 jobs so that her son and siblings could attend private school so he could get a scholarship and live out his dream of playing in the NFL. And when he was interviewed, I guess it would have been on ESPN during the telecast upon being drafted, this story was brought up, and they said, what is this? The question was, what does this mean to your family? And the very first thing he said was, well, she's not working anymore. She's retired now. And the family just flipped, and, she starts dancing, and it's such a cool moment. Just such a really, really cool moment. So, to Drew's point about being a steal, kid can play too. So he's going to be fun to follow in the NFL.
Oh, Tate says he went to school with Joseph Osai. Steal to Cincy in the 3rd round. I don't know. If he went to school with Tate, he can't be that good.
Alana says Kentucky Derby winner Tyler Perry's Medina's family reunion.
Guys are seeing the scoring stuff. Everything will be squared up at the end.
Yeah, always is, guys. I mean, we could acknowledge, any and all scoring questions and comments in the chat. They happen all the time. Fact of the matter is, as you know, while you'd love the virtual live scoring, which I know feels like a redundant term, it would be lovely to tell you exactly who's in first at this very moment of the game at 6:20 to go in the 4th quarter. Sometimes with the manual scoring, it just takes a little time. And nothing will be finalized. No payouts for your paid contest will be sent until everything is finalized and double checked with all the Madden stats on the back end once we review those post game. So not to worry.
Manual
Always
scoring.
gets worked
That was
out.
a sleeper I had coming into the 6th round today.
Wasn't drafted though. Didn't end up getting picked off the big board. Manual scoring, hoping to sign on as a free agent somewhere.
Priority undrafted free agent.
Yeah, that's fair. Hit the like, by the way. We're only a couple away from 200. Appreciate you. How did everybody enjoy the American Cornhole League event? Did people watch the cornhole show that happened in between sims? I didn't have a chance. I was, today was a weekends, man. Now that we're into spring, like we had my 6-year-old had t-ball this morning. My 8-year-old had baseball. We roll right into that to my 8-year-old soccer, and this is town soccer for the both of them. So then tomorrow it's swim in the morning, and then my 6-year-old has soccer. I coach that, and then my 8-year-old has soccer travel tryouts. So it's welcome to new reality here, man. Like a pandemic must be over. We are back into a full schedule. What a time to be alive. Cheers to you, Sean. And yes, everyone played great today. Thank you for asking.
I couldn't keep up with all the stuff that you were listing.
A lot going on. Soccer and baseball. That's the big stuff. That's what you need to know.
I still want to know why soccer. Like why does every kid play soccer?
Happy to tell you. You want to know why? Some genuinely love it, and it's just fun, and it's, they enjoy getting out there and competing, and some of them are really good, truly. Some are like, you watch some of these kids at 6, 7, 8 years old, and I'm not saying like they're going to be in the MLS or play international one day. Maybe some will. I have no idea. But truly, like you can see talent. Like some are. There are obviously the kids that are out there that are just like chasing butterflies and pull their shirts over their heads and aren't interested, and they're picking daisies, as the expression goes, or literally in some cases. But some kids out there are legit good, and they're making plays. The footwork is fancy. It's fun to watch. But to really answer your question as far as why soccer, parents sign their kids up for soccer for really 2 reasons. Because kids have more energy than anyone else in the world. It's inexplicable how much energy is in those little bodies. So you find whatever window you can to get them to run around for hours at a time, hoping they'll just get some freaking sleep at night so that you can get some time for yourself. That's one. The other part of it is socialization, not only for them, but for you. So you can be on the sidelines with the other soccer parents and just catching up, just talking, just having a little adult time. So it's not entirely for them. That is why soccer.
My argument would be that you could accomplish
from the people.
You could accomplish both of those with any sport.
Nope. You don't get tired playing baseball.
All right. I guess that's fair.
You don't.
It is a lot more running in soccer, no doubt.
Yeah. You like nonstop physical activity for 2 hours. Go. Like just go. You don't get that in baseball. In baseball you get you're up, once every so often. Maybe you'll run to first after hitting the ball like to second base. And then because remember this age group, they're not hitting it out of the infield for the most part. And then in the field, like I forget if you're an outfielder, you're going to pick your nose until it's time, like the inning's over. There's no exercise in baseball.
Yeah, all right. Okay. No, you make a fair point. Have you installed a hoop at the Koff compound?
There's a hoop. Yeah.
That was my childhood, man. I would get up, go outside, I would start bouncing that ball around, and it was like blowing the conch shell on the island in Lord of the Flies. Like I would just start dribbling and everyone in the neighborhood would descend.
Yeah. It's so true.
And we would just play ball for hours. So maybe that is where, I played baseball, I played basketball. I played soccer for like maybe a year or 2. But it was just a lot of hooping in the driveway.
Well, that's the thing. Like everybody, it's a generalization when I say this, obviously, but like everybody plays soccer until they're like 8 or 9. The only ones that stick with it after that are the ones that actually enjoy the sport. The others, obviously you need to, those are the ones that tend to stick with you. Your parents can just sign you up for basketball and not really care whether you're enjoying it or not, but it's just just easy. It's just an easy, let's just sign them up but you'll go along with it. You'll go do it. And it's fun. But yeah, I mean, you get that hoop in the driveway, man, like you said, the kids come running. It's great. It's great. I mean, it's great for me to get out there and just run around a little bit. I'm not doing any of it inside. Yeah, James also notes soccer, you don't have to spend $1,000 on equipment and the kid quits after 2 weeks. Yeah, you want to talk expensive? Sign a kid up for hockey.
It's everything, man.
No. I mean, it's not like...
But you're not at that level yet. My buddy's a volleyball coach, right? And if you want to be good if you want to play volleyball for the school, you have to join club volleyball. And
sure.
and it's traveling and also and there's no equipment in volleyball. You need to buy a pair of sneakers. It's all just it's all
I mean, if time is money, right? Time's money. That's for sure. Tate says the little kid soccer also allows kids who just wander on the pitch to get into the action because the ball is bound to be kicked near them. That's very true.
Ooh, he also used pitch. That's a
pitch.
That's a real soccer term right there.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Gotta have it. Gotta have that stuff. We are in safety territory. I can't think of a better way to cap this sim. Give us a safety. Washington has been garbage. Yeah. Nope. But we're still in range. Yeah, Rock Forever says, my friends and I played a lot of basketball growing up for about 20 years. I have video of us playing in 3-on-3 leagues.
It's great, man. When I was maybe 12, I had new neighbors move next door, and they were moving in, and I was outside just dribbling and shooting around, and one of the kids came over, and that's how I got to know my neighbors. And then there were 3 brothers, and we would all spend time just hooping down there.
No, it's great. Growing up, so where I grew up, we lived on a hill, and the driveway especially was steep. You couldn't even, there was no flat part. You could not consider having a hoop at our house. What my parents decided to do, because they knew I wanted to play, and it was great, is they, I don't remember how old I was, but they put a court in the backyard. And when I say court, by the way, let me properly describe it before people are like, oh, money bags. What they did was, the backyard was reasonably flat. And so what they did was they dug up a section that was 20 by 20, 20 by 25, something like that, big enough, and cemented it over so that there was a hard surface, and then put a hoop there, and we drew the line. So it was basically it wasn't even a half court, obviously, but it was a place that we could play 2-on-2, maybe 3-on-3, and actually play. And it was it was wonderful, really great. That's my story. I felt like sharing.
Yeah, you could play a lot of horse games. A
lot of horse.
Work on your 1-foot shots, a
lot of 20
bounce shots.
Yeah.
Washington will not go away here. They did have a guy wide open down the field that Haskins missed, but then they picked up a first down on 4th down, and now they moved the ball here for a nice chunk. They still have 2 timeouts. I'd like to see a little more hustle, but they're in this thing.
I'd just like to congratulate you for about 30 seconds left finally caring about the sim. That was a good recap right there.
I'm always watching. You haven't said a word.
Sprinkle. People calling for the sprinkler. Yeah, David is not here. He's not happy in the chat. Pick 6 drop, pathetic. Holding. Nope. Sorry. 2nd and 2.
Oh
no. Timeout. Haskins sacked.
Joey Bosa says, I'll show you who's in this damn game.
You gonna watch Beer League again tonight? What are you doing? What are you doing after the sim?
Probably not. I will say I was on the old Fire Stick yesterday, and it came up on one of these services. I don't even think I have downloaded, but it's like IMDb TV, whatever. And it's like, oh, watch Moneyball for free with commercials. So I watched Moneyball for a little bit last night. I didn't finish it, though, so maybe I'll go back and finish it tonight.
I love Moneyball. Moneyball might be on Netflix or it might be available somewhere for you without commercials if you're interested.
I don't mind the commercials.
Oh, I hate the commercials. I have no tolerance for it anymore. It's unbelievable what this streaming world has done to my ability to sit through even a 30-second commercial. Never mind a full break of them. I can't watch anything live anymore if it's not a sporting event. Like, it doesn't matter how much I like the show. No. I will start it, 20 minutes late just to avoid the commercials.
That's gonna wrap that game up.
Yeah, game's over after the short completion.
I mean, I certainly respect that. But I'm not like a super attentive television watcher. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll be on my phone, I'll be on my laptop. So I'll usually find some way to entertain myself during the 45 seconds of commercials or whatever it is.
Alana says, I was on the old Fire Stick. I wonder what our great-grandparents would think that means. Well, great-grandparents, I don't know. Grandparents might think it has something to do with, like, that must be on cable TV.
I was using Home Quote Explorer to compare home insurance rates. Was I hashtagging?
Mike says, yes, Netflix on Moneyball. I've watched it 5 times this year. I did watch it earlier in the pandemic, not 5 times, but I love it. I love them. Every time, I don't know about you. I don't know if you do this. Every time I watch especially a sports movie, but most in general that this applies, but sports especially, anytime I watch a movie that is based on or inspired by a true story, I immediately, upon completion of the movie, look up the differences between Hollywood and reality. I have to know. I have to know what was embellished or exaggerated.
Yeah, I mean, apparently Michael Oher hates the movie.
Oh, really?
Hates it.
I didn't know that. Not a Blindside fan.
Oh, I love that movie. And the book is even better. But that is prime Sandy B right there.
Like there are like some of the most like heart-wrenching or cool moments of The Rookie, the Dennis Quaid movie, are fabricated, which again makes for a good Disney Hollywood movie.
Yeah, of course.
But it's like, man, like I like some of this stuff, like, why couldn't it have been true that he was out there in the rain, throwing at the at the speed sign? Like, give me some, like, why couldn't the conversation with his dad at the stadium where he hands him the baseball, why couldn't that have been real? These are not unrealistic things. Give them to me. Nope. All right, so how about a Krusty Cough player of the game here and a babysitter Billy? Who are you going to go with the Krusty Cough? Because I don't know, man. I mean, is it automatically Eckler?
Yeah. He scored the only 2 touchdowns in this game.
I know. I was just, I mean, it is. I was just trying to find if there was like a good value play that did what. Like Dwayne Haskins had 15 points and he's only 20% owned.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Austin Eckler, player of the game.
Austin Eckler. All right, fine. All right, let me scroll down to bad lineups. So Bonzo, for instance, who finished last, to find the babysitter Billy. I hope you're here, Bonzo. I hope you're here to hear that. So Keenan Allen, probably your winner if I had to guess. 43% owned, 3% in the captain spot, just 2 for 18. He had 3.8 points.
Works for me.
Comfortable with that?
Yep.
Good. Terrific. Well, here's what we've got going on. Joker, you two weirdos are something else. Thanks, Cough and Lamarca. Great call. Much appreciated. Jeff says Moneyball book changed the way people looked at sports. It's true.
Moneyball and The Blind Side, 2 great books.
Yeah.
2 good movies, 2 great books.
Mo says, who's ready for the new Mighty Ducks? What do you mean ready? They're like 5 or 6 episodes in, and I've seen them all. I'm beyond ready, Mo. I'm invested.
How do you watch all this stuff?
Well, I don't sleep, really, is
it's not good.
What it is. It's not healthy. It's not ideal. All right, so the schedule coming up for tomorrow, because people probably want to get out of here, at least our crew, if not people in the chat. Lions, Patriots. I will be here. Tara Lynn writes, Bozo. I will be here with with Moose, Jeff Ulrich. So get ready. If honestly, I'm telling you this as a public service announcement. If you don't want Patriots thoughts, stay away from the nooner tomorrow. Don't even come, because I don't want to hear any complaining about me offering Pat's thoughts or getting Jeff's Pat's thoughts during a Patriot sim when I shut up about Mac Jones and everybody else during this entire sim, and I did. So that's coming up at noon tomorrow. And then Rossi and Moose for the Jags Chiefs at 2. That is the Mad Matinee. The early bird special, the Ravens and Colts, will be Rossi and Tom. Rossi, another one. He's going all DJ Khaled. And another one with Tom Ace, Texans and Niners. That will be your happy hour special at 6. Again, 8 o'clock. Oh, 2 of us back together. That'll be fun. Panthers, Bucks. Little Coffin Lamarca action. And then Tom Ace and Lamarca. Tommy coming on back for his third for Packers, Jets. So a lot more Jets talk on the way, I suspect, at 10 o'clock tomorrow night. And
Tom's a Jets fan?
No, but you are, so I suspect.
Oh, no, I guess if he asks me, I'll answer. But
yeah, more Jets talk during a Jets sim. It makes sense. I mean, he's going to say, so what do you think of the Zach Wilson pick? You're going to have to regurgitate everything that you just said. Okay.
Luckily, I recorded everything tonight.
You see? Luckily. Lisa says, good movie, Adam. The Book of Eli. Denzel. Yeah. Seen it. Might even be on the wall. All right. Thanks to Tara Lynn. You did great. Really. You were awesome. Thanks for producing your way through this. Thanks to Drew. Thanks to Tate, Cobra Kate. Thanks to June. Thanks to all of you for hanging out and coming on back after the Cornhole event, obviously. We appreciate it. It is always fun. I'm going to go create contests right now for the Sims that I am doing tomorrow. So you can jump on
as well.
Those. Fill them up. Fill them up, baby. Get on in. Calm down. You need to calm down. He's Matt Lamarca. I'm Adam Kaufman. You're you. We look forward to chatting again on the Midnight Sim. We'll see you then. Not really.